Chapter 334. The three were overjoyed, taking out the other half of the token and assembling it into one. It turned out that the demonic goo masters back then also had a bloodline. Before being arrested by Tai clan, he had instructed his descendants to remember this past, and if possible in the future, they had to repay this debt. The three brothers were the descendants of the demonic goo masters. After seeing this token, they immediately explained the situation to the young stall owner. They asked him if he needed any help, and that he would do his best. This young man was very crafty. He immediately replied, saying that he lacked 3 subordinates, and had no one to help him. The three brothers looked at each other, and immediately knelt down in front of the young man, acknowledging him as their master for the next 20 years. For the next 20 years, they would be at his beck and call. But after 20 years, they would regain their freedom. These three brothers were famous figures in the battle stage. Each of them had rank 3 cultivation, and were most proficient in joint attacks. The young man relied on the three brothers' abilities, and had another 20 years of wealth. During this period, he asked the three brothers to bring tea and water, and used yuan stone, and they all agreed. But after 20 years, the three brothers repaid the debt, and left him. Because he had already forgotten how to work, and was even more ashamed of begging, he did not even know how to control himself, and continued to lead a befuddled life. Not even half a month later, he died. Of course, these were all things that happened in Fang Yuan's previous life. Right now, the three demonic goo masters had not found this half-token. And this half-token was already in Fang Yuan's hands. As for that young man, who cared about his life or death? According to his previous life's memories, this half-token would only be found by the three demonic goo masters next year. But now, Fang Yuan had the half-token, and brought by Ningbing and Xianxia to find them. The three brothers also set up a stall in front of their house, enjoying themselves. It's Lord Fangzheng. And Lord Bai Ningbing. Seeing Fang and Bai, the three quickly stood up. They had all been beaten up by Fang Yuan or by Ningbing. In this world, strength was respected. In the demonic goo master's perspective, it was even more so. Bai Ningbing had rank 4 cultivation, and Fang Yuan defeated Zhu Kai Bei, thus all the demonic goo masters respected them. This time, I came to find you guys. Fang Yuan was expressionless, his gaze sweeping across the three brothers. These three brothers had the surname Xiong. The eldest was Xiong too, and was the shortest among the three brothers. He was an Earth Path rank 3 upper stage goo master. The second brother was Xiong. He was bare-chested and wore short pants, and his body was red. He was an Earth Path rank 3 upper stage. The third brother's name was Xiong Feng. He wore a bamboo hat and had a pair of phoenix eyes. He liked to squint at people. He was a Wind Path rank 3 initial stage goo master. Hearing Fang Yuan's words, the three brothers immediately felt uneasy. Xiong too quickly cupped his fists, greeting Fang Yuan, Lord Fangzheng, may I know why you are here? If my brother has eyes and unintentionally offended you in any way, I apologize to you. Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly. You must have heard that I have given up on the battle stage and chose to help Xianxia to become Shang Clan Young Master. We're short on manpower right now. The three of you can come over. The three Xiong brothers immediately frowned. They came to Shang Clan City and participated in the battle. They only had one goal, that was to become Shang Clan external elders. However, Fang Yuan wanted them to assist Xianxia, which was far from their ideals. Xianxia was just a silly little girl. Her cultivation was only at the first transition, and her aptitude was even worse. All three of them had B-grade aptitude, and together, they could even contend against a rank 4 goo master for a short period of time. The three brothers were extremely unwilling to kneel at Xianxia's feet and become her subordinates. If these words were spoken by someone else, the three brothers would have immediately attacked and beaten the person to the ground. However, it was Fang Yuan who said it. The three brothers felt very embarrassed. They had seen Fang Yuan defeat Zhu Kai Bei with their own eyes. Even if they worked together, they were not Fang Yuan's match. Fang Zheng came with ill intentions, those with good intentions won't come. He is clearly trying to force us to acknowledge him as our master. Sigh, this is an unlucky year. We actually caught Fang Zheng's eye. The three of us cannot beat him alone, not to mention he has Bai Ningbing as his helper. He even has a purple thorn token. The three brothers looked at each other, knowing each other's thoughts. They did not want to acknowledge him as their master, but the situation was against them, they could only lower their heads. However, Fang Yuan continued, I don't want to force you, if you want to come, then come. If you don't want to, I won't force you. The three brothers looked at each other, not knowing if Fang Yuan was speaking the truth or just trying to show off his elegance. In the end, Xiong Feng was the youngest, he mustered his courage and said carefully, Lord Fangzheng, to speak the truth, we are used to living like wild cranes. We really don't want to participate in the Shang Clan Young Master Contest. So. The other two smiled sheepishly, nodding and bowing to Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows, his eyes shining with a sharp and cold light. You three are really daring, you dare to reject my invitation? The three brothers' hearts thumped. Xiong Tu quickly cupped his fists, explaining hurriedly, it's not like that, it's not like that. Lord Fangzheng, don't misunderstand, we feel honored to be recruited by you. My third brother is too excited, he doesn't know how to speak, he can't express his meaning. Actually, he wants to say that he really wants to join Lady Shang Xianxia. Yes. That's exactly what I mean. Xiong Feng quickly agreed. Since that's the case, I can rest assured. You three are so eager, Xianxia, just accept them. Fang Yuan turned around and said to Shang Xianxia. At the side, Bai Ningbing frowned slightly. Forcefully recruiting people like this will not win their hearts, what's the use of having subordinates who seem united but are actually divided? Shang Xianxia had the same concerns, but she still chose to believe in Fang Yuan. She took a step forward, saying to the three brothers, from now on, work hard. Yes. Xiong Clan's three brothers greet Lady Xianxia. The three brothers cupped their fists and bowed, answering weakly. Ha. Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed. The three brothers scolded in their hearts, Fangzheng is too despicable, he's the son of AB*TCH, yet he still wants to maintain a chastity. He speaks righteously, but his actions are the worst. Oh right, I almost forgot something. Take a good look. Fang Yuan suddenly stopped laughing, taking out half a token and tossing it to Xiong Tuesday. Xiong Tu subconsciously reached out and caught the token. What is this? The other two brothers also looked over curiously. But soon after, the three brothers were dumbfounded. This is his? Xiong Tu, who had always been calm, cursed in agitation. Xiong Hua snatched the token and turned it around to look at it. Xiong Feng also saw some clues, and urged his brother Xiong Tu, big brother, quickly take out our token. Under Bai Ningbing and Shang Xianxi's strange gaze, Xiong Tu took out the other half of the token. When the two tokens fit together perfectly, the token started to emit a flame-like glow. This is real. The three Xiong clan brothers' eyes widened. Xiong Tu's hands that were holding the token were trembling slightly. What's going on? Bai Ningbing and Shang Xianxi were confused. Xiong clan brothers, do you think I'll come looking for you for no reason? What are you waiting for? Fang Yuan spoke at the right time. His words woke the three brothers up. Grandfather once said that no matter who the owner of the token is, even if he's an enemy, he has to repay the kindness of the past. That's right, even though grandfather is trapped, we cannot tarnish his reputation. From today onwards, Lady Xianxia is our new master. However, it was only for 20 years. 20 years is enough for us to repay the kindness. The three brothers spoke one after another and quickly came to an agreement. Immediately after, they knelt on one knee and cupped their fists towards Shang Xianxia. Xiong Tu, Xiong Hua, Xiong Feng, three brothers greet Lady Xianxia. They shouted together, their tone different from before, filled with sincerity and excitement. Big brother Hey Tu, what's going on? Shang Xianxia immediately knew that these three had submitted to her in body and mind. She became even more curious. Fang Yuan chuckled, this is a long story. Let's not talk about it for now. Next, I'll bring you to recruit another person. The group of 6 arrived at the slave market. In this world, there was a slave business. Any first-rate family or super first-rate family with great power would be in the slave business. Shang Clan City's slave business was personally managed by the head of the 5 great clan elders, Shang Buli. The slave business was too profitable, and Shang Clan's higher-ups would not be at ease handing it over to an external clan elder. Thus, it had always been handled by Shang Clan members. Fang Yuan had planned this first, and had already investigated the situation. He walked in front, leading the group, and with great familiarity, they arrived at a cage. In the cage, there were many people imprisoned. Lady Xianxia, Lord Fangzheng, Lord Bai Ningbing, are you here to buy slaves? If so, I don't recommend you to buy the people in these cages. A Gu master in charge of business immediately walked over. Oh? Why is that? Shang Xianxia asked. Lady Xianxia might not know. These people are from Wei Clan. Wei Clan had a coup some time ago, and the younger brother of Wei Clan leader seized the position. These people in the cages are the clansmen of Wei Clan leader's faction. They were all sold by the current Wei Clan leader. The Gu master answered. Shang Xianxia immediately understood why this Gu master did not recommend her to buy these slaves. Wei Clan was a first-rate clan. Although it could not compare to Shang Clan, it was famous in the southern border. Wei Clan's coup was said to be supported by Shang Yanfei. The current Wei Clan leader had even sent his family to Shang Clan as hostages. Many Wei Clan elders had also secretly transferred their assets to Shang Clan. Wei Clan could be said to be Shang Clan's puppet. To Shang Xianxia, who was competing to become Shang Clan young master, these people were like hot potatoes. Chapter 335. This. Lord Fangzheng, are you sure you want to buy them? The Gu master in charge asked hesitantly. What, are you questioning my decision? Fang Yuan glanced at this Gu master lightly. This Gu master chuckled. He was a Shang Clan clansman and was not afraid of Fang Yuan like the 3 Xiong clan brothers. I don't dare, I don't dare. He cupped his fists and turned to Shang Xianxia. If I am not wrong, Lord Fang wants to buy these people to increase Lady Xianxia's manpower. But these people are at a disadvantage in the competition for the young master position. Lady Xianxia, you are so intelligent, what do you think? Shang Xianxia looked at Fang Yuan and smiled. Brother He Tu's thoughts are my thoughts. Just do as I say. Is that so? The Gu master in charge was stunned for a moment before smiling. Since Lady Xianxia insists, I will do as you say. Honestly speaking, I support and look favorably upon Lady Xianxia. You talk too much nonsense. Fang Yuan coldly looked at the Gu master in charge, interrupting him with a cold voice. He he. The Gu master laughed, then I will handle it for you. But there are too many people and the procedures are complicated, you will need to wait for a day. After a day. Bam! Fang Yuan raised his leg and kicked fiercely. That Gu master did not expect Fang Yuan to attack him and was caught off guard, getting kicked in the stomach. He flew 30 steps away and crashed into an innocent passerby. falling on the ground and vomiting blood before fainting. Who dares to attack in Shang clan's inner city? You don't want to live? Quickly surrender and be captured. Such a commotion immediately caused a commotion. The slave market was heavily guarded and soon, 3 groups of Gu masters surrounded it. I was the one who kicked. Fang Yuan stood out without fear. It's Fang Zheng. The aggressive group saw Fang Yuan and immediately became sluggish. Fang Yuan had rank 4 battle strength while they were only rank 2. The leader had the highest cultivation level, rank 3 initial stage. However, it was not even enough to fill the gaps between Fang Yuan's teeth. Fang Yuan calmly took out his redbud token again. Shang clan's Gu masters saw this token and their morale fell to rock bottom. The leader's ferocious face suddenly changed. With a smile on his face, he said to Fang Yuan politely, Lord Fangzheng, we all know that you are our Shang clan's honored guest. But even if you are an esteemed guest, you can't casually attack in Shang clan, you even injured my clansmen. According to the rules of Shang clan city. According to the rules, I should be fined 49 yuan stone, Fang Yuan said. The leader was stunned, he did not expect Fang Yuan to be so familiar with Shang clan's rules. Fang Yuan threw out a bag of yuan stone and waved his hand, there are 50 yuan stone in here, keep the change. The leader took the primeval stones, feeling like he was a beggar. With a stunned and confused expression, he left with the others. If Fang Yuan did not have the strength, even with the redbud token, he would not be able to handle this situation. But now that he had the strength, even in Shang clan city, beating up a Shang clan clansman, as long as he was not an important person, was nothing. The Gu master in charge fainted from Fang Yuan's kick. At the slave market, another Gu master was sent to take care of them. We will buy all the people in this cage. Fang Yuan pointed at the cage and said. The people in the cage looked at Fang Yuan, most of them had a numb expression or a lifeless gaze. But a few stared angrily at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's casual attitude in buying and selling goods made them feel insulted. Yes, yes, yes. The new Gu master wiped his sweat as he bowed to Fang Yuan. In less than 15 minutes, all the procedures were done. This is a rank 3 poison scorpion Gu, please keep it well Lord Fangzheng. Finally, the Gu master presented a Gu worm to Fang Yuan with both hands. This poison scorpion Gu was pure white, like a flawless porcelain, and was only the size of 2 fingers. This was a rank 3 Gu worm, it only had one ability, to defecate. The scorpion's defecation was black like a bean, it was a rank 2 Gu. As the saying goes, scorpion defecation is unique. This scorpion defecation Gu's poison was very unique. Once someone was planted, the corresponding poison scorpion Gu had to sting it once every 7 days before it could be removed. This was the most commonly used method to control slaves. Although there was slavery Gu with better effects, it was a rank 5 Gu. It was expensive and rare, not something ordinary people could afford. Shang Xianxia could not activate the poison scorpion Gu, and could not make it defecate. But using it to sting people did not expend primeval essence. This poison scorpion Gu, Fang Yuan was going to refine it first, before giving it to Shang Xianxia. It was too difficult for Shang Xianxia to refine this Gu alone. What did you say? That group of people from the Wei clan was bought by someone? What did I tell you? I told you to take good care of them. After I settle the score with Shang Qiu and the situation calms down, I will buy them. In the room, Shang Pu Lao's expression was ugly as he reprimanded the Gu master in charge. The Gu master in charge was lying on the bed with a pale face. After being kicked by Fang Yuan, he had just woken up. But now, Shang Pu Lao came to question him. Young Master Pu Lao, I've already tried my best. I wanted to sow discord, but that Shang Xianxia only listened to Fangzheng. I wanted to stall for time, but before I finished speaking, Fangzheng kicked me unconscious. The Gu master in charge laid on the bed weakly, crying out in grievance. Sigh, these Wei clan people were once in high positions, holding authority in Wei clan. They have their own cultivation and management abilities. If I could obtain them, I could create half of Wei clan. Among them, especially Wei clan's Madame Wei Xianxia, she is most skilled in nurturing guards. Wei clan leader's guard army was famous for a while. They had successfully dealt with many assassinations and sneak attacks, and even resisted the attacks of 5 rank 3 Gu masters. If it wasn't for this, how could it have dispersed just like that? Shang Pu Lao heaved a long sigh. Let me ask you, can this matter be salvaged? He looked at the Gu master in charge with a sharp gaze. The Gu master shook his head helplessly, saying with a sobbing tone, the people were taken away by them, there were no problems with the procedures, it is hard to find fault with them. Young master, I have let you down. Forget it, take care of your injuries. Shang Pu Lao heard this and lost interest. After consoling him, he flicked his sleeves and left. The next morning, at Nanqiu Garden Square, over 30 Wei clan members stood. Fang Yuan and Shang Xianxia came together. Just earlier, Shang Xianxia had already grasped the poisoned scorpion Gu with Fang Yuan's help. Rank 3 Gu was too strong for her. Thus, Fang Yuan chose other Gu worms to help Shang Xianxia control the poisoned scorpion Gu. From today onwards, Shang Xianxia is your master. Come and pay your respects. Fang Yuan handed the poisoned scorpion Gu to Shang Xianxia in front of everyone. The Wei clan members slowly kneeled on the ground, paying their respects to Shang Xianxia. Their voices were weak, filled with helplessness, numbness, and all sorts of other emotions, like they were made of wood. They were chased out by the clan, they had high positions and were well fed, but now they were slaves. Thus, it was normal for them to be depressed and dispirited. Would they be able to rest assured when using such a person? Shang Xianxia sympathized, but was also worried. Wei Xian, come out, I want to talk to you alone. Fang Yuan stretched out his hand, pointing at a person in the middle of the crowd. The crowd immediately became restless. Many pairs of eyes that were originally dull suddenly burst forth with a strong and fierce light. What do you want? Many people stood up at the same time, protecting Wei Xian. I'm warning you, don't even touch a hair on the madam. A person pointed at Fang Yuan, his face full of vigilance. Slap. Fang Yuan's expression sank, he took a step forward and slapped. The person who was pointing at him was immediately sent flying by a powerful force. Blood flowed, his teeth were shattered on the ground. It seems you still do not understand reality. Although I spent a huge sum to buy you, I don't mind killing a few of you for fun. But I don't mind killing a few of you for fun. Even if I want to do anything to your clan leader's wife, can you stop me? Fang Yuan's expression was cold, his voice as cold as ice. You. The Wei clan was furious, some of the youths clenched their fists tightly, but did not dare to act rashly. All of you, leave. Wei Xian took the initiative to dismiss the people around her and walked out. Although there was dirt on her face, it could not hide her peach-like beauty. She bowed to Fang Yuan, I wonder why Lord Fangzheng called for me? Fang Yuan snorted coldly, using a sharp gaze to size up Wei Xian's body. Madam Wei, you talk too much. Come with me, just listen carefully. With that, he turned and walked away. Wei Xian was helpless, she bit her lips and followed Fang Yuan to the pavilion by the lake. A cool breeze blew gently, the small lake rippled. Carp swam freely in the lake, the green leaves connected together, and red and white lotus flowers dotted the lake. Such a beautiful scenery made Wei Xian slightly relax. Who knew what Fang Yuan said next, made her nervous again. She only heard Fang Yuan say, Madam Wei, I am very interested in you. Wei Xian quickly kneeled on the ground, this servant is lowly, my looks are shallow, it is this servant's fortune to receive Lord Fangzheng's favor. But this servant does not dare to stain Lord's majestic body with this withered body. Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan laughed lightly 3 times. Wei de Xian, don't misunderstand. I am very interested in your talent, but your looks, to me, are only a set of withered skin and bones. Next, you need to train a group of loyal female guards for Xianxia. At the same time, you need to explain clearly to the people of your Wei clan, tell them to work hard, and have a positive attitude. Hearing Fang Yuan say this, Wei de Xian heaved a sigh of relief, and quickly nodded, yes, this servant will definitely do as Lord says. He. Fang Yuan laughed deeply a few times, and stared at Wei de Xian with deep meaning. Madam Wei, I know you are pregnant, and I also know your plan. You want to protect your husband's only bloodline, and at the same time, you want to contact your blood brother, Wei Xianxia, to help you take revenge. Is that right? Chapter 336. Wei de Xian's pregnancy was something she had deduced from her own reaction. The new life in her belly brought her great hope in life. This was her greatest secret, but she did not expect an outsider to expose it in just a few days. How could she not be shocked? How could she not panic? In Fang Yuan's previous life's memories, it was Wei de Xian who helped Shang Pu Lao defeat Shang Qiu, and became a popular candidate for young tribe leader. But during the righteous and demonic war, Wei de Xian and Wei Shenzhen secretly cooperated and helped Wu tribe plot against Shang clan. She destroyed Wei tribe's village and took revenge for her husband's death. After the matter was exposed, Wei de Xian, who caused Shang Yanfei's first loss, became famous. Shang Pu Lao was also implicated and exiled. His fate was pitiful. His success was because of Wei de Xian, and also because of her. Wei de Xian's talent was outstanding, and now she was in Fang Yuan's hands. It was not hard for Fang Yuan to control her and make her work for Shang Xianxia. Wei de Xian, don't be afraid. As long as you work hard to support Shang Xianxia, I will not do anything to you. In fact, I will even help you raise the son in your womb. Also, I advise you not to search for your brother Wei Shenzhen in the short term. He has already been recruited by Wu tribe, and is being monitored daily. If you don't believe me, you can go and ask around. Fang Yuan rubbed his fingers as he sat on the stone stool. His tone was like he had everything under control. Wei de Xian was stunned by his aura. She knelt on the ground, her expression changed. She opened her mouth a few times, but chose to keep quiet in the end. Finally, she bowed deeply to Fang Yuan, her forehead touching the ground as she said respectfully, "This concubine," but just as she spoke, Fang Yuan interrupted her, "No need to say more, it is useless. The performance of you and your clansmen will be the best answer to that question. You can leave." Fang Yuan waved his hand. Wei de Xian retreated. Fang Yuan sat in the pavilion and did not get up for a while. He looked at Wei de Xian's back as she gradually disappeared into the green forest. He knew that after this conversation, she would definitely do her best to assist Shang Xianxia. After all, in his previous life, Shang Pulao had also used the child in her womb to entice her to support him. A cool breeze blew over as Fang Yuan gazed at the surface of the lake. The ripples of the lake reflected in his dark and deep eyes. He was deep in thought. Now that Shang Xianxia has the Wei family, she has the backbone of the middle and lower class. With Wei de Xian, he would be able to form a female guard, forming a strong and stable armed force. There were also the 3 brothers of the Xiong family who could be trusted. My personal maids, Xiao Dai and Xiao Lan, can be trusted aides. In this way, the general framework of power has been constructed. This was more than enough to deal with this young master battle. However, if they could recruit Zhou Quan and make him the chief steward, then they would definitely win the battle for the position of young master. Wei de Xian, the 3 brothers of the Xiong family, Xiao Dai, Xiao Lan and the others would all be trusted aides, while Zhou Quan would be the commander. Fang Yuan was clear that with Zhou Quan's help, Xianxia would definitely be able to obtain the position of young master, and at the same time, become more and more stable. Even if Xianxia did not work hard, with Zhou Quan's help, her force would become more stable and slowly expand. Only Zhou Quan could suppress these subordinates of Xianxia. Right now, even Xianxia could not control these talents. After all, Xianxia was still too young, her aptitude was not high, and her cultivation was insufficient. In the world of Gu masters, the rules of the game were cruel and real, and the most important thing was strength. Everything else could be put aside. However, it was not so easy to subdue Zhou Quan. Especially now that the rumors were spreading, describing how Xianxia had failed to recruit Zhou Quan more than 10 times. Fang Yuan was clear in his heart that someone was causing trouble in the dark, using this matter to attack Xianxia's prestige. However, even though Fang Yuan knew, he did not stop them. The time was not ripe yet, and he already had a plan. A few days later, on a night, in Nanqiu Garden's secret room. Swish swish swish, in the aperture, waves surged and swept up millions of silver snowflakes. Rank 3 peak stage primeval essence, under Fang Yuan's control, swept towards the aperture walls. Like a stampede of 10,000 beasts, or like a galactic river, 90% of the primeval sea swept in all directions, far more majestic than middle or low-grade aptitude. Countless primeval essence continuously rushed towards the aperture walls. Bit by bit, the nourishment caused Fang Yuan's aperture walls to quietly undergo some kind of hidden transformation. When this transformation accumulated to a certain extent, it would cause a qualitative change from quantitative to qualitative, advancing by leaps and bounds, reaching a new realm. This realm was rank 4. Fang Yuan used the relic Gu to advance to rank 3 peak stage. And with the help of Bai Ningbing and Bone Flesh Unity Gu, his cultivation had been advancing rapidly. Every day, he made huge progress, it was unimaginable to ordinary people. Rank 4, I am only a step away from rank 4. In Fang Yuan's heart, this realization was getting stronger. But the primeval sea was getting lower and lower. The snow-silver primeval essence was being consumed intensely, advancing to rank 4 consumed too much primeval essence. 90% was not enough, and the aperture walls had already been polished until they were sparkling and translucent, but there was no change. Although it was only a step away, it was like a deep ravine, difficult to cross. From rank 3 to rank 4, who knew how many Gu masters had stumped at this step, and how many lofty aspirations had been trapped. Just as the aperture was about to reach its bottom, at this moment, a golden waterfall flowed down from the aperture. This was the powerful assistance that Bai Ningbing had given to Fang Yuan through Bone Flesh Unity Gu in the outside world. Rank 4 Yellow Gold Primeval Essence, although it was only initial stage light gold, once it appeared, it gave Fang Yuan's aperture a throbbing feeling. The waterfall-like primeval essence, under Fang Yuan's control, turned into waves and followed the steps of the snow-silver primeval essence, rushing towards the aperture walls. Everything that had been accumulated earlier was raised to a higher level at this moment. Crack crack. Following a soft sound, the walls of the aperture started to crack. In the cracks, white light shone dazzlingly. The cracks continued to expand, and the crystal walls started to crumble, like an iceberg collapsing, sinking into the primeval sea piece by piece, turning into nothingness. After 2 hours, under the continuous support of Bai Ningbing's primeval essence, this transformation finally ended. The original crystal walls had disappeared, replaced by a thin layer of light. But it was even brighter, illuminating the entire aperture in white light. A trace of light gold primeval essence seeped out from the bottom of the sea. Yellow gold primeval essence. This signified that Fang Yuan had also entered rank 4 realm. I have finally reached rank 4. It has only been 2 to 3 years, and I have already improved so much in Shang Clan City. Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes, shining brilliantly, like a flash of lightning in the dark secret room. He was very satisfied with this result. In a short period of 2 to 3 years, he had advanced to rank 4. The main contributors were Bone Flesh Unity Gu, by Ning Bing, and the favorable environment of Shang Clan City. At the same time, there was his rich experience from his previous life, as well as his own hard work. Advancing to rank 4 was stepping into a whole new world. In the mortal world, rank 1 and rank 2 were at the bottom, rank 3 were the middle tier, and rank 4 and rank 5 were the upper echelons. Many clan leaders had rank 4 cultivation level. If Guyue village still existed, Fang Yuan could already compete for the clan leader position. Whether it was southern border, central plains or other places, rank 4 cultivation allowed a Gu master to roam the world. As long as a Gu master had rank 4 cultivation, they would at least be a hero of a region. Many clans only had 1 or 2 rank 4 Gu masters. Fang Yuan could only be considered to have matured after reaching this step, surpassing the majority of Gu masters. Since rebirth, I have reached rank 4. Compared to my previous life, it is many times faster. Step by step, accumulating advantages to reach today's achievement. This is the huge help from my previous life's experience. It is all thanks to Spring-Autumn Cicada. Fang Yuan was getting more and more aware of the power of the rank 6 Spring-Autumn Cicada. It was because of Spring-Autumn Cicada that he could rebirth. However, although I advanced to rank 4, Spring-Autumn Cicada's recovery speed is faster. Right now, the pressure it exerts on my aperture is also increasing. Rank 4 is a brand new starting point. The light gold primeval essence allows me to use more rank 4 Gu. Next, I need to refine charging crash Gu. But before that, I have one more thing to do. 4th Inner City. This is the house Zhou Quan is in charge of. Fang Yuan stood in front of a courtyard, his hands behind his back as he asked indifferently. Immediately, a subordinate reported, "Yes, Lord Fangzheng." Right now, standing behind Fang Yuan were Bai Ningbing, Xiao Dai and the 3 Xiong brothers, as well as Wei De Xian who had just replenished some Gu worms and recovered some strength. "This is the place, miss, and I have been here many times, but the door was shut in our face." Xiao Dai added angrily. "Lord, if you wish to see my master, please hand over your visiting card. My master is still taking an afternoon nap." The courtyard's doorman walked forward with an arrogant attitude. He recognized Xiao Dai and understood that this was Shang Xianxia's people. Afternoon nap? Visiting card? He. Fang Yuan sneered, his expression suddenly turned grim as he waved his hand, "Go, smash." He. The people behind him were stunned. The 3 Xiong brothers were the first to step forward. "You, what are you trying to do?" The doorman was incomparably frightened as he shouted. "Little thing blocking the way, get lost." Xiong Huo laughed sinisterly, raising his leg and kicking the doorman away. Bam! Xiong Tu used brute force and forcefully smashed the courtyard's door open. "What are you trying to do?" Some servants ran over, but seeing the group of fiendish Gu masters, they immediately became terrified. Clang clang clang, bam bam bam, Fang Yuan's group rampaged and barged into Zhou Quan's house, smashing everything they saw and beating people up. Xiong Feng even took liberties with some pretty maids. Chapter 337. What do we do, Master? The steward trembled as he ran to Zhou Quan, asking for instructions. Zhou Quan had already woken up, seeing Fang Yuan's group wreaking havoc in his house, his expression was ashen. This Fangzheng is simply lawless. He actually dares to use force in Shang Clan City. Wait, this aura, he is clearly rank 4. Heavens, how old is he? He has already advanced to rank 4. Zhou Quan observed in secret, suddenly his eyes opened wide, revealing a shocked expression. He was once a rank 4 Gu master, a clan leader. But he only reached rank 4 realm when he was 40 or 50 years old. Fang Yuan's age had already been known by everyone in the battle stage. He was only 20 years old. What kind of outstanding talent was this? Zhou Quan sighed inwardly, feeling envy and jealousy, anger and helplessness. Fang Zheng has also advanced to rank 4, he is a true rank 4 Gu master. He also has the purple thorn token, and now Shang Xianxia has a relationship with Shang Chaofeng. This person is too arrogant. Not long ago he caused trouble in the slave market, and was only fined 49 yuan stone. His future is bright, he is likely to become a rank 5 expert. According to rumors, Shang Yanfei thinks highly of him. Now even Shang clan is turning a blind eye to him. How can I fight him? I can't afford to offend him, but can't I just hide? Thinking of this, Zhou Quan sighed, saying to the old steward, quickly pack up, we will move to a shop. The other party is too strong, we need to lie low for this period of time. Yes, master. The old steward hurriedly went to pack up. A moment later, everyone turned the courtyard upside down. The elegant and quiet courtyard was now in a mess. Lord, we searched, but did not find Zhou Quan. Xiong Tu reported. He must have snuck out from the back door. He can't have gone far, he must be hiding in a shop. However, this was also within my expectations. I purposely left a back door, hee. Fang Yuan laughed coldly. Zhou Quan thought he would care about Shang clan and not cause trouble. But what kind of person was Fang Yuan? In his heart, even the super first-rate merchants were nothing more than a slightly larger stepping stone. Have you prepared everything that I have instructed you to do? Fang Yuan turned around and asked Wei Daxin. Wei Daxian quickly replied, it's ready. Very well. Fang Yuan waved his hand. Let's go. Everyone walked out of the courtyard and immediately caused a commotion. Shang clan city had always been peaceful and stable. Fang Yuan had caused a huge commotion when he smashed up the courtyard, attracting the attention of many people. Furthermore, Fang Yuan instructed Wei Daxian to spread the news. Therefore, it created an even more sensational effect. Countless passers-by were attracted over. Let's go. Fang Yuan walked in front, leading the group through the streets. Along the way, more and more passers-by were attracted by the liveliness, almost forming a phenomenon of rubbing shoulders. Master, that Fang Zheng has brought people here again. The old butler reported in panic. Don't worry. This shop is Shang clan's property, even if he had more guts, he would not dare to barge in. Zhou Quan stroked his goatee, consoling. But just as he finished speaking, there was a loud bang. Under everyone's gaze, Fang Yuan had sent the shop's door flying with a kick. Then, he took a big step into the shop. Wait. A group of Shang clan city guards walked out with gloomy expressions. Fang Yuan's group had such a huge commotion, the city guards were already attracted by them. This is Shang clan's shop, you cannot barge in here. You are violating Shang clan city's rules. The leader of the city guards was sweating profusely as he shouted. It was his turn to be on duty today. If he did not stand up now, Shang clan city would definitely punish him for his negligence in the future. But Fang Yuan did not care about him, continuing to walk in as if he did not hear him. The rest of the people entered one after another. Bai Ningbing stayed behind, looking coldly at the city guard leader, emitting a rank 4 aura. So what if we barge in now? Can you stop us? The leader, who was only a rank 2 cultivator, felt his heart trembling. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva, his face extremely pale, but he still shouted with all his might, even if we cannot stop you, we have to do our best. Because this is Shang clan city, this is our duty. You have to know, Lord Fang Zheng's actions have already violated our Shang clan city's 3rd chapter, Rule 25. Of course we know, it's just a fine. Bai Ningbing raised his eyebrows, throwing a bag of yuan stones at the leader's face. There are 500 yuan stones in this bag, keep the change. We still need to smash it later, pay up first. Saying this, Bai Ningbing followed them into the shop. The leader stood stupidly on the spot, holding the heavy bag of yuan stones, stunned by Bai Ningbing's imposing manner. Too arrogant, too arrogant. The passers-by excitedly shouted. I have never seen anyone who dares to act so arrogantly in Shang Clan City. Fangzheng and Bai Ningbing are rank 4 Gu masters, they have the strength and the purple thorn token. With the redbud token as his capital, who else would dare to do it? Even if I have the strength and qualifications, I might not dare. Their guts are too big. They actually dared to do this in broad daylight. Really? The passers-by discussed, many people were dumbstruck. Some people wanted to enter the shop to watch the show, but they were either blocked by the men left behind by Fang Yuan, or chased away by the city guards. Leader, are we going in? A city guard asked carefully. What for? To continue throwing yuan stones at our faces? The leader suddenly shouted, wait for Lord Clan Elder to come and deal with it. Back to Fang Yuan, he walked into the shop. Fangzheng, what are you trying to do? You dare to attack Shang Clan's shop, do you still want to stay in Shang Clan? Zhou Quan's face was ashen, he wanted to use Shang Clan's name to suppress Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan sneered, looking at Zhou Quan with disdain, old thing, aren't you taking a nap at home? Why are you hiding here? You and I are smart people, let's not beat around the bush, I am here for you. I will give you 2 choices, one is to submit, the other is to die. You choose. He, young man, I advise you not to be so arrogant. Zhou Quan squeezed out a smile, his arrogant nature flared up, he was unwilling to lose, you want to touch me, but look at where you are? Fang Yuan laughed loudly. What are you laughing at? Zhou Quan's expression was extremely ugly. You have lived for so many years, your eyesight is terrible. Why can't you see that I am different from Shang Xianxia? Well, I'll be merciful enough to give you an opportunity to know me well. Fang Yuan said as he suddenly shouted and attacked. Zhou Quan did not expect Fang Yuan to be so unbridled, he was immediately ambushed and fell to the ground, almost fainting. But he had a strong foundation, he quickly got up and fought with Fang Yuan. Boom boom boom, the intense sounds of battle spread out. The crowd outside the house was also stirred up. He is attacking, he is attacking. He really dared to attack, this Fangzheng is too daring, too crazy. Zhou Quan is going to be unlucky to encounter him. Everyone sighed, almost no one thought Zhou Quan would win. The crowd's eyes were bright. The battle in the shop ended quickly, Zhou Quan was not Fang Yuan's match. He still had hidden injuries, even though he was rank 3 peak stage, he could not block the powerful Fang Yuan. The shop was unavoidably affected, half of it was destroyed. After the dust settled, everyone saw Zhou Quan lying on the ground after being beaten by Fang Yuan, bleeding and with broken bones, he could not move. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan was standing, he stepped on Zhou Quan's head, his fierce gaze was filled with power. Lord Fangzheng, what are you doing? 3 Shang clan elders rushed over and asked coldly. What are your eyes doing? Can't you see it is so obvious? I am beating him up. Fang Yuan rolled his eyes and replied loudly. The crowd laughed. Lord Fangzheng, we are not here to joke with you. This matter is too serious, do you know what the consequences will be? The elders' expressions were grave and solemn. Under Fang Yuan's feet, Zhou Quan snickered coldly, when he opened his mouth, a string of blood foam came out. This time, Fangzheng is too rash. This matter is too big, I don't know how to end it. Even though Fangzheng is a great genius, he is not a Shang clan clansman. Under everyone's gazes, Fang Yuan laughed loudly, of course I know what the consequences will be. Not only that, I also know the consequences of killing this person. Saying so, he took out his purple thorn token. Elders, if I kill someone in Shang Clan City, it will be a serious violation of the peace of Shang Clan City. According to the city rules, I will lose this purple thorn token, am I right? Fang Yuan asked back. Yes. An elder immediately replied. After getting a clear answer, Fang Yuan's lips curled up, forming a cold smile. Then, he clenched his fist, crushing the purple thorn token into pieces. This sudden change immediately caused the crowd to burst into a wave of intense cries of surprise. The three elders' pupils shrunk. Fangjing actually crushed the purple thorn token. That's a purple gold command token. He actually crushed it. What a waste. Fangjing doesn't even want the purple thorn token, he clearly wants Zhou Quan's life. Zhou Quan is too arrogant, he rejected Shang Xianxia's recruitment many times, and ended up angering Fang Yuan. He is really unlucky. Seeing the purple thorn token's fragments fall to the ground, even splashing on his face, Zhou Quan's sneer froze. This is a purple thorn token. Fangjing even destroyed the purple thorn token, he wants to take my life. Is he crazy? Chapter 338. He originally thought that Fang Yuan wanted to teach him a lesson. But he didn't expect that Fang Yuan wanted to kill him, and was even willing to pay such an expensive price like the Redbud token. For me, you are so brave and ruthless, is it worth it? Zhou Quan wanted to cry after receiving such attention from Fang Yuan. He was a normal person. He was also afraid of death. Or else, after the Zhou clan was destroyed, he would be alone and heavily injured, he would have taken the chance to die. But he survived. Survival was every living being's instinct. He rejected Shang Xianxia because he didn't like her. He was naturally arrogant, and was once the leader of a clan, how could he submit to a silly little girl? But he didn't expect things to become so big. Now he was facing the threat of death. Fang Yuan's craziness was something he never expected. If I had known this, I would have listened to that girl and let it go. But I actually ended up like this. Zhou Quan's heart was filled with intense regret. Although he was arrogant, he was not stupid. Between survival and arrogance, of course survival was the priority. Or else he wouldn't have been a stray dog, living without purpose until now. That's right, I understand now. I rejected Shang Xianxia multiple times, and severely damaged her reputation. Fangjing is also Shang Xianxi's biggest supporter, so he wanted to get rid of me. Shang Yifan misled me. Feeling the increasing killing intent from Fang Yuan, Zhou Quan's mind was in a mess. With his intelligence, he only needed to probe a little to understand that the rumors on the streets were caused by Shang Yifan. At first, he was still very pleased with himself, hiding his pride. These rumors would be an excellent excuse for him to reject Shang Xianxia. At the same time, from the rumors, he could see how highly Shang Yifan regarded him. If he really couldn't, he could rely on Shang Yifan. There was no difference between Shang Yifan and Shang Xianxia to him. As long as he was willing to assist them, he could make them the young master. This was Zhou Quan's confidence. But now he was filled with regret. It was because of these rumors that caused Fang Yuan to have killing intent towards him. It was too late for him to rely on Shang Yifan now. Fang Yuan was a madman, he didn't play by the rules at all. This time, Zhou Quan was completely screwed. Zhou Quan was lying on the ground, his bones were broken, and his face was being stepped on by Fang Yuan, he couldn't move at all. He opened his mouth, wanting to beg for mercy. But when the words reached his mouth, he couldn't say it. There are so many people watching. Begging for mercy in front of everyone would be a complete disgrace. But if I don't beg for mercy and surrender, my life will be over. At this crucial moment, Zhou Quan's arrogance was still. At this moment, Zhou Quan's arrogance still remained. Zhou Quan said. Zhou Quan, since you don't know what's good for you, then you're not a hero. That Fang Yuan to Fang Yuan, Zhou Yu, Yu, T. T to Zhou, Yu to T, 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 Zhou, Zhou, Zhou goes. Quan, T, Fang to Fang, Fang, Tian, but Fang Yuan's leg exerted so much force that his cheeks were stuck. Zhou Quan wanted to say something, but he couldn't. Zhou Quan panicked. Wait, I don't want to die. I want to beg, I want to surrender, let me talk. He roared in his mind. At the same time, he used all his remaining strength to swing his arms and legs. He grabbed Fang Yuan's calf, but Fang Yuan's body was like steel, he didn't move. My life is over. Just when Zhou Quan was in despair, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. Big brother He Tu, have mercy. Xianxia rushed to the scene. Xianxia, looks like I couldn't hide it from you. I know you're thirsty for talent, but don't plead for this guy. This kind of person deserves to die. Fang Yuan replied coldly, but he was slowly withdrawing his strength. No, big brother He Tu, I want to speak. Xianxia insisted. She continued, Big brother, you haven't known old Mr. Zhou Quan for a long time, but I know him better. Old Mr. Zhou has always wanted to rebuild the Zhou family. He had a heavy responsibility on his shoulders, and his ambition couldn't be fulfilled. He had once spoken to me in sorrow, saying that he couldn't let go of his family. Before his wife died, she had asked him to rebuild the family. These years, he had been carrying a heavy burden, fighting hard. He had his own difficulties. It's like this. Fang Yuan withdrew most of his strength, his expression changing slightly. Why don't I remember speaking to you? Zhou Quan felt strange. When his wife died, he wasn't even at the scene. But he soon realized that this was a show put up by Xianxia and Fang Yuan. Actually, Fang Yuan and Xianxia still wanted to recruit him. They used Shang Clan City as a stage, and put up a good show in front of everyone. What they said just now was a prearranged stage. Not only did they proclaim Xianxia's benevolence and thirsty for talent, they also gave him a way out. Such a good plan, a good plan. I, the great Zhou clan leader, have fallen in the hands of these juniors. The new generation truly surpasses the old. Zhou Quan gritted his teeth, sighing in his heart. There was anger, hatred, and also helplessness. I see. I didn't expect old Mr. Zhou to be such an ambitious person. However, you are still foolish. Assisting Xianxia does not conflict with your ambition to rebuild the Zhou family. For your ideals, you are not afraid of death, I admire you. But you don't know, dying is easy, but enduring humiliation for your ideals, carrying a heavy burden and moving forward, that is true courage. Fang Yuan said loudly. When Zhou Quan heard this, how could he not know that Fang Yuan was giving him a way out? This was very likely the last step. If he did not grasp it, then his life would be over, he would not have any more chances. Thinking of this old man opened his mouth, sigh. Geniuses will appear in every generation, those who succeed are the teachers. After hearing your words today, I am enlightened. Fang Yuan released his leg. Xianxia was overjoyed, quickly helping Zhou Quan up. Zhou Quan endured the pain all over his body, stood up shakily, and knelt down towards Xianxia. Zhou Quan greets Lady Xianxia. What did you say? Zhou Quan actually acknowledged that silly girl as his master? In the study room, Shang Yifan heard the news and was stunned for a long time. Impossible. I know Zhou Quan's personality. Even when Shang Yizi was the young master and controlled the shops in Shang Clan City, he could not recruit him. How did she, Xianxia, obtain Zhou Quan's loyalty? Shang Yifan reacted and exclaimed loudly. This is true. Old Steward Zhang sighed. Xianxia is still inexperienced, she naturally does not have the ability. But she has Fang Zheng and Bai Ningbing by her side. Honestly speaking, I underestimated Fangzheng. She didn't expect him to be a shrewd man despite his rough exterior. He purposely caused a huge ruckus, forcing Zhou Quan to acknowledge him as his master. If Zhou Quan did not acknowledge him as his master, Fangzheng would have killed him on the spot. Now, the entire street and shops are talking about this. There are rumors everywhere, saying that Zhou Quan endured humiliation in order to rebuild his clan. After being enlightened by Fangzheng, he finally chose to submit to Xianxia, who is thirsty for talent. Now, Xianxia's prestige has reached a peak. Shang Yifan heard this and was enraged. That means, we spent so much effort to spread rumors, but it was all for them? Liars, they are all liars. These rumors must have been purposely spread by them. What a good story of a meeting between a ruler and a subject. Pa! Young Master Yifan, don't be impatient. This competition is far from over. Although Xianxia has talented subordinates, they might not be able to gain their loyalty. Next, with the help of Madam's forces, we still have a high chance of winning. Old Steward Zhang said calmly. Under his persuasion, Shang Yifan's emotions gradually calmed down. He gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with a sinister light. You are right. Building a force is not something that can be done in a day. She obtained these people almost all because of Fangzheng's threats and promises. How can they truly submit? Next, I will sow discord, and use money to bribe them. I don't believe it will be ineffective. With Xianxi's planning, Fangzheng and Zhou Quan's support, Wei De Xian, the three Xiong clan brothers working together, the information business regarding the martial stage was finally established. Just like Xianxi expected, once this business opened, it caused a huge commotion and reaction. On the first day of business, they earned back all the money they had invested in the store. On the second day, it still caused a commotion. On the third day, the excitement had yet to subside. After 7 days, Xianxi's 300,000 yuan stone had increased to 440,000. Shang Yifan's schemes did not make any progress. Xianxi's force was like an iron bucket, tightly controlled by Zhou Jin. Everyone's loyalty caused the other young masters to be shocked. Shang Yifan was panicking, because he knew, if Xianxi continued to develop, with her ferocious momentum, she would definitely be the final winner. He started to borrow his mother's force to influence Shang clan's higher-ups. Xianxi's information business involved the martial stage. It was a sensitive topic. Shang clan's higher-ups and elders discussed, just as they were about to order Xianxi to stop the business, Shang Yanfei stood up and supported his daughter. Shang Yanfei's stance was the final blow to Shang Yifan. Months later, Shang Yifan and his mother's force could not reverse the situation. They were defeated by Xianxi. Xianxi succeeded Shang Yizi's position, becoming one of the 10 young masters. But the sadness of parting washed away the joy of success. Big brother He Tu, are you really in such a rush to leave? Xianxi walked out of the city gates, sending them off. You have already succeeded in becoming a young master. With your talent, you will definitely be able to hold on to it. Xianxi, all good things must come to an end. We will meet again, don't be too sad. Fang Yuan consoled, before changing the topic. Before I leave, I have something to remind you. You have to look far ahead. Above the 10 young masters, there is still young clan leader Shang Tuahai. Above Shang Tuahai, there are the 5 important clan elders of Shang clan, and your father Shang Yanfei. Above Shang Yanfei, there are Shang clan supreme elders. Big brother, don't worry. Back then, Shang Tuahai became young clan leader at the right time. The other Shang clan young masters had the geographical advantage. I have neither the right time nor the geographical advantage. Only investors and people can fight against them. Big brother, if you need anything, just inform me. As long as it is within my capabilities, I will definitely do it for you. Xianxia's eyes shone with wisdom. These words made Fangzheng and Lu Qiue involuntarily look over. As expected of the outstanding female talent who would become Shang clan leader in the future. Alright, we will meet again. Fang Yuan looked deeply at Xianxia before turning to leave. Bai Ningbing followed beside him. Their figures, one black and one white, gradually disappeared into the forest on the mountain path. Xianxia and the two maids stood on the spot for a long time, gazing at the direction where Fang and Bai disappeared without moving. Big brother He too, Sancha Mountain is dangerous, please take care. Xianxia's beautiful eyes became misty as she prayed in her heart. Chapter 339. The world of Gu Masters was vast and extraordinary. To the east, there was a vast sea with islands dotting it like stars in the sky. It was called Eastern Sea. To the west, there was the Gobi Desert, the oases were like pearls, sprinkling in the yellow sand. It was called Western Desert. To the north, there was a vast grassland, called Northern Plains. To the south, there was 100,000 mountain range, called Southern Border. And surrounded by Eastern Sea, Western Desert, Northern Plains and Southern Border, there was a central region called Central Continent. Central Continent had a vast territory, stretching for hundreds of millions of li. It had the most abundant primeval energy and many sections. Many heroes, righteous path and demonic path hid within, it could be said to be a land of heroes. Its overall strength was the strongest compared to north, south, east and west. In the southern part of Central Continent, 100,000 feet above the mountains, at the peak of the Sea of Clouds, there was a huge mountain floating in the sky. Feihe Mountain. Feihe Mountain was majestic and swift, floating in the sky in the black-white Sea of Clouds. Sunlight penetrated the clouds and shone on the green trees on the mountain, the whole mountain was green and glistening. Mountain waves and peaks surged, layer upon layer. Every time the wind blew, the Sea of Clouds on the mountain moved like boiling water. The pine and bamboo forests moved like waves, and tens of thousands of cranes cried out. Iron beak flying cranes, fire pellet cranes, phoenix tail cranes, misty cloud cranes, star aurora cranes, tens of thousands of flying cranes were either flying in the sky, resting on the pine trees or on the mountain rocks. It was a majestic and magnificent scene. The tens of thousands of cranes on Feihe Mountain were famous in Central Continent. And the Gu Masters on the mountain were famous in the world. This was Crane Gate. One of the 10 great sects of Central Continent, a peak force in Central Continent. At this time, on the sect battle stage of Crane Gate, a battle had already reached its most crucial moment. Two youths, wearing similar clothing, were fighting intensely. Both sides were advancing and retreating, sometimes tangling together, sometimes separating like they were electrocuted. Too strong. It is hard to imagine, both sides are only in their 20s. Outside the stage, the spectators were closely watching the battle. Shock and admiration were written all over their faces. Senior brother Sun Yuanhua is a veteran expert. He was first in the last 3 years' small exam. I am not surprised that he has such strength. But junior brother Fangzheng actually has such strength, it is truly shocking. Not bad. Junior brother Fangzheng was the biggest dark horse in this year's 8-year entrance exam. No one would have thought that he would actually reach the finals. All these years, junior brother Fangzheng has been a nobody, just like an ordinary rock. No one paid attention to him. He was completely inconspicuous. I didn't expect him to soar to the sky and become famous in the Crane Gate. Many people sighed with emotion. Some were envious, and some were jealous. Fangzheng's face was solemn, his eyes gleaming as he fought with Sun Yuanhua. Over the years, he had grown taller. His shoulders were broad, and his waist was as thin as a bee's. He had developed a steady and vigorous aura. Suddenly, Fangzheng threw out a dark green gale, forcing Sun Yuanhua to retreat. Senior brother Sun, just admit defeat, he said. His calm tone was filled with confidence. "Little junior brother, if you have any trump cards, just use them." Sun Yuanhua smiled, replying confidently. "All right." Fang Zheng suddenly whistled, the sound spread out. Soon, the cries of cranes could be heard from afar. Everyone followed the sound, countless pairs of eyes widened as countless mouths opened wide. "This is an iron-beak flying crane group. Oh my god, so many flying cranes, am I hallucinating? How can this be? This is a myriad beast king." Fang Zheng has already cultivated to rank 4 middle stage, his talent is already unparalleled. But he can actually control a crane group of over 10,000, what method is this? Everyone was in an uproar, they were all extremely shocked and in disbelief. Even the sect elders outside the arena were so shocked that they stood up from their seats. Sun Yuanhua's expression became extremely solemn. The group of iron-beak flying cranes was imposing and imposing, making him feel extremely pressured. However, he did not plan to give up. His eyes shone with determination. "Junior brother Fang, you are indeed powerful. But can you control so many flying cranes at once? I have not lost yet, because I also have a crane group. Come out." Flying Crane Mountain had millions of flying cranes, such a geographical advantage was fully used by Crane Gate's people. Fang Zheng had a crane group. Sun Yuanhua was indeed a sect genius that received much attention, he also had a crane group. Hearing Sun Yuanhua's summon, a crane group soon flew out from the sky. The size of the crane group was in stark contrast to Fang Zheng's iron-beak flying crane group, there were only a few hundred of them. But the cranes that Sun Yuanhua controlled were completely different from the iron-beak flying cranes. Most of their bodies were covered in white feathers, but the tips of their wings, tails and claws were deep blue. Under the sunlight, they shone with a metallic luster. At the same time, as they danced in the air, traces of blue lightning could be seen coiling around their bodies. Be careful, these flying cranes are illusion lightning cranes. They are ferocious, and in a one-on-one fight, ordinary iron-beak flying cranes are not their match. Master Tenchu's voice suddenly appeared in Fang Zheng's mind. "I understand, Master." Fang Zheng immediately replied, his eyes shining with brilliance as he stared at this illusion lightning crane group, while controlling the iron-beak flying crane group in his hands. They are going to collide. The iron-beak flying crane group is too huge, it is like a giant monster. Senior brother Sun's crane group might not even be enough to fill the gaps between its teeth. No, senior brother Sun still has a chance of winning. Crane battles are not just a competition of numbers, but also of control. Senior brother Sun has been cultivating hard, his ability to control cranes is top-notch in the sect. Now it all depends on Fang Zheng. To be honest, I don't think Fang Zheng will win. Fang Zheng might be a genius, but he is still a human. These years of cultivating to rank 4, and doing sect missions to accumulate this outstanding set of goo worms, he has already expended a lot of energy. I don't believe he still has the time and ability to control the crane group. Everyone discussed, their emotions surging. Such a huge scene was rare in the sect's 3-year small exam and 8-year high school exam. Only in the 15-year large exam would it happen occasionally. Although Fang Zheng had a huge number of cranes, not everyone thought highly of him. The current situation was like two armies facing each other. Fang Zheng had over 10,000 flying cranes, his army was huge, but once the numbers increased, he would not be able to control them all. He was after all only at rank 4 middle stage, his soul could only reach a certain level of strength, and his mental strength was also limited. And although Sun Yuanhua had few cranes, he was a group of elite soldiers, and could command them as if they were his own limbs. Adding that he spent a lot of time training, his outstanding crane control skill was widely known in the sect. The two crane groups were about to collide in the sky. But at this time, Sun Yuanhua suddenly leapt. He activated his aperture goo, and his body turned into a flash of lightning. With a crack, he arrived in front of Fang Zheng. Fang Zheng did not expect Sun Yuanhua to suddenly attack. This way, Sun Yuanhua would fall into the Ironbeak flying crane group's encirclement, and fall into an extremely dangerous situation. Sun Yuanhua unleashed a torrential barrage of attacks, as if he had gone crazy. The intensity was unprecedentedly fierce. Fang Zheng had lost the initiative, and was suppressed by Sun Yuanhua, and could only defend with all his strength. The two crane groups fought in the sky, while on the ground, Fang Zheng and Sun Yuanhua were engaged in an intense battle. Although the illusion lightning crane group was few in numbers, they gathered together and charged forward, tearing apart countless Ironbeak flying cranes with their iron claws. In contrast, the Ironbeak flying crane group was in chaos, like a swarm of headless flies. The Ironbeak flying crane group could not stop this small group of illusion lightning cranes. Senior brother Sun is mighty. The battle tactic he chose is too appropriate. That's right. Fang Zheng's mental strength is limited. Commanding such a large group of flying cranes is like a baby playing with a hammer, extremely clumsy. Right now, he is being attacked by senior brother Sun with all his might. He cannot even protect himself, and can only defend with his utmost concentration. How can he spare any attention to deal with the flying cranes above him? But the Ironbeak flying cranes are too numerous. There are many hundred beast kings, 1,000 beast kings, and even myriad beast kings. The illusion lightning crane group only has 300 beast kings, and one crippled 1,000 crane king. To avoid these beast kings, the illusion lightning crane group has to charge left and right, and even if they kill large numbers of ordinary Ironbeak flying cranes, they also suffer heavy losses. Sun Yuanhua and Fang Zheng are evenly matched, one attacking and one defending. They are extremely familiar with each other. There is no way to determine the victor. Now, let's see the outcome of the battle between the flying cranes. An elder saw the key to victory. If the Ironbeak flying crane group devours the illusion lightning crane group, then Fang Zheng will definitely win. But if the illusion lightning crane group breaks out of the Ironbeak flying crane's encirclement and rush down to help Sun Yuanhua, then Fang Zheng will be the loser. Persevere, persevere. Work hard to divert your attention, look after the Ironbeak flying cranes, and kill all the illusion lightning cranes. If you can do that, it will be a huge breakthrough, and will be of great benefit to you in the future. In Fang Zheng's mind, Master Tenchiru's voice continued to guide him. Fang Zheng tried his best, and followed Master Tenchiru's instructions. But just as he was about to succeed, he would be interrupted by Sun Yuanhua's attacks. Sun Yuanhua was older than Fang Zheng, and had put in a lot of effort to control the crane group. Under his control, although the crane group suffered heavy losses, they were about to break out of the Ironbeak flying crane's encirclement. Junior brother Fang Zheng, if you want to defeat me, you still have a long way to go. He laughed coldly, and said. When these words entered Fang Zheng's ears, it suddenly drew out a scene from deep in his memories. Back then, in southern borders Qingmao Mountain, in Guyue's village, he and his own brother Fang Yuan had fought in the arena. Fang Yuan had also said the same to him. No, I cannot lose. I still have to take revenge for my family, for my aunt and uncle, for my clan leader, for Lord Qingshu. All these years, what have I worked so hard for? I want to stand in front of my brother, and defeat him. How can I lose to Sun Yuanhua now? In Fang Zheng's eyes, there seemed to be a raging fire burning. He endured the pain in his head, and diverted his attention. The Ironbeak flying cranes suddenly moved, like a huge beast opening its mouth. They swallowed the illusion lightning crane group. Seeing this, Sun Yuanhua's face was ashen. He won. The entire place was filled with praises. Chapter 340. Central Continent had many sects. It was different from Southern Borders' clan system. In clans, kinship was maintained and clansmen were nurtured. But in sects, the relationship between master and disciple replaced kinship. Sects accepted disciples. As long as they had aptitude and character, they could be accepted into the sect. Because of this, Fangzheng could be accepted into Crane Gate and become a member. In Immortal Crane sect, from bottom to top, they were divided into Outer Disciple, Inner Disciple, Elite Disciple, Legacy Disciple, Sect Elder, Sect Leader, and Supreme Elder. 3-year small exam, they could choose to become Inner Disciples. 8-year middle exam, the winner could become Elite Disciples. 15-year large exam, they could become True Disciples. Above the direct disciples were the Sect Elders. Crane Gate's Sect Elders had at least rank 4 cultivation. The Sect Leader was definitely rank 5, while the Supreme Elders were rank 6 Gu Immortals. There were even rank 7 Gu Immortals. Central Continent was the strongest region among the North, South, East and West. And Crane Gate was one of the 10 great sects of Central Continent. It was even stronger than Shang clan. Because when sects chose disciples, they did not ask about their background and only chose the best. Thus, in Crane Gate, there were almost no C-grade aptitude members. B-grade aptitude was the most common, but a grade aptitude was not rare. Fangzheng had a grade aptitude, he was indeed a genius. But in a peak force like Crane Gate, there were many geniuses like him. Fangzheng, you are talented and diligent, now you have rank 4 middle stage cultivation. With this cultivation, you can already become a sect elder. But you have only joined for a short period of time, you need to complete a large number of sect missions to test your loyalty. I hope you can continue to work hard and obtain victory in the large exam, becoming a true disciple. Crane Gate's leader sat on the sect leader's throne, looking down at the kneeling Fangzheng. Yes, I will remember sect leader's teachings. Fangzheng answered. Now, there's a sect mission for you and a few elite disciples to handle. Go back and think about the details of the mission. Go. As the sect leader spoke, a bookworm flew out. Fangzheng respectfully excused himself after receiving it. When he returned to his residence, he lay on the bed and fell asleep immediately. Controlling goo worms expended a lot of mental energy, sometimes it required a high degree of concentration, and sometimes it required multitasking, splitting one's attention. In the battle with Sun Yuanhua, Fangzheng had used up all his trump cards and exhausted all his effort. He was too tired. He forced himself to meet the sect leader and complete the promotion ceremony for elite disciple. His brain was still hurting, and his head felt like it had turned into a heavy hammer. His neck and shoulders couldn't bear it, and he felt muddle-headed and light-headed. Fangzheng slept for 2 days and 2 nights before he was awakened by a knock on the door. Pushing the door open, Zhang Xian saw a group of elite disciples. There were both males and females in this group, most of them were rank 3 while some were rank 4. Unlike a family, the loyalty of a family usually didn't need to be tested. But the sect needed it. The higher up one went, the more elite disciples, true disciples, and elders would be restricted. Many people cultivated to rank 4, but were eliminated in the assessment. Thus, this resulted in many disciples and elders in the sect having rank 4 cultivation. But regardless of their cultivation, the elders' battle strength was definitely higher than the disciples. Because they had been selected through strict assessment step by step, and were outstanding individuals that were 1 in 10,000. Fangzheng, we have the same mission. Along the way, we need to take care of each other. Fangzheng, I saw your battle with Sun Yuanhua, it was very exciting. I hope we can spar along the way. These people all behaved in a very friendly manner. They all knew that Fangzheng had a group of over 10,000 iron-beak flying cranes. Although Fangzheng could not control them as he wished, such a powerful force made them revere him. Greetings, fellow sect members. I am ashamed to say this, but I have been sleeping these days and have not read the mission details. Fangzheng cupped his fists towards everyone, feeling a little ashamed. So that's it. Then I will tell you directly, our sect mission this time is not a small matter. Fangzheng, a few months ago, an earth-shattering matter happened on Tianti Mountain, do you know about it? An elite disciple asked. Tianti Mountain? Fangzheng nodded, this matter is too big, of course I know about it. On Tian Mountain, Fairy White Fox's inheritance suddenly appeared. Fairy White Fox is a famous righteous path figure, a rank 6 Gu immortal, and she occupies Hu immortal blessed land. Once this inheritance appeared, many Gu immortals came out. As long as one inherits this inheritance, they can obtain Hu immortal blessed land. Right now, Tian Mountain is surrounded by many Gu immortals. Fangzheng, I will tell you directly. Our mission this time is to go to Tian Mountain and try our best to obtain this inheritance. Our Lord Crane Gates Gu Immortal has already discussed with the lords of the other sections. In order to avoid harming our relationship, they will not make a move, and will choose a few elite disciples from their sects to have a gentleman's competition. When Fangzheng heard that, his eyes widened. His eyes emitted a luster of desire. Are you serious? This is a Gu immortal inheritance. Of course. Our luck has arrived. If we can become the inheritors, we will definitely soar to the sky. There is also great hope for us to become Gu immortals in the future. But other than our Crane Gate, there are still Heavenly Lotus Sect, Spirit Butterfly Valley, Ancient Soul Sect, Heaven's Envy Manor and the other top 10 forces of Central Continent. Thus, we need to cooperate with sincerity and unite our wills. Of course. Fangzheng immediately nodded in agreement. Southern borders Huatan Mountain was a half-dead volcano. It was thousands of meters tall, and there was a large circular hole at the peak, lava flowed inside, and sometimes, dust would rise, like a huge chimney. The biggest resource on the mountain was fire charcoal, it could be seen almost everywhere. This kind of fire charcoal could burn for a long time, had low heat, and had no smoke. It was widely used in 5th Inner City by Shang Clan City. It had been several days since Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing stepped into Huatan Mountain. They had set off from Shangliang Mountain, and to reach Sancha Mountain, Huatan Mountain was the only way. Stepping on the fire charcoal, they could feel heat from their feet, and the air was dry without a trace of moisture. Looking ahead, all they could see was the dark red color of the charcoal. There were also trees on this mountain. But these trees were short and thin, their branches and leaves were as thin as needles, they did not obstruct one's vision. Thus, Huatan Mountain had a wider field of vision compared to other mountains. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing trekked on the mountain. If one looked from a bird's eye view, they would look like 2 tiny ants crawling. In fact, they were indeed receiving attention. Hee, they are finally here. Huatan Mountain is a necessary route, they will definitely come to Sancha Mountain. In an inconspicuous corner, 2 demonic Gu masters were hiding. They were 2 bald men, the old man was called Jiao Huang, while the young man was called Meng Tu. They were a famous assassin duo among the demonic Gu masters. As long as we kill these 2, Shang Clan City will not only reward us with 10,000 yuan stone, they will also give us a yellow pear token. How can we let go of such a good deal? Meng Tu excitedly licked his lips. But they are both rank 4 Gu masters, while we are only rank 3 peak stage. The benefits of this deal are great, but the risk is even higher. I don't know if accepting this deal is right or wrong. Jiao Huang was older and more prudent, his face showing some worry. Brother Jiao Huang, don't be scared by their cultivation. So what if they are rank 4, they are only rank 4 initial stage. The Gu worms in his hands were mostly rank 3 Gu. Moreover, it is not like we have never killed a rank 4 Gu master before. Back then, didn't that Xiao Fu Lu die in our hands? Meng Tu encouraged. Once Xiao Fu Lu was mentioned, Jiao Huang immediately frowned and said nervously, "Didn't I tell you many times? Don't mention Xiao Fu Lu anymore. He is the grandson of Shao Clan's supreme elder. If we kill him, we will offend a Gu immortal. We must keep this matter to ourselves and never mention it again." Humph. So what if they are Gu immortals? After so many years, aren't we still living freely? Meng Tu curled his lips unconcernedly. Gu immortals are not omnipotent, not to mention these 2 newly advanced rank 4 Gu masters. Brother, don't forget the trap we painstakingly set up for them these days. He. Jiao Huang's expression immediately relaxed at the mention of that trap. He pondered, as long as Fangzheng and Xiao Fu Lu fall into this trap, after an intense battle, their primeval essence will be greatly damaged, and we will have a chance. That's right. Meng Tu said this, his eyes suddenly shined as he excitedly shouted, "Look, they fell into the trap." Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing stopped in their tracks. The nearby mountains suddenly trembled violently. Small mountain rocks rolled down the two sides of the cliff. On the ground, the soil opened up as lava crocodiles crawled out. It's a lava crocodile group. There's 1,000 Beast King. Bai Ningbing's gaze focused as he saw the leader of this beast group. This lava crocodile king was huge, with the body of 3 elephants stacked on top of each other. Its whole body was covered in dark red scales, and its 4 thick legs supported its majestic body. Its crocodile tail gave off a metallic luster and was 10 meters long. On its back, there were 2 protrusions, as if they were 2 mini volcanoes. As it breathed, 2 plumes of black smoke came out of the volcano's crater, sometimes strong, sometimes weak. The lava crocodile king crawled out of the ground and stared at Fang and Bai. Most of its attention was on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing were rank 4 initial stage Gu masters, but he had rank 4 middle stage primeval essence. The lava crocodile king's senses were extremely sharp. It immediately sensed that between the two, Fang Yuan's aura was more terrifying. It opened its mouth and roared, and over 1,000 lava crocodiles slowly surrounded Fang and Bai. Facing such a dangerous situation, Fang Yuan smiled. It's just a group of underground crocodiles. Bai Ningbing, let's work together and kill this lava crocodile king. Okay. Bai Ningbing lightly answered, but his eyes were filled with battle intent and heroism. Back then, when they drifted out of Qingmao Mountain, they had met a lava crocodile king and avoided it. Now, they were no longer the same as before, they both had rank 4 cultivation. Even if this lava crocodile king was 1,000 beast king, it could not stop them. Chapter 341. Mountain rocks flew, crocodiles wailed. The battle was nearing its end. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing stood proudly on Huatan Mountain, lava crocodile corpses littered the ground below them. As for the 1,000 beast king lava crocodile king, all of its bones were broken, and the 2 volcanic protrusions on its back were forcefully crushed. It wailed softly, lying on the ground as blood flowed out from the countless wounds on its body. Its claws trembled slightly, trying to dig back into the ground, but it could no longer do so. It struggled less and less, until death befell it. With the death of the 1,000 beast king, the remaining lava crocodiles scattered, burrowing into the ground and fleeing in panic. After cleaning up the battlefield, Fang and Bai continued their journey. Jiao Huang and Meng Tu hid in a corner far away, not moving. These 2 famous assassins of the Devil Dao had ugly expressions on their faces at this moment, like zombies. They were frightened. Are these 2 still human? They fought against the entire lava crocodile group alone. Bai Ningbing's Ice Dao is a great counter to the lava crocodiles. That was nothing, but the crux of the matter was that Fangzheng was a monster in human form. The more heavily injured he is, the stronger he becomes. In the end, he easily sent the lava crocodile king flying. Jiao Huang and Meng Tu glanced at each other, seeing the fear in each other's eyes. The terrifying battle prowess of Fang and Bai had greatly exceeded their expectations. They did not live in Shang Clan City, but after witnessing the entire battle, they deeply understood how terrifying Fang and Bai were. These 2 youngsters, are they really only in their 20s? Damn it, compared to them, my 40 years of life is like a dog's. Meng Tu cursed with lingering fear. Old brother Meng Tu, don't say that. You're making me too ashamed to show my face. The older Jiao Huang heaved a deep sigh. There's no doubt that these 2 are geniuses. Comparing oneself to others will only make one angry. We are not their match at all. If I knew this, I wouldn't have accepted this deal. Old brother Jiao Huang, what you've said has instead aroused my competitive spirit, causing me to feel even more unwilling. This matter is not over. Although we can't beat them, we still have a chance. Meng Tu spat on the ground and said fiercely. Oh? What kind of opportunity? Think about it, brother Jiao Huang. The two of them are going to Sancha Mountain to fish for benefits from the Three Kings' inheritance. Sancha Mountain was in chaos. There were rank 4 and 5 experts. When they got there, there would definitely be conflict. Let's find the right time. If we can pick up a bargain, that would be the best. With Meng Tu's reminder, Jiao Huang's eyes lit up. He patted Meng Tu's shoulder and said, "Brother, what you said makes sense. Let's go, we will also follow to Sancha Mountain." The appearance of the lava crocodiles just now was a little strange, Fang Yuan thought to himself as he walked. The timing and location of these lava crocodiles were too coincidental. Once they appeared, they firmly surrounded Fang and Bai. Bai Ningbing could not sense anything, but with his previous life's experience, the astute Fang Yuan could smell a trace of a scheme. Fang Yuan was very familiar with this smell. Someone purposely set up this trap to deal with me. Then which side is it? Wu clan, Bai clan, or Shang clan? Fang Yuan thought to himself. Wu clan is because I know Li Rant's identity. If I leave Shangliang Mountain, they will most likely attack. And Bai clan? I have enmity with them. I know their clan's spirit spring has dried up, and extorted 3 million yuan stone from them. How can they not hate me? There is also Shang clan. I have offended many people in Shang clan. Shang Yizi and Shang Yifan bought Wei clan's people, and offended Shang Pu Lao. Shang clan young masters are competing with each other. I am one of Shang Xinc's helpers. If I am killed outside, Shang Xinci will be weakened. Forget it, let's not think about it anymore. I will deal with it when it comes. Fang Yuan shook his head, throwing all the complicated thoughts out of his mind, and calmed his mind. If it was before, when he was weak, he would have to put in all his effort and scheme for everything. But now that his strength had grown, he had the feeling of being unshakable no matter what happens. Central Continent. Above the cloud sea, intense winds were howling. Tens of thousands of cranes were spreading their wings and flying together. Fangzheng and the other elite disciples of Crane Gate were either standing on or sitting on the back of the cranes, rushing towards Tian-Ti Mountain. Boss Fangzheng, your crane group is truly majestic. This time, you will definitely shine on Tian-Ti Mountain and sweep through everyone. An elite disciple said. As he spoke, he used a goo worm. No matter how the wind howled, it could not stop his voice from clearly entering everyone's ears. Fellow disciples, you are praising me too much. This time at Tian-Ti Mountain, those participating in the White Fox Goo Immortal Inheritance Contest are the elites of the 10 great sections. If we want to obtain the inheritance, not only do we need strength, we also need luck. Fangzheng said. Boss Fangzheng, you are too humble. With your tens of thousands of cranes, who can stop you? An elite disciple immediately said. Boss Fangzheng, you are the role model of our generation. No wonder you were sent out by the sect leader the moment you became an elite disciple. In this trip to Tian-Ti Mountain, we will follow your lead. An elite female disciple said respectfully. Along the way, Fangzheng had sparred with these elite disciples one by one. He was strong, and had the spirit incubating flea in his aperture. Master Tenchiru's soul was placed in the spirit incubating flea, and could guide him at any time. He also had the support of tens of thousands of cranes. Thus, Fangzheng defeated the other elite disciples one by one. He was not arrogant, had a magnanimous bearing, and was even more humble. He easily won everyone's goodwill, and was elected as the leader. They were all filled with admiration towards Fangzheng. Which of the 10 great sects of Central Continent doesn't have deep foundations? I believe there must be capable people among them. Although I have the tens of thousands of cranes, I also have a weakness of not being able to command them. As for commanding the flying cranes, I still need to seek your guidance. Fang Zheng said, cupping his fists towards the people beside him. We don't dare, we don't dare. To be able to spar with Boss Fang Zheng is our honor. These days, Boss Fang Zheng has been training hard, and your hard work makes us all blush with shame. Boss Fang Zheng, your progress is godly, and you have great talent in controlling cranes. You only lacked practice earlier. In time, you will definitely surpass Sun Yuanhua. The other elite disciples replied one after another. Their words were completely from the bottom of their hearts. Along the way, Fang Zheng's progress was obvious to all. Fang Zheng couldn't help but smile. He had Master Tenchiru's guidance at all times, imparting his secret insights, and sometimes even controlling on his behalf. How could he not improve quickly? After flying for a while, the iron-beak flying cranes started to call out. Fang Zheng and the rest understood. All right. It's time, let's go down, it's time to feed the cranes. Fang Zheng stomped his foot, and under his command, the flying cranes started to dive towards the clouds below. Instantly, everyone's surroundings were filled with white fog. Soon, the fog disappeared, and everyone followed the flying cranes down to the lush ground. The flying cranes also needed to eat. The larger the crane flock, the higher the need for food. But fortunately, the iron-beak flying cranes ate everything. Sometimes, they could even eat pebbles to fill their stomachs, and were very easy to feed. Fang Zheng had this huge crane flock, but it was also troublesome. Every once in a while, he had to fly down to the ground to feed the cranes. There's a battle below. While descending, an elite disciple suddenly spoke. Everyone soon discovered the abnormality below. The 4 demonic Gu masters laughed sinisterly, surrounding the 3 female Gu masters and slowly closing in. Pfft, it's those 4 great perverted thieves. Soon, an elite disciple revealed the identity of those 4 demonic Gu masters with a disgusted tone. These 4 great perverted thieves were East perverted Chen Yin Dao, West perverted Yuba Guang, South perverted Shi Bao, and North perverted Fan Chunyao. They had been roaming in Central Continent, and each had rank 4 cultivation. Together, they could even contend against rank 5 Gu masters, and were extremely powerful. Look, they are surrounding Heavenly Lotus Sect's little fairy by Xia. An elite disciple with a sharp gaze shouted. Humph, demonic cultivators, everyone has the right to punish them. Fang Zheng's expression was extremely cold, and without thinking too much, he immediately commanded the crane flock to dive down. He, fairy by Xia can't escape this calamity today. To think my luck is so good today, to be able to obtain little fairy by Xia's grace. Even if I suffer heavy injuries, it is worth it. The 4 great perverted thieves winked at each other, gradually approaching the 3 female Gu masters of Heavenly Lotus Sect. Damn it! Little fairy by Xia almost crushed her teeth. She was heavily injured, and wanted to break out of the encirclement, but she was powerless. Just as she gradually felt despair and was about to bite her tongue to commit suicide, a group of cranes suddenly cried out in unison. Who is it? The 4 great perverted thieves raised their heads and shouted in unison. Crane Gate's elite disciple, Fang Zheng. Fang Zheng stepped on the iron-beak flying crane king's back, his voice like thunder. He stood proudly on the crane's back, his body robust, thick eyebrows and fierce eyes staring at the 4 perverted thieves, before pointing his finger. The elite disciples behind him, as well as over 10,000 iron-beak flying cranes, passed him and charged towards the 4 perverted thieves. Oh my God, so many cranes! They are the elite disciples of one of the 10 great sects, Crane Gate. Oh no, we are injured, we are not their match, let's retreat first. The 4 great perverted thieves judged the situation and turned around to run, quickly running far away, their figures vanishing from everyone's sight. These demonic dregs, they don't have any other abilities, but they can run fast. The elite disciples laughed loudly. "Are you all right?" Fangjing walked down from the crane's back and arrived in front of little Fairy Bai Xia, asking warmly. I am fine, thank you young Master Fangjing for saving my life." Fairy Bai Xia looked at Fangjing, her face flushed red, her gaze filled with infatuation. She had thought she could not escape this calamity, but she did not expect a hero to descend from the sky. Chapter 342. Two young dolls, leave behind your yuan stone, strip off your clothes and kowtow to me 3 times, and I will spare your lives. He he he. A rank 3 demonic goo master old man with disheveled hair suddenly appeared and blocked in front of Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. He he, old monster He sure is making things difficult for the newbies again. These 2 youngsters are unlucky to meet old monster He sure. That girl looks really good. Why does she look familiar? Too bad old monster He sure is here, otherwise we would have made a move. In the darkness, many demonic goo masters looked over and laughed sinisterly. Bam! Fang Yuan's response was very straightforward, directly using a beast phantom. The moment he moved, the breath concealment goo's effect immediately dissipated, and a rank 4 aura burst out. Old monster He sure's face immediately showed a horrified expression. He wanted to escape, but Bai Ningbing attacked at the same time, restraining his movements. Old monster He sure was directly hit by the beast phantom, and his whole body was smashed into meat paste. Blood, bone shards, and brain matter mixed together and splattered everywhere. Damn, these 2 youngsters are rank 4 goo masters. I remember, they are the black and white twin demons. One is called Fangjing, the other is Bai Ningbing, they are both geniuses of the demonic path. They shined brightly in Shang Clan City's battle stage, especially Fangjing, people call him Little Beast King, almost dominating the place. Why did they come out? The temptation of San Cha Mountain's inheritance is too great, they were also attracted here. Old monster He sure kicked an iron plate, dying so miserably. In the darkness, countless demonic goo masters' eyes almost popped out, they were extremely shocked. Humph. Fang Yuan did not feel satisfied after killing old monster He sure. With a thought, he sent out a beast phantom and pounced towards a certain shadow. Bam! With a loud sound, a certain demonic goo master hiding in the shadow was smashed into meat paste by Fang Yuan. In the darkness, countless demonic goo masters drew in cold breaths. Jin Chenzhen is also dead. Little Beast King is too murderous, he doesn't even let bystanders go. Go, go, go. Even old monster Blackrock is no match for them. If we're too late, we won't be able to leave. The forest moved. The stone was lifted, and countless black shadows scuttled out, running in all directions. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing watched quietly without stopping them. They trekked all the way and got closer to San Cha Mountain. The more demonic goo masters they encountered. Normally, he would only meet these people occasionally. But San Cha Mountain was like a fragrant honey, attracting all the flies, bees and so on. Even before reaching San Cha Mountain, all sorts of demons and monsters are fighting to appear. One can imagine how chaotic San Cha Mountain's situation is right now. Bai Ningbing's expression was cold. His tone was grave. Since San Cha Mountain's 3 kings' inheritance had appeared, it had already been a few months and it had caused a huge impact in the southern border. Countless figures. One by one, they all rushed there. The righteous path and the demonic path fought with each other for a spot to enter the inheritance. San Cha Mountain had become a meat grinder. Every day, a large number of lives were lost in open battles and plots. Kill, we can only kill to gain fame. Kill until these people are terrified, only then will they not dare to provoke us. Fang Yuan sneered, his eyes filled with dense killing intent. Fang Yuan knew, reputation is very important when you are outside. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing mingled in Shang Clan City, although their reputation had spread, it was mostly limited to the city. Many people did not understand Fang Yuan and Bai. Making a name for himself by killing his way out would be a huge help to Fang Yuan's future plans. Good. We will continue to use breath concealment goo to conceal our rank 4 aura. This way, the process of killing will be very exciting and interesting. It will leave a deep impression on others and make them remember it for life. Bai Ningbing smiled, her blue eyes flashing with a cold light. She was as beautiful as an ice fairy, untainted by dust. Her words were like a venomous scorpion, filled with terrifying killing intent. Breath concealment goo was only a rank 3 goo, Fang and Bai were barely able to use it to conceal their rank 4 cultivation. Fang Yuan advanced to rank 4 initial stage, many goo on him would need to be replaced. Bai Ningbing was the same. There are many goo I need in the Three Kings' inheritance. As long as I obtain these goo, my set of strength path goo worms will be greatly perfected. They will be a huge help to me advancing to rank 5 and roaming the mortal world. Looking at the time, Central Continent's Immortal blessed land should be opening soon, right? Fairy White Fox is a rank 6 goo immortal. The inheritance she left behind is extremely complete, many times better than the Three Kings' inheritance. Unfortunately, I am not in Central Continent. No, even in Central Continent, I am not a disciple of the 10 great sects, and cannot participate in the contest on T Mountain. What a pity. Fang Yuan looked toward Central Continent's direction, before continuing to move forward. Bai Ningbing was silent, walking beside him. The two crossed mountains, rampaging around, directly killing demonic goo masters and righteous goo masters they met. His ruthless reputation quickly spread. In Fang Yuan's opinion, every stage has its own corresponding and suitable development path. When they are weak, they need to keep a low profile, act in the dark, endure hardships, and secretly develop. When they are strong, they need to spread their fame and make a move when it is time to make others feel fear, dread and fear. Sometimes, reputation is a more powerful weapon than strength. Soon, Bai Ningbing felt the benefits of reputation. When they had just set off, they were often troubled by goo masters along the way. For example, that old monster Black Rock dared to come out with merely rank 3 cultivation. Fang and Bai's age, as well as Bai Ningbing's stunning beauty, were all reasons that caused others to have the impulse to commit crimes. But now, even if Fang and Bai used breath concealment goo and concealed their cultivation, they were unobstructed, saving them a lot of trouble. They had not even reached Sancha Mountain, but their bad reputation had already spread. Good deeds are not famous, but bad deeds spread far and wide. This kind of bad reputation spread the fastest. Right now, everyone knew that there were two rising stars of the demonic path, both were rank 4 geniuses. They charged toward Sancha Mountain with fierce momentum, killing people at the drop of a hat. They were both terrifying characters. On this day, they finally reached the foot of Sancha Mountain. Sounds of fighting suddenly came from the front. Don't come over, don't come over. A female goo master's clothes were torn, her shoulders and thighs were exposed as she panted, her face full of panic. Ha ha ha, little beauty, just obediently follow us. If you resist, Big Brother will cut off your pretty face. Don't resist. Later, Big Brother will make you wish you were dead, ha ha ha. Several demonic goo masters' eyes flickered with a wolf-like green light as they continuously attacked the female goo master. The female goo master did her best to resist, but she was alone. She was powerless, the situation was firmly controlled by the male goo masters. Damn it, damn it. The female goo master bit her full lower lip with her pearly white teeth, her face full of panic and panic. She retreated step by step, the clothes on her body continuously getting cut. Her smooth and silky hair was in a mess. As she dodged, half of her chest bounced up and down like a rabbit, causing the surrounding demonic goo masters to howl uncontrollably. Someone save me. Someone save me. I have 30,000 yuan stone here. The female goo master screamed, her delicate voice igniting the lust in the Gu Masters' hearts. Nobody move. This little girl is our 10 tyrants' prey. Our boss will also come over later. That's right, we can give up 30,000 yuan stone. We will enjoy it first, you can continue later. He. Some righteous Gu Masters wanted to save her, but hearing the name of the 10 tyrants, they immediately chose to retreat. The boss of the 10 tyrants was a rank 4 Gu Master. Who can save me, please save me. The female Gu Master's voice was melancholy, like a cuckoo crying blood. She continued to run, asking for help everywhere, but everywhere she went, the Gu Masters all retreated and avoided her. Only Fang and Bai stood on the spot, coldly watching from the sidelines. Young masters, please be merciful and save me. The female Gu Master's eyes shone with the light of hope, begging with tears on her face as she ran towards Fang Yuan. Where did these 2 brats come from? Mind your own business. We are the 10 tyrants of Southern Mountain, you 2 young juniors, Something's not right. These demonic Gu Masters' expressions suddenly changed as they recognized Fang and Bai. Although that person is dressed as a man, she is actually a woman. These 2 are a man and a woman, one black clothed with black hair and black eyes, the other white clothed with silver hair and blue eyes. Don't tell me they recently debuted. Black and white twin demons. Their momentum came to a halt as they nervously stared at Fang and Bai, their eyes revealing a deep sense of dread. They had heard of Fang and Bai's reputation the most recently. Although these 2 were young, they were true geniuses of the demonic path. They were extremely vicious and merciless, with a deep killing nature, especially when they had rank 4 cultivation. This kind of cultivation was incredible. Rank 1 was considered mediocre, rank 2 was a small fry, and rank 3 was a cornerstone, able to hold their own. Rank 4 was already an expert among Gu Masters, the leader of an ordinary clan. Even among the 10 tyrants, only their boss was at rank 4 middle stage. As for rank 5, they occupied the peak of the mortal world and were few in number. In the huge southern border, with 100,000 famed mountains and countless heroes, there were only over 100 of them. Lord Twin Demons, save me, please save me. The female Gu Master ran to Fang and Bai's feet, kneeling on the ground and begging. The surrounding Gu Masters all focused their gazes on them. These 2 are the recently famous black and white twin demons, they are actually so young. 10 tyrants against black and white twin demons, one has been famous for a long time, while the other is a rising star of the demonic path. This is interesting. As long as the boss of the 10 tyrants does not appear, these people are not the match of black and white twin demons. Black and white twin demons gained an advantage and saved that beauty for no reason. TSK, Little Beast King will have many beauties in the future, his luck with women is really not shallow. Under everyone's gazes, Fang Yuan lightly took a step back. Save you, why should I save you? Because of your meager beauty, or because you think I have a kind nature and love to help others? Fang Yuan looked down at the female Gu Master with a cold gaze. The female Gu Master looked at Fang Yuan in a daze. Fang Yuan sneered and looked at the 10 tyrants members behind him. You guys continue, I will not make a move. Since the journey is boring, let me watch a good show. Chapter 343. Hearing Fang Yuan's words, the 10 tyrants members' expressions eased up. Soon after, one of them anxiously pounced and pressed the female Gu Master to the ground. The female Gu Master struggled helplessly. The 10 tyrants member laughed loudly and stretched out his demonic palm, tearing. Swoosh, the female Gu Master's silk clothes were torn apart, revealing the bright red undergarment inside. This scene caused the surrounding wolves to howl. The demonic Gu Masters were extremely excited. Many righteous Gu Masters gritted their teeth. Someone wanted to make a move, but was stopped. Don't. Not only the 10 tyrants, but also the black and white twin demons, are you courting death? Moreover, that female Gu Master is clearly not a righteous person. Don't worry about this. Damn it. Demonic cultivators are truly scum of the world, despicable and shameless to the extreme. Some Gu masters were indignant, clenching their fists. Many female Gu masters could not bear to watch and turned their faces away, closing their eyes. No, no. I beg you, please stop. The female Gu master screamed for help in vain. Bai Ningbing was expressionless, glancing at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan sneered, looking at them silently. Greetings to the black and white twin demons. Thank you for being merciful today and watching from the sidelines. We will definitely report this to boss. A Gu master from the 10 tyrants walked forward, smiling politely as he cupped his fists towards Fang and Bai. The other members walked towards the female Gu master. One of them spat out a mouthful of saliva and cursed, "Little bitch, do you think you can seduce the black and white double ghosts with just a few pleas? Naive. Fool. You're having fun running away, I will let you die. He he he." The other laughed lewdly, his expression extremely vulgar. The one riding on the female Gu master was about to make his move. But right at this moment, a pink light burst out from the female Gu master's body. The male Gu master was caught off guard and was sent flying by this pink light. He was like a shooting star, flying far away and smashing on the ground 100 steps away, immediately fainting. What? This female Gu master is still causing trouble. Brothers, let's attack together. How dare you? Do you still want to resist? The other members of the 10 tyrants shouted as they pounced at the female Gu master. But in the next moment, the pink light exploded, and screams rang out one after another. The members of the 10 tyrants were all swept away. The female Gu master had an arrogant battle strength, her eyes were cold and demonic, the disguise on her body faded away like dust, revealing an even more bewitching appearance. The members of the 10 tyrants laid limply on the ground, each and every one of them horrified. Who knew what method this female Gu master used to make them feel weak all over, unable to even get up? The ferocious 10 tyrants member was actually not a match for the female Gu master. This sudden change caused the expressions of all the onlookers to change. Many people were flabbergasted and astonished by what they saw. Only Fang Yuan's expression did not change, as if he had expected it. The female Gu master giggled, she showed her true appearance, her charming eyes could captivate one's soul. Her body was graceful, her front and back were curvy, like a gorgeous peach smiling in the spring breeze, extremely alluring. Taking advantage of this time, the 10 tyrants members got up from the ground. Their strength began to gradually recover. Even so, the fear on their faces did not diminish in the slightest. It was because the female Gu master's body was emitting a genuine rank 4 aura. This female Gu master's cultivation was actually rank 4. Countless people's expressions changed, they were moved by this discovery. Little Beast King, you actually left a beauty to die, are you still a man? The female Gu master looked at Fang Yuan, her charming eyes revealing grief and anger, giving people a feeling of love and hate. At once, almost all the male Gu masters stared blankly. Many Gu masters even started to hate Fang Yuan out of jealousy. If they could get a glance from this woman, it would be worth it even if they died. But Fang Yuan was not moved, his tone was like ice, revealing a bone-chilling coldness. Who may err, you think you can fool me with this bit of acting? The female Gu master's pupils shrunk. She did not expect Fang Yuan to directly expose her identity. But she quickly recovered, her dark red little mouth slightly curled up. I didn't expect my lowly name to be known by Lord Little Beast King, this lowly one is really honored. It's just that I haven't torn off my disguise before, so how did you see through it, sir? Fang Yuan laughed, before you revealed your true identity, I was only guessing. Whether I guessed right or wrong, there is no loss, isn't there? Even though Hu Mei was a demonic cultivator, hearing Fang Yuan's cold and heartless words, she could not help but feel a chill in her heart. It is actually her, this woman is a famous demoness of the demonic path, she is extremely terrifying. Don't be fooled by her charming appearance, she is actually a merciless demoness who eats people without spitting out their bones. She is extremely vicious. Hu Mei'er has a wide circle of friends, she has affairs with many demonic Gu masters. How did the 10 tyrants offend her? The members of the 10 tyrants were supporting each other, their faces were pale as paper without a trace of blood. Now that things had progressed to this stage, they could tell that they had been tricked by Hu Mei'er. Hu Mei'er's strength was rank 4, it was more than enough to deal with them. The disguise and performance earlier were all to trick them, it was very likely that she was using them to probe and get close to the black and white demons. But Little Beast King's gaze was sharp, he actually saw through Hu Mei'er's disguise. Ha ha ha, Fangzheng, you really have a heart of stone. You really have a heart of stone, but don't be too pleased. You have been in the limelight these days. Right now, the whole of Sancha Mountain knows that 2 demonic path geniuses have come. Be it the righteous path or the demonic path, many seniors and experts want to measure you. You have already offended many people, I advise you to stop here. Otherwise, it will not be worth it if you lose your life on the mountain. Hu Mei'er laughed. Oh? That means you are the first person to measure us? Hee hee, why are you worried about our safety? As for offending people? The thing I am least afraid of is offending people. Even if I offend everyone in the world, so what? Fang Yuan lowered his head and spoke in a plain tone, but his words made people feel a chill. Hu Mei'er's eyes shone brightly, her charming eyes were filled with splendor. She covered her mouth and giggled, well said. You are really courageous, I like it. Not afraid of offending people? Then let me tell you, by looking down on my appearance, you have already offended me. In this world, only vile people and women are hard to deal with. I am not only a woman, I am also a vile person. Hee hee hee, Little Beast King, let's ride a donkey and read a libretto, wait and see. I hope you can leave the mountain alive. Hu Mei'er's eyes shone sharply, after saying this, she flicked her sleeves and left. Extremely direct and efficient. Everyone looked at her pink dress, her long sleeves fluttering in the wind as she flew away in a beautiful manner, they were all speechless. Hu Mei'er. Fang Yuan snorted coldly in his heart. This Hu Mei'er was a famous demoness of the demonic path. Her origins were extremely mysterious, no one knew about her background. In his previous life, she was very active, stirring up trouble everywhere, sowing dissension and creating a bloodbath. She cultivated the enchantment path, focusing on bewitching people. Using her beauty, she controlled many demonic path experts, her subordinates were all over southern border, there were even rank 5 Gu masters among them. There were also many rank 4 Gu masters who fought for her affections. However, others did not know her origins, but that did not mean Fang Yuan did not know. This demoness had a huge origin, she was the granddaughter of Granny Mei Hua. Granny Mei Hua was a rank 6 Gu immortal of southern border, occupying Mei Hua blessed land. The demoness recruited subordinates everywhere, she was especially fond of young talents. 100 years later in his previous life, she gathered all her forces and went to Xiyang Mountain. No one knew what happened on the mountain, but the result was that she went down the mountain alone. What was worth mentioning was, she was only a rank 4 Gu master when she went up the mountain, but when she left, she was already rank 5 peak stage. This demoness has an unspeakable scheme. Right now, she has already started to use her enchantment path to recruit people. To think that in this life, I actually attracted her interest. Fang Yuan compared it to his previous life and sighed. Using the huge advantage of rebirth, he rapidly developed and became the candidate that Hu Mei'er wanted. Hu Mei'er saw his potential and wanted to develop him into a subject under her skirt. But how could this be possible? In the 500 years of my previous life, I have already seen through worldly pleasures. But enchantment path has its merits, I have to guard against it. Hu Mei'er is definitely going to incite others to find trouble with me. She has a goose set by Granny Mei Hua, if I want to kill her, I need to make sufficient preparations and isolate that Gu for now. Let's see which blind fool dares to find trouble with me. Fang Yuan continued to ponder in his heart. Unable to kill Hu Mei Er for the time being, Fang Yuan could only deal with whatever comes his way. Fortunately, Hu Mei Er's enchantment path had not reached great success yet. The subordinates she could bewitch were at most rank 4. As long as they were not rank 5, Fang Yuan was not afraid. He was confident that with his experience and the set of goo worms in his hands, even if he could not win, he might not lose. Central Continent, Tian Ti Mountain. Riding on flying cranes, Fangzheng and the others traveled day and night, finally arriving here. Before him, many elite disciples of the 10 great sects had already arrived. It's Crane Gate's people. Why is Heavenly Lotus Sect's Fairy Bai Xia with Crane Gate? Who is that kid? Fairy Bai Xia is talking and laughing with him. I have never seen Fairy Bai Xia talking so happily with someone of the same generation. The arrival of Fangzheng and the others naturally attracted everyone's attention. Bai Xia, you are here too. Do you know, ever since we parted, I have been looking forward to meeting you again. I guessed that you would come to Hu Immortal Inheritance this time. So I begged Master to send me here as well. A young man immediately went up to greet Fairy Bai Xia when he saw her. Bai Xia was talking and laughing with Fangzheng, but when she saw this person, her smile froze. Chapter 344. So it's young Master Wei. No need to worry, young Master Wei. Thanks to young hero Fangzheng's help, Bai Xia is safe and sound. Bai Xia Fairy avoided Wei Wuxiang's burning gaze and bowed. Young hero Fang. Wei Wuxiang narrowed his eyes and looked at Fangzheng, who was beside Bai Xia Fairy. Hello, I am Fangzheng of Crane Gate. Fangzheng had a slight smile on his face as he cupped his fists and bowed, exuding a friendly intent. Young hero Fangzheng is an elite disciple of Crane Gate, the first in this year's high school entrance exam. He can control thousands of cranes. It's all thanks to these cranes that we could reach Heaven Ladder Mountain so quickly. Bai Xia Fairy looked at Fangzheng as she spoke. Her face blushed shyly and her tone hid a hint of sweetness. On the way here, she and Fangzheng had a pleasant conversation and were very congenial. Cranes? These are only ironbeak flying cranes, just that their numbers are slightly greater. Wei Wuxiang's eyes flickered as he hated Fangzheng to the point of madness. He gritted his teeth and raised a palm, returning a bow to Fangzheng. Fangzheng, you're an elite disciple of Crane Gate? Very good, very good. I've long heard of Crane Gate's crane controlling technique and have long wanted to learn from it. Please give me some pointers this time. With that, Wei Wuxiang strode forward and glared at Fangzheng with a threatening light in his eyes. Fangzheng was slightly stunned as he sensed the other's hostility and felt baffled. Ha ha ha. In his heart, Master Tenchu's laughter rang out. It's the hardest to accept a beauty's kindness. Disciple, you've already incurred the enmity of many by saving the little girl Bai Xia this time. This little girl Bai Xia is a great beauty. She obviously favors you now. You're in big trouble. This Wei Wuxiang is the first challenger. Favors me? Fangzheng let out a cry of surprise in his heart. Speaking of love, his heart throbbed with sorrow. All these years, the figure of a woman had always existed in his heart. She was only a mortal, very ordinary, very ordinary. She was far inferior to Fairy Bai Xia. But in Fangzheng's heart, she was unusually playful and cute. Fangzheng's deepest and most beautiful memory of the time they had spent together. Unfortunately, she had already perished, no longer in this world. She was Shen Chui, the former personal maid of Fang Yuan. Thinking of Shen Chui, Fangzheng's heart became gloomy. The woman I like is already dead. Master, you also know that all these years, I've been diligently studying and training. My biggest goal is to defeat my elder brother, to avenge my ancestors, and to complete the unfulfilled wishes of my uncle and aunt, Shen Chui, Lord Patriarch, and Lord Qingshu. Although the Guyue village has been destroyed, there are still people from the Guyue clan. Ha ha ha, my foolish disciple. Even if you have such intentions, this Wei Wuxiang will not let you off. Since you have already saved Fairy Bai Xia, why don't you have any awareness of this? Master Tenchiru laughed. But I don't want to spar with him. I have already heard of this Wei Wuxiang's name in Crane Gate. He is a healing Gu master, the rising star of Heaven's Envy Manor, and an A-grade genius in name only. He is most proficient in healing himself. Often, after an intense battle, there is not even a trace of injury on his body. If I fight with him, even if I defeat him, my strength will also be affected. It will also be disadvantageous to the fight for the Gu immortal inheritance. Fangjing frowned as he replied in his heart. Master Tenchiru laughed heartily, don't worry. Fight well, Hu immortal inheritance on Tian-Ti Mountain has its own mysteries. It is not a competition of pure battle strength, but a competition of willpower and soul power. With my soul secretly assisting you, you will have an enormous advantage. After pausing for a while, Master Tenchiru continued, you are still too young, you don't know the use of fame. Sometimes, fame is more convenient and useful than strength. This is a rare opportunity. Defeat these challengers and accumulate fame. Use more flying cranes, you don't need to care about these beasts' lives. In any case, Crane Gate has a lot of them, if they are used up, you can replenish them after returning to the sect. Hearing his master say this, Fangjing could only sigh and say to Wei Wuxiang, if you want to fight, then let's fight. Very well. Please. Wei Wuxiang sneered and stomped on the ground, his body shooting into the sky like lightning. Fangjing was not to be outdone, he waved his hand and stepped on the back of the cranes. Tens of thousands of iron-beak flying cranes chirped together, as if they were welcoming their king. The battle was about to start, the surrounding people could not help but become excited. Boss Fangjing, do your best, beat this sissy from Heaven's Envy Manor. Crane Gate's elite disciples shouted. Junior brother Wei, teach this kid a lesson. Wei Wuxiang naturally had his supporters. Wei Wuxiang nodded, his eyes burning with battle intent. He was the leader of this generation's elite disciples in Heaven's Envy Manor. Fangjing's 10,000 cranes could scare ordinary elite disciples, but not him. He also had his own trump card. Let's fight. Wei Wuxiang activated the Gu worms in his body flashed in the air and vanished. At the next moment, space ruptured, he crossed hundreds of steps and directly appeared in front of Fangjing. It's actually breaking space Gu? This time, even Master Tenchiru was shocked. A fierce battle was about to begin. At the same time, on Sancha Mountain. In a certain cave, the 10 tyrants gathered together. That means, you were all used by Hu Mei Er as chess pieces, to probe the black and white demons? The leader of the 10 tyrants, Tyrant Hung Mei, muttered. That's right. Boss, this time, that demoness played with us, she even heavily injured 7th and 10th brother. Boss, you need to seek justice for us. Number 2 of the 10 tyrants shouted. Slap. Tyrant Hung Mei fiercely slapped. Number 2 of the 10 tyrants was fiercely slapped on the face, spinning on the spot. Boss. He covered his face, looking at Tyrant Hung Mei in shock. Heavily injured? Heavily injured is a good thing, as long as you are not dead. You bunch of sperm-addled things, take care of your lower bodies. Before coming here, I instructed you to be careful with your words and actions. Do you think this is still the Southern Mountain? Tyrant Hung Mei scolded in pain. Wrong. This is Sancha Mountain. Be it Kong Ri Tian, Long Qing Tian, Wushan Tong, or I Chong, any one of them can crush you to death like an ant. Although you are all rank 3, what is the most important thing for you to be able to roam freely here? It's all because of my reputation. Humph. Take this as a warning to all of you. I also want to tell you, don't even think of finding trouble with Humayer. This little demoness is extremely charming, she has a wide circle of friends. She is flirting with Lin Sanqi, has rumors about Li Xian, and even has an affair with Mo Wu Tian. Tyrant Heng Mei's words no doubt shocked the 9 brothers present. Lin Sanqi was a rank 4 demonic path Gu master. Not only was he skilled in metal path, he was also an earth path Gu master. He had extreme metal and earth, he had been famous for a long time. Li Xian's cultivation was also not weak, he was not a native of southern border, he had wandered here from eastern sea. He was a famous and scrupulous merchant in the demonic path, he was most proficient in profiteering, buying low and selling high. He had a wide network, many demonic path Gu masters who committed crimes went to him to sell their goods. As for Mo Wu Tian, he was even scarier. He had inherited the mysterious inheritance of an ancient Gu immortal, he was the #1 rising star of the demonic path, an absolute genius. Be it Lin Sanqi, Li Xian, or Mo Wu Tian, they were all rank 4 Gu masters. These important people all have an affair with that demoness? The tyrant members heard the boss words and their faces turned pale, their hearts trembling in fear. I will tell you one more time. This is not Nan Shan. Sai, I told you to use your brains and remember more, but you didn't listen to me. Sai, this 3 kings' inheritance is not a small matter. I wonder how many more powerful people will appear. Tyrant Heng Mei sighed. The other brothers looked at each other, they were speechless. Tyrant Heng Mei saw that it was about time and changed the topic, but you don't need to worry too much. Right now, on San Cha Mountain, for rank 5 Gu masters are keeping each other in check, no one dares to act rashly. We, the 10 tyrants of Nan Shan, are not to be trifled with. We cannot suffer this loss for nothing. Let's go, follow me to meet the black and white demons. Boss, you are going to meet the black and white demons personally? Some members expressed shock. Boss, you are a rank 4 middle stage, an old senior of the demonic path. When you roamed the world, those 2 were still drinking milk. That's right. Boss, let's call them over. You are giving them too much face by going to meet them personally. Humph, what do you know? Tyrant Heng Mei immediately berated, these black and white demons are so young. They didn't do anything to you this time, it means they know of my reputation and know their limits. But they are youngsters, they care about their reputation. I've given them enough face by personally paying them a visit. Then, I will propose an alliance to deal with Humayer, they will definitely agree. He. Boss, I understand. You are using them as cannon fodder. Boss, you are really wise and mighty. These black and white demons are only over 20 years old, they are too young. Now that they are enemies with Humayer, they will definitely be overjoyed to hear your suggestion. Once boss takes action, you are truly extraordinary. The 10 tyrants members flattered. Ha ha ha. Tyrant Heng Mei raised his head and laughed, waving his hand, brothers, follow me to visit the black and white demons. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing raised their heads and looked at San Cha Mountain Peak. This San Cha Mountain had a peculiar shape. From the foot of the mountain, it was divided into 3 peaks. Looking from afar, it looked like a huge fork, pointing towards the sky. Above the 3 peaks was the entrance to the 3 kings' inheritance. Every once in a while, 3 pillars of light would appear at the peak of the mountain, allowing people to enter. When the number of people reached a certain amount, the light pillar would disappear and the entrance would close. After that, there would be Gu masters who failed to pass the trial and would be sent out. Of course, every time, a large number of Gu masters would lose their lives. Chapter 345. San Cha Mountain was originally deserted, it was the border between Che clan and Zhou clan. But ever since the inheritance, it became very lively, with people moving about in the forest from time to time. Small conflicts often occurred, but San Cha Mountain was currently in a peaceful period. Every time the light pillar opened, the number of people who could enter was limited. At that time, Sancha Mountain would definitely erupt into a storm of carnage. To fight for the opportunity to enter the inheritance, Gu masters all chose to station themselves on the mountain. This led to a phenomenon. The stronger the Gu master, the closer they would be to the mountain peak. This was called the pavilion closest to the water enjoys moonlight first. When the inheritance appears, forcefully rushing in would be fast and convenient. The cave Fang Yuan chose was halfway up the mountain. Looking at the cave entrance, it was obvious someone was living there. Sure enough, once he got close to the cave, a loud and clear voice came from inside. "This is my, Mang Kuang's, territory, quickly leave, otherwise you will die a horrible death." "Ha ha ha, Mang Kuang? What is this? This place is not bad, I like it, scram." Fang Yuan stood at the cave entrance and laughed loudly, giving his ultimatum. "Damn it, you really refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Since you are courting death, don't blame me for being ruthless." Following this voice, a strong man walked out of the cave. His upper body was naked, and he was wearing ragged pants made of coarse hemp. His body was covered with green snake scales, and his face was covered with a big beard. His eyes were bloodshot, and his black hair was messy. His beard was blowing, and his eyes were glaring. He walked out of the cave with a fierce expression. "You too are blind." "Ugh!" Mang Kuang cursed at Fang and Bai, but suddenly his pupils shrunk and his mouth opened wide. His gaze revealed a bewildered expression. You too, are you the black and white twin demons? What do you think?" Bai Ningbing smiled faintly, her blue eyes flickering with killing intent. Mang Kuang only felt a chill rising from his spine and spreading to his whole body. The black and white twin demons were rank 4 Gu masters, while he was only rank 3 upper stage. Moreover, Mang Kuang had recently been hearing how these two killed without batting an eye, and how ruthless their methods were. Damn it! I, Mang Kuang, was hiding in this cave. Who did I offend? This is truly a calamity falling from the sky. Mang Kuang's heart trembled. The expression on his originally fierce face suddenly changed. His raised eyebrows drooped down, and his widened eyes narrowed into slits. The corners of his mouth that had curved down immediately curled up. He tried his best to smile and express his goodwill. "For the two sirs to take a liking to my cave abode, this is the good fortune that I have cultivated in my previous life." Mang Kuang bent over and rubbed his hands together, giving a flattering smile to Fang and Bai. His body was tall and sturdy, but his head was hunched, and his originally arrogant and overbearing aura immediately disappeared without a trace. Coupled with his rough appearance, he simply looked like a clown. "Oh, you're quite sensible. You can scram now." Fang Yuan waved his hand and said. Yes. Python Kuang felt as if he had been pardoned, and he quickly ran off into the distance. Fang Yuan chased the python away and walked into the cave with Bai Ningbing. This cave had already been set up very well by Mang Kuang, so there was no need to spend any more effort to set it up. Sancha Mountain is filled with danger. For the next 8 days, we will take turns to keep watch. When one person sleeps, the other person must be awake. Fang Yuan warned Bai Ningbing. Of course. Bai Ningbing nodded. Hu Mei Air will not let this go. In these 8 days, we will have endless troubles. But it's also good that these people came to us to establish our might, which is exactly what we want. As Fang Yuan spoke, a voice came from outside the cave. Is the black and white twin demons here? I am Tyrant Heng Mei, I have long heard of your great names. I have specially come to pay a visit. Tyrant Heng Mei? Isn't this the boss of the 10 tyrants? I heard that this person is cruel, cultivates the strength path, likes to eat children's meat, and does evil in Nanshan. Bai Ningbing glanced at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan sneered in his heart. This Tyrant Heng Mei, he had originally planned to find trouble with him. To think that he actually came to him. The two walked out of the cave entrance, and saw 8 people standing outside. The one at the front had a majestic body, his chest was bare, and his chest was covered with black chest hair. His whole body emitted a dense aura of rank 4 middle stage. But at this moment, this demonic character who was famous for his cruelty was smiling. Seeing Fang and Bai, he immediately cupped his fists, and at first glance, he looked like a graceful black bear. To think that black and white twin demons, these two youngsters have such a huge background. Tyrant Hung Mei purposely spoke in a loud voice, attracting the attention of many Gu masters. Even Tyrant Hung Mei came to pay a visit to them. Many people were surprised. Fortunately, I ran out. When has Tyrant Hung Mei been so polite? Mang Kuang had not run far, and was holding his chest, feeling a lingering fear. Tyrant Hung Mei, you came at the right time, I was just about to look for you. Fang Yuan replied. Tyrant Hung Mei's smile deepened, thinking that Fang Yuan was going to pay him a visit. But who would have thought that Fang Yuan's next sentence would make his smile freeze? Fang Yuan said, I heard you are also a strength path Gu master, let's have a life and death battle to see who is stronger. I, Fang Zheng, walk the strength path, and I will become number 1 in the strength path. Hand over your life. Before he finished speaking, Fang Yuan activated his Gu worm, and charged towards Tyrant Hung Mei. What? Tyrant Hung Mei reacted, shocked and furious. He had tried to befriend him, but to think that this Fang Zheng did not appreciate it, and charged towards him without saying a word. What kind of person is this? Is he still human? Is there something wrong with his brain? Fang Yuan did not care about what he was thinking, he moved quickly and rushed towards Tyrant Hung Mei. All-out effort Gu. He did not say a word, and directly charged over. Howl. The shadow of a brown bear instantly appeared in the air behind him. Violence Gu. Tyrant Hung Mei opened his eyes wide in anger, he did not dodge, and raised his arms. Once Violence Gu was activated, his body expanded, and his strength rose sharply. Bam! Fang Yuan fiercely collided with Tyrant Hung Mei, and the latter retreated 5 steps. But Fang Yuan was repelled by the huge force. Tyrant Hung Mei was rank 4 middle stage, leading the other 9 people. He had dominated the southern mountain for many years, and had a deep foundation. Humph. Little Beast King, I gave you face, but you don't know what's good for you. Tyrant Hung Mei shouted, but did not pursue. He was rank 4 middle stage, and after fighting with Fang Yuan, he knew that he was weaker than him, only rank 4 initial stage. However, there was not only a rank 4 Fang Yuan, there was also Bai Ningbing, standing there. Tyrant Hung Mei thought he was confident in defeating Fang Zheng, but it would be difficult to fight 1 against 2. Tyrant Hung Mei, why are you so wishy-washy? Bai Ningbing, deal with the others. Leave Tyrant Hung Mei to me. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, shrugging his arms, and took large strides towards Tyrant Hung Mei. I'll give you 10 minutes, if you can't deal with him, I'll do it. Bai Ningbing slightly raised his eyebrows, his blue eyes flickering with brilliance. 2 juniors who boast shamelessly. Hearing Fang and Bai's words, Tyrant Hung Mei felt his lungs were about to explode from anger. He had a bad temper to begin with, and being able to endure it earlier was already an extraordinary display. Now that he knew this matter would not end peacefully, he threw everything aside, and killing intent surged in his heart. Fight! Both sides collided. Fang Yuan faced Tyrant Hung Mei, while Bai Ningbing suppressed the other members. What a chaotic battle! Mountain rocks cracked, mountain streams stopped flowing, caves caved in, and thunderous explosions resounded. The more Tyrant Hung Mei fought, the more apprehensive he became. Fang Yuan possessed bitter strength Gu, the more injured he was, the greater his strength and battle strength. He had just fought with Fang Yuan, and felt that the so-called Little Beast King was only a so-so. But halfway through the battle, his expression turned grave. When Fang Yuan was able to use 6 beast phantoms at the same time, Tyrant Heng Mei's face turned pale. This little beast king, how can he be so strong? Not only are his goo worms more outstanding than mine, his battle experience is also so rich. How did this person live? His methods are so experienced and ruthless, there is not even a shadow of a youngster, he is simply a 100-year-old monster. No wonder he is so overbearing, with such strength, I can also be so unbridled. I am done for this time. I must retreat. Fang Yuan fought head-on, his attacks were swift and fierce, like a fierce tiger coming out of the mountains, or a flood dragon overturning the sea. Tyrant Heng Mei's qi and blood were in a mess, and he was gasping for breath. Most importantly, every time he injured Fang Yuan, he would become stronger at the same time. Now that he was fighting with Fang Yuan, he was almost unable to hold on any longer. If Fang Yuan became even stronger, that would be terrible. Every time Tyrant Heng Mei thought of this, his fighting spirit would decrease by a bit. As time went on, he did not dare to make a move. He clearly had the chance to injure Fang Yuan, but he would hesitate, should I make a move or not? How could he fight well with such thoughts? Tyrant Heng Mei gradually felt his hands and feet bound, but Fang Yuan completely let go. His attacks were like waves crashing on the table, wave after wave, without end. Beast phantoms flashed in the air, every time they collided, there would be a violent explosion. The continuous explosions caused everyone's heart to palpitate with fear and trepidation. What kind of fierce attacks are these? Even an older generation expert like Tyrant Heng Mei is not Fang Zheng's match. Fang Zheng is clearly at rank 4 initial stage, but he is able to suppress the middle stage Tyrant Heng Mei. Little Beast King. Many people who were watching the battle in the dark started to ruminate over Fang Yuan's title. Who is the tyrant here? Mang Kuang could not help but grit his teeth. He felt that Fang Yuan was even more unreasonable than Tyrant Heng Mei. Tyrant Heng Mei, who was usually ferocious, now paled in comparison to Fang Zheng. Fang Zheng, don't go too far. Tyrant Heng Mei was beaten by Fang Yuan until he vomited blood, his chest, arms and legs were all fractured. He wanted to retreat, but Fang Yuan had already seen through his intentions. After Bai Ningbing killed the rest of the tyrant members, she firmly restrained him. Roar, roar, roar. Roar, roar, roar. Fang Yuan stretched out his hand and pointed, the 6 beast phantoms turned into solid forms and descended from the sky, drowning Tyrant Heng Mei. Boom! A loud sound was heard, and the smoke and dust dispersed. Tyrant Heng Mei's entire body was beaten into mincemeat, his internal organs and bones were scattered on the ground. Hiss, countless gasps could be heard from the surroundings. Chapter 346. Tian-Ti Mountain was the #1 mountain in Central Continent. It was also known as the Land of Inheritance, the Mountain of Sages. It was over 1,000,000 feet tall, the mountain was majestic and had an extremely grand aura. The mountain peak pierced through the sky, hidden in the snowy clouds. Strangely, there weren't many jagged rocks on this mountain. Huge square rocks were lying horizontally, extending from the foot of the mountain to the top, forming a flight of stairs. But the scale of this flight of stairs was so huge that there was an ancient legend in Central Continent that this mountain could reach the immortal realm, and was the bridge between heaven and earth. There were many moving, mysterious, tragic, or joyous stories surrounding Tian-Ti Mountain in history. Tian-Ti Mountain was the holy land in the hearts of Central Continent Gu masters, it was the place closest to the immortal court. Many Gu masters sought immortality in their entire lives, but failed. Before they died, they placed their graves here. Most of them had also set up their legacies here. There were countless inheritances hidden on Tian-Ti Mountain, but only fated people could obtain them. Every year, after the clouds covering Tian-Ti Mountain dissipated, a huge number of people would come to Tian-Ti Mountain. Many inheritances would be inherited, and many new inheritances would be placed here. But this year was different from the past. This year, on Tian-Ti Mountain, Jianghu Immortal Blessed Land opened, attracting Gu immortals. After discussing, they teamed up and surrounded this mountain, arranging for their sects juniors to compete. Right now, at the foot of Tian-Ti Mountain, an intense battle between youngsters was coming to an end. Tens of thousands of cranes flew together, coiling around Fangzheng. Meanwhile, Wei Wuxiang was panting, his clothes were tattered, he was heavily surrounded, his gaze fixed on Fangzheng. No, I haven't lost yet. I still have a trump card, I still have a trump card. Wei Wuxiang was at a disadvantage, but he was unwilling to admit defeat. Under normal circumstances, he might have already admitted defeat. But at this scene, who knew how many elite Gu masters were watching attentively? Wei Wuxiang was not only representing himself, but also the heaven's envy manner behind him. At the same time, forget about the others, Fairy Bai Xia, whom he admired, was also watching. I can't lose. With such a thought, Wei Wuxiang activated a Gu worm in his aperture. He had been hiding this Gu all along, he did not use it even in the sect's important tests. Once this Gu was activated, it produced a colorless breeze that blew gently. A gentle breeze circled around his body, causing his clothes to flutter and the ends of his hair to flutter. But Fangzheng felt like he was facing a great enemy. Because Master Tenchiru was already warning him, not good. This kid actually has a wound wind Gu. Defend, defend with all your strength. This Gu's wind seemed gentle and harmless, but it was actually extremely powerful. This Gu master, this is his trump card. This Gu master, this is his trump card. As the cold wind blew, Fangzheng completely gave up on attacking and used all his strength to defend. Gu Tenchiru Gu of the wind. 1 on 1 in Gu. Phone Gu 1 Gu. The cold wind blew on Fangzheng's body, causing the protective light around his body to sway continuously. Cold sweat dripped down Fangzheng's forehead, he gritted his teeth and instilled primeval essence into his defensive Gu worms. The two were in a deadlock for a while. Finally, Wei Wuxiang sighed helplessly and stopped using the wound wind Gu. It was not that he did not want to fight, but his aperture was close to drying up. Gu masters all had one similarity: when their primeval essence was exhausted, their battle strength would fall to rock bottom. Rank 1 to rank 5 Gu masters were restricted by their primeval essence. Only by transcending the mortal realm and reaching the level of immortals, becoming a Gu immortal, would they have an endless amount of primeval essence. I lost. Wei Wuxiang's gaze dimmed. He had calculated clearly, right now, his primeval essence was exhausted and he did not have any battle strength left. But Fangzheng had been commanding the flying cranes, his primeval essence consumption was low, he definitely had a lot left. Brother Wei is indeed an elite disciple of Heaven's envy manner, your methods are so unique and sharp, it has broadened my horizons and broadened my knowledge. My primeval essence has also been exhausted by you. Shall we consider this sparring a draw? Said Fangzheng with a smile. What? Wei Wuxiang was shocked. What was Fangzheng saying? He was the clearest about his own situation. How could there be a Gu worm that consumed Fangzheng's primeval essence? But Wei Wuxiang soon realized that Fangzheng was lying. Fangzheng is giving me a way out of this embarrassing situation. After understanding Fangzheng's intention, Wei Wuxiang showed a complex expression. Disciples of large sects usually could not fight casually. Because they not only represented themselves, but also the sect behind them. And with Fairy Bai Xia present, Wei Wuxiang could not afford to lose this battle. Since Fangzheng raised the price, Wei Wuxiang hesitated for a moment before cupping his fists and saying to Fangzheng, Brother Fang is young and heroic, I really admire you. Crane Gate's foundation is truly deep to be able to teach someone like you. I have benefited greatly from this spar, let's call it a draw like Brother Fang said. Wei Wuxiang said this on the surface, but in fact, he was secretly transmitting to Fangzheng, Fangzheng, Wei Wuxiang, will remember your leniency this time, I will definitely repay you in the future. But Fairy Bai Xia is my sweetheart, I will not give in this aspect. I will work hard to accumulate my strength and spar with you in the future. Fangjing smiled faintly and nodded on the surface, but he was having a headache inwardly. Wei Wuxiang secretly said, Fangjing, be careful. There are many people pursuing Fairy by Xia, I am not the only one. Even with your great battle prowess, there are still 4 great competitors. They are Celestial River Chen de Jiang, Purple Lightning Soaring Gu Ting, 9 Death Sorrowful Wind Tang Rookie, and the Tigress Zhao Shuyi. You and Fairy by Xia are so close, they will definitely find trouble with you. You better not lose. Fangjing's gaze couldn't help but flicker when he heard these 4 great names, feeling his head hurt even more. Meanwhile, Master Tenchiru laughed loudly in his heart. As expected, it was as Wei Wuxiang said. 3 days later, the people of Ancient Soul Sect came to Heaven Ladder Mountain. Their leader, Gu Ting, immediately came to challenge Fairy by Xia and Fangjing after learning of the matter. In order to avoid this unexpected calamity, Fangjing chose to avoid the battle. Gu Ting naturally wasn't willing to let the matter go. Every day, he would come to the cave that Fangjing was temporarily living in and challenge him. This happened every day for 7 days in a row. Gu Ting's words became more and more unpleasant. The other disciples of Crane Gate were indignant and came to challenge him, but were defeated by him one by one. Ancient Soul Sect's morale was greatly boosted. On the 8th day, they directly led the crowd to block Fangjing's cave entrance, constantly shouting and cursing. Fangjing, you coward, why haven't you come out yet? Fangjing, you can hide for a while, but can you hide for a lifetime? Obediently give up on interacting with Fairy by Xia, and Big Brother Gu Ting will be merciful and let you go. Crane Gate is only so to actually raise such a cowardly disciple like you. Once Crane Gate was involved, Fangjing, who was in the cave, immediately let out a sigh and could only helplessly walk out of the cave. He could endure other people cursing him. But once it involved the sect, the nature changed. As a disciple, he had to protect the sect. This was the value of Central Continent. If he did not protect it, when he returned to Feihe Mountain, he would be impeached and punished. Master Tenchiru made a loud noise in his heart, Gagaga. Fangjing, my disciple, do you understand now? My advice to you before was not wrong, was it? Blindly enduring will cause others to misunderstand that you are easy to bully. In this world, the more harmless and cowardly you appear, it will only attract more people who want to bully you. Fight, defeat this Gu Ting. Make all the people of Ancient Soul Sect shut up. Your reputation will soar by a large margin. Sigh, in Jianghu, one has no choice, I finally feel it. I can only fight. After experiencing this matter, Fangjing also had a clear understanding in his heart. Gu Ting, come, let us have a good fight. While Fangjing and Gu Ting were fighting, far away on Sancha Mountain in the southern border, a battle that everyone was paying attention to had already ended. The battlefield was a mess, blood sprayed all over the ground, rocks cracked, trees collapsed, and holes were everywhere. Fang Yuan stood proudly on the battlefield, while his opponent this time, Fei Li, was kneeling on the ground, kowtowing and begging for mercy. Lord Fangjing, please be magnanimous and let me off. Fei Li kowtowed towards Fang Yuan, begging pitifully. He had rank 4 middle stage cultivation, and was also a strength path Gu master. He was originally in high spirits, but now he was bathed in blood, his right arm was torn off by Fang Yuan, and both his legs were broken, he was in an extremely miserable state. Since you want to beg for mercy, then hand over your expend strength Gu first. I will consider whether to agree or not. Fang Yuan looked down at Fei Li, his eyes shining with cold light. Fei Li hesitated for a moment, but could only hand over expend strength Gu. This Gu was his vital Gu, his core Gu, it could make the enemy's every move waste more strength, and increase the expenditure of strength. The expend strength Gu was handed over to Fang Yuan, losing his vital Gu and causing Fei Li to suffer heavy injuries, vomiting a mouthful of blood. Fang Yuan received the expend strength gu, his gaze flashing. I have considered it, expend strength gu is not enough to exchange for your life. Fei Li's eyes opened wide, ignoring his heavy injuries, he shouted, Lord Fangzheng, this is my most precious gu worm. Bam! Fang Yuan willed, and the beast phantom pounced down, turning Fei Li into a pile of bloody meat paste. Pauper. Fang Yuan looked at the unrecognizable corpse at his feet, and sneered in disdain. Next, he shifted his gaze and looked around the battlefield. There were many spectators, but seeing Fang Yuan's gaze, they all subconsciously avoided it. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. What? Sky Tiger Shuesensi did not come? Go tell him, we are all Strength Path Gu Masters. 3 days later, I will pay him a visit and spar with him. Once he said this, many people went into an uproar. Little Beast King was too ferocious, he killed Tyrant Heng Mei a few days ago, and now he made Fei Li kneel and beg for mercy, but he still did not let him off, turning him into meat paste. Next, he still had to challenge Sky Tiger Shuesensi. Chapter 347. What, Little Beast King wants to challenge me? Hearing this news, Shuesensi was in disbelief. She thought to herself that she had no relationship with the black and white twin demons, she had not offended him and had not even met him. How could he find trouble with her for no reason? But soon, Shuesensi investigated and found that this news was true. How can this be? What is this Little Beast King's brain filled with? 3 Kings' inheritance is opening in a few days, he actually has the mood to challenge me? What did I do to provoke you? Why are you finding trouble with me? Shuesensi felt helpless and angry. Don't tell me that just because we both cultivate in the way of strength, we have to decide who is better? Sigh, this lunatic. Shuesensi thought about it and finally defined Fang Yuan as a lunatic who could not be judged with common sense. Shuesensi had heard of the name of the black and white twin demons a few months ago. As time passed, the reputation of these twin demons became more and more famous. They were publicly recognized as the recent rising stars of the demonic path. At first, Shuesensi did not care too much. After Fang Yuan and Hu Mei'er had a conflict, she had even rejoiced in his misfortune. But now, she could not laugh anymore. After the black and white twin demons came to San Cha Mountain, not only did they not restrain themselves, they even made a bigger commotion. Especially Little Beast King's unbridled viciousness, causing people to feel apprehensive. Tyrant Heng Mei of the 10 Tyrants had visited him out of goodwill, but was killed in the end. Fei Li had already begged for mercy, but Fang Yuan did not let him go and smashed him into minced meat. One had to know, these 2 rank 4 Gu Masters were middle-stage Gu Masters. Little Beast King, however, could kill the 2 with his initial stage cultivation. This kind of battle prowess really caused people to feel fear in their hearts. Shuesensi also had rank 4 middle-stage cultivation, she believed that her strength was not much different from Tyrant Heng Mei and Fei Li. Now that Fang Yuan wanted to challenge her, her heart was heavy and she was very apprehensive, there was even a trace of fear that she had to admit. This Fangzheng is too fierce and unreasonable. He wants to step on the bodies of us seniors to build his reputation. Tyrant Heng Mei and Fei Li were both victims of his ambition, and now it's my turn. Shuesensi had also done such a frivolous thing when she was young. But at that time, she only killed those rank 3 Gu Masters. He was far from being as fierce as Fang Yuan, picking Gu Masters with higher cultivation levels to spar with. To be honest, Shuesensi didn't want to fight with a lunatic like Fang Yuan. But unfortunately, her godfather was in closed cultivation to refine Gu recently. Fang Yuan challenged her in public, she had to accept this challenge. In Jianghu, one had no choice. If she, Shuesensi, did not accept the challenge, the reputation that she had painstakingly built up would be completely destroyed. Shuesensi had been in the demonic path for many years. She had a clear understanding of the cruelty of this world. This was a world where survival was extremely difficult. In order to fight for that slim chance of survival, all living beings would kill each other. The kinder you appeared, the weaker you were. You would not obtain peace, but would instead land yourself in more danger, attracting more wolves. A demonic Gu master who could reach Wuxia Xianxia's position would definitely have killed many people and offended many more. The world was like this: if you didn't kill so many people and offend so many people, how could you accumulate enough resources to build up strength? How could you have battle achievements to build up your reputation? To protect her reputation, Wuxia Xianxia quickly responded to Fang Yuan's challenge. Both sides agreed to battle, and the location was chosen in a wide valley. 3 days later, Wuxia Xianxia saw Fang Yuan for the first time. She was a little surprised. Fang Yuan was not as fierce as she had imagined, and instead looked rather delicate. There was no trace of arrogance, and his eyes were deep like a pool, appearing very calm. "Flying Tiger, I have heard of you long ago. You offended the clan's higher-ups and were exiled. But you worked hard in secret. You took the risk to kill beast kings and used the goo worms you seized to arm yourself, finally becoming an expert step by step. Then you killed your way back and killed those elders who framed you. To be honest, I admire you a little." Fang Yuan spoke. These words were said very politely, but those who heard them were very surprised. Why did Fang Zheng change his personality this time? Why is he speaking so gently? Could it be that he has taken a fancy to Flying Tiger? But then again, although this Flying Tiger looks ordinary, she has a great figure and is indeed a beauty. Humph, is Little Beast King such a person? He didn't even bother with Hu Mei Er. This person is vicious and cold-blooded, very scary. These days, I have seen through him, don't place any hope on him. While everyone was discussing, Wuxia Xianxia also responded to Fang Yuan, "Well said, well said. Little Beast King, I have heard of your reputation as the Black and White Demons." Fang Yuan smiled, "I cultivate Strength Path, you are also a Strength Path Gu Master, we can spar more and benefit each other. Earlier, I had sparred with Tyrant Heng Mei and Fei Li. These two were very good and benefited me greatly. But I am also a little tired of this kind of sparring. Why don't we change the way we spar this time?" Wuxia Xianxia heard this and raised her brows. "Oh. What good idea do you have? Let me hear it." "Very simple. I will stand still and let you spar. After you finish, I will spar. This is much better, it will be straightforward and end quickly. How about this, seeing that you are a woman, I will let you spar 3 times. After the 3 times, I will only spar once." Fang Yuan smiled. "Spar like this?" Wuxia Xianxia's eyes brightened, attracted by the content of Fang Yuan's words. Fang Yuan did not move and allowed her to spar 3 times. This suggestion was too tempting. "Alright, then let's spar like this." Wuxia Xianxia thought for a while and agreed. "Please." Fang Yuan smiled faintly, standing still as he extended his right palm. Wuxia Xianxia's eyes flashed with killing intent as she shouted, "First move." Several goo worms in her aperture were activated at the same time. Her delicate hands suddenly glowed brightly and turned into 2 tiger claws. The tiger claws pierced through the air and struck Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out like a cannonball, crashing into a huge rock far away. Bam! With a loud sound, the huge rock shattered and the fragments flew everywhere. "Good fight." Fang Yuan laughed heartily, standing up. His chest had caved in, at least 4 of his ribs were broken. Not only that, Fang Yuan also felt that his internal organs were injured and bleeding. Waves of intense pain came, Fang Yuan endured it, his nerves were severely tested. Wuxia Xianxia's expression changed slightly. Yes, Fang Zheng is a good schemer. The more injured he is, the more strength he can exert. In that case, should I be more forceful, or more gentle? The harder she attacked, the more injured Fang Yuan was, and the more his battle strength would increase. If she went gentler, when it was his turn to attack, the pressure on her defense would be reduced by a lot. No, I will use all my strength to attack. I will kill him within 3 strikes. Wuxia Xianxia thought for a while and made up her mind. Second move. She shouted and activated her goo worm. Her body suddenly expanded by 2 times, turning into a giant. The hair on her body grew longer, turning into brown-yellow tiger hair. Her eyes turned into tiger eyes, and her teeth protruded out, forming sharp tiger fangs. On her forehead, there was also a Wang pattern. Her strength had increased by more than 2-fold. When she arrived in front of Fang Yuan, a beast phantom appeared in the air behind her. A fierce tiger roared towards the sky with a ferocious aura. Its whole body was covered in brown-yellow tiger hair, and its body was extremely robust. What was most eye-catching was that it had a pair of wings on its back. A tiger with wings. A fierce tiger with wings. That was Biao. Tiger was the king of beasts. Biao was the flying tiger, the king of tigers. 3 dogs and 1 mastiff, 5 tigers and 1 Biao. Biao's strength was 5 times that of a fierce tiger. A Biao beast phantom could suppress 3 or 4 ordinary beast phantoms on Fang Yuan's body. Wuxia Xianxia's original strength had more than doubled. Now, she unleashed a Biao's strength. Under this enormous strength, Fang Yuan was like a meteor, sent flying. He flew hundreds of steps before crashing into a mountain wall. Boom! The entire small valley shook intensely because of this. Mountain rocks collapsed, completely submerging Fang Yuan below. Such strength. Is Fang Zheng dead? No, not yet. His aura is still here. The stacked rocks were destroyed by someone from behind. Fang Yuan walked out. His arms were completely crippled, his iron bones were broken, the steel bars were turned into mush, and his copper skin was beyond recognition. With every step he took, the bones in his body could not bear the burden and were on the verge of collapsing. The current Fang Yuan could definitely unleash 8 beast phantoms at the same time. However, all of these injuries were healing at a steady pace. Fang Yuan activated self-reliance goo. Its healing effect was extremely outstanding, completely surpassing flesh-bone goo. Third move. Wuxia Xianxia was anxious, not wanting to give Fang Yuan more time to recover. A pair of wings suddenly grew out of her back. This pair of broad and strong wings were covered in orange-yellow feathers. With a light flap, Wuxia Xianxia's body flew into the sky. Wuxia Xianxia flew higher and higher, until she reached a height of over 3,000 feet, before she dove down. She had calculated carefully, this height was already her limit. If she went any higher, she would not be able to bear the force of the impact. Under the nervous gazes of the crowd, Wuxia Xianxia charged straight down towards Fang Yuan. Biao's phantom appeared again. But this time, Biao's phantom did not appear above her head, but directly enveloped her entire body. At this moment, she seemed to have transformed into a real soaring tiger. You will definitely die with this move. Wuxia Xianxia roared, her killing intent was so sharp that it seemed to have materialized. She had to pay a huge price for activating Biao's phantom twice in a row. This was her strongest strength, her strongest attack. She was confident that she could completely kill Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan looked up at Wuxia Xianxia and activated Golden Shield Goo. Chapter 348. In Wuxia Xianxia's vision, the verdant valley was rapidly enlarging. The sound of the fierce wind whistled in her ears. On Wuxia Xianxia's unrecognizable face, a pair of tiger eyes stared intently at Fang Yuan on the ground, the corner of his mouth revealing a bloodthirsty smile. She could clearly see the scene of the little beast king being smashed into minced meat under her unprecedentedly fierce attack. He definitely won't be able to withstand such an impact. When she saw Fang Yuan activating the Golden Shield Goo and raising a bright golden defensive barrier, she could not help but sneer inwardly, what a joke. Rank 3 Golden Shield Goo? Humph, even if it is a rank 4 golden bell shield, it will not be able to block my attack. The battle between rank 4 Gu masters was very intense. It was not something that rank 3 Gu worms could defend against. This time, I will teach you the consequences of being young and arrogant. Shui Sanxi's killing intent was overflowing. It's over, Fangzheng is finished this time. Feeling Shui Sanxi's fierce attack, many people outside the valley shouted. Very good, little beast king is too arrogant, he should be taught a lesson. Many righteous Gu masters were also rejoicing in his misfortune. It seems little beast king still wants to rely on golden shield Gu to resist. How naive. No, maybe he'll use his beast power phantom. The power of the 8 great beast phantoms joint attack was not to be underestimated. However, if Ruguo were to make a move like this, he might not be able to fulfill the sparring agreement that they had just made. As long as he makes a move and breaks this agreement, it means that he has lost this competition. Many of the people present, whether they were from the righteous path or not. Even the demonic Gu masters hoped that Fang Yuan would lose this round. These days, Fang Yuan was very active. It brought them a huge psychological pressure. No, there's still one more factor on the field. That's Bai Ning Bing. So. A few figures suddenly landed at the entrance of the valley, faintly surrounding Bai Ning Bing. These people had a tacit understanding and took measures together. If Bai Ning Bing were to save Fang Yuan, they would stop her. This was what made the black and white double ghosts so terrifying. It was because these two rank 4 Gu masters were extremely close partners. Now that Bai Ning Bing was restrained, the little beast king would be in danger. Once the little beast king falls, Bai Ning Bing will be left alone. Thus, it was not as scary as before. Looking at Shui Sanxi in the sky, Fang Yuan's gaze was calm, and there was a trace of disdain in his eyes. Shui Sanxi had yet to collide with his body, but the formless wind pressure she created was enough to make him feel uncomfortable. She engulfed him in an overwhelming manner. Displayed from the other side. The impending impact was enormous and violent. Biao's shadow shrouded Shui Sanxi, and the wings on her back kept flapping. Her speed was getting faster, and she was getting closer to the ground. Just as the collision was about to hit him, he felt a chill run down his spine. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's eyes shined as he activated the Gu worms in his aperture. Horizontal charge Gu. He swerved to the left and dashed out. Then he turned sideways. Vertical crash Gu. Another 100 steps later. Little beast king, you. Shui Sanxi saw Fang Yuan suddenly ran away. He was instantly enraged, and his eyeballs were about to pop out of their sockets. His eyes were about to split open. She tried her best to adjust herself, but her speed was too fast. Even after using all her strength to accelerate, she could only let Fang Yuan run out of the attack range of the Ziji. Seeing Fang Yuan's sudden retreat, the spectators had yet to react when a huge explosion resounded like thunder from a clear sky. Bam! Shui Sanxi fiercely crashed into the ground. In an instant, the spectators at the side of the valley could feel the rocks under their feet shaking. Broken rocks flew everywhere, and the impact created a violent wind pressure that spread to the surroundings. Wherever it went, rocks were swept away, and trees and flowers were uprooted. Smoke and dust billowed, and in an instant, the huge destructive power formed a circular pit with a diameter of more than 3 feet. Everyone was in shock, sighing at the huge impact force, when Fang Yuan suddenly changed his direction and charged into the dust and smoke. Horizontal charge Gu, vertical crash Gu. He used both Gu, ignoring the biting cold wind pressure and the pain from the broken rocks, and quickly approached flying tiger Shui Sanxi. Shui Sanxi's whole body fell into the deepest part of the huge crater, and the huge impact force caused her whole body to be covered in dust, looking extremely miserable. Her ears were buzzing, and her head was dizzy. Biao's fierce phantom had already dissipated. The incomparably powerful aura that burst out earlier was no longer there. Bitter strength Gu, all-out effort Gu. Fang Yuan arrived, his eyes shining with an ominous light. Howl howl howl, 8 beast roars resounded at the same time. Boar, brown bear, crocodile, green bull, horse, stone turtle, white elephant, black python, 8 beast phantoms appeared above Fang Yuan's head. Strength Qi Gu. Yellow gold primeval essence was injected into strength Qi Gu, and a formless and enormous strength was produced. The 8 beast phantoms attached to this strength Qi Gu, and turned from phantom to solid, suddenly becoming vivid and lifelike. Fang Yuan willed, and the 8 beast phantoms pounced into the deep crater together. Wuxia Xianxia's body swayed, and just as she was about to pull her legs out of the ground, she suddenly heard beast roars above her head. She hurriedly raised her head to take a look, only to feel her vision darken. Countless attacks rained down on her body like a torrential storm. Bam bam bam, at the bottom of the huge crater, intense sounds of fighting could be heard. Wuxia Xianxia struggled with all her might, resisting with all her might. She was after all a rank 4 Gu master, and had a deep foundation. But after half a cup of tea's time, the sounds of fighting stopped. Of the 8 beast phantoms, only 5 were left, and were immediately taken back by Fang Yuan. And Wuxia Xianxia, as the loser, had a miserable ending. The whole bottom of the crater was filled with her dismembered corpse, and blood was scattered all over the ground, mixed with white bone fragments, brain matter, hair and so on. As the dust settled, the whole battlefield became clear. Seeing this result, the spectators burst into an uproar. Flying Tiger is dead, another rank 4 Gu master was killed by Little Beast King. Didn't Little Beast King make an agreement with Wuxia Xianxia? He said not to move, but in the end, he actually left. This battle. It should be Little Beast King's failure. Because he violated the rules of the arranged battle. The valley was filled with clamor, and everyone was discussing with astonishment. Anger, they expressed intense anger and disdain towards Fang Yuan's shameless actions. Bai Ningbing chuckled coldly as he swept his gaze across the room. She had already expected such an outcome. The so-called agreement was only a trap dug by Fang Yuan. What kind of person was Fang Yuan, and she, Bai Ningbing, was the clearest person in this world. The Gu masters who had surrounded Bai Ningbing. Then, they all retreated at the same time. Fang Yuan listened to the countless Gu masters around the valley reprimanding and disdainful towards him. His hands were behind his back, and his face was calm as he squinted his eyes. There seemed to be a sense of enjoyment in it. From his point of view, the so-called integrity. It was only because he was afraid of being cheated, so he hoped and demanded other people's standards. Walking the demonic path, one had to be fearless and have no taboos. So what if he broke the agreement? So what if he didn't keep his promise? As long as he was strong enough, he could do whatever he wanted. So what if others disdain and ridicule him? These powerless words could only show the helplessness of the weak. Could they touch even a hair on him? He. As for this Wuxia Xianxia, she was really stupid. She was actually restrained by her reputation. She came to fight with him. Fang Yuan felt disdain towards this in his heart. Reputation is something to be used. It is only a tool. But in this world, there are many people who treat reputation as something more important than their lives. What a joke. Of course, I also played some tricks in this battle. Wuxia Xianxia was different from Tyrant Heng Mei and Fei Li. She had a flying Gu, and as long as she sensed something was amiss, she could fly into the sky, and Fang Yuan could do nothing to her. Thus, from the start, Fang Yuan proposed the duel. His goal was to restrict Wuxia Xianxia's movement ability. The so-called 3 strikes, when Fang Yuan proposed it, he had never thought of complying with it. Wuxia Xianxia fell into Fang Yuan's trap step by step. Fang Yuan's heavy injuries tempted her to continue moving forward. After the second strike, Fang Yuan purposely healed his injuries in front of her. Shui Sensei didn't want to see her efforts go to waste. She was anxious and didn't think too much about it. She flew into the sky and chose her strongest attack. But in the end, Fang Yuan instead borrowed her strength and deftly counterattacked, killing her. If it was a fair and square battle, Shui Sensei could fly and would not be killed by Fang Yuan so easily. Little Beast King, you are really despicable and shameless. You broke the agreement, you are the loser of this battle. Among the spectators, many people were shouting and shouting, saying similar words. That's right. I admit defeat, so what? Fang Yuan sneered and replied loudly. His voice echoed in the valley. The originally noisy shouts suddenly quieted down. That's right, so what if he lost? Look at that Ing family, she had turned into a pool of blood and flesh, even her parents would not be able to recognize their daughter. What was the meaning of this kind of victory or defeat? After realizing this point, the voices in the valley suddenly increased by an octave, becoming even more violent than before. Fang Yuan calmly admitted defeat, showing his shamelessness, thus arousing the indignation and anger in everyone's hearts. Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed loudly. You guys are so crazy, are you trying to take revenge for Shui Sensei? I didn't expect her to be so popular. Come, all those who want to take revenge come down, I will take you all. The noise in the valley suddenly became softer, and soon, it became completely silent. Although Fang Yuan used some tricks to kill Shui Sensei. But Shui Sensei was a famous rank 4 middle stage expert, she would be exhausted if she did not use 3 strikes. She was also beaten into meat paste by Fang Yuan, displaying Fang Yuan's formidable battle strength once again. Fang Yuan used his rank 4 initial stage cultivation to defeat 3 rank 4 middle stage experts in a row. With such strength, other than a limited number of people, who would not be fearful? Moreover, the more heavily injured Fang Yuan was, the stronger his battle strength was. Fang Yuan challenged them arrogantly, but no one stood up. Demonic Path people were wary and suspicious of each other, almost all of them were lone rangers, no one stood up for Shui Sensei. But among the righteous Path people, there were some who wanted to get rid of the demon Fang Yuan, but it was not good to do so now. For what? Because if they stood up, people would say that they were taking revenge for Shui Sensei. Shui Sensei was a demonic path person. Is there anyone who wants to take revenge for her? Is there anyone? Fang Yuan shouted a few more times. Countless spectators had gloomy expressions, some looked at each other, but no one answered. If there is no one, then I am leaving. Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows, taking a few steps forward before stopping. I am really leaving. Still, no one spoke. Fang Yuan's domineering aura suppressed everyone present. His attitude was too arrogant, causing many rank 4 experts to feel indignant. Many people were tempted, but they endured in the end. Chapter 349. Brotherly, just do it. Hu Mei sat in Li Xian's embrace, acting coquettishly. Li Xian had a round nose and big eyes, his forehead was wide, and his face was emitting a layer of greasy light. He was short and fat, and right now, one of his thick and short hands was holding Hu Mei's soft waist, while the other was on her leg. Li Xian's cultivation was rank 4 upper stage. But he rarely fought, he made a living by doing business, and was a famous and scrupulous merchant in the demonic path, with a wide network. Right now, he was hugging Hu Mei, smiling. Mei, your body seems to have no bones, your skin is as delicate as jade, I haven't seen you for a few days, you have become even more beautiful. Hu Mei rolled her eyes, saying in annoyance, brotherly, I am talking about serious matters. That black and white twin demons offended me, I am already yours, you have to uphold justice for me. Yes. Li Xian said perfunctorily, while his 10 fingers moved, roaming around Hu Mei's body. Hu Mei let out 2 soft gasps, her face blushing red. Together with her big watery eyes, it was extremely alluring. But her heart was clear as ice. She tried to persuade a few more times, but Li Xian only grunted and did not agree, instead taking advantage of her. Hu Mei pushed Li Xian away, standing on the ground with an aggrieved expression. "Brotherly, you have to give me a definite answer. I am begging you like this, don't you have pity on me? Io, my sweetheart, my little treasure. It is not that Brotherly doesn't want to do it, but that black and white twin demons are too troublesome. They are two middle-rank Gu masters, while I, Brotherly, am alone." Li Xian spread his arms, showing a helpless expression. Hu Mei snorted, "All right. Then I will lower my standards, and only ask to deal with that little beast king. This Fangzheng is the most hateful. That by Ning Bing. Brotherly can ignore him for now." "Is that so?" Li Xian hesitated. "Brotherly." Hu Mei saw that there was hope, and threw herself into Li Xian's embrace, breathing into his ears. Li Xian immediately felt a ball of lust rising in his lower abdomen. His eyes became blurry. "All right, Mei, since you asked for it, then Brotherly will help you vent your anger. But..." He changed the topic slightly. "In a day or two, the Three Kings' inheritance will reopen. They couldn't afford to make any mistakes at this critical juncture. After the Three Kings' inheritance, Brotherly will come and teach that little beast king a lesson. What do you think?" The Three Kings' inheritance was about to open. Everyone was watching. Hu Mei curled her lips. She did not say much to Li Xian's evasions. After the two of them were intimate for a while, Hu Mei bade farewell. Li Xian tried his best to persuade him to stay. However, Hu Mei's attitude was firm. In the end, Li Xian could only send her out of the cave. He stood at the entrance of the cave and stared at Hu Mei's back as she gradually disappeared into the forest. Humph, this little demoness. Li Xian returned to his cave residence, and the lecherous expression on his face disappeared. A cautious and gloomy look appeared on his face. "You want to sow discord and use me as a spear to deal with Little Beast King? This little demoness really thinks she has great success in her enchantment path. Ridiculous." Li Xian's smile was very cold. "I naturally have a way to deal with black and white demons. But when have I, Li Xian, done any unprofitable business? He. This little beast king Fangzheng is not simple. He looks boorish and rude. But his thoughts are meticulous. Before the Three Kings' inheritance opens, he challenged 3 demonic Gu masters. This is definitely a plan he had planned for a long time. Gu masters came from all over the world and gathered at Sancha Mountain. What was the reason? Wasn't it for the Three Kings' inheritance? Fang Yuan's arrogance did not bring him any trouble. These days, only he was finding trouble with others. Why? This was because everyone was staring at the inheritance of the Three Kings. They were all secretly preparing and working hard. Who would want to fight with this madman Little Beast King at this crucial moment and miss such a good opportunity? No one. This Little Beast King is making use of people's mentality and is fearless, establishing his reputation. 2 days later, the Three Kings' inheritance will open. Who would want to waste their effort to stop him from entering? Li Xian shook his head, already seeing the future. Ever since Fang Yuan killed Shui Sanxi, even he was afraid of Little Beast King. Previously, when Fang Yuan defeated Tyrant Heng Mei and Fei Li, Li Xian did not pay attention to it. But after Fang Yuan broke the agreement and killed Sky Tiger, Li Xian realized how troublesome Fang Yuan was. Why? Righteous path selection usually divided talents into 4 classes. First class were those with talent and virtue. Those with talent and moral character were the highest class, able to take charge of an area. Second class were those with virtue but no talent. Although they had no talent, they had moral character. Filial piety meant they would listen to their parents. Loyalty meant they would listen to their leader. Integrity meant they would not break the agreement. Using them would make people feel at ease, at least there would not be any big mistakes. Moreover, many talents were gained through experience. Third class were those with talent but no virtue. Although they had talent, they did not have moral character. If they had talent, they could be qualified for the position, but the higher-ups would not feel at ease using them, afraid of being betrayed one day. Fourth class were those with no talent and no virtue. No talent and no virtue. If they had no value, they would not feel at ease using them. In the demonic path, what was the most troublesome demonic path person? Fourth class were those with no talent and virtue. You had no talent, but you had to pay attention to virtue and live in ideals. Often, you would destroy yourself before anyone could destroy you. Third class were those with no talent and virtue. Although they had no talent, they did not have moral character either. At least they could do some lowly things to make a living. Second class were those with talent and virtue. With talent, they would be able to make a living. But at the same time, they still had moral character, filial piety, respect, loyalty and other ropes that bound them. In the demonic path where everyone was deceiving each other, this kind of person was destined not to prosper. And the first class were those with talent but no virtue. Fang Yuan was such a person. He had talent, he was simply overflowing with talent. His aptitude was outstanding, not everyone had an A-grade aptitude. Secondly, he had battle talent and could fight above his rank. Tyrant Heng Mei, Fei Li and Wuxia Xianxia all had higher cultivation than him, but they all died tragically in his hands. This was enough to explain everything. Afterwards, he also had the ability to manage. In Shang Clan City, he was doing very well. In just a few years, he had built up such a powerful set of goo worms. If such a person with such outstanding talent had moral character, Li Xian would not find it hard to deal with him. But Fang Yuan was a person without moral character. When he faced Hu Mei, he left her in the lurch and did not care about her beauty. He was rude and unreasonable, killing people at the slightest provocation. It could be said that he had no regard for life. He killed Tyrant Heng Mei and the other two, turning his opponents into meat paste every time. It could be seen that he had a cruel and ruthless nature. He even lied to Wuxia Xianxia and broke the contract in front of everyone, feeling proud of himself. This was even more terrifying. This showed that he acted without any scruples, he had no bottom line, he could easily betray others without a trace of guilt in his heart. Li Xian deeply understood, for a person like Little Beast King, if he was placed in the righteous path, in a peaceful and stable environment, he would definitely be ostracized, suppressed, banished and imprisoned by the people around him. But if he was placed in the unstable demonic path with cruel competition, he would be like a ferocious tiger entering a mountain, a flood dragon entering the sea. As long as his luck was not too bad, he would definitely have great accomplishments. If I had discovered such a person in advance, would have definitely suppressed and killed him. But now, it is too late, too late. Li Xian sighed deeply in his heart. Fang Yuan had already grown up and had a companion helping him. Although Li Xian had rank 4 upper stage cultivation, he was skilled in doing business and not in fighting. Of course, there were always capable people. On Sancha Mountain, there were also people who could kill Fang Yuan. They were Kong Ri Tian, Long Qing Tian and the other rank 5 Gu masters. But how could Li Xian command such peak-level characters? Moreover, these 4 people were in a subtle state of checks and balances. No one dared to act rashly, they were all staring at the 3 kings' inheritance, how could they put their thoughts elsewhere? Humph, this little demoness has bad intentions. She actually wants to instigate me, Li Xian. How is it possible to become enemies with such a troublesome demonic path character? Not only will I not offend him, I will instead establish a good cooperative relationship with him. Demonic path people prioritize benefits above all else. However, Little Beast King killed Wuxia Xianxia and also offended a character. Sky Tiger has a godfather, Century Boy, who is rank 4 upper stage. These days, Century Boy has been in closed cultivation refining goo. He will definitely appear when the inheritance opens. At that time, he is likely to find trouble with the black and white twin demons. He. I will secretly befriend Little Beast King, but on the surface, I will watch from the sidelines. I will quietly watch the fight between Century Boy and the black and white twin demons, then observe the result and wait for an opportunity to act. Regardless of the result, Li Xian would not suffer much loss. This was Li Xian. A great and scrupulous merchant of the demonic path, he was most proficient at taking advantage. Swish swish swish, bright golden primeval essence waves, under Fang Yuan's control, washed the four walls of the aperture. Even on San Cha Mountain, he had always been diligently cultivating. His actual cultivation was only rank 4 initial stage. It was originally light gold primeval essence, but with 9 eyes liquor worms refinement, the primeval essence's quality rose by a small realm, becoming bright gold primeval essence. Bright gold primeval essence was a huge help to him in battle. This was also one of the important reasons why he could consecutively defeat 3 rank 4 middle stage experts. These days, I have made a name for myself. There are definitely many people who are afraid of me, hate me, and are wary of me. But what does that matter? I am walking the demonic path, this is how it should be. Moreover, this is not Earth, an individual's strength is above an organization. The environment was different, the rules of the game were different. If it was on Earth, even if one walked the demonic path, they would still have to consider their moral character. Because on Earth, the difference in individual strength was not big. Only by gathering the masses could the people of the Devil Dao achieve great ambitions. In another 2 days, it will be the opening of the 3 Kings' inheritance. No one will find trouble with me, I should make use of this time to refine charging crash goo. Chapter 350. Back then, when Fang Yuan chose horizontal charge goo and vertical crash goo as his movement goo, he had considered the situation when he was a rank 4 goo. Horizontal charge goo and vertical crash goo, they were the 2 main materials to refine charging crash goo. Using these 2 rank 3 goo as the main body, along with the goo master's primeval essence and some supplementary materials, he could refine charging crash goo. The process of refining charging crash goo was not difficult. Fang Yuan had made ample preparations, and with his own recipe, the success rate was very high. 2 days later, Fang Yuan succeeded in the refinement, and obtained a brand new charging crash goo. Horizontal charge goo and vertical crash goo's charging distance was only 100 steps. The charging crash goo, however, increased this charging distance to 200 steps. At the same time, the time between activations was reduced to half. However, the expenditure of primeval essence had increased. Of course, this small disadvantage was nothing to Fang Yuan, who had 9 eyes liquor worm and heavenly essence treasure lotus. Looking at it, I already have 6 rank 4 goo in my hands. They are bitter strength goo, charging crash goo, yang goo of yin yang rotation goo, 9 eyes liquor worm, expend strength goo, and blood skull goo. The other all-out effort goo, strength chi goo, golden shield goo and so on are all rank 3 goo. They are gradually not meeting my requirements. Most of the goo worms in Fang Yuan's hands were still rank 3. Fang Yuan was now rank 4 initial stage, and had middle stage bright gold primeval essence, thus these goo worms were gradually becoming unsuitable. Of course, it did not mean the higher the rank the better. Take bone flesh unity goo for example. It was only rank 3, but with such a rank, many goo masters could use it. This highlighted its value even more. But overall, goo worms and goo masters needed to coordinate their ranks, and it was best if they were the same to be able to use them easily. Fang Yuan calculated, there were many goo worms he needed to raise. The first was all-out effort goo. The all-out effort goo he had was only rank 3. It could only activate rank 3 beast phantoms. To raise its rank, he needed to obtain undefeated 100 battles goo from the 3 Kings' inheritance. Let's put this aside for now. Strength Qi Gu was also rank 3, but Fang Yuan did not have the relevant recipe. He couldn't advance to the next step. Fang Yuan planned to refine the rank 3 Golden Shield Gu to rank 4 and turn it into Golden Bell Shield Gu. The rank 3 Tusita flower used to store it could be upgraded to rank 4 Tusita Lantern Gu. Self-Reliance Gu was also rank 3. But he had already reached the peak. There was no related secret formula to improve it further. However, although it was rank 3, as long as Fang Yuan exerted his strength, its healing effect could rival that of a rank 4 healing Gu. Similar to Self-Reliance Gu, there was also Bone Flesh Unity Gu. The supplementary Breath Concealment Gu was also rank 3. Although he could improve it further, Fang Yuan decided to put it aside. At the moment, he didn't need to conceal himself. Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus was also rank 3. In Fang Yuan's hands. He already had the refinement recipe for the 4th Revolution Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus. However, he needed to obtain several spirit springs before he could fuse them. This was a huge project. Fang Yuan could only put it aside for now. Like this, All-Out Effort Gu, Golden Shield Gu, Tusita Flower, Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. Fang Yuan only needed to refine these 4 Gu. However, that was not the case. Fang Yuan had once used Iron Bone Gu, Steel Tendon Gu and Copper Skin Gu to modify his body. These Gu were all rank 3 Gu. The current defense was barely effective in a battle between rank 4 Gu masters. Also, the 8 beast phantoms on Fang Yuan's body did not originate from rank 4 strength Gu. Thus, these things needed Fang Yuan to upgrade. The 8 beast phantoms on my body are all ordinary wild beasts. Only by replacing them with Biao strength phantoms, skeleton strength phantoms and so on can I display the strongest battle strength of rank 4 Gu masters. Fang Yuan was very interested in the Biao strength Gu in Shui Sanxi's aperture. But Shui Sanxi was turned into a pile of minced meat by him, and her Gu worms were also destroyed. Fang Yuan's fighting style was too ferocious. He would turn his enemies into meat paste at the slightest provocation. Although this was a characteristic of Strength Path Gu masters, this method was too violent, and after a battle, it was hard to preserve any Gu worms. Fang Yuan defeated 3 rank 4 demonic Gu masters in a row, but only obtained 1 Expend Strength Gu. And this Expend Strength Gu was contributed by Fei Li after he surrendered. But to obtain Gu worms, Gu masters usually traded with each other, nurtured and captured, or fused and refined them. Very few Gu masters could obtain Gu worms from the spoils of war. One reason was that Gu masters' methods were secretive and dangerous. Once a battle broke out, both sides would attack with full strength, and for their own safety, they would not hold back. This way, the Gu worms would also be destroyed. Secondly, it was very easy for Gu masters to destroy their own Gu worms. With just a thought, they could make their Gu worms self-destruct. To raise all these, there is still a long way to go. Fang Yuan sighed, walking out of the cave. Bai Ningbing was already standing at the entrance, looking at the peak, waiting for him. Fang Yuan followed her gaze and also looked up. He saw that on the 3 highest peaks of Sancha Mountain, there was a huge pillar of light that soared into the sky, piercing through the clouds. It was grand and majestic, supporting heaven and earth. 3 Kings' Inheritance, opened. Relying on this inheritance, my set of Strength Path Gu worms will be greatly perfected. Fang Yuan's gaze was burning, but he did not restrain himself. Although his battle strength was outstanding, it was not his turn yet. Whoosh 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 whoosh. 4 silhouettes shot up from the north, south, east, and west respectively. They stopped in midair and confronted each other. Rank 4 peak stage aura was emitted without concealment. The one on the east side was Poison Path Gu Master Long Qing Tian. He had long black hair, pale skin, and a pair of green pupils shone with eerie light, like 2 balls of cold flames. The one on the west side was Righteous Path Wu clan's elder Wu Shentong. His name was mighty and domineering, but his body was thin, like a sickly scholar. His face was pale, and he coughed from time to time, as if he could not endure the mountain winds. The one on the south side was demonic path expert Kong Ri Tian. He wore a flowery robe. He stood in the air, his lips curled into a smile, as pink butterflies danced around him. The one on the north side. It was Yi clan's elder Yi Chong. His whole body was covered in blue fish scales, forming into a suit of armor. His nose was protruding, his eyes were twice the size of a normal person's, and he had a head of fiery red messy hair. His whole body was covered in layers of muscles, and his body was short, but his physique was extremely majestic. On his back, there was a huge triangular fin, like the black fin on a shark's back. These four were currently the strongest Gu masters on Sancha Mountain. They had rank 4 peak stage cultivation. They were only a step away from rank 5. If they could advance to rank 5, they would be the monarch of the mortal world, ruling over one place and spreading their might everywhere. Their aura shrouded all directions. These four people. They had been facing off on Sancha Mountain for several months. During this period, they had also fought many times. But no one could do anything to the other, forming a chaotic battle. The righteous paths Wu Shentong and Yi Chong looked peaceful on the surface, but they were not united in private. And Kong Ri Tian and Long Qing Tian would occasionally cooperate when the situation was bad. The four of them occupied the highest cave on Sancha Mountain, and were the Gu masters closest to the inheritance entrance. The appearance of these four attracted the attention of all the Gu masters on the mountain. The inheritance was right in front of them. No matter who it was, they had to restrain their desire to attack. After a moment of stalemate, Kong Ri Tian chose King Bao inheritance, Long Qing Tian chose King Xian inheritance, and Wu Shentong chose King Quan inheritance. The three inheritances were not interconnected. But there were 4 rank 4 peak stage Gu masters. Only Yi Chong was left. After some hesitation, he finally chose King Bao inheritance. This way, King Bao inheritance has Kong Ri Tian and Yi Chong, 2 experts. Long Qing Tian chose King Xian inheritance. We lost to him last time, we need to avoid it. Wu Shentong is an enslavement path Gu master. It is said that King Quan inheritance has already been opened to the middle stage by him. In this inheritance, he is like a fish in water, and can display extraordinary battle strength. If we choose King Quan inheritance, we will only be able to drink his leftovers. While everyone was discussing, a group of Gu masters reached the peak. They were all rank 4 upper stage Gu masters, some had strange appearances, some had fierce expressions, some had dignified appearances, and some were gloomy and cold. Among them was a boy wearing black clothes. Before leaving, he looked down the mountain and gave a deep glance at Fang Yuan. Humph, century boy. Fang Yuan squinted his eyes, emitting a dangerous aura. Century boy was also a strength path Gu master. Xue Sensi recognized him as her godfather, and could be said to be Flying Sky Tiger's backer. Fang Yuan killed Xue Sensi and offended Century Boy. However, with the 3 kings' inheritance around the corner, Century Boy did not have the mood to settle the score with Fang Yuan. But once the inheritance closes, he will definitely find Fang Yuan to denounce him. Fang Yuan was not afraid of this, instead, he was secretly looking forward to it. With his current battle strength, he was almost invincible among rank 4 initial stage, and could even defeat ordinary middle stage Gu masters. But rank 4 upper stage, they were evenly matched. Rank 4 peak stage, they were hard to defeat. But people like Kong Ri Tian would have to pay a disastrous price if they wanted to eliminate a person like Fang Yuan. When a Gu master's cultivation reached the later stages, the difference of 1 rank would become larger, and it would become increasingly difficult to challenge someone of a higher rank. Not to mention challenging a rank higher rank. Even someone like Fang Yuan, who had rich battle experience and an outstanding set of strength path Gu worms, could only cross one rank and kill a middle stage Gu master. Of course, if I can upgrade all my Gu worms to rank 4, I will definitely have the ability to defeat a higher stage Gu master. I might even be evenly matched with a rank 4 peak stage Gu master. 3 Kings Inheritance, here I come. Immediately, Fang Yuan activated Charging Crash Gu and charged towards the mountain peak. Rank 4 upper stage Gu masters had all entered the inheritance. The 3 inheritance light pillars that were the entrances had already shrunk by a lot. On San Cha Mountain, a group of rank 4 middle stage Gu masters were about to enter. Suddenly, they saw Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing rushing over, their expressions changed and they opened up a path at the same time. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing entered King Quan inheritance together. Chapter 351. The moment he entered the light pillar, Fang Yuan felt an intense sense of weightlessness. When his field of vision stabilized, he discovered that he was already standing in the middle of an empty wilderness. Looking around, he could only see that the sky was gray and hazy. On the ground, grayish-white rocks formed small mounds that looked like tombs. The gray ground was not fertile, it was dry and hard, with sparse brown grass growing on it. The white of the sky, the gray of the ground, and the yellow of the withered grass, formed the 3 primary colors of this world. Other than that, there seemed to be no other colors. There was only silence, or more accurately, deathly silence. There was no wind, no rustling of leaves, no cries of birds or roars of beasts. It made one feel as if they were the only living being left in the entire world. Invisibly, loneliness, bewilderment, and even fear would spread in their hearts. Although he entered the inheritance at the same time as Bai Ningbing, Fang Yuan was alone at this place. But Fang Yuan was calm and collected. This is King Quan's inheritance. He looked around and muttered softly to himself. There was a huge difference between the 3 kings' inheritance and the inheritances of ordinary rank 5 Gu masters. Ordinary rank 5 inheritances, be it in Central Continent, Southern Border, Northern Plains, Eastern Sea, or Western Desert, they were all in the Great Worlds. The 3 kings' inheritance location, however, was a Gu immortal blessed land. In the past, when the 3 kings were in trouble, they unintentionally found an inheritance left behind by an ancient Gu immortal, and rose to power. The 3 kings were all geniuses, but they failed to advance to rank 6, and before dying, they set up their inheritances in this Gu immortal blessed land. Thus, Fang Yuan was not in a great world now. It was a Gu immortal blessed land, a small world that was attached to a great world. Every world had its own set of rules and laws. After entering a world, one had to follow the corresponding rules. Although Bai Ningbing entered the inheritance with me, she must have been sent to another place by this small world. But it is not important, as long as she and I can get through each round, we will meet again. Fang Yuan knew this was the unique spatial law of a small world. At the same time, the time laws were different. The flow of time here is about 3 times that of the outside world. In the center of Fang Yuan's aperture, the spring-autumn cicada, which had been in a deep slumber, had already woken up, and was recovering at a speed 3 times faster than the outside world. The spring-autumn cicada used the water in the river of time as nourishment. In this small world, the flow of the river of time was 3 times faster than the outside world. Therefore, it was of great help to the spring-autumn cicada's recovery. However, this was not good news for Fang Yuan. The pressure of spring-autumn cicada at its peak was definitely not something a rank 4 aperture could withstand. King Quan's inheritance was an opportunity for Fang Yuan, but at the same time, it was also a land of death. 1 day here is 3 days in the outside world. We need to act as soon as possible to save as much time as possible. Fang Yuan suddenly felt a sense of urgency. Thankfully, he had his previous life's memories, he was not unfamiliar with this rank 5 Gu Master King Quan inheritance. If I'm not wrong, there should be a dog-type wild beast nearby. Fang Yuan took a step forward, constantly moving as he looked around, searching for something. Woof, woof, woof. Suddenly, a sound was heard. A thin and weak wild dog with eyes shining with a pale green light ran towards Fang Yuan. This wild dog was so thin it was only skin and bones, its mouth full of yellow teeth only reaching Fang Yuan's calf. It was very fierce, obviously starving. Smelling the smell of human flesh on Fang Yuan's body, it pounced towards him without a care. Fang Yuan frowned slightly. This wild dog was very ordinary. Encountering it in the first round, it seems his luck today was not good. He quietly stood on the spot, letting the wild dog charge towards him. In the current environment, Fang Yuan could not use the other goo worms on him, he could only use the rank 1 dog enslavement goo. This was also the restriction of this small world's laws. King Quan modified the goo immortal blessed land, making it so that goo masters could only bring one rank 1 dog enslavement goo into his inheritance. At the same time, other goo worms could not be used freely. Of course, Spring-Autumn Cicada was an exception. Spring-Autumn Cicada was a rank 6 goo. When a goo worm reaches rank 6, be it a great world or a small world, there was only one. Spring-Autumn Cicada was no longer a mortal object, it was an immortal goo. Even in the blessed land, he could control and use it as he pleased. Not only King Quan inheritance, King Xian inheritance and King Bao inheritance are the same. When goo masters first enter the inheritance, they can only use rank 1 dog enslavement goo, paper crane goo and exploding egg goo. Seeing the wild dog charging towards him, Fang Yuan activated the dog enslavement goo in his aperture. This dog enslavement goo looked like a jade stone, only the size of a thumb. The jade stone looked like a dog's head. Fang Yuan only used a drop of bright gold primeval essence to activate this dog enslavement goo. The dog enslavement goo turned into a bright jade light, shooting out and turning from solid to phantom. Following that, with lightning speed, it shot into wild dog's body. The wild dog whimpered, as if it was struck by lightning, immediately falling down. Because of its inertia, it rolled along the ground, all the way to Fang Yuan's feet. After being still for a while, the wild dog suddenly stood up. But this time, it did not bare its canine teeth at Fang Yuan, instead obediently lying on the ground, sticking out its tongue and wagging its tail at Fang Yuan. "Get up!" Fang Yuan willed. The wild dog obediently stood up. Its fur was soft and dull, but there were no injuries. The dog enslavement goo directly entered its soul, and did not cause any damage to the wild dog's body. Its 4 limbs were on the ground, and its head only reached the middle of Fang Yuan's calf. Fang Yuan observed it carefully, and shook his head. This was an ordinary wild dog, with worrisome battle strength. But precisely so, it allowed Fang Yuan to easily use the dog enslavement goo on it. No matter what, I need to rely on it to get through the second round. Just as Fang Yuan was thinking, a heavenly power descended, wrapping around his body. At once, Fang Yuan could not move. In front of him, a jade light flashed, and a second dog enslavement goo appeared. Fang Yuan knew this was the inheritance's reward for him, and the key to the second round, so he quickly refined it. This dog enslavement goo was also rank 1, and was easy to refine. When Fang Yuan refined this goo, and kept it in his aperture, with a swoosh, he disappeared on the spot, teleported by the heavenly power to another place. This was still the wilderness, with a gray sky and brown grass. Fang Yuan stood on a low mound, and around the mound were 3 stray dogs. They were also as thin as a stick. 2 of them were looking for food in the grass with their heads lowered. As for the third one, it seemed to be a little old and simply lay on the ground without moving. Fang Yuan's sudden appearance caused these 3 dogs to go crazy. They started to run like they were electrocuted, charging towards Fang Yuan from 3 different directions. The first wild dog that Fang Yuan controlled had its ferocious nature stimulated. Under Fang Yuan's command, it spread out its 4 paws, pouncing towards one direction. But it could only block one dog, and soon, the second one reached Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan used the same trick, using the second dog enslavement goo to tame it. The third dog also pounced, but Fang Yuan was multitasking, commanding the two dogs to fight at the same time. If it was an ordinary goo master who was not familiar with dog enslavement, they would not be able to handle two battles, and would lose focus. But Fang Yuan was not nervous, he was at ease. He had 500 years of memories, he was experienced, and had commanded many beast groups in battles. Especially the Bladewing blood bats in the Blood Sea inheritance. In this life, for the sake of San Cha Mountain inheritance, he had trained in Shang Clan City for several months, learning how to control dog enslavement. The battle progressed in the direction Fang Yuan expected. But Fang Yuan frowned. The first wild dog's condition is not good. If we fight like this, even if I win, there will only be one wild dog left. Thinking of this, he started to command the two wild dogs, fighting while retreating. Eventually, Fang Yuan successfully merged the two groups into one. This immediately increased the pressure on Fang Yuan's command. But at the same time, he established a huge advantage. The two wild dogs in Fang Yuan's hands had precise and ingenious coordination, but their enemies were fighting for themselves. Not long later, this intense battle ended. The corpses of two wild dogs were lying on the ground, their blood flowing everywhere. The two wild dogs under Fang Yuan's control stood on the ground, their bodies full of injuries. The first one from before had more serious injuries. The second one was in better shape. The moment the battle ended, the power of heaven and earth descended again, wrapping around Fang Yuan and the two ordinary wild dogs in his hands. His vision suddenly changed, the weightlessness once again assaulted Fang Yuan's body. Entered the third round. Fang Yuan started to observe his surroundings. This time, he was also standing on the top of the mound, but was surrounded by 6 stray dogs. 6. Fang Yuan's gaze focused, feeling the slight pressure. He only had 2 wild dogs in his hands. The enemy's military strength was 3 times that of his own. At the same time, his 2 wild dogs were also injured. Without giving him any time to think, the moment the 6 wild dogs discovered him, they started to salivate and charged at him. Fang Yuan's eyes suddenly brightened, he saw a pit and quickly jumped. He jumped in, his back against the thick rock wall, lining up the 2 wild dogs in front of him. The 6 wild dogs madly charged at him, pulling away from each other. The 2 healthy wild dogs were the first to charge up the mound, while the remaining 4 were injured and left behind. Seeing this, Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief. Chapter 352. Woof woof woof. Fierce barking sounds rang out one after another. Dozens of wild dogs fought. One side had the advantage in numbers, but their formation was loose. The other side had fewer numbers, but their formation was tight. At the same time, the wild dogs had cover, retreat, assault and other tactics. Fang Yuan stood on a hill not far away, looking down at the whole battlefield as he commanded attentively. This was already his 10th round of battle in King Quan inheritance. Relying on his rich experience and understanding of King Quan's inheritance, he sprinted all the way without any danger. The battle continued for the time it took to brew a cup of tea before it ended. On the whole battlefield, there were still 18 wild dogs left standing, all of them were accumulated by Fang Yuan through painstaking efforts. Fang Yuan lightly let out a breath of turbid air, feeling slightly tired in his mind. Every 10 rounds in King Quan inheritance is a challenge, the difficulty will increase by several times. This time, I used 27 wild dogs and sacrificed 9 to resist the attacks of close to 60 wild dogs before I passed this round. In all fairness, there were still some small thrills in the process. The 3 kings are demonic goo masters, and demonic inheritances have always been cruel, upholding the cold competition of survival of the fittest. This round is enough to get rid of most of those who want to sneak in. On San Cha Mountain, there were countless righteous Gu masters and demonic Gu masters. Every time the Three Kings' inheritance opened, large numbers of Gu masters would rush in to try their luck. But the Three Kings' inheritance, no matter which path it was extremely strict. To choose the most suitable inheritor, the Three Kings set up extremely difficult rounds. Among the Three Kings, King Quan was an enslavement path Gu master, King Xian was a refinement path Gu master, and King Bao was a fire path Gu master. The inheritors they chose naturally had to be from these paths. The first 10 rounds difficulty was enough to ruthlessly eliminate most of the side path Gu masters. From the 30th round onwards, there would be no side path Gu masters. From the 50th round onwards, only the elites and geniuses of this path would remain. From the 70th round onwards, only experts with deep foundations would remain. Those who could reach the 90th round were few in number, they could be counted with 10 fingers. Especially the last 10 rounds from 90 to 100, the difficulty was extremely high, like a heavenly moat. Even a monster like Fang Yuan would not be able to pass it. In his previous life, the Three Kings' inheritance lasted for close to 10 years. It swept up countless people, the devil Dao, the righteous Dao, heroes and ambitious people. It had not even been a year since the Three Kings' legacy had appeared. It was the early stages. Most people could only reach a dozen or so levels at most, and that was already very impressive. At the middle stage, people would rush to the 50th checkpoint and find it hard to continue. They could only exchange their experiences and conclude many rules. Towards the end, most people would hover around the 70th to 80th checkpoint. Only a very small number of people fought around the 90th round. These people were mostly rank 5 Gu masters, their every action would attract everyone's attention. And when it ended, many mysterious rank 6 Gu immortals even appeared. Fang Yuan remembered most of it very clearly. Of course, there were some areas that were vague, but they were minor details. He had a deep understanding of the Three Kings' legacy. He knew that with his own strength, no matter which inheritance it was, he would definitely not be able to pass the 90th round. After the 90th round, only rank 5 Gu masters had hope of passing the rounds. Fang Yuan knew that it would be difficult for him to cultivate to the 5th rank. 10 years was definitely not enough. This was not only because the higher the Gu master, the harder it was to cultivate. It was also because of the spring-autumn cicada. In this Gu immortal blessed land, time flowed faster, and the spring-autumn cicada healed even faster. To him, this was a huge potential threat. The heavenly power descended once again, and Fang Yuan's vision flashed. When he looked again, he found that he had been teleported to an unfamiliar place. Different from the clear vision of the first 10 rounds, right now, his vision was filled with dense gray fog, and he could not distinguish north from south. Other than the rank 6 spring-autumn cicada, all other Gu worms could not be activated. 19 wild dogs were surrounding him, but right now, even the dog enslavement Gu only had a faint connection. But Fang Yuan was not panicking. He knew that from the 10th round onwards, the inheritance would give every challenger the right to choose. He quietly stood on the spot, and quickly distinguished. On his left, in the depths of the fog, there was an orange-yellow light, as if someone was holding a lantern. At the same time, there was a relatively loud dog bark. And right in front of him, there was a black figure, faintly discernible, seemingly near yet far. On his right, in the depths of the gray fog, there was a ball of blue lightning flickering. The orange-yellow light represents the chrysanthemum Akita dog. This type of dog is more loyal and united than the ordinary wild dogs I have, and is easier to control, able to coordinate their battle tactics. The blue lightning should be the lightning symbol dog. This type of dog's running speed is twice that of an ordinary wild dog. And the black figure represents the next opponent, another Gu master. Fang Yuan pondered. These were the hints given to him by King Quan inheritance. Those who enter for the first time would definitely be blinded, and could only try to pass the rounds, and not choose the most advantageous option for themselves. But Fang Yuan was well aware. Whether it was the Chrysanthemum Akita dog, Lightning Symbol dog, or Gu Master, they were all challenges, and also opportunities. Fang Yuan only thought for a moment, before giving up on the left and right, and walking straight ahead. The further he walked, the thinner the gray fog became, and his vision became clearer. At the same time, his control over his 19-dog enslavement Gu became stronger. And the gray fog on the left and right became thicker. Han Bulu stood there without moving, quietly looking at the person walking out of the fog. Han Bulu was already 48 years old, a righteous Gu master with rank 4 middle stage cultivation, and had entered King Quan inheritance many times. Thus, he had a good understanding of King Quan inheritance. Right now, seeing Fang Yuan's figure slowly walking towards him from the gray fog, he immediately knew this was his opponent. But he was not flustered. He was an enslavement path Gu master, and was like a fish in water in King Quan inheritance. In this special environment, the Gu master's previous accumulation did not count. He could only use the Gu given in the inheritance to fight. The difference in cultivation also shrunk rapidly. This person is really unlucky to actually meet me. I need to take down this person with the smallest losses. Then I will charge towards the 22nd round. Han Buliu was very confident in himself. Last time, he made it to the 21st stage. Last time, he charged to the 21st round. This result was already among the best in his circle. It even surpassed many rank 4 upper stage and peak stage Gu masters. Fang Yuan stepped out of the fog, his gaze dark and his expression calm as water. Han Buliu's pupils constricted, and he couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. It's Little Beast King. His heart tightened, and he panicked. Although Fang Yuan had just arrived at San Cha Mountain, he had killed 3 middle-stage Gu masters with initial-stage cultivation, his fierce name had spread far and wide, and his might was awe-inspiring. Han Bulu was also a middle-stage Gu master, but he knew his own limits, and knew his battle strength could not compare to Sky Tiger and the others. But soon, Han Bulu reacted, this is not the outside world, it is a Gu immortal blessed land. In this round, both sides can only use dog enslavement Gu. He cannot use Little Beast King's set of Gu worms. He walks the strength path, how can he have attainments in the enslavement path at such a young age? Han Bulu's eyes shone with ecstasy and greed, he roared in his heart, ahahaha, this is a heaven-sent opportunity. If I kill Little Beast King, my name will spread far and wide. If I snatch his Gu worms, I can sell them for countless yuan stone. Wild dogs, charge. Righteous path inheritances were gentle and did not usually result in death. Sometimes, even if one failed, one could still gain something. But King Quan inheritance was a demonic path inheritance. Here, one could kill. Death was also a common occurrence. Most importantly, in this Gu immortal blessed land, Gu masters could not use their own Gu worms. This meant that if Gu masters died, they could not use their thoughts to detonate their Gu worms. San Cha Mountain's Gu masters had already discovered this point during the battle. This caused the number of Gu masters who died to increase sharply. In the outside world, Gu masters would detonate their Gu worms before dying, not leaving anything for the enemy. The gains from the battle were very little. But here, when Gu masters died, their Gu worms would be left behind. This was enticing people to commit crimes. If Han Bulu killed Fang Yuan, almost all of Fang Yuan's Gu worms would be left behind. This huge battle loot caused Han Bulu's killing intent to soar. Under his command, 11 wild dogs pounced towards Fang Yuan. Woof woof woof. They let out savage barks together, their aura surging like a rainbow. Fang Yuan's expression did not change. When these wild dogs reached him, he casually waved his hand. He lightly waved his hand and 19 wild dogs suddenly rushed out from the fog behind him. 19? Han Bulu was extremely shocked, his eyeballs almost popping out. How can there be so many? He was filled with doubts. He himself was an enslavement path Gu master and was very experienced in commanding wild dogs. He tried his best and passed the 10th round, leaving behind 11 wild dogs. But Little Beast King was a strength path Gu master, how could he have 19? He had 8 more than Han Bulu. What kind of enslavement path attainment was this? No. This is impossible. This is definitely just his dog shit luck, otherwise how could there be so many wild dogs left behind? The real battle was about to begin. I will show you the art of commanding an enslavement path Gu master. Han Bulu calmed his mind and was soon filled with fighting spirit. In his opinion, Little Beast King was so young, no matter how much of a genius he was, he could not advance in both strength path and enslavement path at the same time. There is a flaw. Fang Yuan had been observing his opponent. Seeing the change in Han Bulu's expression, he immediately grasped this fleeting opportunity, and decisively mobilized the strongest wild dogs to form a charging arrow. The next moment, this arrow fiercely broke through the enemy's formation. Not good. Han Bulu's heart was filled with alarm and he quickly mobilized the wild dogs. But how could Fang Yuan give him the chance? The remaining wild dogs formed 2 graceful arcs and flanked from the left and right, instantly seizing control of the situation. Chapter 353. This was an intense battle. Han Bulu resisted with all his might, trying to turn the situation around. But Fang Yuan saw through his plans every time, breaking through his battle tactics, suppressing his every resistance. Every time he tried, he returned empty-handed. An hour later, there were only 8 wild dogs left, all belonging to Fang Yuan. Han Bulu's face was pale, his face full of sweat, his head spinning as he stood on the spot. Plop. He suddenly knelt on the ground, pleading loudly to Fang Yuan, "Little beast, human Wangda, I beg you to spare my life. I'll do anything for you to repay your kindness. You are a genius, a monstrous genius. I fought with you because I had no choice but to do so. Your attainment in the enslavement path is truly admirable. Little beast, human Wangda, from now on, you are my master." "Oh, is that so? But how do you want me to believe your sincerity? Unless you are willing to be enslaved by me." Fang Yuan smiled lightly, commanding the 8 wild dogs to surround Han Bulu. Han Bulu was flustered. Lord, in this Gu immortal blessed land, Gu masters cannot use their own Gu worms. Moreover, I do not have enslavement Gu. Then I have no choice. Fang Yuan coldly waved his hand, and the 8 wild dogs pounced. "Lord Fangzheng. Don't." Han Bulu jumped up, screaming in fear, trying to escape. But it was too late, the 8 wild dogs tightly surrounded him, opening their mouths and biting his body with their sharp teeth. Han Bulu screamed miserably, waving his arms like a madman, rolling on the ground. It was useless. Even if he had defenses like ice muscles, iron bones, copper skin, these were not useful in the blessed land, they were weakened to nothing. "Fangzheng, even if I become a ghost, I will not let you off." Amidst the wretched curses and cries, Han Bulu's flesh was torn off by the wild dogs. His eyeballs were clawed open and blood flowed out, revealing his pale white bones. Fang Yuan watched quietly until Han Bulu died, not moving an inch. He gently waved his hand, and the 8 wild dogs immediately stopped attacking and retreated to the sides, making a path for Fang Yuan. Their bodies were stained with scarlet blood. Some were still gnawing on Han Bulu's bones, while others had Han Bulu's hair and flesh on their claws. Han Bulu's corpse was already beyond recognition. However, under Fang Yuan's conscious protection, his abdomen was still intact. Fang Yuan placed his palm on Han Bulu's abdomen, his consciousness entering his aperture. This was a standard rank 4 middle stage aperture. But because Han Bulu was already dead, his aperture was currently shrinking. Restricted by the laws of this blessed land, all of his Gu worms were motionless, quietly lying in the shallow primeval sea. There were a total of 5 gu, all of them of the enslavement path, and 2 of them were rank 4. Fang Yuan browsed through them and extracted them, easily refining them and storing them in his aperture. During the whole process, he did not use the spring-autumn cicada. The laws of the blessed land did not restrict him at this moment, but instead helped him easily refine these gu. King Quan seemed to be encouraging gu masters to kill each other, showing the cruelty of the demonic path. Fang Yuan killed Han Buliu, and only had 7 wild dogs left. Just now, when Han Buliu was struggling, he killed the most heavily injured wild dog. At the edge of death, a person could often burst out with great strength. Fang Yuan looked at these 7 wild dogs, his calm gaze containing a trace of regret. Only 7 wild dogs are left, and all of them are injured. As for the following rounds, the difficulty will naturally increase by a lot. But compared to the gains, the loss of 12 wild dogs is absolutely insignificant. These wild dogs could be seen everywhere in the forest outside. To be able to use 12 wild dogs to exchange for 2 rank 4 gu and 3 rank 3 gu, this transaction was too profitable. 3 kings' inheritance. Not only are the treasures passed down, the gu masters who enter the blessed land are all moving treasures. Killing them and taking their gu worms, I can strengthen myself. The heavenly power descended. Fang Yuan sneered, his heart filled with killing intent. The fog appeared in front of him again. Fang Yuan looked around. In front of him, there was a black shadow, representing the gu master enemy. On the left, there was also a black shadow, but at the edge of the shadow, there were protruding spikes. On the right, there was an orange shadow, similar to the previous one. It represented the Chrysanthemum Akita dog. I only have 7 wild dogs now, my battle strength is insufficient, I cannot choose gu masters as my enemies, the risk is too high. On the left, there is a hedgehog dog, its body is covered in spikes, and its attack strength is twice that of a normal wild dog. On the right, there is the Chrysanthemum Akita dog. Fang Yuan's eyes turned, and he moved towards the right. Although the hedgehog dog's attack strength was strong, to pass this round, they would suffer heavy losses. The 7 wild dogs in Fang Yuan's hands were all injured, once their organs were pierced by the spikes, they would die. Fang Yuan had experience, the hedgehog dogs were more troublesome, without the steel armor dogs or yin dogs, it was best not to encounter them. These precious experiences, in the early stages of the inheritance, gu masters kept them to themselves, purposely hiding them. Most of them fell into a pit, and after suffering losses, they would want others to fall into it as well. Fang Yuan moved forward, the fog in front of him getting thinner. At his feet, 7 wild dogs followed him with unsteady steps. They had followed Fang Yuan all the way here, and were all injured. Especially the battle with Han Bulu, they had expended a lot of their life force and battle strength. Dog enslavement gu after dog enslavement gu appeared in the air, landing in Fang Yuan's hands. When the fog completely disappeared, Fang Yuan had 20 dog enslavement gu, all rank 1. Dog enslavement gu were hard to retrieve, they were planted in the dog beast's soul. After the dog beast dies, its soul dissipates, and the dog enslavement gu also vanishes. Even if the gu master brought many rank 1 dog enslavement gu before entering the inheritance, it was of no use. The heavenly power of the blessed land would take away all the dog enslavement gu from the gu master, and not return them, only leaving 1 for the gu master. After a few times, the gu masters learned their lesson. A total of 50 to 60 Chrysanthemum Akita dogs appeared in front of Fang Yuan. These dogs had orange fur, which was the color of oranges. Their long ears drooped down, covering their ear holes. At the same time, there were chrysanthemum patterns on their fur. Their bodies were about the same size as ordinary wild dogs, and were even slightly shorter. But Fang Yuan's expression changed. Chrysanthemum Akita dogs were good at cooperating, the more they were, the stronger they were. And the location he appeared in was not good either. On flat ground, there was no terrain to fight on. With just 7 wild dogs, he would be easily surrounded and devoured. In the end, Fang Yuan's outcome would not be any better than Han Bulu's. I need to get to that hill quickly. In just a breath's time, Fang Yuan saw the terrain clearly, and without hesitation, he ran towards that hill. After he ran 5 steps, the Chrysanthemum Akita dogs also found him. Woo woo woo, they let out long whimpers, and countless Chrysanthemum Akita dogs raised their necks, calling out to each other. At once, all the nearby Chrysanthemum Akita dogs gathered together, and formed a river of attacks, charging towards Fang Yuan. Such a scene, if it was a wild dog, lightning symbol dog, or hedge dog, would not happen. Unless there was a dog king commanding them. But Chrysanthemum Akita dogs had a strong sense of unity. Even without a dog king commanding them, they could still charge together. This was a completely different concept from fighting one-on-one. Fang Yuan barely managed to get to the hill, but in the next second, the Chrysanthemum Akita dog group surrounded him. Fang Yuan retreated, leaning against a cliff to defend himself. The Chrysanthemum Akita dogs paused for a moment, before launching a wave of attacks. Because the ground was narrow, the dog group could only send out 15 dogs each time. Fang Yuan quickly mobilized the 7 wild dogs to resist. Both sides fought intensely, as Fang Yuan used his exquisite control to resist. At the same time, he waved his arm, finding an opportunity, and threw out 5 dog enslavement goo. At once, he had a new group of soldiers. 5 healthy Chrysanthemum Akita dogs changed sides, joining Fang Yuan's side, causing the situation to turn around. Originally 15 against 7, now it was 10 against 12, Fang Yuan had the advantage. Companions turned into enemies, causing the dog group to panic. Fang Yuan used the chaos to attack, killing 6 Chrysanthemum Akita dogs, and forcing the remaining 4 to retreat. He could have taken down 10 Chrysanthemum Akita dogs, but he purposely let the remaining 4 escape. Fang Yuan's rich experience was not just limited to this. He had 20 dog enslavement goo, but he did not use them all at once, but in batches. This terrain limited the number of dogs that could fight. At the same time, the fewer the dogs, the more Fang Yuan's exquisite control could be displayed. With more dogs, he had the advantage in numbers, but if he was distracted, he would not be able to use his exquisite control. The Chrysanthemum Akita dogs charged towards Fang Yuan's defensive circle, launching a wave of attacks. Fang Yuan planned meticulously. Every time he used the dog enslavement goo, he used it at the most crucial moment. He did not limit himself to choosing the healthiest Chrysanthemum Akita dogs, but to disrupt the formation of the dogs. Such gains did not seem obvious, but as time went by, it became more and more. The Chrysanthemum Akita dog group launched close to 10 waves of attacks, but were repelled by Fang Yuan each time. When Fang Yuan only had 3 dog enslavement goo left, the remaining dozen or so Chrysanthemum Akita dogs scattered and escaped. These Chrysanthemum Akita dogs were all injured. Fang Yuan had purposely let them escape earlier, to prevent them from retaliating in a frenzy before they died. But now, they were afraid, and chose to retreat. Without King Quan's leadership, they would not have escaped so easily. Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air, choosing not to chase. After this battle, his original 7 wild dogs were left with 3, but he gained 16 Chrysanthemum Akita dogs. Chapter 354. 13th round, 14th round, 17th round, 18th round. Fang Yuan passed round after round, as the number of dogs in his hands continued to increase. By the end of the 19th round, he had over 80 dogs. Among them were over 40 Chrysanthemum Akita dogs, over 20 lightning symbol dogs, and 19 hedge dogs. During this period, he killed another person. It was a rank 3 water path peak stage goo master, with 6 goo. However, he did not encounter Bai Ningbing. 20th round. Fang Yuan calculated in his heart. 3 kings' inheritance, after every 10 rounds, the difficulty would increase by several times. At the start of the 20th round, 100 Beast Kings would appear, with hundreds, or even thousands of dogs fighting. In the fog, 3 lumps of light appeared, on the left, right, and front. The lumps of light in front were orange-yellow, about the size of a wicker basket. The lumps of light on the left were eerie blue lightning, flickering continuously, about the size of a millstone. The lumps of light on the right were the moon in the water, flowers in the fog, indistinctly green and white. Among the 3 lumps of light, this lumps of light was the smallest. Fang Yuan knew clearly, the size of the lumps of light represented the number of dogs. The bigger the lumps, the more dogs there were. The orange-yellow lumps in front represented Chrysanthema Makita dogs, about 200 of them. The eerie blue lumps on the left meant there were about 150 lightning symbol dogs. The green and white lumps on the right meant there were dog groups, with the smallest numbers, about 100 of them. Fang Yuan first eliminated the Chrysanthema Makita dogs. The Chrysanthema Makita dog groups, with a dog king, became more united. The larger the numbers, the stronger their battle strength. Over 200 Chrysanthema Makita dogs, to Fang Yuan, was a disaster. Secondly, he eliminated the dog groups. Dogs were special, they did not have a physical body, and were like a lump of dog-shaped qi, floating in the air. Ordinary attacks could not kill them, they could even penetrate rocks, burrow underground, hide in water and so on. The dogs in Fang Yuan's hands did not have such methods. Lightning symbol dogs were only fast, they did not have the ability to release lightning. After thinking for a while, Fang Yuan chose the left direction. The mist dissipated, and the dogs circled around him, silently following him. A rank 2 dog enslavement gu descended from the sky, landing in his hands. When he completely walked out of the fog, the lightning symbol hounds were scattered around. On the hill, a huge dog beast was lying on the grass, taking a nap. It was more than twice the size of a normal lightning symbol dog. Its entire body was covered in dark blue fur. The tips of its fur were sharp and flashed with a faint electric glow. This was the king of 100 beasts, the big lightning symbol dog. A heaven-sent opportunity. Fang Yuan understood the whole situation, his eyes shined with brilliance as he instantly made his decision. With a wave of his hand, he brazenly sent out all his forces. More than 80 dog beasts surrounded him in the middle, and rushed towards the big lightning symbol dog. The big lightning symbol dog's reaction was also very quick. Its ears twitched, and it immediately opened its eyes, standing up like lightning. It raised its head and howled, summoning the pack of lightning symbol dogs near the hill. Hearing the king's summon, the surrounding lightning symbol hounds immediately responded and gathered around the king from all directions. Although the lightning symbol hounds were fast, Fang Yuan had the initiative. He gathered all his forces together, attacking the root of the problem without hesitation. Some of the lightning symbol hounds that were closer gathered around the dog king before Fang Yuan did. Charge! Fang Yuan's eyes shone with determination. At this moment, hesitation was the worst. Since he had made up his mind, he would charge forward. The lightning symbol hounds that came to block him were quickly dispersed by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's formation was dense, while the lightning symbol hounds' formation was loose, their numbers were few. Woof! As the 100-beast king, the lightning symbol hound saw that its underlings were all slaughtered, its ferocious nature was aroused, it pounced towards Fang Yuan with its 4 paws. Fang Yuan willed, and the 20 lightning symbol hounds split into 2 groups, flanking from the left and right. The 19 hedgehog hounds formed a formation and charged towards the lightning symbol hound without fear of death. The rest of the group, the 40 Chrysanthema Makita hounds, surrounded Fang Yuan and spread out, following behind the hedgehog hounds. The lightning symbol hound fell into the encirclement set up by Fang Yuan, and was trapped in the center. Fang Yuan disregarded the exhaustion of his mental energy, and used all his energy to mobilize the hounds under his command, displaying their exquisite coordination. The lightning symbol hound's speed was even faster than the other lightning symbol hounds, but under Fang Yuan's intentional encirclement, its greatest advantage was suppressed. It raised its head and howled, attempting to gather its underlings. Its underlings were rushing over in a frenzy to save the king. Fang Yuan had to encircle the lightning symbol hound, and at the same time, he had to defend against the attacks of the hounds outside. The pressure was immense, and not long after, his head was throbbing, and a layer of sweat covered his forehead. The situation was dangerous. If it was a direct confrontation, even if he won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory, and he would not have many soldiers left. Thus, Fang Yuan's plan was to capture the leader first. But if he could not control this 100-beast king, then Fang Yuan would be wrapped up like a dumpling. Not only would he fail, he would have no hope of entering the next round, and might even die on the spot. In this Gu immortal blessed land, other than the Gu worms from the inheritance, other Gu worms could not be used. Thus, Gu masters could easily die. Fang Yuan could not use the strength Qi Gu and all-out effort Gu either. Of course, he still had his trump card, Spring-Autumn Cicada. With Spring-Autumn Cicada's current condition, he could barely activate it. But activating Spring-Autumn Cicada itself carried a huge risk. There was a high chance that he would self-detonate and die. Thus, unless Fang Yuan was at his wit's end, he would not use it recklessly. The sweat on his forehead gathered into beads, rolling down his body. Fang Yuan did not bother to wipe it, he tightly held the rank 2 dog enslavement Gu in his hand, not making a move. He was carefully looking for an opportunity. Using the rank 1 dog enslavement Gu to subdue ordinary hounds, that was easy. But using the rank 2 dog enslavement Gu to subdue the 100-beast king had a chance of failure. Because there were natural Gu worms on the 100-beast king's body. These Gu worms could ruin Fang Yuan's plans. Fang Yuan only had one chance: if the rank 2 dog enslavement Gu was destroyed, he would be finished. Thus, he had to be careful. Woof! The lightning symbol dog was anxious, it opened its mouth and spat out a lump of blue plasma. The dark blue plasma was like a sticky liquid, falling down with a plop sound. It smashed on the grass, but did not dissipate, it was still flickering, hitting the grass and mountain rocks, causing them to crackle, and soon, they were charred black. This is the rank 2 plasma Gu. Fang Yuan immediately recognized the culprit that created this plasma. Plasma Gu's attack power was not strong. Although the attack was sudden, and covered many of Fang Yuan's Chrysanthemum Akita dogs, Fang Yuan immediately pulled out all the hounds within the plasma. The fur of these dogs had been charred black by the lightning. At the same time, they were not agile, paralyzed by the electric current. But they still had some fighting strength. Woof, woof, woof. The lightning symbol dog continued to spit out plasma, covering patches of grass. Fang Yuan's brows furrowed deeply, his expression becoming more solemn. Plasma Gu's attack power was not strong, but when it covered the ground, it would last for a period of time. During this period of time, this area would become a restricted zone for Fang Yuan's hounds. Fang Yuan's troops were surrounded at the center, and could not move around much. Once the plasma covered the area, this problem was magnified. This was a huge obstacle for Fang Yuan's movement of troops, rotation of defense lines, and distribution of damage. Without a choice, Fang Yuan could only change troops. He moved the lightning symbol dogs that were defending outside, to the inside to deal with the 100-beast king. He mobilized the Chrysanthemum Akita Inu to defend against the 100-odd lightning symbol dogs outside. The lightning symbol dogs could move freely within the plasma's range, and their bodies were even stimulated by the electric current, becoming faster. But the situation was disadvantageous to Fang Yuan. The lightning symbol dogs couldn't help but be afraid of the 100-beast king lightning symbol dogs of their own kind. This made Fang Yuan expend more effort to control them, and the effectiveness of his commands was also greatly reduced. Outside, the speed of the Chrysanthema Makita dogs could not match the lightning symbol dogs, they could only form a tight formation and defend passively. If it was the lightning symbol dogs, Fang Yuan could use his speed to restrict them. Persevere, I need to persevere. 100 Beast King's first gu has been detected. I need to work harder from now on. Fang Yuan was in a dangerous situation, but his heart was still as calm as ice. Every time the plasma gu was activated, there was a 5-breath interval. The plasma gu itself needed to rest. In this 5 breaths of time, Fang Yuan could activate rank 2 dog enslavement gu, and did not need to worry about the plasma gu's attack. But Fang Yuan did not know if there were other gu on this 100 Beast King. To be safe, he had to continue probing. Time passed bit by bit, the situation became more and more difficult for Fang Yuan. He had lost 14 lightning symbol dogs, and only 9 were left. Hedge dogs did not belong to the same tribe as the lightning symbol dogs, so they had fewer losses, but only 11 were left. The Chrysanthema Makita dogs suffered the most losses, from close to 50, there were less than 20 left. But Fang Yuan could not detect the second gu on this 100 Beast King. Fang Yuan decided to make a move. I can't wait any longer. This lightning symbol dog's body most likely only has 1 parasitic gu. He had to take a risk. If he waited any longer, his perilous outer defense line would be broken. Rank 2 dog enslavement gu. While the lightning symbol dog was firing its plasma, Fang Yuan quickly made his move, dealing the crucial blow. Under Fang Yuan's watchful eyes, the dog enslavement gu flew to the lightning symbol dog's body, planting itself in its soul. A formless mental attack attacked Fang Yuan through this dog enslavement gu. Fang Yuan's head was already throbbing in pain, and with this attack, he felt a wave of dizziness. This was the 100 Beast King's soul, resisting unwillingly. Subduing a 100 Beast King was not easy. Fang Yuan's body shook, but he gritted his teeth and persevered. A spiritual connection was formed between Fang Yuan and the lightning symbol dog. The latter was still going berserk, wanting to tear Fang Yuan into pieces, but now it barked and wagged its tail at Fang Yuan in an attempt to please him. The lightning symbol dog group heard the dog king's barking, and stopped attacking. The battlefield, which was in a stalemate just a moment ago, suddenly quieted down. Fang Yuan stood on the spot, slowly turning his head, looking at the battlefield. This risk was worth it. Although he suffered many losses, looking at the battlefield, there were at least 120 lightning symbol dogs. Don't forget, there was still 100 Beast King with a plasma gu. Chapter 355. The fog in front of him was thick. Fang Yuan walked slowly in the fog, a large group of dog beasts circling around him. 11 hedge dogs, 132 lightning dogs, and 17 Chrysanthema Makita dogs. Besides them, there was also 100 Beast King, big lightning dog. Restricted by the heavenly power of heaven and earth, this group of dogs followed Fang Yuan quietly and obediently, not making a single sound. The misty world was silent. It was so quiet that Fang Yuan's every breath could be heard clearly. Although he had passed the 20th round, and the number of dogs in his hands had reached an unprecedented high, Fang Yuan was not optimistic. This 3 kings inheritance, after every 10 rounds, the difficulty increases by several times. Although I have 100 dogs, to pass the next 10 rounds and reach the 30th round on my first try, it will not be easy. The 30th round was the goal that Fang Yuan set for himself in his first attempt at King Quan inheritance. In his previous life, the 3 kings inheritance was divided by many gu masters after many years. Fang Yuan would definitely have to spend a long time on Sancha Mountain this time. It was not realistic to want to take the inheritance in one go. 3 kings inheritance, no matter which path it was, had a high difficulty. Even if Fang Yuan had the 100 Beast King and 100 dogs, he would only be able to temporarily gain a foothold. If he was careless in any of the rounds, he might suffer a crushing defeat and lose all the dogs he had painstakingly gathered, he might even lose his life. Demonic inheritances had always been cruel and merciless. This King Quan inheritance, the further I go, the more advantageous it is for the enslavement path Gu Master. I had walked the enslavement path in my previous life, but in this life, I am still a strength path Gu Master. After experiencing that dangerous battle, Fang Yuan's head was still feeling dizzy. This was an intense use of mental energy, expending a lot of mental energy to command the dogs to fight. This was the after effect left behind. But if it was an enslavement path Gu Master with a strong soul, this after effect would be much smaller. Enslavement path was a Gu Master path that enslaved beast groups and insect groups. To command large numbers of insects at the same time, it consumed a lot of mental energy. Thus, enslavement path Gu Masters often use specific Gu worms to temper and deepen their soul foundation. In King Quan inheritance, the heavenly power did not restrict the Gu Master's soul foundation at all. Thus, enslavement path Gu Masters would be like fish in water in King Quan inheritance. But enslavement path Gu Masters are also very tough. Firstly, the burden of food was extremely heavy. The larger the size of the insect beasts, the more they would eat. Secondly, it was not easy to subdue a powerful insect beast. It was very likely that he would suffer a backlash and become an idiot. Thirdly, enslavement path Gu Masters were overly reliant on worms and beasts. If I'm weak, I'll be easily targeted, Fang Yuan pondered. Gu Masters have their own advantages and disadvantages, as well as their own difficulties. The vicissitudes of the world. In the current Gu Master world, Qi path was almost extinct, strength path had completely declined, only some remnant light was left. Enslavement path followed the rules. It was hard to prosper. Occasionally, a few enslavement path experts would appear, but they were like shooting stars, only dazzling for a moment. Enslavement path Gu Masters often have huge requirements towards resources. Moreover, it was exhausting. Even small or medium-sized clans could not afford to raise enslavement path Gu Masters. At most, large or super clans would specially nurture several enslavement path Gu Masters for large-scale battles. In the demonic path, enslavement path Gu Masters were even more difficult to manage, they were very rare. Thus, I did not choose this path. Fang Yuan composed himself. He collected his scattered thoughts. In this short while, he felt his mind clearing up, the dizziness had mostly disappeared. He moved his eyes and started to assess his surroundings. On his left and right, as well as in front of him, there were lumps of light. The earlier lumps were all blurry. But after 20 rounds, the lumps had become extremely clear. On the left, there was a group of Chrysanthemum Akita dogs, there were over 200 of them. Some were resting on the ground, some were playing around, and some were drinking milk from the female dogs. Fang Yuan looked at it attentively, his gaze constantly searching. Chrysanthemum Akita dog beast kings were different from other dog beasts, the stronger they were, the smaller their bodies would become. Especially on the chaotic battlefield, the beast king mixed in with the pack of dogs and was inconspicuous. This was a good way to protect themselves. Where will the 100 beast kings be? Fang Yuan's gaze moved back and forth, when the lumps of light suddenly changed, a gu appeared. This gu was the size of a fist, its shape was like a cobblestone, dark brown in color. Its surface was smooth, as if it was covered with a layer of oil. Dog Guts Gu. Fang Yuan recognized this gu at once, appearing after the beast groups. This means if I choose to fight these Chrysanthemum Akita dogs, and win, I will get a Dog Guts Gu. After a while, the lumps of light dissipated. Fang Yuan did not make a choice, but looked ahead. The lumps of light ahead showed a group of black dogs. These dogs barked at each other, charging at each other and crashing into each other. This displayed the fierceness of these dogs. These were steel armor dogs. These dogs had leather armor on their bodies. The leather armor was black and heavy like steel, its defense was impressive. During the process of growth, the armored dogs would bump into each other to reduce the intense itch of their bodies as they grew. The steel-armored dog 100 Beast King was about the same size as the big lightning dog. It was very conspicuous among the dog groups. Fang Yuan found it immediately. Next, the lumps of light changed, turning into a goo. Fang Yuan was familiar with this goo, he had used it earlier. It was the rank 2 dog enslavement goo. If I choose the steel armor dog group, if I win, I will get a dog enslavement goo, Fang Yuan mumbled, before looking to the right. The lumps of light on the right had no dog beasts. Instead, it showed the scenery of a mountain. Gray and white rocks were steep, the trees were verdant and swaying with the wind. After a while, the lumps of light disappeared, and there was no goo worm like before. This is a chance to leave King Quan inheritance. Fang Yuan understood. King Quan inheritance was set up in the Blessed Land. The goo masters who entered were restricted by the heavenly power and could not enter as they wished. However, the 3 kings' inheritance was not a place where one could only enter but not leave. There was a chance of survival. At a certain stage, the inheritance would give a chance to leave. Like this time, if Fang Yuan chose the right. When he walked out of the fog, he would be transported out. The location he would appear at was the mountain in the lumps of light. This mountainside wasn't far, it was somewhere in the San Cha mountain. But Fang Yuan did not choose the right. I have resources, I can try again. It would be a pity to leave now. Of course, there might not be another chance for me to leave. This was actually a formless test. Many goo masters had the strength, but to be safe, they chose to give up and leave the inheritance, wasting a great opportunity. Some goo masters had no resources, but advanced rashly, missing the chance to leave and regretting it when they died. Fang Yuan never lacked courage, he resolutely gave up the chance to leave. To him, there were only 2 choices left. The left is the Chrysanthemum Akita dog. This dog is the most united, the location of the Dog King is unknown. But if I win, I will get Dog Guts Goo. Dog Guts Goo is a rank 2 goo, an enslavement path support goo, specially used on dogs. Once the Dog Guts Goo is activated, it can increase the courage of the dogs within a certain range, sweeping away their cowardice and unleashing their full battle strength. Fang Yuan could not help but think of the battle earlier. He was forced to use the lightning dogs to attack the big lightning dog. In the end, the lightning dogs were too timid to advance, trembling in fear, and their battle strength was greatly reduced. Fang Yuan could only expend his mental energy to urge them to fight, causing his mental strength to be greatly depleted. Beast kings would have a form of suppression and deterrence towards ordinary wild beasts. But if Fang Yuan used Dog Guts Goo earlier and applied its effect on his lightning dog group, then these lightning dogs would be full of courage, no longer afraid, and could bravely attack the big lightning dog. Thus, although Dog Guts Goo was not an offensive goo, it was an excellent support goo. It targeted dog beasts, increasing their courage and raising their morale forever. Dog Guts Goo is only rank 2, it can allow ordinary dogs to overcome the deterrence of 100 Beast King. Further up is the rank 3 Dog Guts Mountain Goo, it can resist the deterrence of 1,000 Beast King. At rank 4, it is the Dog Guts Sea Goo, it can resist the aura of a myriad Beast King. If it is lucky enough to advance to rank 5, it will be the famous Dog Guts Heaven Goo. It can make eunuchs go crazy and old dogs go crazy, even facing the Emperor of Dogs, it has the courage to overturn them. Fang Yuan was very clear about this, and also knew that in King Quan inheritance, there were goo related to dog guts, from rank 1 to rank 5. In his previous life, many people obtained rank 3 and 4 Dog Guts Goo. There was also a lucky person who obtained the only rank 5 Dog Guts Heaven Goo. I want to achieve great things in King Quan inheritance, having Dog Guts Goo is a must. Fang Yuan had to admit, he had a desire for Dog Guts Goo. But he did not move towards the left, but towards the front. He chose the steel armor dog group. Although he really wanted dog guts goo, he did not let it get to his head. Chrysanthema Makita dog group was extremely united, and had great battle strength in group battles. They were tough to deal with. At the same time, their dog king was hidden very well. Fang Yuan could not find it. This was a huge hidden danger. But the steel armor dog group was different. Their dog king was very obvious, and Fang Yuan had a weapon that was specially used to deal with the steel armor dog group. Fang Yuan walked out of the fog, and the steel armor dog group was very alert, immediately reacting. As the 100-beast king, the big steel armor dog howled towards the sky, and the dog group quickly gathered around it. The whole process, Fang Yuan watched quietly. He did not attack like last time was because he had rank 2 dog enslavement goo, but this time, he did not have it. Chapter 356. The two dog groups confronted each other. On Fang Yuan's side, the blue lightning symbol dog group was supported by gray hedge dogs, orange chrysanthema Makita dogs and others. On the other hand, the steel armor dog group was covered in a heavy black color. Fang Yuan moved the big lightning symbol dog to the front lines and waved his hand. The dog group split into the vanguard and attacked first. The big steel armor dog barked. Seeing the big lightning symbol dog appear, it also joined the fray. The steel armor dog group followed closely behind it. A black mass, like a lump of dark cloud, flew down from the hill with an imposing aura. The dog group collided. Fang Yuan's vanguard was limited and was immediately engulfed by the steel armor dog group. But because of the big lightning symbol dog's existence, the steel armor dog group could not take down this tough bone. The big lightning symbol dog was after all a 100-beast king. It charged left and right in the dog group's encirclement. It was very valiant. Ordinary Thai family dogs were not its match at all. Woof! The big steel armor dog stood up, finally restraining the big lightning symbol dog's ferocious charge. In the end, only a 100-beast king could restrain a 100-beast king. In the intense battle, the big lightning symbol dog was gradually losing ground. It had just gone through a battle, it was injured and its battle strength was not at its peak. Moreover, its advantage was speed. Now that it was fighting against the big steel armor dog that specialized in defense, it was at a disadvantage. Fang Yuan saw this and sent his dogs forward. The new troops charged into the battlefield like a torrent, bringing chaos with them. But the opponent was a steel armor dog with outstanding defense. It specialized in this kind of battle. Although Fang Yuan sent his army and only left a few dogs to protect himself, he could not change the situation. Whether it was a battle between 100-beast kings or a battle between dog groups, he was at a disadvantage. But Fang Yuan was not anxious. In fact, this was the result he wanted. He was waiting. Waiting for the weapon that could restrain the steel armor dog group to appear. Woof! The big lightning symbol dog could not resist the big steel armor dog's attack. It suddenly barked and spat out a blue liquid. Rank 2 plasma goo. That's it. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed and the corners of his mouth curled up. The steel armor dogs gathered around the dog king and attacked the big lightning symbol dog. On the other side, they were being squeezed by Fang Yuan's dogs, so their formation was especially dense, forming a black iron bucket formation. Blue plasma. It landed on the ground and sprayed everywhere. A large number of steel armor dogs covered in plasma instantly trembled and howled. Not to mention the drastic drop in combat power. The operation of the entire dog pack was greatly hindered. The armored dog lived up to its reputation. His leather armor was made of metal. Iron gave them a defense that far surpassed that of their peers, but at the same time, they were harder to defend against lightning strikes. Plasma goo's attack power was not high. But if it was used on an armored dog, it would be quite impressive. The large lightning symbol hound continued to spit out plasma that covered the battlefield. greatly reducing the combat power of the steel armor hounds. Under the effect of the plasma goo, the battle formation that was originally as sturdy as an iron bucket began to crumble. He suddenly became extremely weak. Fang Yuan saw the opportunity and urged the dogs to pounce. The dogs were outside. They resonated with the big lightning symbol dog at the center, erupting with immense destructive power. If one looked from above, they would see that the black color on the ground was first covered by patches of blue, before being devoured by the other colors. The black color became lesser and lesser, while the blue, yellow, and gray colors became stronger, leaving behind more and more colors. The situation of the battlefield changed rapidly. Soon, Fang Yuan reversed the situation and killed most of the steel armor dogs, surrounding the big lightning symbol dog at the center. Sensing the danger, the goo worms on the big lightning symbol dog's body also erupted. The big lightning symbol dog became even stronger, and many black spikes protruded from its body. 15 minutes later, the big lightning symbol dog bit the big lightning symbol dog's throat, and it fell down unwillingly. Blood flowed on the ground, and it did not get up again. The battle was over. Of the two goo worms on the big lightning symbol dog, one was destroyed by the shockwaves of the battle, while the other flew away. Fang Yuan's expression was gloomy. To kill this 100-beast king, he had paid a huge price. Less than half of the dog group was left, and they were in a precarious situation for the rest of the challenge. After the 20th round, a beast king would appear. With a beast king, the dogs would display even greater battle strength. At the same time, the beast king itself was a huge threat. The more goo worms the beast king had, the stronger it was, and the worse it would be for the goo master challenging the challenge. Fang Yuan's luck was bad this time. The big lightning symbol dog he encountered had two goo worms. Especially one of the goo, it could attack and defend at the same time, causing Fang Yuan to suffer huge losses. Challenging the Three Kings' inheritance also depended on one's luck. The steel armor dog group was Fang Yuan's best choice this time. But Fang Yuan's luck was slightly worse. A rank 2 dog enslavement goo fell from the sky, landing in Fang Yuan's hands as a reward. Fang Yuan did not use the spring-autumn cicada, and with the help of the heavenly power, he instantly refined this goo. This goo is the key to my next challenge. With such a resolution, Fang Yuan walked slowly in the fog. In front, on the left and right, there were lights flashing. They were, a large number of corpse dogs, a certain number of Yin dogs, and a huge number of hyenas. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered, carefully distinguishing. His strength was limited this time. It was important to choose his opponents. He had to pick the weakest ones. But he could not forget the reward after the challenge. If I can defeat the corpse dogs group, I can get a white-silver relic goo. Killing the Yin dogs, the reward is a simultaneous 2 tasks goo. White-silver relic goo had no use to Fang Yuan. At his level, only the yellow-silver relic goo was attractive. Unfortunately, the yellow-silver relic goo was restricted even in Shang Clan City. Rank 4 goo masters were already experts in the mortal goo master world. One yellow-silver relic goo could influence or even change it. The difference in battle strength between rank 4 goo masters. In the market, the white-silver relic goo was circulating, while the yellow-silver relic goo was very rare. It was often strictly controlled. Fang Yuan knew that super clans like Shang Clan definitely had a lot of yellow-silver relic goo in stock. But even if he had the purple thorn token, he could not buy them. Shang Yanfei kept these yellow-silver relic goo in his hands, not allowing them to flow into the market. This was an invisible temptation. If Fang Yuan was sincere in joining Shang Clan, the yellow-silver relic goo would be a method to reward him. Shang Yanfei's shrewdness. He could not be compared to ordinary people. Fang Yuan did not want to compete with him for a yellow-silver relic goo, it would distract him. In the Three Kings' inheritance, there is a yellow-silver relic goo. But that is after the 40th round. If I can get one by luck, the situation will improve greatly. Fang Yuan had a need for the yellow-silver relic Gu, he had a desire. But he was very clear whether he could get the yellow-silver relic Gu. It depended on his own luck. This could not be forced. As for the dual-use Gu, it could easily split a Gu master's mind into two. It was very convenient for commanding the insect beast army. Fang Yuan could already do 4 things at once. If he added this Gu, he could do 6 things at once. Dual-use Gu, and it is only a rank 2 Gu. Further up, there are 3 things at once, 4 things at once, 5 things at once Gu, and so on. Multi-use Gu is a necessary Gu for enslavement path Gu masters. Wait, this is? Fang Yuan saw a change in the light on his right. After the large hyena group disappeared, a bronze plate appeared in front of him. Normally, the reward for victory was an enslavement path Gu. But the reward here was a little special. It was an unremarkable bronze token. The bronze token was clearly crudely made, its shape was not even neat, as if it was casually molded by a person's hand. On the surface of the bronze token, there was an image of Xianxia Mountain, but the lines of this image were simple and crude. It was filled with a feeling of being rushed. With one look, one could tell that the person who had created this medallion had not put much effort into it. He had been sloppy and casual. But when Fang Yuan saw this token, his eyes shined. This is King Quan's travel token. He immediately threw the white-silver relic Gu and the dual-use Gu to the back of his mind. I was really lucky to encounter this travel token. I must get it. Fang Yuan's determination was firm. He had to get this token no matter what. This bronze token looked worthless, but it was one of the best items. Right now, the public had not realized its value. But Fang Yuan clearly remembered that in the later stages of 3 Kings' inheritance, this bronze token was worth as much as a rank 4 Gu. But this hyena group is huge, and most importantly, there are 2 dog kings. If I choose the right side, I will have to take a huge risk. The ideal plan is to use the rank 2 dog enslavement Gu to subdue a large hyena in battle. But even so, even if I win this battle, it will be a Pyrrhic victory, and I will not be able to advance to the next round. Fang Yuan had a clear understanding of his own strength. This was the benefit of having an abundance of resources. It could let Fang Yuan understand the pros and cons of a choice. Fang Yuan thought about it, and decided to take a risk. Since he walked the demonic path, he had to take risks, and take an unconventional path to obtain the greatest benefits. After making a choice, he would not regret it. This was a happy life. 4 hours later. The tragic battle slowly came to an end. Dog corpses were everywhere on the hill. Blood flowed, and limbs were everywhere. Fang Yuan stood on the hill, his body also injured. In this Gu immortal blessed land, he could not use his original Gu, and was very weak. But I won in the end. Fang Yuan looked at his footsteps. There were only a dozen dog beasts left, and sighed. His dog beasts were almost all dead. In this cruel demonic inheritance, there was no hope of continuing. But Fang Yuan still had a trace of hope in his heart. The heavenly power descended, and teleported him into the fog again. If I can meet Bai Ningbing, and borrow her strength, I can continue. But Fang Yuan was disappointed. In 3 directions, there were huge dog groups. If he did not have the token, Fang Yuan would definitely die. He took out the token he had just obtained. Holding the token in his hand, he bit the tip of his tongue, and spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood stained the token, and Fang Yuan opened his mouth again, and called out to the token, "Woof." The token shined brightly, the void shattered, and Fang Yuan was sucked in. Chapter 357. Mountain winds blew gently. At the waist of Xianxia Mountain, in an unremarkable bamboo forest, the space suddenly shattered and light blossomed. The light flashed and disappeared. Then, a person appeared in the empty grass. This youngster had black hair and black eyes, his expression was calm and he was holding a token in his hand. It was Fang Yuan. I came out from King Quan inheritance. Fang Yuan only felt his vision blur and the next moment, he was in an unfamiliar place. He looked around and confirmed there was no danger in the surroundings, and he was at the waist of Xianxia Mountain. According to his initial estimation, his cave was at the north of Xianxia Mountain, and the cave he had once occupied with Bai Ningbing was at the southeast direction. He raised his head and looked at the mountain peak. Xianxia Mountain's unique three peaks stood proudly in the clouds, like three spear tips that were shoulder to shoulder. The light pillar on the mountain peak had already shrunk. The yellow light pillar represented the door to King Quan inheritance. The blue light pillar represented King Xian, and the red light pillar led to King Bao inheritance. The light pillar's current size had already shrunk by half compared to when Fang Yuan had just entered. As time passed, the more Gu masters entered the inheritance, the smaller the light pillar would become, until it completely disappeared. At that time, the door to the three inheritances would close. After a period of time, the light pillar would open again and cause another round of carnage. Fang Yuan lowered his head and looked at the token in his hand. There were already several deep cracks on the surface of this ugly King Quan token. Fang Yuan was not surprised. King Quan's token could only be used 3 times at most. After 3 times, the token would completely shatter into pieces and become useless. But 3 chances to escape was already extremely precious. This was not only a good chance to survive. More importantly, Gu masters had a psychological advantage and could make more choices. Fang Yuan kept this token and rushed to the cave he had stayed in not long ago. Ah, it's Fang Zheng. Little Beast King has finally appeared. Along the way, Fang Yuan met many Gu masters, be it the righteous path. Regardless of whether it was the devil Dao, they all stared at him with strange and amazed gazes. What happened? Fang Yuan frowned, keenly aware that something important had happened. On the way, he casually caught a person and interrogated him. It turned out that Bai Ningbing had killed a Tai clan Gu master in King Quan inheritance. After leaving the inheritance, she was immediately discovered by the Tai clan. Tai clan Gu masters surrounded the cave. They surrounded Bai Ningbing. 4 rank 3 peak stage Gu masters attacked at the same time. Using the iron cabinet Gu, he sealed the surrounding area. Bai Ningbing failed to break out of the encirclement and was now being attacked by Tai clan's Gu masters. Little Beast, Wang Da's people, this matter has caused a huge commotion recently, the entire Xianxia Mountain knows about it. This is no longer a personal grudge, but a battle between the righteous path and the demonic path. Actually, everyone is looking forward to seeing you. Lord, once you make a move, that Tai clan Gu master will not be able to resist. You are a genius of our devil Dao. The banner of our demonic Dao. Lord, this lowly one has said everything. Can this lowly one leave now? That unlucky fellow who was caught by Fang Yuan cried and begged. Such a huge matter actually happened. Fang Yuan held the unlucky fellow's collar and frowned slightly. Although this news was shocking, it was not out of Fang Yuan's expectations. But it was not out of Fang Yuan's expectations. To challenge the 3 kings' inheritance, there would naturally be conflicts. This was a demonic inheritance, the competition was extremely cruel. Sometimes, even if one wanted to retreat, they could not. Tai clan has the rust flower Gu, this Gu is in the souls of Tai clan Gu masters. Whoever kills a Tai clan member will be stained with this formless fragrance. It is not surprising that Bai Ningbing was found. Fang Yuan nodded and muttered. Lord, you are truly knowledgeable, you are absolutely right. You don't know, these days you did not appear, the entire Xianxia Mountain is talking about you, saying you are a coward and became a tortoise after encountering the super clan Tai clan. Do you think I am not clear what kind of person you are? This lowly one admires Lord the most, the moment you arrived at San Cha Mountain, you killed Tyrant, beheaded Fei Li and took care of Flying Sky Tiger. Who doesn't know of your prestige? Who doesn't know of it? You must have your reasons, it is not worth telling outsiders. Now that you are here, won't those Tai clan members be scared witless and kneel down, begging Lord to let them go? Fang Yuan had great strength. Grabbing this unlucky Gu Master's collar made it hard for him to breathe and his face turned purple. But this Gu Master, in order to survive, kept on flattering and displayed his enormous life potential. Fang Yuan heard his words and sank into contemplation. After a while, he slowly said, "You are right." His grip loosened. This rank 3 Gu Master's face immediately showed great joy. What kind of person is Lord? Anyone with a discerning eye knows very well what kind of person Lord is. He is absolutely a great hero, a great hero. Those slandering Lord are all bastards, their dog eyes are blind. Lord, this lowly one has always supported you and even argued with others. He. But right at this moment, Fang Yuan sneered. His hand moved like lightning, attacking fiercely like an eagle's claw, grabbing this rank 2 Gu Master's neck. Crack. The Gu Master's eyes opened wide, his spine was completely crushed by Fang Yuan, dying on the spot. Hiss! Seeing this scene, the Gu Masters who were hiding and observing in the dark could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Fang Yuan was an influential person, but because of Bai Ningbing's matter, his traces were exposed the moment he appeared, and his every action attracted the attention of many people. Fang Yuan killed this person and immediately searched his body. Unfortunately, be it on his body or in his aperture, the Gu worms had all self-destructed. Fang Yuan moved like lightning, but how could he be faster than a person's thought? A person's thought could be as fast as lightning, not even 1/100th of the time it takes to blink an eye. In the outside world, the chances of obtaining Gu worms as spoils of war from a Gu master were quite low. Unlike in the Three Kings' Inheritance, where there was the suppression of heaven and earth, rank 1 to 5 Gu worms could not self-destruct. Looking at Fang Yuan's skillful body search method, the Gu masters who were observing in the dark felt a chill in their hearts, and could not help but deepen. Such skillful methods, how many people has he killed? Fang Zheng did not even let off a rank 2 Gu worm, he is clearly a rank 4 Gu. It can be seen how greedy he is. Fang Zheng is extremely bloodthirsty. That Gu master had clearly begged for mercy, there was no mercy at all, but he still did not let him go. Have you guys seen enough? If you have, then scram. Fang Yuan raised his head and stood up, his fierce gaze sweeping around as he shouted in a low voice. Soon after, from the lush grass, the dense forest, the mountain stream, under the soil and rocks, figures appeared. These figures quickly retreated, and in a few blinks of an eye, they disappeared. Fang Yuan's surroundings regained its calmness. It was hard to imagine that there were so many people hiding just now. Fang Yuan was infamous now, he had consecutively killed 3 rank 4 middle stage demonic Gu masters. He did things by hook or by crook, despicable and cold-blooded, cruel and bloodthirsty. These people were all scared out of their wits by Fang Yuan's simple words, and did not dare to loiter around in front of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, and looked around again before leaving the place. But he knew, there were definitely people watching him. Those who were scared away by him were all small fries. The rest definitely had their own unique abilities, and the capital to be confident. Fang Yuan did not care about them, and swaggered out of the place. In fact, although his combat power was outstanding, scouting was a weakness of his. Moreover, these Gu masters who were secretly following him were definitely experts in speed. Even if Fang Yuan discovered them, with just the charging crash Gu in his hands, it would be very difficult to chase after them. Where is he going? This direction isn't where Bai Ningbing is trapped. Did he discover me? Just now, when he swept his gaze over, my heart skipped a beat. Is Little Beast King afraid? Wait a minute, this cave seems to be Li Xian's residence. These Gu masters carefully followed Fang Yuan, and were inwardly astonished when they saw Fang Yuan stop at a cave entrance. Little Beast King's partner, the inseparable white demon by Ning Bing, was trapped, but Little Beast King did not seem anxious at all. Instead, he walked to Li Xian's residence. This Li Xian was a demonic Gu master with rank 4 upper stage cultivation. He had a crafty nature and had never suffered a loss, a troublesome character. Could it be that Little Beast King was unhappy with Li Xian and came to find trouble with him? The Gu masters following behind Fang Yuan secretly guessed. Fang Yuan's arrival immediately attracted Li Xian's attention. Li Xian had already set up a scouting method near the cave. Little Beast King, human Wang De, what a rare guest. What business do you have with me? Li Xian took the initiative to welcome Fang Yuan. When he was 20 steps away, he stopped and cupped his fists in greeting. He did not dare to get too close to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was a temperamental thug. Li Xian, this unscrupulous businessman, also felt uneasy when facing him. Fang Yuan's arrival was out of his expectations. Who knew what this crazy, crafty, and shameless Fang Yuan would do in the next moment? Thus, Li Xian's expression was amiable and full of smiles, but he was already extremely vigilant in his heart. I came to find you to make a deal, of course. Why, aren't you going to invite me in? Fang Yuan lightly smiled, his gaze deep. Since you are a guest, I will naturally welcome you. Please come in, please come in. Li Xian's gaze flashed as he moved aside, letting Fang Yuan enter first. Fang Yuan swaggered to his side and glanced at Li Xian. Li Xian smiled and walked side by side with Fang Yuan into the cave. The two of them went in. I can't track them anymore, there are investigative Gu all around this cave entrance. Once I barge in, I will definitely be viewed as an enemy by Li Xian. Is Little Beast King really going to make a deal? Why do I feel that Li Xian is going to be unlucky this time? Fuck me, I can already foresee a thunderous explosion later. The earth will shake and the mountains will shake, and the scene of the two of them fighting. Li Xian is rank 4 upper stage, he definitely has a lot of trump cards. If they fight, it will definitely be a fierce battle. Chapter 358. Inside the cave. Li Xian invited Fang Yuan to a seat and sat beside him. Please have some tea. Li Xian stretched out his 5 stubby fingers. With a flick of his fingers, a cup of fragrant tea appeared in his open palm. Fang Yuan looked at the tea and did not move, he did not take it, instead sighing, Eastern Sea's blue sky Gu is really useful. This Gu not only has a large capacity, it far surpasses other Gu of the same rank, it is also fast and convenient to use. Oh! To think that Sir Little Beast King recognizes this Gu. Li Xian's gaze shone slightly. He was not a southern border native, but a wanderer from Eastern Sea. Blue Sky Gu was a Gu worm that only Eastern Sea had, and was very rare in Eastern Sea. When Li Xian interacted with others, he often used this Gu to display his methods. Southern border Gu masters did not recognize this Gu, but when they saw this method, they would often think highly of Li Xian. Fang Yuan smiled and said slowly, this rank 4 Blue Sky Gu is refined from rank 3 Empty Warehouse Gu. The success rate is very low and it is very rare even in Eastern Sea. If Blue Sky Gu wants to advance further and advance to rank 5, the best method is to fuse it with Sky Well Gu to refine rank 5 Blue Sky Well Gu. But this Sky Well Gu is a natural Gu that only exists in Eastern Sea's Sky Well Island. Li Xian, it will be troublesome if you want to advance. In this southern border, only Yi Clan has the Heavenly Well Gu. Yi Clan was a super clan on par with Shang Clan, Wu Clan and Tai Clan, they had close relations with Eastern Sea forces. Yi Clan's trade was very prosperous, second only to Shang Clan. Their flying blue whale caravan traveled by air, they did not even have Shang Clan. Empty Warehouse Gu, Sky Well Gu, Blue Sky Well Gu, as well as Sky Well Island, how does Little Beast King know so much? Li Xian was shocked and suspicious when he heard Fang Yuan's words. The Gu Master world was extremely vast, between southern border, northern plains, eastern sea, western desert and central continent. There were natural barriers, it was hard to communicate with each other and information was also blocked. Li Xian had already investigated Fang Yuan's background. Fang Yuan was a native of southern border. How could he be so knowledgeable at such a young age? He even knew about Eastern Sea in detail. Li Xian could not help but feel a vague pressure in his heart. Strange, strange. Where did this little beast king come from? How did he know so much? Could it be that there is an expert behind him? With his age and experience, how could he know so much detail? That's right, he had stayed in Shang clan for a period of time. He might have received guidance from Shang Yanfei. Shang Yanfei was Shang clan leader, a rank 5 upper stage Gu master, an expert at the peak of the mortal realm. Under his guidance, it is not surprising that the little beast king knows these things. Li Xian's eyes kept flickering, and his heart was filled with doubts. His whole body was stiff, and his hand was still holding the purple clay teacup. That's not right. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind, and he realized the crux of the matter. I originally wanted to display my skills and suppress him. He didn't expect that he would become restless with just a few words from the little beast king. So what if he had Shang Yanfei behind him? Others may be afraid, but I, Li Xian, have my own methods. Humph. Li Xian snorted in his heart and put the teacup in his hand on the table. Using this time, he calmed his mind. He was after all an elite of the demonic path, and in just a few breaths of time, he adjusted his state of mind and calmly faced Fang Yuan again. But this time, his gaze was filled with vigilance and seriousness. Sir Little Beast King, drink some tea. What transaction do you want to make with me this time? Li Xian asked. Don't think too much, it is just an ordinary transaction. Fang Yuan said, and took out Gu worms from his aperture, showing them to Li Xian. These Gu worms were the spoils of war he obtained from killing Gu masters in King Quan inheritance. There were rank 3, rank 4, but none of them were suitable for Fang Yuan's strength. Seeing these Gu, Li Xian's eyelids couldn't help but narrow. He was an astute person, and immediately understood many things. To think this little beast king has such skill in the enslavement path. After entering King Quan inheritance, he killed 2 Gu masters. Such talent, truly a monster. Li Xian couldn't help but think of Mo Wu Tian. After coming to southern border, he had mingled in the demonic path for so long, and had come into contact with all kinds of people. He felt that in terms of aptitude, talent, and temperament, Mo Wu Tian was the best among the younger generation of the demonic path. But today, he realized that this little beast king in front of him had talent on par with Mo Wu Tian. Little beast king, Mo Wu Tian, if these two collide, I wonder what the situation will be like. But little beast king's cultivation is slightly weaker now, and Mo Wu Tian is older than him, and is already rank 4 peak stage. Li Xian pondered in his heart, but said with an excited tone, Sir Little Beast King, you are absolutely right to find me for this transaction. I have a Gu in my hands right now, and it will be very useful to you. Oh? Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows. Li Xian spread out his palm, and a ball appeared. This ball had an extremely good appearance, reflecting a bright platinum light. Fang Yuan carefully looked at it, and saw that this ball was an ant ball, formed from over 100 flying ants climbing and clinging to each other. The appearance of these flying ants was not much different from ordinary ants. Other than their size being several times larger, they also had a pair of transparent membranous wings on their bodies. This is a rank 3 gold-eating flying ant Gu, a total of 120. Those old fogies from Tai clan surrounded Lord White Demon, and they used Iron Cabinet Gu in combination with Chi Flow Gu. Right now, the radius of 300 meters around that area has been covered. But in front of this group of flying ants, Iron Cabinet Gu will not be able to withstand a single blow. Sir Little Beast King, I just calculated, the price of your goo is just enough to buy this group of flying ants. Li Xian smiled amiably. But out of his expectations, Fang Yuan only took a glance at this group of gold-eating flying ant goo before shifting his gaze. Who said I want to buy this thing? This is the list, all the things on it are what I want. Li Xian took the list and looked at it. There were many goo worms on this list, as well as numerous refinement materials. Although there were all sorts of items on the list, with Li Xian's experience and shrewdness, it was not hard to see that these things were all needed for strength path. Bai Ningbing is surrounded by Tai clan. Why is Little Beast King not anxious at all? Strange. It is not easy to destroy iron cabinet goo with just the strength path goo in his hands. Does he have some special method? Or perhaps, among the items on this list, I can refine the nemesis of destroying iron cabinet goo? Li Xian squinted his eyes, a bright light flashed past his eyes as he probed. Sir Little Beast King, there are many things on this list, I cannot take them out at once. Moreover, the total price is far higher than the goo you want to sell. No problem, no problem. Fang Yuan waved his hand, I want to buy all the things on this list. Whatever you have on hand now, you can exchange for it. As for the others, I will have to trouble you to pay more attention in the future. As for money, it is not a problem. Fang Yuan had a lot of yuan stone on hand, he had ample financial resources. Li Xian smiled, but did not probe anything, he could only nod and agree. Light flickered in the cave. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on the ground, concentrating his attention on the paste in front of him. This paste was colorful and floated in the air, rolling around and emitting a strange fragrance. The fusion of the goo worm had entered the crucial stage. Fang Yuan threw out yuan stone continuously. Piece by piece, the primal stones were thrown into the paste and immediately dissolved into primal essence liquid, diluting the thick paste. Fang Yuan did not care how many yuan stone he threw, he only stopped when the paste thinned to a certain extent. Next, he quickly took out a thunderclap goo. Thunderclap goo was a rank 3 goo. After the paste engulfed it, it immediately flickered with lightning. In an instant, the fragrance in the air intensified, the colorful light dissipated, and blue light filled the air. The lightning produced a slight crackling sound, like a string of small firecrackers being lit. Fang Yuan's breathing rate increased, and when he smelled a trace of burnt smell in the air, his eyes shined brightly. The time is ripe, all-out effort goo. The image of the boar immediately flashed above his head. Strength Chi Goo. Fang Yuan activated Strength Chi Goo, and the boar phantom attached itself to the formless Strength Chi, immediately raising its threat. Fang Yuan willed, and the boar phantom flew towards the paste. The moment the two collided, lightning shone brightly, illuminating the darkness in the cave. After the light dissipated, the boar phantom in the air had changed greatly. The new boar phantom was twice the size of the boar, with tusks like an elephant and blue fur all over its body. Especially the blue fur on its back, it was thick and long, standing in a row and pointing to the sky, with lightning coiling around it. Thunder Boar Phantom. Success, very good. Thunder Boar is comparable to Dragon Elephant, Tiger and Lion Mastiff. With the strength of Thunder Boar, my battle strength has risen by another level. Next is the strength of the Rock Crocodile. A night passed unknowingly as he cultivated. When the light of dawn shone on San Cha Mountain, Fang Yuan walked out of the cave he was staying in. Although he was tired, his heart was filled with joy. He had successfully raised the strength of Boar and Crocodile to the strength of Thunder Boar and Rock Crocodile. His battle strength had risen by at least 30%. Bai Ningbing. He looked towards the southeast direction. At the waist of the mountain, there was an area covered in a deep purple chi barrier. The chi barrier was like a tall tower, sealing the space and isolating the inside from the outside. Iron cabinet goo and chi transformation goo made by Ningbing a trapped beast in Tai clan's cage. Fang Yuan snorted in his heart. This situation looked simple, but it was very subtle. The 4 old-timers of Tai clan surrounding Bai Ningbing were all rank 4 middle stage. Although Bai Ningbing was a genius, he was still at rank 4 initial stage. If Tai clan's death row prison had really made up their mind, they would have captured Bai Ningbing long ago. But they did not. Firstly, they wanted to preserve their strength to contest for the 3 kings' inheritance. Secondly, they were wary of the purple thorn token in Bai Ningbing's hands. Thirdly, it was to lure Fang Yuan into the trap. Once Fang Yuan barged in, the 4 old-timers of Tai clan could activate the rank 5 search lock Gu together and easily suppress him and Bai Ningbing. In Fang Yuan's previous life, the 4 old-timers of Tai clan used this killer move to capture the demonic path's Kong Ri Tian. But soon, they were killed by a rank 3 Gu master. Chapter 359. The dark purple chi barrier was like a tall tower, tightly covering the surrounding 300 meters. The chi barrier did not completely block one sight, and who knew how many pairs of eyes were hidden outside the barrier. Bai Ningbing, just surrender obediently. You won't be able to escape here. Tai clan's 4 old-timers occupied the 4 cardinal directions, surrounding Bai Ningbing in the center. Bai Ningbing sat cross-legged on a huge rock, holding a yuan stone with both hands, replenishing her primeval essence. Bai Ningbing, don't have any delusions. You killed our Tai clan's people and still want to escape? Humph! Tai clan's 4 old-timers stared at Bai Ningbing with solemn gazes, tightly surrounding her. Bai Ningbing's squinted eyes slowly opened, her blue pupils were calm, and her tone was cold as ice. Tai clan's 4 old-timers, what use is there in saying so much? If you want to kill me, just bring it on. Even if I, Bai Ningbing, die in your hands, I will drag a few of you down with me. Pausing for a moment, she continued, maintaining this chi barrier must have consumed a lot of your primeval essence, right? Hehe, I know the 4 of you specialize in joint attacks, and I am only a rank 4 initial stage. But please believe me, if you kill me, even if you don't die, you will be heavily injured. What if my companion appears? What will you do then? You. Tai clan's 4 old-timers were speechless. Bai Ningbing's words, although she borrowed Fang Yuan's power, hit their weak spot. Bai Ningbing, don't be so stubborn. Come, let me fight you. One of Tai clan's 4 old-timers stood up. He. Bai Ningbing laughed lightly, standing up and accepting the challenge. She had silver hair and snow-white clothes, standing out from the crowd. Even though she was trapped, she was still calm and collected, giving off a carefree aura of someone who disregarded life and death. Both sides fought, sand and rocks flew in the chi barrier, snow-white light shone, and metal collided. On a short mountain peak far away, a group of Shang clan Gu masters stood. The tag team battle has started again. This Bai Ningbing is indeed a famous person in the battle stage. To be able to resist the attacks of 4 rank 4 middle stage Gu masters, she is not simple. One of them sighed. Bai Ningbing has outstanding battle talent and is indeed very strong. However, the other reason is that the Tai family's 4 elders don't dare to use their full strength. Someone analyzed. Not bad. The Tai family's 4 elders were apprehensive, afraid of Bai Ningbing's final counterattack. They were proficient in joint attacks, but their individual battle strength was not as high as a Gu master of the same cultivation level. Once we lose a member, our overall strength will plummet, and it will be difficult for us to compete for the 3 kings' inheritance. What I'm worried about now is that Bai Ningbing has the Redbud token. Once she reveals it, should we act? Don't do anything for now. I've already sent a message back, and the family has already sent strong reinforcements. Elder Yihua is already on his way. Hearing this news, Shang clan's Gu master's spirits rose. Yihua was not an ordinary Gu master, he was one of the 5 great elders of Shang clan and had rank 4 peak stage cultivation. He was Shang Yanfei's right-hand man. He was sent here to change the situation of the entire Sancha mountain. I didn't expect things to turn out this way. If Bai Ningbing is killed by Tai family, Shang clan's business will be ruined. In a bush, Meng Tu's eyes shone as he stared at the battle inside the Qi barrier, speaking with a worried tone. He was at the prime of his life, and was also a rank 3 peak stage Gu master like his partner Jiao Huang. These two were a famous assassination duo in the demonic path. Back then even the rank 4 middle stage righteous path Gu master Xiao Fu Lu died in their hands. They received a promise from Shang clan that if they could kill Fang and Bai, they would be allowed to join Shang clan. They had already fought on Huatan Mountain, but the lava crocodile group they attracted did not bring much trouble to Fang and Bai. The two did not give up, and followed Fang and Bai to Sancha Mountain, waiting for an opportunity. Sai, what can we do? We are good at assassination, but not at attacking. The chances of success are too low if we attack in public. If Bai Ningbing dies, we can't do anything. We can only do our best for this transaction, and leave it to fate. The old man Jiao Huang sighed. Yes, who knows how many eyes are watching us in the dark. We might even approach stealthily, and get discovered halfway. Meng Tu weakly added. They were assassination Gu masters, and paid particular attention to concealment. They did not attack, but once they did, they would kill in one blow. Before attacking, they had to go through meticulous calculations, make large amounts of preparations, and then unleash their full strength. If the chances of success were too low, they would absolutely not attack, and would rather give up on the transaction. This was also the reason why they were still alive after being in the demonic path for so long. Every famous Gu master had their own unique way of survival. He. Tai clan's 4 old men are in an awkward situation now. Li Xian stood in front of the Qi barrier, watching the battle inside, his eyes squinted, filled with a gloating smile. Although this place had already become the focus of Sancha Mountain's attention, Li Xian did not care at all. He was extremely confident that he would not be exposed in front of everyone. This confidence came from the rank 5 Gu in his possession, concealment and invisibility Gu. Once Gu worms reached rank 5, they became rare. Many rank 5 Gu masters would only have 1 or 2 rank 5 Gu worms in their possession for many years. Concealment and invisibility Gu could only be seen through by rank 5 special investigative Gu. But 3 Kings' inheritance had just opened not long ago, and no one had even broken through to the middle stage, so it was not enough to attract those rank 5 Gu masters. Li Xian also had his own fortuitous encounter, obtaining a rare rank 5 Gu when he was rank 4. This iron cabinet Gu's recipe was researched and refined by Tai clan's refinement path master, Tai Tong. His original intention was to research and refine a sturdy and safe storage Gu. After the first refinement, he gave it to Tai Xueleng to test. In the end, the divine investigator used it to capture people, and it was very durable. If it was supplemented with Qi transformation Gu, the effect would be even better. From then on, Iron Cabinet Gu became Tai clan's method to capture demonic Gu masters. But now, Tai clan's 4 old-timers have to maintain this Iron Cabinet Gu and Qi transformation Gu, and are unable to attack together. If the 4 of them attack together, this purple Qi barrier will vanish. Without any obstruction, if Bai Ningbing escapes, it would be a huge loss of face. Interesting. Tai clan's 4 old-timers are in a difficult position now. Li Xian's lips curled up uncontrollably as he watched a good show. But when he thought of a person, his smile slowly faded. Little Beast King actually did not come to rescue her. Did he see the subtlety of this situation? Or is he so cold-blooded and heartless that he directly gave up on Bai Ningbing? No matter which it is enough to show how terrifying this person is. I should just send that Gu to him. A Gu was handed to Fang Yuan. It was shaped like a bedbug, flat and wide, with a small head and oval body. Its whole body was yellow, emitting a copper-like metallic luster. People called it Ancient Bronze Skin Gu. Bronze skin goo existed from rank 1 to rank 3. But if it advanced to rank 4, it would be ancient bronze skin goo, and its defense would be even stronger than rank 3 bronze skin goo. Li Xian, you are indeed a famous merchant in the demonic path. You can take out ancient bronze skin goo so quickly. I feel that making a deal with you was the right choice. I don't have tea here, please have a drink. Fang Yuan's tone was polite and his expression was amiable as he received Li Xian and poured wine for him. Not at all, not at all. It is my honor to be able to do business with little beast Wang De. Li Xian was very humble and placed his position very low. The two conversed for a while and the atmosphere was very harmonious. If outsiders who were not in the know saw this, they would feel that these two were kind and refined. Who would think that these two were two-faced and ruthless demonic goo masters? Li Xian, you don't need to be so polite, just call me Fangzheng. I will give you 50,000 yuan stone first as a deposit. Fang Yuan took out the primeval elder goo and with a wave of his hand, took out 50,000 yuan stone. The primeval elder goo was like a crystal ball, the more yuan stone it stored, the friendlier old man Yun Xiao in the ball. Li Xian looked at old man Yun Xiao's smiling face and his evaluation of Fang Yuan rose by another level. There is something I need to trouble you with. Fang Yuan said. Li Xian's gaze flashed as he quickly said, please speak. Fang Yuan brought Li Xian deep into the cave and pointed at a stone vat. I made a stone vat, but there is no fire-type goo. Li Xian, I need your help to boil these copper pieces into liquid and store them in the stone vat. Li Xian let out a sigh of relief and smiled. I happen to have a batch of fire-type goo. This is easy, it is as easy as lifting a finger. The temperature in the cave rose rapidly. After a while, Li Xian boiled these copper pieces into liquid metal, almost filling up the stone vat. Fang Yuan took out charcoal and piled it under the stone vat to keep it warm. Then, under Li Xian's shocked gaze, he lightly jumped into the vat. The scalding copper water instantly burned his clothes to pieces with a sizzling sound. Fang Yuan's whole body was soaked in the copper water, only his head was exposed. Little beast Wang De, why are you doing this? Li Xian could smell the smell of roasted meat. Fang Yuan activated the ancient bronze skin goo in his aperture while gritting his teeth. Li Xian, don't you know? There is a trick to using this ancient bronze skin goo, that is to use it with the copper liquid to increase the speed by 30%. The ancient bronze skin goo needed to be activated for a period of time to turn the goo master's skin into ancient bronze skin. If it was used with the copper liquid, the time would be shortened. Li Xian had already heard of this, but he did not think of this. When he prepared these things for Fang Yuan, he thought they were supplementary materials for goo refinement. Because this method was extremely painful and cruel. The goo master had to touch the boiling copper liquid with their skin and could not use any defensive methods. Only a perverted masochist would choose this method. But was Little Beast King a masochist? On the way back, Li Xian kept thinking about this question, causing him to be in a daze. At the same time, there was another person who was also talking about Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, why haven't you appeared yet? Bai Ningbing sat cross-legged on the ground, her eyes half closed, having a bad feeling. Chapter 360. A goo worm floated above Fang Yuan's head. The primeval sea level in Fang Yuan's body slowly fell to activate this goo. This goo was like a black bone, round at both ends and long and thin in the middle. It floated in the air, emitting waves of black light. The black light shone on Fang Yuan's body, passing through his skin and flesh, affecting his bones. Fang Yuan had already used the iron bone goo, his skeleton was pitch black and as hard as iron. But under the effect of this goo, his bones gradually became harder. This was Essence Iron Bone Goo, a rank 4 goo worm. One could obtain iron bone goo by reverse refining it. 3 days after Li Xian handed over the ancient bronze skin goo, he personally handed it to Fang Yuan. Essence Iron Bone Goo could make Fang Yuan's bones even harder. the effect was several times that of the iron bone goo. But at the same time, the time it needed was also several times longer. These days, Fang Yuan had been using essence iron bone and ancient bronze skin, these two goo, to refine his body. During this period, he was also using 9 Eyes liquor worm to refine his primeval essence, refining the initial stage light gold primeval essence into bright gold primeval essence. Next, he used the bright gold primeval essence to cleanse his aperture walls, increasing his aperture's foundation. He grasped every minute and second, cultivating bitterly, and could feel his strength growing a little every day. It has been over a month since I came out of King Quan inheritance. The ancient bronze skin goo is almost used, but essence iron bone goo is still far from success. Unless I use a time path goo to accelerate time. Fang Yuan pondered. Time path was a goo master path related to time. The goo masters of this path used goo worms that were related to time and darkness. Third watch goo and spring autumn cicada were the representatives. But in fact, time path goo were not limited to these, there were many more. From rank 1 to rank 5, there were all sorts of them. Ordinary goo masters, if they did not have the patience to do this kind of painstaking work, and wanted to speed it up, they would ask a time path goo master for help, or use their own time path goo to accelerate time. But my situation is different from ordinary goo masters. I have spring-autumn cicada with me, if I speed it up, it will recover faster, and that will be my death wish. In the goo immortal blessed land on San Cha Mountain, time flowed 3 times faster than the outside world. Fang Yuan had entered King Quan inheritance for some time, and spring-autumn cicada's recovery had already improved. Thus, Fang Yuan could only be patient and work hard. Just as he was cultivating, an unfamiliar voice came from outside the cave. "Little Beast King, can you come out for a chat?" Fang Yuan walked out of the cave and saw the person, his gaze narrowed, so it is Elder Yihua. Yihua was very handsome. He had sharp eyes and a tall nose. His long red hair was like a burning flame. He was a fire path goo master and was very famous in the whole of southern border. People called him Blazing Prairie. He had rank 4 peak stage cultivation. He is Shang Yen Fei's right-hand man and is ranked above white light swordsman Wei Yang. He is a fire path goo master and is very famous in southern border. Only Shang Yen Fei can order him around. Once he arrives, San Cha Mountain situation will change. These thoughts flashed past Fang Yuan's mind as he let Yihua into the cave. "Little Beast King, my purpose here is very simple. I want to invite you to join our Shang clan." Yihua entered the cave, but did not sit down, and directly stated his purpose. "Join your Shang clan?" Fang Yuan's brows rose. He could feel Fire Prairie's swift and decisive nature. "That's right." Yihua nodded and stared at Fang Yuan, smiling. "You and Bai Ningbing have stayed in our Shang clan for a period of time. You must have a deep understanding of our Shang clan strength. I won't say much. The important thing is, your companion Bai Ningbing has been trapped by Tai clan's 4 old-timers for 2 months. As long as you two join our Shang clan, I will immediately appear and rescue Bai Ningbing for you." His tone was filled with confidence, as if rescuing Bai Ningbing was a matter that could be done easily. When he spoke, his whole body was smiling, his handsome face was as perfect as a sculpture, and when he revealed his pearly white teeth, he was as dazzling as the sun in the sky. Many people couldn't help but feel ashamed when they interacted with her. Yihua and Wei Yang had the same background. They were both tyrants of Shang clan's battle stage, and were absolute geniuses. Among the 5 great generals, he was the most famous, and was publicly recognized as the elder most likely to advance to rank 5. Hearing this, Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with a contemplative light. He was not surprised that Shang clan sent Yihua. Shang clan had once controlled the situation on San Cha Mountain, but was later suppressed by Wu clan. Afterwards, demonic goo master experts appeared, causing Shang clan to be even more unable to raise their heads. In such a situation, as a super clan, Shang clan naturally had to send out capable generals to open up the situation here. In Fang Yuan's previous life's memories, Yi Hua was also sent here by Shang clan, and suppressed Wushan Tong, Chong, and defeated Kong Ri Tian and Long Qing Tian, becoming the tyrant of San Cha Mountain for a time. But afterwards, he was unforgiving, and forced Long Qing Tian into a corner. Long Qing Tian used green halo goo, and Yi Hua was poisoned, and could only return to Shang clan city to find Dr. Su Shou to treat him. However, once Yi Hua came to San Cha Mountain, he came to recruit him. This was out of Fang Yuan's expectations. Lord Yi Hua, I wonder if this recruitment is from Shang clan, or is it your idea? Fang Yuan's gaze flashed as he asked. Ha ha ha, of course it is my idea. Fangzheng, you caused quite a commotion in Shang clan's battle stage, and almost became the tyrant of the battle stage. I have always been paying attention to you, you are a talent. Joining Shang clan will be very beneficial to you. Yi Hua laughed loudly. Fang Yuan smiled lightly, the trace of doubt in his heart dissolving. Sir Yi Hua, as far as I know, Shang clan's external elders do not have the authority to recommend talents, right? The term external elder caused Yi Hua to frown slightly. You're right. But if you can become the tyrant of the battle stage, you can become a Shang clan elder. With your talent, I believe it is only a matter of time before you dominate the battle stage. Fang Yuan couldn't help but scoff, but did not speak. Yi Hua's frown deepened. This scoff was extremely piercing to his ears. He controlled his temper. Fangzheng, I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. When I came here, Lord Clan Leader had already promised me. As long as I make great contributions on San Cha Mountain, and control the situation here, I will be bestowed the surname of Shang clan after returning to Shang clan city. At that time, I will no longer be Yi Hua, but Shang Hua. As a Shang clan member, I will have the authority to recommend talents. Oh? Is that so? Fang Yuan showed an obviously moved expression, his gaze flickered as he fell into deep thought. Yi Hua waited for a while, but did not get a reply from Fang Yuan. His frown deepened as he asked, have you thought it through? Fang Yuan shook his head, this is a very important matter, I need to think about it. Yi Hua's frown eased a little. In that case, I will give you 3 days' time. 3 days later, I will come back here again. I hope to hear a satisfactory answer. All right. Fang Yuan nodded, agreeing, and sent Yi Hua out of the cave. 3 days later. You still haven't thought it through? Yi Hua looked at Fang Yuan, his gaze slightly serious. This is a serious matter, I really need to think about it. Fang Yuan replied with a deep voice. All right, I will give you 3 more days. Fangzheng, I have high hopes for you. Another 3 days later. Lord Yi Hua, I have thought about this matter for a long time. I appreciate your good intentions, but the demonic path is truly free and happy. Fang Yuan said with a sincere expression. What? You thought about it for 3 days, and gave me this answer? Yi Hua's tone was slightly angry. Lord Yi Hua, a forcefully picked melon is not sweet. Fang Yuan's reply was soft but firm, his gaze deep. Yi Hua gritted his teeth, and said with a deep voice, Fangzheng, you need to think it through. Tai clan's 4 old-timers are not easy to deal with. If not for me, Bai Ningbing might not have survived. Other than this, you went to kill Sky Tiger Shui Sanxi, she is Century Boy's goddaughter. Century Boy has been eyeing you covetously, he is a rank 4 upper stage wood path Gu master, a troublesome person in the demonic path. Oh? Is that so? Fang Yuan showed hesitation, then, let me think about it. Give me 10 days' time, I will think about it again. 10 days? Yi Hua immediately frowned. All right. He thought for a moment, and nodded, such a long time is enough for you to think it through. I believe you will make the wisest choice. But there is one thing I need to remind you. You can't drag this on any longer. Your woman is in jail now. During this time, anything can happen. Yihua treated by Ning Bing as Fang Yuan's woman, this knowledge made Fang Yuan feel like it was funny. Whether Bai Ning Bing died or not, to him, was not an important matter. Anyway, the poison vow gu was broken, and he had already matured, having rank 4 initial stage cultivation. Whether Bai Ning Bing was saved or not, it was up to him. But without Bai Ning Bing, Fang Yuan would be alone, and it would have a negative impact on his plans on Sancha Mountain. There is no need to rush to save Bai Ning Bing, I am still cultivating and improving. I no longer need the bone-flesh unity gu. As for Bai Ning Bing, she can be placed outside to attract attention for me. I can use this chance to surpass her, and suppress her in the future. With so many eyes watching, those 4 old foxes from Tai clan will not make a move. Fang Yuan had a clear understanding of the situation. As for Yihua's recruitment, 10 days later. Lord Yihua, thank you for your good intentions. These days, I have been thinking about it, tossing and turning in bed, but I still feel it is better to be free. Fang Yuan had a sincere expression. Yihua's expression naturally turned ugly. Fangzheng, are you toying with me time and time again? Lord Yihua, you are wrong. I have always been sincere towards you. I understand how you feel. But right now, the most important matter is the 3 kings' inheritance. It has been a while since it opened. Chapter 361. 5 days later. On Sancha Mountain, 3 light pillars pierced the sky, piercing through the clouds. The red light pillar was as hot as fire, it was King Bao's inheritance. The yellow light pillar was dazzling, it was King Quan's inheritance. The blue light pillar was beautiful, it was King Xian's inheritance. After several months, the 3 kings' inheritance opened again. Yihua looked at the 3 light pillars on the mountain peak, his tiger-like eyes flickering with eerie radiance. This is the 3 kings' inheritance? It really has an earth-shattering spirit. As long as I make a great contribution here, I can truly rely on Shang clan, change my name to Shang clan, and become a part of Shang clan. At this moment, there was a surge of passion in his heart. Humph, this little beast king doesn't know what's good for him, rejecting me time and time again. However, he seems to know some secrets related to the 3 kings' inheritance. If I can take him in, it will be a great help to me in controlling Sancha Mountain. Yihua couldn't help but think of Fang Yuan. Yihua was one of the 5 great elders of Shang clan, he had his own intelligence channels. He already knew that Fang Yuan had earned a lot of money from knowing the 3 kings' inheritance's secrets in Shang clan city. Other than that, Fang Yuan had outstanding battle strength and had rank 4 middle stage battle strength. Moreover, Bai Ning Bing had always been together with Little Beast King, if he recruited one of them, he would naturally obtain the other. Thus, Yihua accommodated Fang Yuan and displayed his utmost sincerity to move Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan didn't know what was good for him and rejected him time and time again. Yihua couldn't help but feel annoyed. Wait until I come out of the 3 kings' inheritance, I will deal with this little beast king and let him know he can't just wait for the right price. However, for now, I should suppress these hindrances. Yihua retracted his scattered thoughts and turned his gaze towards the people in the surroundings. Pink Butterfly Gentleman, Kong Ri Tian. Once died the blue sky, Long Qing Tian. Wu Clan Elder Wu Shentong. Yi Clan Elder Yi Chong. These 4 were all rank 4 peak stage Gu Master experts. Every time the inheritance opened, they would first have to exchange pointers. This time was no exception. Ha ha ha, I've reserved King Bao's inheritance. Who dares to compete with me? Yihua raised his head and laughed 3 times. His laughter was wild and heroic. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and scanned the 4 of them with his tiger-like eyes. He was a fire path Gu master, King Bao was also of the same path. The inheritance of King Bao was naturally his best choice. Prairie Fire. Wu Shentong narrowed his eyes as he mumbled, fearful of Yi Hua's fame. Yi Hua was one of the 5 great generals of Shang clan, with the name of Fire Prairie. Powerful and flourishing. Even Wu Shentong had to admit that he was weaker than Yi Hua. Humph, I will fight you. Kong Ri Tian coldly snorted, his body suddenly exploded, unexpectedly transforming into many phoenix-winged golden butterflies. There were hundreds and thousands of golden butterflies. The butterfly wings that were as sharp as knives shrouded Yi Hua. Fire Prairie, you've been in the limelight for the past few years, haven't you? Long Qingtian smiled sinisterly and pushed his palm forward. Whoosh! A green palm of light with poisonous smoke curling around it tore through the void and slapped towards Yi Hua's face. Let me experience it as well. Yi Chong snickered and also attacked. Swoosh! Jade water waves appeared out of nowhere, the waves surged and engulfed Yi Hua. At once. 3 rank 4 peak stage Gu masters attacked Yi Hua at the same time. Good. Yi Hua's lips curled into an arrogant smile as he straightened his arms and fiercely slapped his chest with his palms. Boom! The flame was majestic. It suddenly erupted. In an instant, a fiery red color appeared. It covered the 3 kings' inheritance's light pillar and illuminated the peak of Sancha Mountain. The fire rose with unparalleled heat, wild and fierce. The fire easily covered the water waves and burned the disinfectant palm. The phoenix-winged golden butterflies fled in a sorry state. They flew far away and gathered back into Kong Ri Tian. This is his rank 5 Gu Prairie Fire? Seeing such a huge fire, Chong and Long Qingtian's expression slightly changed. Kong Ri Tian did not speak, while Wu Shentong's eyes shone. Elder Yi Hua is mighty. Shang clan's Gu masters excitedly shouted. Yi Hua stood proudly in the fire, giving people a feeling of a god. His fiery red hair almost fused with the fire, his posture wild and blazing. The fire dissipated and he walked towards the red light pillar. King Bao inheritance. Along the way, the other 4 Gu masters looked at him with stiff and unsightly expressions, but they did not stop him. This was acknowledging Yi Hua's strength. After Yi Hua entered King Bao inheritance, Kong Ri Tian and the other 3 glanced at each other, but had no interest in fighting. Among them, Kong Ri Tian and Long Qingtian entered King Xian inheritance, while Wu Shentong and Yi Chong entered King Quan inheritance. Yi Hua is indeed one of Shang clan's 5 great generals, possessing the rank 5 Prairie Fire Gu. He is really strong. These days, Yi Hua has been going to Little Beast King's side, their relationship is not ordinary. Humph. Black and white demons, these 2 are demonic path members, but they are actually the dogs of the righteous path. They have stayed in Shang clan for some time and their relationship with Shang clan's young master Shang Xianxia is even closer, everyone knows this. A group of rank 4 upper stage Gu masters discussed as they saw Yi Hua suppress the other 4 Gu masters and walk into the inheritance light pillar. Birds of a feather flocked together. Rank 4 peak stage experts had already entered the inheritance, now it was these people's turn. Century Boy, your goddaughter Shui Sensi was killed by Little Beast King. When are you going to take revenge? A righteous path Gu master among the crowd suddenly asked with a sense of schadenfreude. Century Boy snorted, Yi Hua has rank 5 Gu, but the spar just now was just probing, no one used their true methods. If they really fought, it is still uncertain who will die. Although he said so, he was actually very fearful in his heart. He wanted to find trouble with Fang Yuan while Bai Ningbing was locked up. But Yi Hua kept going to Fang Yuan's residence, so he could only restrain his impulse and watch silently. Now that he saw Yi Hua easily suppress the other 4, Century Boy's heart became even heavier. A great opportunity like 3 kings' inheritance is right in front of us, who would be foolish enough to fight to the death? Let's go in. Soon, this group of rank 4 upper stage Gu masters also entered the inheritance. Fang Yuan climbed to the peak and someone immediately recognized him. Little Beast King. It's Fang Zheng. He entered King Xian inheritance. At the peak, halfway up the mountain. Many Gu masters stared blankly at Fang Yuan entering the light pillar. Did he really forget his companions? Bai Ningbing is still trapped by Tai clan's 4 old-timers, but Fang Zheng is completely unconcerned, as if nothing had happened. Even the demonic path Gu masters felt a chill in their hearts. Look, this is the cold-blooded and emotionless demonic path Gu masters. Some righteous path Gu masters snorted disdainfully as they evaluated. Fang Yuan, you. Bai Ningbing also witnessed this scene from inside the Qi barrier. Her face was pale from anger, she clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. Tai clan's 4 old-timers looked at each other. Their current situation. It was quite awkward. Although they had successfully trapped Bai Ningbing, Fang Yuan did not come to rescue her. This made their defensive tactic become an ironic joke. Damn it! We can't split up, we won't have a share in this 3 kings' inheritance. How about we retreat? Absolutely not. The 4 of us attacked together but got nothing. Retreat now. This is an insult to our Tai clan, we won't be able to raise our heads in the future. Then what should we do? 3 pairs of gazes gathered on the leader of the 4 old-timers. The old man pondered for a while and made a decision. He said solemnly, ask for reinforcements. Shang clan has sent reinforcements, our Tai clan will naturally also send reinforcements. In the current situation, the competition is even more intense. Only rank 4 peak stage strength can fight for a spot. As long as the clan sends a rank 4 peak stage strength. Together with the 4 of us rank 4 middle stage strength. Big Brother is absolutely right. Shang clan has sent Ihua, we won't lose face if we ask for reinforcements now. Right, ask for reinforcements from the clan. Boundless gray fog. It filled Fang Yuan's vision, reminding Fang Yuan that he had entered King Xian inheritance. Fang Yuan looked around, unable to differentiate between north, south, east, and west. But in his aperture, spring-autumn cicada happily flapped its wings. Here. The flow of time was still 3 times faster than the outside world. I need to hurry. Fang Yuan felt a sense of urgency. The constantly recovering spring-autumn cicada. To him, it was a life-threatening sign. He took out the paper crane Gu and activated it. To enter King Xian inheritance, the key needed was a paper crane Gu. At this moment, Fang Yuan could only use the paper crane Gu, the other Gu, other than the spring-autumn cicada, were all sealed by the heavenly power. The paper crane Gu fluttered in the air, flapping its wings and leading the way. Fang Yuan followed the paper crane, moving forward slowly. He walked to a hill, and a blurry figure appeared in the fog. Human, come outside, let's have a match. The figure spoke, his voice was rough and not continuous. When Fang Yuan got closer, the figure gradually became clearer. He was similar to an ordinary human, with 2 hands and 2 legs. But he was tall and muscular, and his whole body was covered in hair. His chest, limbs, even his face and butt were covered in reddish-brown hair. He stared at Fang Yuan with his bell-like large eyes. Let's have a match. The loser will die. He growled, his eyes were bloodshot and his expression was malevolent. Fang Yuan had already expected this, his expression was calm and not surprised. This was a variant human. There were variant beasts among beasts, like the Biao among tigers, the Bei among wolves, and the Mastiff among dogs. There were also variant humans among humans, and the one Fang Yuan was facing now was one of the variant humans, hairy men. Hairy men were covered in hair, even their eyelids had a layer of fine hair. This type of variant human had low-level intelligence, and innately had talent in Gu refinement. In King Xian inheritance, there was a group of hairy men, they were an obstacle for Gu masters. Only by defeating them could they continue to advance. And if they lost to the hairy men, the Gu master would be torn to shreds by the powerful hairy men, becoming their food. Come. Fang Yuan stood 10 steps away from the hairy man, his expression calm. In the air, several Gu appeared out of nowhere, as well as some materials, lightly landing on Fang Yuan's hands. At the same time, the hairy man also obtained a similar set. The Gu refinement began. Chapter 362. Records of hairy men were first recorded in the legends of Renzu. It was said that Renzu dug out his eyes and turned into a son and a daughter. The son was Verdant Great Sun and the daughter was Desolate Guyue. While Verdant Great Sun liked to drink good wine, he got into trouble while drinking and was trapped in ordinary abyss. Finally, it was a blessing in disguise and he obtained the chrysanthemum-like reputation Gu, escaping with his life. Because of reputation Gu, Verdant Great Sun's reputation gradually grew. Soon, the news that Verdant Great Sun was a drunkard spread all over the world. One day, a group of tiger-striped bees dragged their beehive and found Verdant Great Sunday. Verdant Great Sun, I heard you like good wine and have always said that the wine of the 4 heaven and earth monkeys is the best. But how can the wine they brew compare to our honey wine? Today, we specially brought the honey wine, please have a taste. These bees were about the size of a leopard, and the patterns on their bodies looked like tiger stripes. They were gold with black spots on them. They spoke politely, but had a threatening and forceful tone. Verdant Great Sun complained in his heart, this was called a disaster coming from the heavens while staying at home. The tiger-striped bees were extremely strong, he was not their match by themselves. Not to mention a group of them. Verdant Great Sun could only reluctantly taste the honey wine in the beehive. He had just drunk a mouthful when his eyes shone. The honey wine was sweet but not greasy, it was mellow and delicious, it was the absolute best wine in the world. Delicious, delicious, too delicious. This honey wine can make people feel like they are the happiest people in the world. Verdant Great Sun drank mouthful after mouthful, praising it endlessly. The tiger-striped bees laughed, feeling very happy. The leader asked Verdant Great Sun, then tell me, our honey wine or the 4 heaven and earth monkeys' wine, which one is better? Verdant Great Sun was already drunk and forgot about the terror of the tiger-striped bees, directly saying, each has its own merits. It is hard to compare. The tiger-striped bees were furious, their wine was actually on par with that group of damned monkeys? This Verdant Great Sun is too hateful, we need to teach him a lesson. They were just about to attack when Verdant Great Sun suddenly disappeared. Verdant Great Sun was drunk for 7 days and 7 nights. In a daze, he heard a voice calling him in the darkness, Verdant Great Sun, wake up. If you don't wake up, you'll be eaten. Verdant Great Sun woke up with a start. He found himself tied up and carried by a group of savages. This group of savages was covered in fur. His eyes were a deep blue. He had already lit a bonfire, and there was a big pot on top of the bonfire. The barbarians sat quietly, speaking pleasantly to the ear. We want to refine eternal Gu, and we need a person as the ingredient. In the end, the heavens sent the Verdant Great Sunday. This is a cause for celebration. Man is the spirit of all creatures, and the human ancestor is the ancestor of spirits. The Verdant Great Sun was formed from his left eye, it was full of spiritual energy. In my opinion, this Gu refinement will succeed. Quickly throw him into the frying pan, we can obtain eternal Gu and live forever. Verdant Great Sun turned pale with fright when he heard these words. He quickly shouted and struggled with all his might. However, the barbarians were unmoved. At this time, Verdant Great Sun once again heard that voice from before. Sigh, it's useless. These savages. They were all hairy men, heaven and earth loved them. They had an innate talent to refine Gu worms. Verdant Great Sun forgot about the danger and curiously asked in his heart, who are you? That voice replied, I am Divine Travel Gu. As long as anyone drinks the 4 top-quality wines of heaven and earth, I will be born in their heart. I can teleport you to any place. Verdant Great Sun was overjoyed. Then please make a move. Bring me out of here. Divine Travel Gu sighed, it's useless. Only when you are drunk will you be able to move me. Your mind is so clear right now, it won't work. Verdant Great Sun came to a realization, no wonder I was trapped on the island and almost starved to death. Fortunately, I obtained reputation Gu and escaped from ordinary abyss. So it was you who harmed me. Divine Travel Gu replied, Sigh, human, I did not intentionally harm you, it was you who activated my strength when you were drunk. Don't blame me, last time you were almost captured by the tiger-striped bees, it was thanks to me that you escaped. One harmed and one saved, we are even now. Verdant Great Sun also recalled the matter of the tiger-striped bees and no longer blamed Divine Travel Gu. He was thrown into the pot by the hairy men. The fire burned at the bottom of the pot and the water temperature gradually rose. Add agate red pepper. A hairy man threw the precious agate red pepper into the pot. The water in the pot immediately turned red and even dyed Verdant Great Sun's body red. Add blue fox smoke infant. A hairy man carried a small fox and threw it into the pot. The small fox was furry and had a pair of black diamond-like eyes, it was very cute. But once it touched the water, it turned into green smoke and fused into the water. The water in the pot gradually became boiling hot. Verdant Great Sun also felt despair, he could not escape this calamity. The hairy men added many supplementary materials and goo worms one after another. Add vanity goo. A hairy man threw a goo into the pot. This goo was very strange, it looked like a large green crab. But different from a real crab, its shell was hollow. Once it saw Verdant Great Sun, the crab-like vanity goo was very excited. You are Verdant Great Sun? I have heard of you, but to think I could see you here, this is the fortune of 3 lifetimes. I am too happy, too excited. Verdant Great Sun did not know whether to laugh or cry. Fortune of 3 lifetimes, we are going to die soon. I don't care about death. I only want to ask you, how did you become so famous? I am so envious. I admire people like you the most. Vanity Goo asked impatiently. I am not in the mood to talk about this, I need to escape. Verdant Great Sun struggled in the pot, trying to climb out, but was quickly pressed down by the guarding hairy men. Quickly tell me, quickly tell me. Vanity Goo was not tactful, it wanted to ask for advice. Verdant Great Sun scolded angrily, look at your current situation, can't you see it? Vanity Goo opened its eyes wide and stared at Verdant Great Sun, suddenly smiling, I understand, I understand. If you want to be red, you have to endure the heat. Thank you for your guidance. Thank you for your guidance. Verdant Great Sun, in order to thank you, I will do one thing for you. Saying so, the Vanity Goo exploded. The explosion was not intense and was very light. It only produced a soft bang. Next, Vanity Goo turned into a formless poisonous wind, assaulting all of the hairy men's hearts. The serene blue eyes of the hairy men. Everything turned red. Verdant Great Sun stared blankly for a good while before coming to his senses. He could not be bothered with the sacrifice of Vanity Goo, he quickly shouted, you hairy men might be able to refine goo, but it is nothing to me. So what if all of you are immortal? You guys look so ugly. It's covered in hair, it's so ugly. The hairy men were stunned. If it was before, they would not care about Verdant Great Sunday. But now, the poison of vanity pervaded their hearts and clouded their wisdom. Hearing Verdant Great Sun's shout, a hairy man immediately retorted, nonsense, nonsense. We hairy men are the most beautiful. Our hair is too beautiful to behold. Verdant Great Sun had a flash of inspiration, no matter how beautiful your hair is it as beautiful as my hair? Because he had drunk the strong wine brewed by the Vajra monkeys, his hair had turned into burning flames. The hairy men heard his words and went into a daze. The beauty of fire. It was changing at every moment. Even they had to admit that Verdant Great Sun's hair movement was beautiful. Verdant Great Sun continued to provoke them, even if you obtain immortality, you will not be as beautiful as me. Look at my hair, it is the same color as the flames. It is equally moving. The hairy men could not resist his provocation. Finally, a member became restless. You have this kind of hair. I also have it. Watch me. Saying so, he used the torch to ignite his whole body. The hair on his body was burning, he became a man of fire. Ha ha ha, you only have beautiful hair, but my whole body is beautiful now. This hairy man shouted. Soon, the other members followed suit. One by one, they became men of fire. The flames burned them, and the intense pain made them wail uncontrollably. But even though they knew this, they still did not extinguish the flames, instead boasting and showing off their beauty. Divine Travel Gu was overjoyed, praising Verdant Great Sun endlessly in his heart. Human, you are really too smart, you actually thought of this method. Verdant Great Sun escaped the oil pot and successfully survived. He sneered in his heart, it is not that I am smart. It is that vain people will become stupid. They often silently endure pain for the sake of illusory beauty, giving up on what they should be pursuing. Grand White Moon Gold, Skull Stone, Dragon Tusk, Small Autumn Grass, as well as 50 Yuan Stone, 1 Flower Boar Gu and 1 Boar Cage Gu. These were the materials for Fang Yuan to refine Gu. And in front of him, this hairy man was already sitting cross-legged on the ground, refining Gu. Although Fang Yuan was not a refinement path Gu master, he had a lot of experience in his previous life, he had a wide range of knowledge in refinement path and knew many recipes. Right now, he had 3 choices. Each choice could refine a new Gu worm. The inheritance did not specify what Gu to refine, this meant that the Gu he refined would at least be better than the hairy man's. Fang Yuan looked at the hairy man's Gu refinement process, he had already guessed what Gu he was going to refine. He sneered in his heart, but his face showed a flattering smile of worship. Lord Hairy Man, you are really amazing. Looking at your Gu refinement technique, I am truly in awe. You are a Gu refinement master, there is no Gu in this world that you cannot refine. Heh. Ha. You are sensible. The hairy man heard this and laughed heartily, he was very happy. With this distraction, the Gu refinement immediately failed. The hairy man's expression changed, he shouted in panic, no. But it was already too late. The heavenly power descended and turned into a bolt of lightning, turning him into charcoal. Chapter 363. As the light faded, a Gu landed in Fang Yuan's palm. This was water cage Gu, it was specially used to capture wild Gu worms and had a miraculous effect. The hairy man opposite him was still in the process of Gu refinement. When he saw that Fang Yuan was done, he let out a roar of despair. A bolt of lightning fell from the sky and with a crack, he was killed. Similar to King Quan inheritance, King Xian inheritance was also incomparably cruel. Every step a Gu master took, they had to tread on blood and death. Fang Yuan sighed as he stored the water cage Gu and continued to move forward. If he remembered correctly, this was the 32nd round of King Xian inheritance. King Xian inheritance was a refinement path inheritance. With every 10 rounds, the difficulty would increase, and the hairy men that appeared would become smarter and stronger. In the first 20 rounds, Fang Yuan could rely on words to flatter the hairy men and disturb their mental states, causing them to fail in their Gu refinement and winning without a fight. But at the 30th round, these hairy men had huge bodies and outstanding intelligence, Fang Yuan could only compete with them personally. But fortunately, the Gu refinement materials for the first 20 rounds were all in Fang Yuan's hands, giving Fang Yuan ample choice when refining Gu. These Gu refinement materials could be saved and used as capital for the following rounds. This was also a trick that King Xian left behind when he set up the inheritance back then. Even in Fang Yuan's previous life, this trick was only announced a year later, and was widely known by everyone. It was kept a secret now, and even if someone figured out this trick, it would only be a small number. Fang Yuan continued to move forward like this. Relying on the rich accumulation in his hands, as well as the love from his previous life, he managed to achieve better results than King Quan's inheritance. And after the 40th round, King Xian inheritance's difficulty increased by several times. At this time, the Gu masters could use one of their Gu worms. But in King Xian inheritance, only refinement path Gu could be used. Fang Yuan did not have any refinement path Gu worms, and the materials he had were almost used up. He started to feel the difficulty of moving forward. Every stage was extremely difficult to pass. But fortunately, after the 40th round, King Xian inheritance would give Gu masters corresponding rewards. These rewards. There were refinement path Gu worms, recipes, Yuan stone and so on. It was very generous. Fang Yuan made it to the 44th stage and received a chance to be teleported out. He grabbed hold of this opportunity and retreated from King Xian's legacy. The time taken to clear the trial this time was much longer than King Quan's inheritance. Returning to Sancha Mountain, Fang Yuan noticed that the Tai clan's purple barrier was still standing. The 4 elders of the Tai clan were very patient and did not enter the 3 kings' inheritance. Bai Ningbing was still trapped. As for the 3 light pillars on the mountain peak, they had already shrunk beyond recognition and were only as thick as the mouth of a bull. However, as long as the pillar of light existed, even if it was as thin as a needle, it meant that the door was not closed, and one could still enter. However, every time it was opened, no matter which inheritance it is, a Gu master can only enter it once. Fang Yuan found Li Xian. Carry out another transaction. Li Xian was secretly surprised that Fang Yuan could take out so many things. I have some bad news for you. Tai clan's 4 old-timers have already requested reinforcements from the clan. Tai clan has already sent a group of strong reinforcements, they might harm you. Fang Yuan was not surprised, Tai clan's 4 old-timers' actions were within his expectations. Oh? Who are the strong reinforcements? The leader is Tai clan's Tai Xiao. He is a strength path Gu master with rank 4 upper stage cultivation. Other than that, there is also Tai Ruanan. This girl is one of the 8 young masters of Tai clan, a rising star who has been in the limelight for the last 2 years. Tai clan's 8 young masters are all dragons and phoenixes among men. Especially this Tai Ruanan, she is the daughter of Tai clan's divine investigator Tai Shuelang, and has already reached rank 4 initial stage at such a young age. Li Xian emphasized on Tai Ruanan towards these strong reinforcements of Tai clan. On the contrary, he did not introduce Tai Xiao much. Tai Xiao was already a famous person, everyone knew about him. But Tai Ruanan was a rising star, she could only be said to have some fame and had not reached the level where everyone in southern border knew about her. Li Xian did not know that Fang Yuan was very familiar with Tai Ruanan. As expected, she also advanced to rank 4. Tai Xiao, Tai clan really sent this person, just like in my previous life. Fang Yuan pondered in his heart. Li Xian had been observing Fang Yuan's expression, and seeing that Fang Yuan's expression was very calm, he felt even more fearful. Little beast is Wang Da's man. Once Tai clan's reinforcements arrive, Tai clan's 4 old-timers will be able to deal with Bai Ningbing. If you make a move now, it is still not too late. Li Xian advised with a sincere expression. Li Xian, please pay more attention to the following transaction. Fang Yuan smiled and left the cave. Once Fang Yuan left, Li Xian's expression sank. His small eyes flickered with sharp light. I have already fanned the flames, but this little beast king can still sit still? Is he really not worried about his companion's safety? Don't tell me his relationship with Bai Ningbing is not as close as the rumors say. No, Bai Ningbing is so beautiful. As a man, he will definitely go and save her. It seems I need to contact Hu Mei. To him, fanning the flames had already become an instinct. Only by watching them fight and fishing in troubled waters could he obtain greater benefits. Is this true? Hu Mei's eyes shone with excitement when she heard Li Xian's news. Why would I lie to my little sweetheart? Li Xian smiled as he touched Hu Mei's waist. Hu Mei laughed charmingly and threw herself into Li Xian's embrace, acting spoiled. Brotherly loves me the most. A round bead was quietly lying in Fang Yuan's palm. It was completely golden in color and was only the size of a thumb. In the dim light of the cave, it emitted a faint metallic luster. This was a yellow-gold relic gu, a rank 4 gu worm. This gu was strictly controlled by all the clans in the market. Even Li Xian would find it difficult to get his hands on it. Because of this gu, it could directly raise a rank 4 gu master's realm by a small realm. Rank 4 and rank 5 were already the clan's higher-ups. A yellow-gold relic gu could change the situation of the higher-ups. I can be considered lucky this time. In King Xian inheritance, I actually obtained a yellow-gold relic gu as a reward. Fang Yuan sighed and activated this gu with a thought. The yellow-gold relic gu immediately turned into a golden light and entered Fang Yuan's aperture. In Fang Yuan's aperture, 90% of his primeval sea was fluctuating. At the center, the spring-autumn cicada was faintly discernible. The moment the yellow-gold relic gu entered, it was firmly suppressed by the spring-autumn cicada's aura. Fang Yuan could only let the spring-autumn cicada hide before manipulating the yellow-gold relic gu. A ball of golden light immediately spread and enveloped the entire aperture. It converged with the bright golden primeval sea. The four walls of the aperture were also being nourished. After a night like this, when the morning sun shone on Sancha Mountain, Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes. Rank 4 middle stage. If he used 9 Eyes Liquor Worm, he would possess rank 4 upper stage essence gold primeval essence. At this moment, he had officially surpassed Bai Ningbing and caught up in terms of cultivation. At the same time, the aperture's sturdiness could withstand more of the spring-autumn cicada's pressure. This caused the life-reaping talisman, spring-autumn cicada, to be slightly delayed for a period of time. Next, it is time to refine gu. Fang Yuan was not in a hurry to activate the liquor worm, but took out a gu. This gu was like a quail egg-sized bone ball. On its surface, there were alternating black and white stripes and zebra stripes. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing had once used this to escape to heaven. That's right, this was the footless bird gu. Although it was only rank 3, it could travel 10,000 li in a day and was a first-rate moving mount below rank 5. But it also had a major flaw: it could only fly once. When it landed, it would be the moment of death. This footless bird gu was the reward Fang Yuan obtained from King Xian inheritance. 9 Palace Flower, Aspiration Stone, Golden Crow Essence, Frost Grass. Fang Yuan threw in the materials one by one, and at the same time, threw in Yuan Stone at intervals. Most of these gu refinement materials were saved from King Xian's inheritance, while the rest were purchased from Li Xian. He used up over 180,000 Yuan Stone to refine the gu. Bone Wings Gu. Rank 4 gu, shaped like a feather, pure white and flawless. Its body was made of bone and was as light as a feather. With a thought from Fang Yuan, this gu flew to his back and spread out, forming 2 pairs of folded wings that covered almost all of Fang Yuan's back. Then, he mobilized his primeval essence and poured it into the Bone Wings gu. An intense pain assaulted him, and countless bone spikes grew on Fang Yuan's spine and ribs. The bone spikes pierced through his flesh and extended out, intersecting and forming 2 large bone wings. These bone wings were like the wings of a bird, wide and long. When folded, the tail could even touch the ground. One had to know that the current Fang Yuan had a true 8 feet tall body. Swoosh! With a light sound, the bone wings spread out. The cave immediately did not seem so spacious. Ordinary bone wings were pure white in color. But now, Fang Yuan's bone wings were not only black like ink, but also emitted a metallic luster, like steel and iron. This was because Fang Yuan's bones were extraordinary, and had the effect of the iron bone goo. At the same time, he had been using the rank 4 essence iron bone goo recently. This caused Fang Yuan's bone wings to be far stronger than others. Rather than saying it was a pure bone wing, it was better to say it was an iron bone wing. Fang Yuan waved his hand lightly, and with a whooshing sound, a strong whirlwind started blowing. The bone wings could be used at will, like a natural part of the body. Fang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Ordinary goo masters were very cautious when using the bone wings goo. They often needed 2 to 3 years of training before they could use it to fly. If they were to use it for battle, the training time would be even longer, at least 5 years. After all, humans walked on the ground, and were not flying creatures. But Fang Yuan did not have such a problem. In his previous life's 500 years of experience, he had also left behind a huge amount of wealth in the aspect of flying. It could be imagined that if he suddenly used it, the enemy would be caught unprepared. Newly advanced cultivation, bone wings goo, these were Fang Yuan's new trump cards. Chapter 364. The group of 7 silently ran in the forest. We have been rushing day and night these days. We are already very close to Sancha Mountain. Tai Ba Xiu thought as he ran, crossing mountain rocks and tree roots. He was tall and sturdy, with a square face and a resolute expression, giving people a feeling of reliability. He had rank 4 upper stage cultivation and was famous in southern border. When he was young, he was not welcomed in the clan and was ostracized, forced to wander outside. In the end, he encountered a righteous path goo master inheritance and turned to strength path, making a name for himself. Now, he was a famous figure in the righteous path, possessing rank 5 goo, earth overlord. People called him present age overlord, with battle strength surpassing ordinary rank 4 peak stage. On Sancha Mountain, there are currently 5 rank 4 peak stage. They are Long Qing Tian, Chong, Kong Ri Tian, Wushan Tong and Yihua. Among them, Yihua has outstanding battle strength and is the most important opponent. But other than them, there will be more and more powerful figures joining the fray. I wonder what Tai Ruanan plans to do. Thinking of this, Tai Ba Xiu turned around and looked at Tai Ruanan who was running beside him. Although he had outstanding battle strength, the team sent by the clan this time was not led by him, but by a young junior, Tai Ruanan. After Tai Ruanan returned to the clan, she worked hard and displayed extremely strong aptitude and talent. Now, she was one of the 8 young masters of Tai clan. She was meticulous and perceptive, gradually gaining the title of Little Divine Investigator. She was the strongest rising star of Tai clan in recent years. She was gradually rising and was the center of attention. This time, when the 4 old-timers of Tai clan requested help, the clan made an exception and appointed Tai Ruanan as the leader of the team. Even a famous elder like Tai Ba Xiu had to listen to her instructions. It could be seen how much Tai clan's higher-ups had high expectations of her. Tai Ba Xiu only took a glance before retracting his gaze. He did not mind or feel any jealousy towards the clan's arrangements. Tai Ba Xiu was extremely loyal to the clan. For the clan's future hope, he was willing to assist and become the stepping stone. In fact, when he was in trouble, he had received divine investigator Tai Shueleng's help. Tai Ba Xiu had always been grateful. These days of traveling, Tai Ba Xiu felt Tai Ruanan's excellence. As expected of the divine investigator's daughter. Brother Shueleng, you have a successor, you can rest in peace. Tai Ba Xiu was filled with gratification. He was very satisfied with Tai Ruanan. Not only did he admire her talent in cultivation, but he also valued her leadership ability. Beside Tai Ruonan, there was a group of outstanding young Gu masters. Let's not talk about others, just look at this group of people. Tai Mu, a rank 3 peak stage Gu master. He had a delicate appearance and was brimming with talent. He was recruited by many parties, but chose to side with Tai Ruonan. Tai Ao Kai was at rank 3 upper stage. Don't be fooled by his dazed expression, as if he had not woken up yet. In fact, his scouting ability was top-notch and he was very strong. There was also Tai Dao Ku. He was adept at offense and had outstanding battle prowess. He had once served another young master before being recruited by Tai Ruonan. Tai Xianhua, one of the clan beauties of the clan. She was young and beautiful, and her defense was praised by the clan elders. These talents were gathered under Tai Ruonan's command, and they would become her foundation in the future. Tai Ba Xiu could already see this foundation continuously growing, strengthening, and finally assisting Tai Ruonan to ascend to the position of patriarch. Each of the Tai family's 8 young masters had a chance to compete for the position of patriarch. As she ran at top speed, the light and shadow in her field of vision changed, sprinkling down waves of green, flowing on Tai Ruonan's face. Her long and slender legs displayed the youthful beauty of youth as she ran. After these years of training, Tai Ruonan had clearly matured. Her eyebrows were straight like swords, and her eyes were bright like the stars. As she looked around, she gave off a fierce aura. Her thick eyelashes cast a shadow, covering the resolute light in her eyes. San Cha Mountain. She muttered this name in her heart. She had heard of the news regarding the 3 kings' inheritance long ago, and knew that San Cha Mountain had already become the center of attention of the whole southern border. The whirlpool of conflict devoured all lives, and engulfed countless people of the demonic path and righteous path. Originally, Tai Ruonan did not want to participate. But an unexpected piece of information made her understand that there was a hidden story on Qingmao Mountain. Her father, Tai Shueleng, died on Qingmao Mountain, a fallen hero. This matter concerned her father, she had to go. Thus, she personally accepted the order and rushed to San Cha Mountain. By Ning Bing. Fang Yuan. I will investigate the truth of what happened on Qingmao Mountain. The group moved forward. A group of 7 people, displaying a standard battle formation. The investigative Gu master Tai Ao Kai was at the front, Tai Ruonan and Tai Ba Xiu were in the middle, the healing Gu master was at the back, and Tai Xianhua, who was in charge of defense, was beside him. No matter how the terrain changed, the battle formation did not show any signs of chaos. No matter what happened, this group could react quickly and not be caught unprepared. Who is it? Suddenly, Tai Ao Kai, who was at the front, stopped and shouted loudly, giving a warning. There was a situation. The whole group stopped abruptly, and the group changed rapidly. The formation was slightly adjusted, reaching the optimal position. They were tightly united, but also slightly scattered, leaving a path of retreat. They could advance and attack, and retreat and defend. One person, with his arms crossed, stood on a huge rock, looking down at the group. He was tall, with a broad back and a thin waist. Although the muscles on his body were not ridiculously bulky, they still gave people a feeling of sturdiness and strength. He was dressed in a tight black robe. Although he was standing alone, he was like a towering mountain in front of him. Especially his pair of black eyes, they were as deep as an abyss, giving off a feeling of unfathomable depth. Fang Zheng. Seeing this person, Tai Ruonan's pupils shrunk, blurting out. That's right, the person was Fang Yuan. Tai Ruonan, we meet again. Fang Yuan's lips curled into a faint smile, revealing a trace of callousness in his calmness. Little Beast King. Tai Ba Xiu squinted, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. The other 5 were on high alert, as if they were facing a great enemy. They were familiar with the relevant information, and knew that this person in front of them was a rising star of the demonic path. His battle strength was strong, and his conduct was wild and unrestrained, an extremely dangerous person. Fangzheng, how have you been? A complicated expression surfaced on Tai Ruanan's face as she sighed and continued, Fangzheng, are you here to reconcile? Actually, there is nothing impossible. I know about the Three Kings inheritance contest, it is either you die or I die, there is no way out. Bai Ningbing met my Tai clan's Gu masters and killed him, it was a helpless action. I have friendly relations with you two, how about this, you two come to Tai clan as guests, explain the matter clearly, and do something for Tai clan to atone for their sins. I can plead for mercy for you two, and let Tai clan not pursue this matter. As she spoke, Tai Ao Kai nervously activated his Gu worms, secretly investigating the surroundings. It was too strange for Fang Yuan to appear alone, there might be some other ambush. Hearing Tai Ruanan's words, Fang Yuan could not help but sneer, sin? Just killing a person, what sin is there? The only difference is that this person's background is slightly strong. Tai Ruanan, to think you are still so childish. You want to trick me into going to Tai clan, trying to catch a turtle in a jar? Once I get to Tai clan, I will be like a dragon in shallow waters, a tiger in plain sight, you can do whatever you want to me. Tai Ruanan frowned deeply, Fangzheng, you have changed too much these years, don't you feel any guilt killing people? But I did not lie to you, I can guarantee with my character that you will be safe, and that the trial will be fair and just. Fang Yuan sneered, is your Tai clan safe now? Now that divine thief Lu Zuanfeng is causing havoc in Tai clan, and even sneaked into Demon Suppression Tower, your Tai clan can't even look after themselves, and you want to guarantee my safety? Laughable, laughable. What? Divine thief Lu Zuanfeng's matter has been kept secret by the clan, he is an outsider, and is far away at Sancha Mountain, how could he know so clearly? The 7 Tai clan members' expressions changed. Divine thief Lu Zuanfeng was a rank 5 Gu master expert, he had already caused great trouble for Tai clan's higher-ups by sneaking into Demon Suppression Tower. Tai clan had always viewed themselves as the holy land of the righteous path, and Demon Suppression Tower was the world's famous prison of the demonic path. Yet, Lu Zuanfeng was able to come and go as he pleased, such a great humiliation was kept secret by Tai clan, and even super clans like Wu clan and Shang clan could not find out about it. This little beast king actually knew. You actually believe such nonsense? Tai Ba Xiu could not help but deny the matter concerned Tai clan's reputation. Leader, there is no ambush around, he is alone. At this time, Tai Ao Kai reported in a low voice. Tai Ruanan immediately had a flash of inspiration, and looked at Fang Yuan, Fangzheng, I understand your meaning. You want to use this information to threaten us, in exchange for Bai Ningbing's life? Sure. But we still need to know how you found out about this secret, otherwise, we will absolutely not let her go. Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed loudly, Tai Ruanan, you are really naive. I was just saying those words casually, don't you understand my intention? Don't tell me you don't know there is a battle tactic called besieging a point and attacking reinforcements? What, you want to deal with us? Tai Ruanan's pupils slightly widened, revealing an incredulous expression. The others stared at Fang Yuan as if they were looking at a madman. There are 7 of us, and you are alone. We have rank 4 upper stage senior Tai Ba Xiu, rank 4 initial stage Tai Ruanan, and 5 rank 3 Gu masters, all of them are experts. You want to deal with us alone? This little beast king, has he gone crazy from anxiety, is there something wrong with his brain? At once, this thought emerged in everyone's mind. Fang Yuan saw the changes in everyone's expression, and knew what they were thinking. He was too lazy to argue, and with a cold smile, his figure suddenly flew down from the sky, and like a goshawk, he pounced towards the group. He really attacked? Courting death. The 7 were shocked and furious. Not right, this aura, how did he reach rank 4 middle stage? The next moment, The hearts of the seven thumped as they felt the aura on Fang Yuan's body. Facts speak louder than words. Rank 4 middle stage. Isn't it initial stage? Tai Ruonan stared with her eyes wide open, feeling astonished. Chapter 365. Fang Yuan had been using breath concealment goo to restrain his aura. Now that he made a move, his true aura burst out. Moreover, Tai Ruonan and the others had a preconceived notion that Fang Yuan was rank 4 initial stage. Thus, the 7 Tai clansmen were extremely shocked. Rank 4 middle stage, this little beast king has actually surpassed our young master Ruonan at such a young age. Rank 4 middle stage, no wonder he is so arrogant. So what if he is rank 4 middle stage? He actually dared to come to us, he is simply courting death. Many thoughts flashed in the minds of the Tai clansmen. Bam! With a muffled sound, Tai Ba Xiu flew out of the group and collided with Fang Yuan's fists in the air. Tai Ba Xiu landed on the ground calmly while Fang Yuan flew back. Fangzheng, you want to find trouble with us alone? I know you want to save your companion by Ningbing, but you need to reconsider. You cannot act rashly when it comes to saving people. It is not too late for you to stop now. If you continue to fight, you will truly be opposing our Tai clan. If that happens, your companion's life will be in danger. Tai Ba Xiu's words seemed to be advising with good intentions, but in fact, he was trying to break down Fang Yuan's fighting spirit. In the end, the older the wiser. He. Fang Yuan chuckled, staring at Tai Ba Xiu and the others with killing intent. Who does Tai clan think they are? So what if we are opposing them? If I really cannot save by Ningbing, then she can only blame her bad luck. Anyway, I have already tried my best. These words were so cold and emotionless. The 7 Tai clansmen could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. Fang Yuan's eyes turned, looking at Tai Ao Kai, the one over there. You don't need to investigate anymore, it's just me. Honestly. The route you chose is very good and secretive, it is suitable for me to kill all of you. Hearing such words, Tai Ba Xiu's expression completely sank. Fangzheng, you are courting death. Die? Fang Yuan laughed loudly towards the sky, showing off his arrogance. Is this person crazy? Has Little Beast King already gone berserk and lost control of his temperament? Demonic cultivators are all such lunatics. Watching Fang Yuan's maniacal laughter, everyone from the Tai family felt troubled. The fierce are afraid of the unreasonable, and the unreasonable are afraid of the reckless. Even the 7 of them from the Tai family. Since Fang Yuan was alone, the Tai family's people also felt apprehensive. This kind of madman who didn't care about his own life, what else couldn't he do? Fang Yuan's laughter suddenly stopped, and he took a step forward. With a loud boom, he charged forward like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain. Fight! Tai Ruonan's expression was solemn as she shouted. She knew that this battle was unavoidable. Tai Ba Xiu retreated and stood beside Tai Ruonan, while Tai Dao Ku and Tai Xianhua moved forward. Tai Ao Kai ran to the side. The entire formation suddenly loosened up, as if a sack had suddenly opened up, displaying the exquisite tactical cooperation of the Tai family members. Charging Crash Goo. Fang Yuan was like a raging bull, trampling everything in his way. The mountain rocks under his feet crumbled as he fearlessly charged into the Tai family's sack. Little Beast King, you are too arrogant. Tai Xianhua shouted angrily. She opened her right hand's 5 fingers. With a soft sound, a huge black gold lotus flower blossomed in her palm. Instantly, it bloomed in her palm. The lotus flower bloomed, and the huge petals curved downwards, forming an arc like the surface of an umbrella. The dark green flower stalk continued to grow, and in the blink of an eye, it grew to the length of an arm, becoming the handle of an umbrella. Tai Xianhua stretched out her left hand and plucked this lotus flower from her right hand. She then carried the dark green flower stalk and charged towards Fang Yuan. Umbrella Lotus Gu. Tai Xianhua's body was petite, while the umbrella lotus was huge. It completely covered her and became a shield, firmly protecting her. Fang Yuan sneered as a white elephant appeared above his head. Beast Phantom, the strength of an elephant. Boom! Without any surprise, Tai Xianhua, who was blocking in front of Fang Yuan, was directly sent flying. Tai Xianhua flew over 10 feet away, like a fallen leaf swept by the wind. Such strong strength. She gritted her teeth, enduring the intense pain from the collision. Her body spun in the air, quickly finding her balance and landing on the ground. But the expected attack did not follow. Fang Yuan ignored her existence and charged towards Tai Ruanan. Damn it, he is attacking young master. We need to stop him and protect young master. Fang Yuan's target was Tai Ruanan, arousing everyone's battle intent and killing intent. Tai Ruanan half knelt on the ground, pressing her hands on the ground. From the start of the battle, she had been creating puppets. Around her, the grass and trees grew wildly. The small grass by her feet grew as tall as a person. Dozens of huge grass intertwined together, and under the green light, weaved into a grass puppet. Grass Puppet Gu. Rank 1 Grass Puppet Gu. Fang Yuan had seen it before on Qingmao Mountain. It had once been used by the academy as a target to communicate with moon blades. Rank 1 Grass Puppet Gu posed no threat, but at rank 2, it could easily kill an ordinary hunter. And Tai Ruanan was currently using a rank 3 Grass Puppet Gu. The grass puppet she created had a short and sturdy body, with tightly woven grass leaves, one hand holding a bamboo blade, the other holding a rattan shield. This was a rattan shell grass soldier. It had the battle strength to kill a rank 1 Gu master. A single rattan shell grass soldier posed no threat to Fang Yuan. But once there were a lot of them, they would be troublesome. Rattan shell grass soldiers were often used as cannon fodder to expend the enemy Gu master's primeval essence. More importantly, dozens of rattan shell grass soldiers could combine into rank 4 grass sword elite soldiers under the power of a rank 4 Gu. In this short period of time, Tai Ruanan already had 18 rattan shell grass soldiers. Tai Ruanan. Fang Yuan's heart was filled with killing intent, his sharp and cold gaze locked onto Tai Ruanan. This girl had outstanding talent, similar to Bai Ningbing, and had investigated the matter on Qingmao Mountain. She could not be left alive. Fang Yuan had wanted to kill her back in Shangclan City, but the time was not ripe then. Tai Ruanan did not move. She chose to believe in her comrade, and continued to create rattan shell grass soldiers. Stop him. Tai Ao Kai waved his sleeves, and a large swarm of golden needle mosquitoes flew out. Don't even think of taking a step forward. Tai Dao Ku activated Hand Blade Gu and Swift Shadow Gu, slashing towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. He did not dodge, but fought head-on. The golden needle mosquitoes drilled bloody holes on his body. Tai Dao Ku's arms left 2 long wounds on his chest and back. Amidst his maniacal laughter, Fang Yuan walked forward with his head held high, blood splattering everywhere. He is injured. The Tai clansman had a grave expression. If it were any other opponent, the Tai clansman would be happy and relaxed. But Fang Yuan had bitter strength Gu. The heavier his injuries, the stronger his battle strength. Green bull, horse, stone tortoise. As expected. 3 beast phantoms appeared on top of Fang Yuan's head. Huge strength opened the path, unstoppable. Tai Xianhua rushed over, but was sent flying by Fang Yuan. Tai Dao Ku retreated helplessly, while Tai Ao Kai could only roam around. Good, tyrant strength Gu. Seeing that Fang Yuan was getting close to Tai Ruanan, Tai Ba Xiu shouted, stepping forward bravely. Bam! With a loud sound, the two fiercely collided, and both retreated 7 to 8 steps back. They were evenly matched. Four beast phantoms appeared above Fang Yuan's head, but Tai Ba Xiu was not someone with an undeserved reputation. His rank 4 tyrant strength Gu was also inherited from the ancient strength path. It allowed him to possess the strength of an overlord. Interesting, again. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with brilliance as he charged forward again. Tai Ba Xiu met him head-on, firmly blocking him. Tai Dao Ku and the others. Seeing this, they let out a breath of turbid air and relaxed. Little Beast King is finally stopped. As expected of Senior Tai Ba Xiu. Fangzheng has fallen into our encirclement. He is dead for sure. The Tai clansmen's morale surged, and Fang Yuan lost his momentum. In their eyes, he was like a raging bull that had fallen into a pit, his threat greatly reduced. They all joined in the encirclement. Golden needle mosquitoes, flower rain, hand blades, all kinds of attacks attacked Fang Yuan from all directions. Fang Yuan's flesh was torn open, his injuries were getting heavier, and he had no choice but to use Golden Shield Gu to defend himself. At the same time, he was using Self-Reliance Gu to heal himself. The more he fought, the stronger he got, but Tai Ba Xiu was also the same. He had rank 5 Earth Overlord Gu, which allowed him to absorb strength from the earth, making the effect of Tyrant Strength Gu stronger and stronger. Tai Ba Xiu continued to activate Earth Overlord Gu, obtaining formless strength from the earth and using it on Tyrant Strength Gu. His strength also continued to increase. The battle entered a deadlock. Fang Yuan and Tai Ba Xiu engaged in an intense battle, both punching and kicking, becoming the center of the battle. They were like giant beasts in human form. Every move they made carried the force of 1,000 caddies. Wherever the battle group went, mountain rocks would fly and dust would fly. Howl! Suddenly, a beast roared, and a beast phantom appeared above Fang Yuan's head. It had lightning coiling around it, and its sharp teeth were exposed, showing its ferocious aura, Thunderboar Phantom. Tai Xianhua, who was blocking in front of Fang Yuan, was sent flying. Umbrella Lotus Gu was broken, its petals fluttering in the air. Xianhua, hold on. Tai Mu quickly rushed over and hugged Tai Xianhua, who was vomiting blood, quickly healing her. At the same time, a group of rattan shell grass soldiers surrounded them, blocking the gap and protecting these two. Till now, Tai Ruanan already had close to 1,000 rattan shell grass soldiers supporting the battlefield. At the same time, new grass puppets were being created. Tai Ruanan walked the enslavement path, and an enslavement path Gu master like her could not be given enough time to prepare. Enslavement path Gu masters were most proficient in battles of attrition. The longer the battle dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for Fang Yuan. The best way to deal with it was to behead the leader. But this tactic would not work. Fang Yuan was currently entangled by Tai Ba Xiu. Such an amazing junior. Tai Ba Xiu could not help but exclaim in admiration towards Fang Yuan. Even though he had expected it, the strength that Fang Yuan displayed still made him shocked. He had thought that Fang Yuan's strength lay in his set of strength path Gu worms. Inheriting the afterglow of the ancient strength path, the Gu worms were rare and exquisite. But till now, the shrewdness, ruthlessness, calmness and steadiness that Fang Yuan displayed made Tai Ba Xiu almost unable to believe it. Chapter 366. The battle raged on like wildfire. Little Beast King is actually so terrifying. We have so many people, yet we still can't take him down. Tai Mu healed while gazing at the battlefield, his expression fluctuating. His battle strength has advanced by leaps and bounds, to this extent. Tai Dao Ku looked at the battle in front of him and felt that he could no longer interfere. No wonder he was arrogant enough to intercept us, such battle strength. But no matter how fierce you are, what can you do? 2 fists can't fight against 4 hands, we still have 7 people. This is the power of teamwork. Fang Yuan, you have undoubtedly lost this battle. Tai Ruanan occupied a high spot on the mountain rock and looked down at the battle. In her vision, Tai Ba Xiu and the other 5 surrounded Fang Yuan, fighting in a group. And around this group, there was a large area of green, a large number of rattan shell grass soldiers, forming a tight encirclement. At the same time, some rattan shell grass soldiers were combining with each other, forming rank 4 grass sword elite soldiers. The outcome has been decided, Little Beast King, look at your surroundings. You are already heavily surrounded, do you still want to persist in going about things the wrong way? Surrender, maybe you can still live. Tai Xianhua stood up and attacked Fang Yuan's fighting spirit. Her injuries had already been healed by Tai Mu and she had the strength to fight again. Fangzheng, you can't escape even if you have wings. This is the price you have to pay for overestimating your capabilities. Tai Mu stood beside Tai Xianhua and echoed. Oh? Can't escape even if I have wings? Fang Yuan exerted strength and temporarily pushed back Tai Ba Xiu, a mocking expression emerged on his face, can't escape even if I have wings? I'd like to give it a try. Whoosh! A sharp pain came, a pair of pitch-black bone wings emitting a metallic luster unfolded on Fang Yuan's back. This is... There's actually one. What? Under the astonished gazes of the Tai clansmen, Fang Yuan exerted strength to flap his wings and easily left the ground. He continuously rose and flew into the air. Tai Mu did not expect that his prophecy would come true and was stunned. According to the information, Little Beast King doesn't have a flying type Gu, this is clearly a rank 4 flying type Gu, how did he get it? Tai Xianhua stared with wide eyes, feeling extremely puzzled. Flying Gu, as one of the movement type Gu worms, had high value and was also very rare. Very few Gu masters had them. Fangzheng can fly. No wonder he arrogantly intercepted us. Tai Dao Ku immediately understood. Tai Ruanan's expression was also ugly. Her vine shell grass soldiers had no anti-air ability. With Fang Yuan's flight, the encirclement that she had painstakingly created immediately revealed a huge loophole. What are you panicking for? Just at this moment, Tai Ba Xiu's loud shout resounded. This rank 4 peak stage strength path Gu Cultivator was the cornerstone of Tai clan. His eyes shone brightly. His rich life experience allowed him to see through Fang Yuan's weakness. How is it easy to control a flying type Gu? Humans were born with 2 feet on the ground. If they wanted to fly into the sky and soar freely, how much hard practice did they have to go through? If they wanted to use flying to fight, how much sweat and bitter practice did they have to put in? Even verdant Great Sunday. The Grand Renzu's son also died while flying. How long has it been since Little Beast King obtained the flying type Gu? Tai Ba Xiu's words startled the Tai clansmen awake. Their gazes became excited. That's right, according to the information, Fangzheng doesn't have a flying type Gu. The time he has obtained this pair of bone wings is pitifully short. Flying requires a lot of practice, it can't be used immediately after obtaining it. Little Beast King is really too naive. At the crucial moment. Senior Tai Ba Xiu is really reliable. The Tai clansmen regained their fighting spirit. My long-range battle methods are insufficient, you guys attack. Knock him down. Fangzheng, your actions are utterly stupid. If you fought honestly, you could have lasted for a while, but now you are digging your own grave. Tai Ba Xiu shouted again. Oh? Is that so? Fang Yuan smiled lightly, his gaze revealing a trace of pity. Little Beast King, you won't be happy for long. Golden Needle Mosquito, ugh. Tai Ao Kai was just about to use his best method, but his expression suddenly froze. In the battle just now, his Golden Needle Mosquito Gu had already been completely used up. That was because he found that Fang Yuan never defended against the Golden Needle Mosquito's attacks, it was very useful. The intense battle also made him forget the intensity of the Golden Needle Mosquito's consumption. Not good, my Star Arrow Gu has already been destroyed by Little Beast King. Damn it, there are only 2 flower rain goo left. Similar situations were playing out more or less on the others. Tai Ba Xiu's heart sank. It turned out Little Beast King had already targeted him earlier. His schemes were truly hidden deeply. No matter, I have Blade Chi Gu, I can fight from long range. Tai Dao Ku stood up. I have Snowball Gu, I can also make Little Beast King suffer. Another Tai Clan Gu master also stood up. Tai Clan had 7 Gu masters, they had the advantage in numbers and abundant methods. Even if Fang Yuan had targeted them, he could not kill them all at once. Little Beast King, come down. Tai Dao Ku sent out a Blade Chi. The Blade Chi whistled over, but Fang Yuan easily flapped his wings and dodged it. 3 snowballs were shot in succession, sealing Fang Yuan's escape route. Fang Yuan retracted his left wing, and with a nimble maneuver, he safely passed through the gap between the snowballs. Seeing this, Tai Ba Xiu's heart thumped, a bad feeling flashed in his heart. He actually dodged it so easily. Is this luck? Soon, Fang Yuan skillfully and confidently dodged countless attacks, causing the Tai clansmen to feel astonished and helpless. He can actually control the flying goo so well. Damn it, I can't even hit him. My primeval essence is somewhat insufficient, the Blade Chi Gu's consumption is too high. It seems I can only let Fangzheng escape this time. The Tai clansmen's firepower gradually became sparse. Little Beast King, I can't help but admire you, you are indeed a genius. Letting you escape so easily today is also your talent. But remember, be careful the next time we meet. Tai Ruonan warned in a heavy tone. When Fang Yuan heard this, it was like he had heard the funniest joke in the world, and he laughed loudly. What are you laughing at? The bad feeling in Tai Ba Xiu's heart intensified. Ha ha ha, of course I am laughing at your naivety. Why should I run? The true battle has only just begun. Fang Yuan had just finished speaking when a voice rang out. All-out effort Gu and strength Chi Gu were activated at the same time. Green bull, horse, stone tortoise, white elephant, black python, 5 beast phantoms turned into solid forms and pounced down. Bam bam bam. For a moment, the battlefield was in an uproar, rocks cracked and dust rose. The rattan shell grass soldiers were sent flying by the beast phantoms, scattering. The Tai clansmen rapidly retreated. Attack! We cannot take a beating passively. Make sure he can't even take care of himself. Tai Ba Xiu roared, raising his bull-sized fist and punched towards Fang Yuan. The formless, piercingly cold fist energy exploded forth, creating a sonic boom. But Fang Yuan flapped his wings. His body flew up and easily dodged. Tai Ba Xiu sighed helplessly. Although his fist force was a long-range attack, the distance was still too short. He was a strength path Gu master, and this path had always been lacking in long-range battles. Fang Yuan was an anomaly, because his strength Chi Gu originated from the ancient Chi path. After receiving Tai Ba Xiu's reminder, the other Tai clan Gu masters resisted the beast phantoms and counterattacked. But right now, Fang Yuan was displaying an unparalleled flying ability. He was like a butterfly, fluttering in between attacks, nimbly dodging. Sometimes he was like a goshawk, soaring into the sky, making people feel helpless. Sometimes he was like a swallow, his black bone wings drawing arcs. Sometimes he was like a dragonfly, hovering and flying, waiting for an opportunity. Most of the attacks, he dodged them all. Scattered attacks landed on his body, but were all blocked by the golden shield Gu. How can this be? His flying ability, how can it be so strong? This is simply not inferior to Lan Meihe, Hong Feiyu, and Feiyu Wang. Lan Meihe, Hong Feiyu, and Feiyu Wang were all flying experts, and were famous in southern border. The Tai clansmen were dumbstruck, extremely shocked. Fang Yuan continued to activate Gu worms, bombarding to his heart's content. The previous battle was only a preparation for this. Tai Ruanan's expression was ashen. She had painstakingly created so many rattan shell grass soldiers, but she could only passively take a beating. And she had wasted a large amount of her primeval essence for nothing. Die. Fang Yuan circled for a long time, before suddenly grabbing an opportunity and pouncing down from the sky. Tai Mu, be careful. Dodge. Everyone's screams reached Tai Mu's ears, and he hurriedly looked up. The dazzling sunlight in the sky first blinded his eyes. Next, he saw a black shadow, like a goshawk, pouncing down from the sky. An intense whistling sound filled his ears. An enormous sense of danger instantly filled his heart. Not good, escape. This thought had just appeared in his mind when Fang Yuan's hands grabbed his shoulders. Beast Phantom Recall. Fang Yuan's enormous strength surged as he spread his arms and ruthlessly tore them apart. Bright red blood gushed out like a waterfall. Tai Mu's 2 arms were torn off at the base by Fang Yuan. The intense pain almost drowned Tai Mu's mind. He let out an angry roar, his handsome face contorting to a terrifying degree. Bam! Fang Yuan retaliated and clapped his hands. Tai Mu's head was like a watermelon that was forcefully smashed. In an instant, blood and brain matter sprayed all over Fang Yuan's body. His face and hair were either white brain matter or red blood. There was even an eyeball stuck to Fang Yuan's clothes. The intense smell of blood assaulted his nose. If it were anyone else, they would have vomited on the spot. But to Fang Yuan, it was like he was smelling the most fragrant smell in the world. He enjoyed it as if it was malt syrup, and even felt an intense excitement from the deepest part of his body. Death, how sweet and fragrant. Kill, kill. Let the intense flower of life bloom brightly in the blood. He raised his head and roared, actually composing an impromptu poem. Tai Mu. Seeing Tai Mu's sacrifice, the Tai clansmen were furious. Their anger could burn the sky and boil the sea. Chapter 367. You killed Tai Mu, I want you dead. Tai Xianxia raised the umbrella lotus gu and shouted, pouncing over crazily. Fang Yuan smiled lightly, and when the iron thread flower got close, he used his ankle to turn his body nimbly and spread his wings, moving like he was dancing as he brushed past the iron thread flower. Tai Xianxia rushed for 5 to 6 steps before stopping. Her beautiful face was in a daze. The umbrella lotus gu fell to the ground, and a trace of blood appeared on her snow-white neck. Then, blood spurted out like a fountain, sending her head flying and separating from her body. Xianxia. The Tai clansmen screamed, but they could not save Tai Xianhua's life. Tai Bashiu rushed over. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, flapping his wings and flying into the sky. Tai Bashiu was obstructed by the rattan shell grass soldiers, and even though he tried his best to open a path, how could he match Fang Yuan's speed? Fang Yuan flew into the sky and bombarded indiscriminately for a while before charging towards Tai Ruanan. Oh no, his target is young master. Tai Dao Ku and the rest quickly went to help. Fang Yuan suddenly changed his direction and landed in front of Tai Dao Ku. Die. Fang Yuan's expression was cold. He did not dodge Tai Dao Ku's punches and kicks, he was extremely fierce. Tai Dao Ku had a brave and resolute nature, he brazenly attacked Fang Yuan. Swift Shadow Gu. Hand Blade Gu. Iron Hand Gu. Consecutive Slash Gu. Swift Battle Wind Gu. Blade Chi Gu. He was an offensive Gu master, and right now, he attacked with all his strength. His arms were like the wind, creating rolling blade lights and blood shadows. Fang Yuan's golden shield gu only lasted for a while before it was broken. Even though Fang Yuan had the defense of bronze skin, his skin and flesh were lacerated, blood and flesh splattered everywhere. That's it, persevere. The others quickly changed their direction and went over to help. Oh no, my primeval essence is exhausted. Suddenly, Tai Dao Ku's attacks stopped. He was a rank 3 Gu master, and had been fighting intensely all along. Now that he was attacking wildly, the little bit of true essence he had left was quickly exhausted. Without primeval essence, Tai Dao Ku was like a tiger turning into a sickly cat. Fang Yuan snickered, grabbed his neck, and squeezed. Crack! Tai Dao Ku's neck was easily crushed by Fang Yuan. A bladesman of his generation, Tai Ruanan's capable general, brave and decisive, died here. No! Seeing this, Tai Ruanan's eyes turned blood red, sorrow and anger ignited the flames of hatred, wanting to burn her to ashes. Under her command, the rattan shell grass soldiers converged into a torrent of green that swept towards Fang Yuan. Thousands of grass soldier puppets had the advantage of numbers and were enough to pose a threat to Fang Yuan. The corners of Tai Ruanan's eyes, nose and mouth were all bleeding. This high-intensity control was extremely taxing on her mental energy, and it was even reflected on her body. Ruanan, don't be rash, don't be blinded by anger. Tai Bashio saw this and quickly reminded her. But Tai Ruanan had already lost her rationality. She watched helplessly as her family and friends died tragically. It was a huge blow to her, and it even brought back the grief she had for her father's death. You are still too inexperienced. Fang Yuan sneered, flapping his wings and flying up. The aggressive rattan shell grass soldiers pounced on empty air, colliding with each other and squeezing into a ball. This not only caused the formation to be in chaos, Tai Bashio and the others had no room to move. This is the weakness of teamwork. Once the teamwork is not good, our own people will become the biggest stumbling block. The detailed division of labor also makes our members overly reliant on others. It is better to rely on ourselves than others, this is the truth of this world. Fang Yuan flew up, his cold and emotionless gaze swept through the battlefield, before focusing on Tai Ao Kai. As an investigative Gu master, Tai Ao Kai had been roaming around the periphery from the start of the battle. He was very fast and could easily escape to report for reinforcements. He was a huge influence on Fang Yuan's plan of total annihilation. Thus, Tai Ao Kai had to die. Seeing Fang Yuan flapping his wings and flying towards him, Tai Ao Kai could not conceal the shock on his face. Fang Yuan's body was bathed in blood, his black hair, black eyes and black wings. He was simply like a demon god descending into the world, ruthless and cunning at the same time. Tai Mu, Tai Xianhua and Tai Dao Ku had all died in his hands, even Tai Bashio could not do anything to him. How could he be a match for such a strong enemy? The densely packed rattan shell grass soldiers had once given Tai Ao Kai a sense of security, but now it had become a huge cold mockery. Escape. Escape to San Cha Mountain and report to the 4 old-timers of Tai clan. Tai Ao Kai was afraid. After giving himself a reason to retreat, he immediately retreated from the battlefield and ran. Don't run, quickly come back. Tai Bashio saw Tai Ao Kai enter the forest and shouted anxiously. If Tai Ao Kai stayed and banded together, he might have a chance to survive. However, he was running alone. His Jin Yuan was insufficient, his cultivation was low, and his legs were restricted by the terrain. How could he not be caught by Fang Yuan? Sure enough, not long after, Fang Yuan flew back with Tai Ao Kai's head in his hand. Guyue Fangzheng. You're dead, you're definitely dead. You've killed my Tai clan's disciples, you've committed a heinous crime. There is no possibility of you being pardoned. If you have the guts, don't run, hiding from me. What kind of man are you? You gutless coward, come and fight with me, I will tear you into pieces, grind your bones and scatter your ashes. Tai Bashio was extremely angry and let out a thunderous roar. Fang Yuan sneered, not accepting his words. Heinous crime? I've killed many people before, why haven't I heard you say anything heinous? Touching a Tai clan member is a heinous crime? I really like this kind of sin, then I will kill some more and add more sin. Saying so, Fang Yuan flapped his wings and continued to fly, killing the remaining Tai clan Gu masters one by one. Tai Ba Xiu's eyes were bloodshot, he was about to vomit blood from anger. But he was obstructed by the rattan shell grass soldier, his speed could not match Fang Yuan's, he could only watch as these outstanding Tai clan youngsters were slaughtered by Fang Yuan, losing their lives. Soon, on this battlefield, only Tai Ruanan and Tai Ba Xiu were left. Die, I want you to die. Tai Ruanan's eyes were bloodshot, she gritted her teeth so hard they were about to shatter, muttering these words. She used all her strength to control the rattan shell grass soldier, blood flowing out of her 7 orifices converged on her face, giving off a terrifying feeling. Ruanan, calm down, calm down. Tai Ba Xiu rushed to her side and shook her shoulder. But Tai Ruanan did not notice it, her hateful gaze was fixated on Fang Yuan who was in the air. Below Fang Yuan, the rattan shell grass soldiers had gathered into a group, squeezing tightly together. Unfortunately, they could not hit Fang Yuan, they were like headless flies. Tai Ba Xiu helplessly sighed. He was experienced, and knew that this battle had given Tai Ruanan an unparalleled impact. It had already caused her mental state to collapse, and she was filled with hatred and anger. She was close to going berserk, and in a short period of time, she would not be able to help. Fang Yuan flapped his wings from time to time, causing his body to float in the air. There were only 2 Tai clan members left, but Fang Yuan had stopped for the moment. Because of these 2, Tai Ruanan was crazy like a demon, while Tai Ba Xiu had high battle strength, they were hard to deal with. If one was careless, they would suffer a backlash. Looking at Tai Ruanan, Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with contemplation. Tai Ruanan has already lost her rationality in this state. I might as well leave these rattan shell grass soldiers to expend her mental energy. When her mental state collapses, I will take her life. No, there is a better method. She is Tai clan's young master, Tai Ba Xiu will definitely protect her. I can use Tai Ruanan to beat Tai Ba Xiu. If I can kill Tai Ba Xiu, that would be the best. Tai Ba Xiu had been famous for a long time, his cultivation was rank 4 upper stage, but because he had Earth Overlord Gu, his battle strength surpassed ordinary rank 4 peak stage. It could be said that he was the strongest opponent Fang Yuan had met since he left Qingmao Mountain. In a direct confrontation, even if Fang Yuan used all his strength, he could not win. His only weakness was his lack of long-range combat ability. But this was not his fatal flaw. However, battles were always unpredictable. Tai Ba Xiu himself had no flaws, but right now, there was someone beside him that he had to protect. Unknowingly, Tai Ruanan had already become Fang Yuan's hostage. If I can kill Tai Ba Xiu, even Yihuo will be wary of me. But, I need to pay attention to the surroundings, I cannot drag this on for too long. Although these 7 from Tai clan chose a secretive route, there is no guarantee that the 4 old-timers of Tai clan will come to help. Fang Yuan warned himself in his heart. He was cautious, calm and rational, not panicking in difficult situations, and not arrogant even when he had the upper hand. The 4 old-timers of Tai clan had a killer move called Limitless Search and Lock. As long as the lock Gu was planted on a Gu master, no matter where the Gu master went, they could be captured. It was a top-tier capturing method. In his previous life, even Kong Ri Tian fell for this killer move, and a demonic expert of his generation was defeated. Although Fang Yuan had the bone wings Gu and could roam the world freely, attacking and retreating were all in his mind. But as long as the lock Gu was planted, even if he flew to the 9 heavens, he would still be captured. There is always someone better, there is always someone better. All living things are balanced, although bone wings Gu was good, it could be countered by other methods. The reason why this battle was so effective was because Fang Yuan had relied on his previous life's memories and had a good understanding of these 7 Tai clan members. Secondly, it was because Fang Yuan had continuously expended and destroyed the long-range combat methods of the 7 Tai clan members in the previous battle. All these thoughts happened in the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint. After Fang Yuan made up his mind, he took out Yuan stone and started to recover his primeval essence. The primeval sea level in his aperture started to rise rapidly. At the same time, he inspected his body and used self-reliance goo to heal some dangerous injuries. Damn it! Seeing this, Tai Ba Xiu's heart felt like it was being pressed by a mountain rock, extremely heavy. If Little Beast King had continued to attack, he would have been happy instead. But now, Fang Yuan was calm and unruffled. He was not immersed in the pleasure of having the upper hand. Instead he stopped attacking and started to recover his primeval essence and heal his injuries. Chapter 368. Fang Yuan's calmness caused Tai Ba Xiu to feel a chill in his heart. If it was at the start of the battle, Tai Ba Xiu would never have expected that he would be in such a situation and be at a disadvantage. But now, this famous pillar of Tai clan had no choice but to admit that he was in a perilous situation. The main culprit of this situation was this young man in front of him. He fought 1 against 7 and forced his side into such a situation. How did he do it? From the moment Little Beast King appeared, his every action, every word and action was a trap with unfathomable meaning, luring the 7 of us into his trap. He has a flying goo and has such a skillful flying technique. This is even more unexpected. Relying on his flying ability, he held the initiative, advancing and retreating at will, slaughtering them one by one, finally leading to this situation. Tai Ba Xiu recalled and his heart turned even colder. How did Fang Yuan master such a mystical flying technique? It was no longer the scariest thing. This kid's truly terrifying aspect is his intelligence. How can such a youngster have such meticulous scheming ability? He is simply a monster. If used on the right path, he would be the brightest star of the righteous path. However, it was a pity that he used his wisdom on crooked ways. This is a calamity for all living beings in the world. Tai Ba Xiu suddenly had a premonition that one day, this youngster in front of him would become a great calamity for the whole of southern border. At that time, the land would be dyed red for thousands of li, blood would flow like rivers, who knows how many living beings would suffer under his evil hands. No, my current situation is very dangerous. Tai Ruanan can no longer fight, my long-range battle strength is insufficient, but Little Beast King can fly. Whether he wants to fight or retreat, it all depends on his will. Retreat, I must retreat and rush to San Cha Mountain to meet up with the 4 elders. Although Tai Ba Xiu had been famous for a long time, his temperament was steady and not tempted by fame and fortune. Although his battle strength had not been completely displayed, under the support of Earth Overlord Gu, Tyrant Strength Gu would become stronger and stronger, eventually surpassing Fang Yuan's current limits. But Tai Ba Xiu was not infatuated with his strength. Someone as experienced as him could see through his true situation. If he continued to fight, it would bode ill rather than well. The wisest method was to retreat. Even if he was forced to flee by a junior, it did not matter. Even if his reputation was ruined, it was still better than dying. Furthermore, Big Brother Xueleng, your descendant cannot lose her life in front of me. Thinking of this, Tai Ba Xiu decisively pulled Tai Ruanan and started to retreat. He wants to run. Fang Yuan's eyes suddenly burst with a fierce light. He found it rather troublesome. Tai Ba Xiu's decision to run away was too wise. This place was already close to San Cha Mountain. Once the Tai clan's 4 elders came to help, it would be Fang Yuan's turn to retreat. Kill. Fang Yuan naturally did not want to see such a situation happen. He pointed his finger, activating all-out effort Gu and strength Qi Gu. Beast phantoms materialized from phantom and descended, blocking Tai Ba Xiu. However, Tai Ba Xiu's strength was formidable. His fists and legs intersected, and wind and thunder whistled, scattering these beast phantoms. Fang Yuan suddenly changed his target, and all his beast phantoms flew towards Tai Ruanan. Despicable! Tai Ba Xiu cursed, standing up to protect Tai Ruanan. Fang Yuan laughed loudly at this. If Tai Ba Xiu abandoned Tai Ruanan and escaped alone, Fang Yuan would not be able to stop him. However, Tai Ba Xiu protecting Tai Ruanan was courting death. Because he was not a defensive Gu master, but an expert in offense. To protect Tai Ruanan, he naturally had to sacrifice himself. With his hands and feet tied, it was like using his weakness against the enemy's strength. Both sides were in a deadlock, one escaping and one chasing. No matter how Tai Ba Xiu cursed and provoked, Fang Yuan only flew in the air and used beast phantoms to attack. Tai Ba Xiu could not hit Fang Yuan, and could only passively take a beating. He also had to protect Tai Ruanan, and soon received light injuries. He is clearly only rank 4 middle stage, why does he have so much primeval essence? Tai Ba Xiu gradually felt despair. He did not know that Fang Yuan not only had liquor worm, he also had heavenly essence treasure lotus. In terms of primeval essence, he did not lose to rank 4 upper stage. Fang Yuan bombarded indiscriminately without stopping. Every time he destroyed a beast phantom, another would immediately pounce on him. The beast phantoms attacked one after another, advancing wave after wave. Especially the thunder boar and rock crocodile beast phantoms from time to time, they were a threat to Tai Ruanan. Tai Ba Xiu was exhausted from running for his life, and was gradually losing his strength, feeling powerless. Why aren't the 4 elders here yet? Tai Ba Xiu ran all the way, and was already close to Sancha Mountain, but he still did not see the 4 elders. The route they chose was too secretive. To prevent information from leaking, they even set off 2 days in advance. These arrangements, at this point, had instead become Tai Ba Xiu's escape obstacle. Tai Ba Xiu fell into an extremely passive state. The injuries on his body continued to accumulate, turning from light injuries to heavy injuries. The beast phantoms became more and more threatening, and he gradually felt it difficult to move forward. Tai Ruanan became his biggest burden, struggling again and again. Tai Ba Xiu could only knock her unconscious and carry her with his arm. We are already close to the foot of the mountain, persevere for a while more. Tai Ba Xiu's body swayed, his vision already turning blurry. Are we really going to let him escape? Damn it! Fang Yuan flew in the air, his expression was gloomy, and his attacks became increasingly swift and fierce, like a surging tide. As they neared Sancha Mountain, Gu masters began to appear in the surroundings. There is a battle here, it is Little Beast King. Oh heavens, am I seeing things? That one being chased seems to be the present age overlord, Tai clan's cornerstone, Tai Ba Xiu. Little Beast King is too heaven-defying, he is actually chasing rank 4 upper stage Tai Ba Xiu. Along the way, the Gu masters who witnessed this battle were all dumbfounded and incomparably shocked. Some righteous Gu masters felt a chill in their hearts when they saw Tai Ba Xiu being chased like a drowning dog. Big brother Li Xian, why hasn't Little Beast King appeared yet? We've been waiting here for a long time. Is your information reliable? In a hidden corner, Hu Mei looked at the purple light barrier in front of her and yawned in boredom. Within the light barrier formed by Iron Cabinet Gu, Bai Ningbing was still trapped by the 4 Tai clan elders. The information is naturally accurate, let's wait a while more. Li Xian said while mumbling inwardly, it shouldn't be, I have already told him about Tai clan's reinforcements. How can he still restrain himself? Is he really not going to save her? If the Little Beast King were to really leave someone to die, even Li Xian would tremble in fear if he thought of this kind of cold-bloodedness. But if he saved her, it would be a situation where both sides would suffer. There would be many benefits in a chaotic battle. While the two were discussing in a low voice, they suddenly heard a clamor. What's going on? Hu Mei turned her head to look, her puzzled expression quickly turned sluggish, and after the sluggishness, it turned into shock. The person she had been waiting for had appeared, and was even flying in the air ostentatiously. But wait, the person Little Beast King is chasing seems a little familiar, right? It is Tai Ba Xiu. Tai clan's present age overlord is being chased. So Little Beast King went to intercept this batch of reinforcements. Li Xian stared dumbfoundedly at this chase and could not help but curse. At the same time as he came to a realization, he also felt extreme bewilderment and shock. Little Beast King actually took the initiative to intercept this batch of Tai clan's reinforcements. How can he have such guts? Is he crazy? No, he is not crazy. He won and is chasing Tai Ba Xiu to kill him. Tai Ba Xiu was rank 4 upper stage, his battle strength was extraordinary, ordinary rank 4 peak stage Gu masters were not his match. Even on San Cha Mountain, among the 5 rank 4 peak stage Gu masters, only Yi Hua could be mentioned in the same breath as this present age overlord. But now, Tai Ba Xiu was actually being chased by Little Beast King, fleeing in a sorry state like a dog. Oh my god, is this his illusion? Someone hugged his head, looking at the scene in disbelief. This world is too crazy, the changes are too fast. Someone mumbled with a lifeless gaze. Fortunately, I did not go head-to-head with Little Beast King. Li Xian rejoiced, but also felt a lingering fear. No, I need to be careful when dealing with Fangzheng, this guy cannot be judged with common sense. How many days has it been? He has already advanced to rank 4 middle stage and can even fly. Hu Mei covered her chest, feeling extremely shocked at Fang Yuan's abnormal growth speed. Demonic path scoundrel. Quickly save him, that is Tai Ba Xiu. Tai clan's 4 old-timers also sensed the situation and quickly cancelled the iron cabinet Gu, rushing to the rescue. As for besieging by Ning Bing, they could no longer care about it. Unfortunately, they were still a step too late. In the end, I was still lacking by a bit. Tai Ba Xiu felt extremely bitter. His eyes were blurry and the wounds on his body were already numb from the pain. He was already on the verge of death from being beaten by Fang Yuan. He had been protecting Tai Ruanan, not letting her suffer any harm. It is a pity that this Little Beast King did not come down to fight me in close combat. Otherwise, he would have died. Tai Ba Xiu felt extremely regretful, he had hidden a trump card. But Fang Yuan had been very cautious, he never flew down and only bombarded indiscriminately from the sky. Ba Xiu, persevere. We are here to support you. Tai clan's 4 old-timers shouted in unison, rushing over. Ha ha ha, just one step away, Tai Ba Xiu, you have failed at the last step. Fang Yuan laughed towards the sky, a rock crocodile phantom pressed down and with a loud sound, Tai Ba Xiu fell to the ground. Tai clan's 4 old-timers were still rushing over, they were already very close, but with just this distance, the result was like the difference between clouds and mud. Everything is over. Fang Yuan's expression was cold as he pointed with his finger, launching a fatal attack. No, not yet. Iron Cabinet Gu. Tai Ba Xiu used the last of his strength and placed his palm on Tai Ruanan's back. A square-shaped metal cabinet quickly formed and sealed Tai Ruanan tightly. The beast phantom pounced down and tore Tai Ba Xiu into pieces, but the iron cabinet was as firm as before, and Tai Ruanan was safe and sound inside. At the crucial moment, Tai Ba Xiu gave his last chance to live to Tai Ruanan. Ba Xiu. Tai clan's 4 old-timers shouted in grief, they rushed to the scene but were still too late. Little Beast King, our Tai clan will not rest until you are dead. The 4 old-timers stared at Fang Yuan in the sky, wishing they could bite him to death. Chapter 369. Heavens, Little Beast King fought 1 against 7 and actually won. Even the present age overlord died in his hands. Number 1 demonic rookie, he is the current generation's number 1 rookie. The crowd was in an uproar, countless people were discussing and whispering to each other. Tai clan's 4 old-timers paused for a moment before attacking. But Fang Yuan flapped his wings and easily dodged, his agility was breathtaking. Tai clan's 4 old-timers, I have not settled the score with you for trapping me. Please search for floating astronomy. Bai Ningbing slowly walked over, her expression was cold as she glanced at Fang Yuan with a complicated expression. After being besieged for so many days, Fang Yuan had grown so much. Not only had his cultivation advanced to middle stage, he had also grasped such a proficient flying technique. Looking at this, southern border would have another flying expert. How did he do it? Bai Ningbing had also thought of practicing flying. But flying was too troublesome, the amount of practice required was huge, and at the same time, it took a long time and required painstaking effort. She put in a lot of effort, but the short-term effect was very little. Thus, Bai Ningbing did not take it. She did not think that Fang Yuan had quietly practiced such a flying technique. This was simply beyond common sense. Did he have some fortuitous encounter in the Three Kings' inheritance? Bai Ningbing naturally thought of this. In fact, even without Fang Yuan's explanation, many people had linked his performance to the Three Kings' inheritance. Tai clan's 4 old-timers removed the iron cabinet goo, allowing Bai Ningbing to easily regain her freedom. Now that Fang and Bai had gathered, the situation was extremely dangerous. The 4 old-timers were like facing a great enemy. They tightly protected the iron cabinet goo that was wrapped around Tai Ruanan in the center, guarding against Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. Fang Yuan looked at the iron cabinet goo. He was somewhat unresigned. Tai Xiao retreated to the end, but all his efforts were in vain. He chased all the way, but all his efforts were in vain. He did not take Tai Ruanan's life. No doubt, this was a threat. But if it wasn't for Tai Ruanan, I wouldn't have killed Tai Xiao so easily. Now that things have come to this, I can only give up. Fang Yuan's killing intent was boiling on the surface. In reality, his fighting spirit was gradually dissipating. Along the way, he had insufficient primeval essence in his aperture, while the 4 old-timers of Tai clan were in perfect condition. Meanwhile, there were many Gu masters secretly watching the battle, many jackals and wolves were secretly watching, waiting to take advantage of the situation. Not to mention others, just Li Xian alone. That was his plan. It's time to stop. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. He shouted loudly, Tai clan's 4 elders, my companion killed one of your people, and you trapped her for so long. I killed 6 people from your Tai family, how long are you going to trap me? This was a pure provocation, causing the eyes of the Iron clan's 4 elders to tremble. Little Beast King, don't be arrogant. You slaughtered my Tai clan's disciples and killed Elder Tyrant Xiao. Hunting down the Tai family's young master is an irreconcilable enemy of my Tai family. I swear on this. Even if I have to exhaust my entire lifespan and pay any price, I will capture you and imprison you in Demon Suppression Tower, suffering endless torture and punishment. The leader of the 4 Tai clan old-timers furiously shouted. Although he said so, he did not dare to act rashly. Little Beast King's battle strength made him extremely shocked. If Bai Ningbing was added, very good. Since it is so, I will also view Tai clan as my mortal enemy. From now on, as long as it is a Tai clan disciple, I will kill 1 if I see 1, kill 2 if I see 2. Fang Yuan laughed arrogantly, flapping his wings and flying away. Under the disappointed gazes of many Gu masters with ulterior motives, he took the initiative to leave. Bai Ningbing also left. The result of this battle spread like lightning throughout the whole Sancha Mountain. Now, what was Sancha Mountain doing? The appearance of Three Kings' inheritance, the whole southern border, countless clans, righteous path and demonic path members all focused their attention on it. Soon, the battle report of Fang Yuan fighting 1 against 7 and killing Tai Xiao spread throughout the whole southern border. Unavoidably, Fang Yuan's reputation rose. This child actually killed Tai Xiao? Is this information reliable? In Yan Clan village, young master Yan Jun almost did not dare to believe his ears when he heard this news from his subordinate. What kind of person was Tai Xiao? He had been famous for a long time and was known as the present-age overlord. He had Earth Overlord Gu and had battle strength surpassing ordinary rank 4 peak stage. He was the cornerstone of the super clan Tai clan, an expert who could hold his own. But he was actually chased to death by a junior, Little Beast King Fangzheng, who only had rank 4 middle stage cultivation. This Little Beast King can actually jump ranks to challenge and even kill Tai Basho. What kind of person is he? I have actually never heard of him. Yan Jun asked with a frown. The subordinate promptly reported, "Young master, you inherited the immemorial Phantom Path inheritance and went into closed cultivation for 5 years, it is normal that you do not know about Fangzheng. This person is only 25 years old, he is a rising star of the demonic path that has emerged in recent years." Little Beast King Fangzheng? These youngsters nowadays are really amazing. In the Yangtze River, the waves behind push the waves in front, and the waves in front die on the beach. TSK. In the mountain forest, Feng Tianyu walked slowly as he recalled the news he had just heard, sighing with a trace of fervor. I heard Little Beast King could grasp flying techniques and grow so fast because he obtained benefits from the Three Kings inheritance. Three Kings inheritance. Feng Tianyu thought of this and wished he could immediately rush to Sancha Mountain. He was a famous refinement path Gu master in southern border, King Xin inheritance was suitable for him. Fangzheng actually fought 1 against 7 and killed 6 Tai clansmen, including Tai Basho. One of the 5 great generals of Shang clan, Elder Yihua, came out of the inheritance and felt incredulous when he heard the news. Tai Basho's battle strength was on par with his. If Fang Yuan could kill Tai Basho, wouldn't he also be able to kill ZG? How could this be possible? But the cold and cruel truth spoke louder than any argument. When Yihua understood more details, he gradually came to a realization. So he has grasped the flying art and can use it in battle. No wonder he could fight 7 against 1 and kill Tai Basho. Grasping flying techniques and being able to be used in battle. To Gu masters, it was a qualitative leap in their battle strength. Humans were creatures that walked on land, they were born with no wings. Even the ancestor of human did not have the ability to fly. If one were to fly, this itself was a heaven-defying miracle. Once one could fly, the encirclement on the ground would be of no threat. The vast sky would become a stage for Gu masters, allowing the flying Gu masters to roam freely. They could attack and retreat. They could firmly grasp the initiative on the battlefield. Southern Border's famous flying Gu masters, Fei Yu Wang, Lan Mei He, Hong Fei Yu, they all made people wary. They were existences that felt extremely troublesome and did not want to be enemies with. Yihua had a deep understanding of flying Gu masters. Because there was a perfect example by his side. That was Wei Yang. Wei Yang was known as the White Light Swordsman. He moved like light, as fast as lightning, he was also a flying Gu master. He did not have enough aptitude and only had rank 3 peak stage cultivation, but he was one of the 5 important ministers of Shang clan, and was known as one of the 5 generals, on the same level as a rank 4 peak stage Gu master like Yihua. Once, Yihua felt that he was one of the 5 generals together with Wei Yang. It was an insult, thus he challenged him. The result. He was dejected, Wei Yang could come and go as he pleased, he could do nothing to him on the battlefield. In terms of flying speed, Wei Yang could be said to be number 1 in southern border, even Little Beast King cannot compare. Recently, Wei Yang received clan leaders' help and advanced to rank 4. Yihua thought of this, and the pressure in his heart increased. Shang clan's 5 generals were not united, they had their own factions and had always been competing with each other. Yihua had come to Sancha Mountain this time to make some contributions and become a member of Shang clan, and obtain Shang clan's living treasure doors resources, advancing to rank 5 Gu master. Fangzheng has flying techniques and his battle strength rose sharply. But that Tai Basho was weak in long-range combat, and he had Tai Ruanan by his side, thus he was killed by Little Beast King. In terms of true battle strength, Tai Basho is higher than Little Beast King. Unfortunately, I can no longer recruit Little Beast King. Yihua thought of this and felt very regretful. Although the battle strength Fang Yuan displayed was not as good as ZG, Yihua could not do anything to him if he could fly. Forcing the Little Beast King was not going to work. On the contrary, it would ruin ZG's reputation, and make Fang Yuan Shang Clan's Purple Thorn VIP. Apart from this, there was also the most important thing, the Tai family. Little Beast King had deeply offended Tai clan this time. Tai clan's losses were huge, they had to deal with Little Beast King, there was no way to turn the situation around. And Fang Zheng had announced in public that he would slaughter Tai clan's disciples, his tone was extremely arrogant. If Yihua really recruited Little Beast King, it would be equivalent to offending Tai clan. Tai clan and Shang clan were both super clans, giants of the righteous path. At that time, Yihua would have to bear endless pressure from Tai clan and Shang clan's higher-ups. Little Beast King must have grasped the secret of the Three Kings' inheritance. Otherwise, how could he have grasped such an exquisite flying technique in the blink of an eye? Li Xian sat on the sofa, his eyes narrowed into slits, flickering with brilliant light. He knew Fang Yuan's information like the back of his hand. Fang Yuan suddenly grasped the flying technique, this was simply inconceivable, it broke common sense. Even if he trained diligently in Shang Clan City, it would not be impossible for him to not leak any information. And how many years has it been? How could he possess such a powerful flying ability? Could it be? At the side, Hu Mei Er was also pondering. Three Kings' inheritance. A thought flashed in his mind, causing Li Xian to blurt out. In an instant. The matter of Little Beast King relying on the token to enter the Three Kings' inheritance to earn a lot of money in Shang Clan City. And the matter of him purposely delaying rescuing by Ning Bing to enter the Three Kings' inheritance. And every time he came out to the inheritance, he would bring out so many gains. These matters converged in Li Xian's mind, forming a clear clue. Little Beast King must have grasped the secret of the Three Kings' inheritance. In the Three Kings' inheritance, the flow of time was different from the outside world, it was a land of Gu immortals. The reason he could grasp the flying technique was definitely due to the Three Kings' inheritance. It must be, Fang Zheng must have grasped the great secret of the Three Kings' inheritance. Hu Mei Er also came to a realization. Her thoughts of charming Fang Yuan and recruiting him to her side suddenly became even more intense. Fang Yuan had his previous life's memories, he naturally grasped the secret of the Three Kings' inheritance. Li Xian and Hu Mei Er had a secret discussion, and by chance, they managed to deduce the truth. The problem now is, since we are in such a situation, how can we obtain even greater benefits? When Little Beast King matures, even Tai Ba Xiu will fall in his hands, he is not someone we can control. Li Xian clicked his tongue, his thoughts moving rapidly. We can't, but that doesn't mean others can't. People's hearts can be stirred, he he he. Hu Mei Er laughed charmingly. Chapter 370. Fang Yuan was originally only slightly famous on Shangliang Mountain. But after the battle with Tai Ba Xiu, his name spread throughout the southern border, becoming a well-known demonic path genius. When the news spread, it attracted the attention of many people. Among these people, some were experts who had been in closed cultivation for many years, some were Gu masters who roamed the world. The attention of the righteous path, the greed of the demonic path. It could be said that Fang Yuan had truly entered their field of vision. Some people chose to temporarily retreat, such as Century Boy. Some like Li Xian and Hu Mei Er secretly added fuel to the fire. There were also some whose battle intent was stimulated, directly declaring that they wanted to challenge him. At once, the winds and clouds surged, as countless waves swept towards Fang Yuan. San Cha Mountain. In a certain cave. Fang and Bai were sitting cross-legged. Fang Yuan placed his palms on Bai Ning Bing's back, instilling primeval essence into her. In Bai Ning Bing's aperture, essence gold primeval essence was like a waterfall, falling from the sky and rushing into the primeval sea, creating countless waves. On the primeval sea, the waves surged unceasingly, continuously washing the aperture walls. Fang Yuan was rank 4 middle stage, possessing bright gold primeval essence. Under the effect of 9 Eyes liquor worm, it was purified to essence gold primeval essence. Right now, through bone flesh unity goo, it was injected into Bai Ning Bing's aperture, helping her to nourish the aperture walls and increase her foundation. Several hours later, Fang Yuan retracted his palms, as Bai Ning Bing slowly opened her eyes. Her expression was calm. She did not express any gratitude towards Fang Yuan's help. Nor did she express any anger towards Fang Yuan's delay. She was extremely calm, as if the matter of her being trapped had never happened. But her inner feelings were extremely complex. All along, her cultivation was higher than Fang Yuan's. But at this moment, she had instead become the beneficiary of bone flesh unity goo. Essence gold primeval essence was a huge help to her. After all, she was still at rank 4 initial stage. It seems that cultivating with Fang Yuan is not bad. This thought was immediately extinguished by Bai Ning Bing. She stood up slowly and said in a cold tone, as if she was taking pleasure in his misfortune, "Have you heard the recent rumors? Many people are saying that you hold the great secret of the 3 kings' inheritance. You didn't know how to fly, but you inherited the King of Confidence's legacy. Hehe, you have to be careful. Right now, Tai family is furious. Tai family has publicly announced that you are a great enemy. The wanted list has already spread throughout the southern border." Fang Yuan was still sitting cross-legged on the ground as he replied indifferently, "Hehe, who doesn't know about our friendship? If the Tai family touches me, you won't be able to escape either. Humph. You continue to cultivate in the first half of the night. I'll stand guard for you. In the second half of the night, come out and replace me." Bai Ning Bing then walked out. The current situation was even more dangerous than when he first came to Sancha Mountain. Fang and Bai tried not to cultivate at the same time. In the depths of the cave, only Fang Yuan was left. However, he was not in a hurry to cultivate. Instead, he fell into deep thought. The Tai family's reaction was within his expectations. He killed a Tai family elder and chased after the Tai family young master. He had already touched Tai family's bottom line. Tai family was a super clan, the leader of the righteous path. How could they tolerate this? Their revenge would definitely be extremely fierce. Other than Tai family, there were other troubles. Shang clan, Wu clan and other righteous path Gu masters, Hu Mei Er, Li Xian, Century Boy and other demonic path Gu masters. This was the price of becoming famous. At the same time that Fang Yuan became famous in one battle, he also pushed himself to the heart of the struggle, receiving the attention of countless people. From all directions, there were undercurrents that tried to probe him, or waves that wanted to drown him. They had already converged into a huge whirlpool. With his previous life's experience, Fang Yuan knew that he was facing a test. If he could struggle free from this whirlpool and resist the incoming waves, he would be able to truly stand firm and become a publicly recognized expert of the southern border. If he was swallowed by this whirlpool and crushed, there would be no need to mention anything else. Right now, Divine Thief Lu Xuanfeng has infiltrated Demon Suppression Tower several times and caused havoc in the Tai family. They are already in a terrible situation. I need to wait until they have the energy to deal with me. It is not a matter of a month or 2. I can put it aside for now. There are rumors circulating outside that I hold the inheritance's great secret. It is likely that Li Xian and Hu Mei Er are behind this. Humph, I will deal with these 2 sooner or later. But Li Xian still has value at the moment. And Hu Mei Er has a rank 6 Gu immortal behind her. Do I need to scheme? 3 kings' inheritance is too big of a cake. I am destined to not be able to eat it all. I can only choose the essence. But if I can obtain the essence, like undefeated 100 battles Gu, this trip will not be in vain. My strength will rise greatly. It will be of great help to the upcoming battle of Etion Mountain. Thoughts churned in Fang Yuan's mind, spreading out as he thought of Central Continent. Looking at the days, the Hu Immortal inheritance on Central Continent's Tian-Ti Mountain should have opened already, right? This is a true Gu Immortal inheritance. It is many times more precious than the Three Kings' inheritance. That Feng Kim Hong relied on this inheritance to become a Gu Immortal, becoming a person whose name would shake the world in the future. At the same time, Central Continent, at the foot of Tian-Ti Mountain. The elite disciples from Central Continent's 10 great sects gathered together. Among the crowd, the real Guyue Fangzheng let out a breath of turbid air. The large competition that had lasted for several months had finally ended. Several months ago, the 10 great sects had passed down orders to organize these elite disciples to compete in the large competition to determine the rankings. Central Continent's 10 great sects were the strongest inheritances. This generation of elite disciples were all dragons and phoenixes among men. They were the pride of heaven. Even the weakest of people would have 1 or 2 trump cards. Because of Fairy Bai Xia, Guyue Fangzheng's days were not good. In the large competition, many opponents had deep enmity towards Fangzheng and dealt heavy blows. Fortunately, Fangzheng had a deep foundation. He had the Ironbeak Flying Crane group, and also had Lord White Crane, who was inside the spirit incubating flea, to guide him in battle. He passed the rounds with difficulty and obtained a relatively high ranking. At this time, in the sky above Tian-Ti Mountain, 10 formless Gu Immortal divine senses were quietly conversing. This generation of elite disciples is only so. But there is still a batch of outstanding juniors. Spirit Butterfly Valley's Shao Qi Xing is not bad. If I remember correctly, he is Shao Bai Hong's great-grandson. Myriad Dragon Doxing Xingji is also very outstanding. Dragon Lady is the best at teaching him. Not at all. Your granddaughter, Feng Kim Hong, has beaten all her peers. No one can match her brilliance. She is the truly outstanding one. I say, don't flatter each other. Let's work together and completely open Hu Immortal inheritance. Alright. Let's do it together. Rise. 10 formless forces surged out from the void, majestic and vast like a tsunami, like a mountain flood. The heaven and earth changed color, winds blew and clouds surged. The 10 forces revolved around each other, then converged together and fiercely charged towards a certain place on Tian-Ti Mountain. Without any sound, the terrifying formless forces suddenly vanished. In the platinum light, a vermilion red gate slowly rose. The gate was 30 meters tall and had a 9-colored signboard, shining brightly. In the sky, pink auspicious clouds gathered, and the resplendent multicolored light converged to form a staircase of light. The staircase extended from the gate, forming a rainbow bridge, landing right under the elite disciples' feet. According to the ranking of the competition, you can enter one by one. In the sky, an indistinct voice resounded, clearly entering the ears of the 10 sects disciples. This was the voice of a Gu Immortal. The 10 sects disciples' faces were filled with awe, reverence, and fanaticism. Most of their gazes were focused on a young girl. She wore a phoenix coronet, had red phoenix eyes, long golden eyebrows, and a red mole between her eyebrows. Her appearance was dignified and graceful, and also incomparably beautiful. She was this time's 10 sect competition's first place, Feng Kim Hong. This girl was luxurious and glorious, her skin was white as snow, and her gaze was like lightning, like a phoenix soaring in the sky, elegant and pure, looking down on the world. Compared to her, the other elite disciples around her seemed to have become ordinary sparrows. When Fangzheng fought with her, he only lasted for 6 rounds before regrettably losing. Hearing the Gu Immortal's voice, Feng Kim Hong let out a clear cry, turning into a ray of light and shooting up. The golden light turned into a phoenix, and when it crashed into the gate, the vermilion gate shook, tearing open a void and swallowing Feng Kim Hong inside. After Feng Kim Hong, it was Shao Qi Xing, Ying Xingji and others who entered Hu Immortal inheritance one after another. After 20 to 30 people entered, it was finally Guyue Fangzheng's turn. Fangzheng walked up the rainbow staircase and entered the gate. He felt the world spinning, and the colors in front of him formed a whirlpool, dazzling like 100 flowers, as if he was in a dazzling tornado, drifting with the wind. He. A cute and tender little girl suddenly entered his sight. Are you also a fated person who wants to inherit Hu immortal inheritance? In a while, you will see a mountain peak. Only the first person to ascend to the peak of the mountain can have me. You'll have to work harder. Those in front of you in line have already been claimed. First you are a lot. He. The little girl was dressed in gorgeous colorful clothes. Behind her, there was a snow-white fox tail sticking up mischievously. Her big eyes were round and filled with innocence. You, who are you? Fangzheng was shocked and suspicious. He could not understand why such a girl would appear in this Gu immortal land. So it's a silly boy. As the girl spoke, she mischievously stretched out her fair little finger and lightly tapped Fangzheng's forehead. Then, just like how she suddenly appeared, she suddenly disappeared without a trace. With this, Fangzheng's feather-like body suddenly regained its weightlessness, and he abruptly fell down. Ah! Fangzheng screamed as he felt a strong sense of weightlessness. He wanted to activate his Gu worms, but to his horror, his entire aperture was sealed by a formless force. He could not use the power of the Gu. Chapter 371. Bam! With a muffled sound, dust flew up. Fangzheng fell heavily to the ground, his face landing on the ground as he fell flat on his face. He fell from a high altitude, but it did not take long before he landed on the ground. He did not fall to his death. Pft. Fangzheng lay on the ground, spitting out the grass and soil in his mouth, his whole body aching and suffocating. Where is this? He took a few breaths and stood up in a sorry state, looking at his surroundings. The surroundings were covered in green grass. Fangzheng felt like he was in a grassland. The grass swayed along with the wind, countless colorful flowers formed a carpet of flowers, extending to the horizon. In the distance, a tall and precipitous crystal mountain stood abruptly. The crystalline peak was translucent and pink, looking dreamy and illusory. Fangzheng stood here and could clearly see that there were already people climbing the mountain. Compared to the entire crystal mountain, these people were as tiny as ants. The first person to climb to the peak will obtain Hu immortal inheritance. Suddenly, Fangzheng recalled the words of that mysterious girl. Who was that mysterious girl? Could he really obtain this Hu immortal inheritance by climbing the opposite mountain? Just as Fangzheng was feeling uncertain, Master Tenchiru's anxious voice came from the depths of his mind. Stupid disciple, what are you hesitating for? Quickly climb this Dang Hun mountain. Master! Fangzheng was surprised and joyful. Who is that girl? Also, why can't I use my Gu worms? Quickly run over and make the best use of your time. I will explain the reason to you. Listen carefully. Master Tenchiru hurriedly explained. This Hu immortal inheritance is no small matter, it is a complete Gu immortal inheritance. There is only one inheritor who can obtain it. They can soar to the sky and have a high possibility of becoming an immortal in the future. As for the others, they will not obtain any benefits or gains. The girl you saw earlier is the Hu immortal inheritance. You can only be the first to climb to the peak and become her master. Only then can you obtain the Gu immortal inheritance. Fangzheng looked at the peak as he ran. He had lived in the southern border since he was young, and there were many mountains in the southern border. Naturally, he knew the principle of the mountain in sight runs to the death. Master, I'm still very far away from this crystal mountain. Those people were already climbing the mountain. The gap was too big. I can't even activate my movement Gu, how can I win? Master Tenchiru snorted. Ignorant. This was Hu immortal's blessed land. This world was different from the rest. Although the fox immortal had already perished. But his will was still there. Your movement goo has already been restricted by Who Immortals Will, of course you can't use it. The others were the same, unable to use any goo worms. If you want to reach the peak, you can only rely on your own physical strength to complete this test. Fangjing heard this and felt dejected. I can't use a movement goo, and there is such a huge gap. How am I supposed to catch up? Strangely, we entered the gatehouse one after another. Why is there such a huge gap between them? Master Tenchuru replied, this is a goo immortal blessed land, the flow of time is different. 1 day in the outside world is 5 days in here. When you guys entered the gatehouse one by one in the outside world, the time difference was very short. But once you entered here, the time difference suddenly increased. Otherwise, why would there be a competition to decide the ranking? Every ranking represents a certain advantage. The last one basically has no hope of winning. So that's it. Fangjing finally understood how important it was to obtain a ranking in the competition. But unfortunately, he was not strong enough and his strength was inferior to others. The 10 great sects were the leaders of Central Continent, with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Their foundation was extremely deep. Even Southern Border's super clans could not compare. Among this generation's elite disciples, Fangjing, Fairy Bai Xia, Gu Ting, Wei Wuxiang and others could only be considered the second level. On the first level, there were Feng Kim Hong, Ying Xing Ji, Xiao Qi Xing and others. They all had Gu Immortals supporting them, their backgrounds were extremely deep. From the moment they started, they received meticulous nurturing. A vast amount of resources were supplied, never lacking. Occasionally, there were even Gu Immortal level existences who personally taught them and gave them instructions. In comparison, a person like Fangjing was just a country bumpkin. Although he had some fortuitous encounters, how could it compare to the support of Gu Immortals? My ranking is not high, but there is nothing I can do about it. I have already used all my strength in the competition, even the Ironbeak Flying Crane group was almost wiped out. Fangjing felt regret and helplessness. But as he thought about it, he suddenly felt something was wrong. Master, since goo worms cannot be used here, how can you still talk to me? Master, you are truly amazing, you are truly amazing. Ha ha ha. Master Tenchuru could not help but laugh loudly. Stupid disciple, you finally realized this? But you overestimate me. I was only rank 5 when I was alive, and after death, my soul is residing in this spirit incubating flea, it is even less of a problem. The reason I can talk to you is because of my Crane Gate's Supreme Elder, Lord He Fengyang. Fangjing, you must remember, in this world, only Gu Immortals can deal with Gu Immortals. Supreme Elder, He Fengyang. Fangjing's heart was filled with shock. Crane Gate had many Gu Immortals hidden. Among them, He Fengyang was one of them. To think that he was actually involved with him. Master Tenchuru spoke in a meaningful tone. Fangjing, Gu Immortals' inheritance is not a small matter, it has a land spirit. That is to say, this blessed land has its own will. Even if Gu Immortals attack it, they will not have an advantage. The land spirit is pure and stubborn, it inherited the original owner's obsession. If they fight it, even if the land spirit cannot endure it, it will choose to self-destruct, causing the blessed land to collapse. The Gu Immortals who attack it will also get injured in vain, their losses will be disastrous, and all their efforts will be in vain. Thus, they sent you, these elite disciples. In this great competition, Spirit Affinity House produced a Feng Kim Hong, she is indeed amazing. This young girl can be said to be a genius among geniuses, looking down on everyone, she is a dragon among men. Your foundation is insufficient, it is normal for you to lose to her. But our Crane Gate might not lose. You are our Crane Gate's hope of turning the tables. Me? Fangjing's eyes opened wide, he had not expected such a huge hope to be placed on him. He suddenly realized. This contest for Gu Immortal inheritance seemed to be a competition between the elite disciples of the 10 sects, but it was actually a contest between the 10 great sections. He and the others were chess pieces, while the Gu immortals of the 10 sects were the chess players. They stayed behind the scenes, arranging the chess pieces and competing with each other. And he himself was ignorant and was chosen by Crane Gate as their secret weapon. Master, aren't the sect's hopes on me too high? I can't even use my Gu worms now, how can I be the sole victor? He. Master Tenchiru laughed complacently. Fangjing, do you know what this crystal mountain is? This is the famous Dang Hun Mountain in the legends of Renzu. Dang Hun Mountain. Fangjing cried out in shock. The legends of Renzu were widely spread in this world. Fangjing naturally knew of Dang Hun Mountain's great name. Master Tenchiru continued, all living beings in this world, as long as they enter the range of Dang Hun Mountain, their souls will be shaken. The closer they get to the peak, the stronger the vibrations. Many living beings have weak souls, and their souls will scatter when they reach the waist of the mountain. Of course, this is a righteous path inheritance, it is not as dangerous as a demonic path inheritance. Dang Hun Mountain's power has already been suppressed by the land spirit, allowing you elite disciples to ascend to the peak. If someone cannot hold on, they will be transported out by the land spirit. It can be said that your life is not in danger. Master Tenchiru's tone became more solemn. Fangjing, what I am going to say next is of utmost importance, listen carefully. You were exterminated at such a young age, and the culprit was your own brother. You are determined to take revenge and have a firm will. After experiencing such a huge change, your soul is far stronger than your peers. But compared to people like Feng Kim Hong and Shao Qi Xing, there is still a gap. But don't be discouraged, He Fengyang's scheme is ingenious here. He secretly used a method to revive the spirit incubating flea. Next, I will use my soul to support you and push you to the peak of Dang Hun Mountain. Master Tenchiru was a rank 5 Gu master, his life experience was uncountable. At the same time, he had a long lifespan and abundant experience, his soul foundation naturally far surpassed people like Feng Kim Hong and Shao Qi Xing. Although these geniuses were high-spirited and had limitless futures, compared to Master Tenchiru, their soul foundation was still lacking. Fangjing was both happy and worried. With Master's help, I have a chance of winning. But isn't it unfair to cheat like this? What if other Gu immortals find out, what should I do? Master Tenchiru snorted and reprimanded, silly kid, this is not cheating, it is ability and talent. With ability and talent, you will naturally obtain a Gu immortal's inheritance. This is fairness. Don't worry, you have Crane Gate behind you, and with Lord He Fengyang protecting you, other Gu immortals won't dare to touch you. Moreover, Gu immortals cannot enter the Blessed Land. Once they enter the Blessed Land, they will be attacked by the land spirit, thus even if they discover something, they can only watch helplessly. Ha ha ha. The land spirit is so powerful? Even Gu immortals are not its match. Fangjing was flabbergasted. One side attacks with all their might, while the other side is afraid of harming the innocent. Moreover, the land spirit and the blessed land are one. In the blessed land, the land spirit is an immortal god, heaven and earth are under its control. Controlling the land spirit means controlling the blessed land. Master Tenchiru replied. Fangjing suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Oh. I understand, that little girl I saw just now is the land spirit. Ha ha ha. Master Tenchiru laughed loudly. Disciple, you are not too stupid, you finally understood. That's right, that little girl is who immortal land spirit. Charge forward. Charge forward courageously. This Dang Hun Mountain is very hard to climb, it will take at least a year and a half. Just in case, I won't speak much and will only help you in secret. With my help, you have at least an 80% chance of obtaining Hu Immortal's inheritance. As long as you obtain Hu Immortal's inheritance, you will soar to the sky, from a beggar to a tycoon, becoming fat in one go. This is ascending to heaven in one step. I understand, Master. I will do my best, I won't disappoint you. Fangjing's tiger eyes shone with a resolute and courageous light. Go, the whole crane gate is watching you. Master Tenchuru's words roused Fangzheng, igniting the hot blood in his body. Chapter 372. Several months later. Southern border, Sancha Mountain. In a spacious cave, a banquet was in full swing. Gu masters were toasting each other, the lights were bright, and the aroma of the dishes permeated the air. Come, 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 eat and drink, there's no need to be restrained. Century Boy sat at the main seat, looking around and calling out loudly. Century Boy wore a black robe. He looked like a young boy, but he was actually over 180 years old. In this world, under normal circumstances, a person's lifespan was only around 100 years. To increase one's lifespan, the best way was to find lifespan Gu. But lifespan Gu was hard to find and extremely rare. Man was the spirit of all living beings, who would complain about having a long lifespan. Thus, many other methods were thought of. Century Boy was such an example. Although he did not find lifespan Gu, he had revert youth Gu, which could accumulate his life force and slowly release it, thus achieving the effect of prolonging his lifespan. However, the disadvantage of this was that his body and appearance would always be fixed at a young age. Century Boy had rank 4 upper stage cultivation, and at the same time, he had over 180 years of rich experience, and was worthy of being a senior in the demonic path. He was old and experienced. He liked to hold banquets and invite people from all walks of life. Sometimes, he would give pointers to some people and impart some experiences. In the demonic path, he had the reputation of guiding the younger generation. Some demonic path Gu masters were guided by him and recognized him as a godfather. Over time, a group of godsons and goddaughters gathered around the Century Boy, forming a relatively large group of forces. Today's banquet included many of his godsons and goddaughters. There were also distinguished guests, like Rock Lizard Li Chong and Fiery Star Bao Tong. They were famous demonic path figures and could not be underestimated. Shang Clan's Yihua. He is indeed strong, suppressing the other 4 rank 4 peak stage Gu masters. On Sancha Mountain, there is currently no one who can contend against him. Gu Refinement Master Feng Tianyu is here. He promised to refine Gu for Yihua. I wonder what Gu he refined, but Yihua's battle strength must have increased greatly. During the banquet, the topic that everyone discussed the most was naturally the current situation on Sancha Mountain. Yihua came from Shang clan. He represented the righteous path. His strength had a huge influence. It caused all the demonic path Gu masters on Sancha Mountain to be suppressed. They could not even raise their heads during battles, feeling fearful. Although Yihua is powerful, he is only at rank 4 peak stage. If Tai Ba Xiu was still alive, he would definitely be able to compete with him. And he wouldn't be in the limelight like he is now. When Tai Ba Xiu was mentioned, everyone couldn't help but think of Fang Yuan. A few days ago, Little Beast King killed Yutsang again. This is the 4th strength path Gu master he killed this month. Someone said in a low voice. Yutsang was a righteous Gu master and came from a small to medium-sized clan, Yu clan. Ever since Fang Yuan killed Tai Ba Xiu, his aura had grown stronger, and he had repeatedly caused trouble for others. Kill demonic path or righteous path Gu masters. His ferocious might was awe-inspiring, and his murderous name shook a region. Centenarian Boy's ears twitched. His senses were very sharp. He heard the name, Little Beast King. His expression turned ugly. The Sky Tiger Shui Sensi that Fang Yuan had killed was one of his goddaughters. He had originally spread the word that he was going to cause trouble for Fang Yuan. However, after Fang Yuan killed Tai Ba Xiu, he immediately ceased all activities. They stopped talking about Fang Yuan. Humph. Little Beast King might be strong, but he also obtained the help of 3 kings' inheritance. He knows a lot of secrets regarding the inheritance. Thus, every time he enters the inheritance, his gains are much greater than ours. Li Xian, you transacted with him, so you know his situation very well. Is there such a thing? Rock Lizard Li Chang suddenly said loudly. Li Xian nodded, there is indeed such a thing. These few months, Little Beast King has sold some of the secrets of 3 kings' inheritance many times. 9 out of 10 of his intelligence reports were true, and all of them had been verified. For example, the first half of King Xian inheritance interferes with the hairy men's gu refinement. There are also some experiences of King Quan inheritance. Little Beast King definitely has many important secrets hidden in the depths of his heart. His luck has arrived, he really struck it rich this time. Relying on 3 kings' inheritance, his battle strength is getting stronger and stronger. Right now, he is one of the most popular candidates to inherit 3 kings' inheritance. Fiery Star Bao Tong said while drinking, his tone filled with envy and jealousy. Fangzheng is getting stronger and stronger, he is also increasing his gu worms. These few months, he has been working together with Bai Ningbing, they are simply a pair of adulterous husband and wife. These two are colluding with each other, who knows how many people have fallen victim to their treacherous schemes. Little Beast King's ambition is huge, ever since he entered San Cha Mountain, he has been challenging Strength Path Gu masters everywhere. Recently, he even declared that he wants to become the #1 Strength Path person and restore the glory of the ancient Strength Path. Fortunately, I am not a Strength Path Gu master, everyone discussed fervently. Fang Yuan only took the initiative to deal with Strength Path Gu masters, this caused Strength Path Gu masters to feel danger, while Gu masters of other paths watched from the sidelines with a gloating attitude. Fang Yuan might be arrogant, but he did not provoke public anger. Firstly, he had strong battle strength and could fly, he was not easy to deal with. Secondly, he leaked a lot of information about 3 kings' inheritance, causing many people to curry favor with him. Thirdly, he only dealt with Strength Path Gu masters, only one type of people, he did not blindly provoke all Gu masters. Lord 100 Years, you have to be careful. I remember, you are also a Strength Path Gu master, right? Fangzheng that barbarian, when he acts tyrannically, he is really unreasonable, fierce and tyrannical. Rock Lizard Li Chang looked deeply at Century Boy, seemingly advising him with good intentions. Century Boy sighed inwardly. How could he have expected Fang Yuan to be so ferocious? Sigh, talented people appear in every generation, these days, there are many talents. A few years ago, there was Mo Tian, and now there is Little Beast King. This world is getting harder and harder, it is not easy to be a godfather. Century Boy thought this in his heart, but his mouth was still unyielding, humph. If heaven wants a person to die, it will first make him crazy. This Little Beast King is getting crazier and crazier, he is not far from death. He killed my goddaughter Shui Sanxi, I will find him for revenge sooner or later. But there is no rush, after 3 kings' inheritance is over, I will slowly settle the score with him. The urgent matter now is still 3 kings' inheritance. Saying so, he turned to his godsons and goddaughters at the banquet, you also need to understand the principle of priority. 3 kings' inheritance is a once-in-100 years opportunity, it is an extremely rare opportunity. You need to grasp it as much as possible, if you miss it, you will regret it for life. The implication was that they should also avoid conflict with the Little Beast King. Godfather is right. Godfather's words are too reasonable, it is thought-provoking. That's right, a gentleman's revenge is never too late. This Little Beast King won't be able to jump around for long, he killed Tai Ba Xiu and chased after Tai Clan's young master. Wait until he gets through Tai Clan's pursuit. I heard that Tai Clan's people have already secretly come to San Cha Mountain, Godfather, when I cultivate to rank 4, I will be able to deal with Little Beast King even without Godfather's help. Little Beast King won't be happy for long, under my thunderclap gu, his corpse will be preserved. These goddaughters and godsons spoke one after another, some expressed their loyalty, as if they were willing to go through fire and water for Century Boy. Some even flattered, saying that Century Boy disdained to deal with Fang Yuan. Some judged the situation and said that Fang Yuan's joy would not last long. Good, 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 you are all my good children. Godfather's guidance was not in vain. Century Boy laughed heartily. Just at this time, a voice suddenly came from outside the cave. Century Boy, Fangzheng is here, come out. The noisy and lively banquet that had just been toasting each other suddenly became deathly silent. Little Beast King. Why did he come to find them? Everyone looked at each other and saw the shock on each other's faces. Especially Century Boy's godsons and goddaughters, they were dazed, not knowing what to do, not daring to make a sound. That's right, this is Little Beast King's voice, it seems he has indeed arrived. Li Xian held back his laughter and broke the silence. Rock Lizard Li Chang, Fiery Star Bao Tong and the others put down their wine cups, their expressions grave. Century Boy slammed his wine cup on the table and shouted towards the outside of the cave while gritting his teeth, I am here, what business does Little Beast King have? Outside the cave, Fang Yuan's voice immediately came, Humph, Century Boy, you set up a banquet and invited heroes from all over, but you did not even invite me? Are you looking down on me? Don't apologize, it is already too late. Since you are also a Strength Path Gu Master, come out and compete with me. When the Century Boy heard this, he was shocked and angry at the same time. Fang Yuan's appearance made him apprehensive. Fang Yuan's arrogance made him furious. Fang Yuan's words made it seem like he was really going to apologize, making him angry. But Century Boy did not want to fight with Fang Yuan. He looked around and shouted angrily, Little Beast King, don't be too arrogant. You've come looking for trouble like this. You're too arrogant. You're simply looking down on all the heroes here today. I will tell you the truth, Lord Rock Lizard Li Chang, Fiery Star Bao Tong and the Demonic Path's sharp young master Li Xian are here. Are you courting death? Once he said this, everyone's expression changed, they cursed Century Boy in their hearts for being sinister, wanting to drag them all into the water. But Fang Yuan continued, Century Boy, you are a coward, but the people you invited are all heroes. Let me make it clear to you that I'm here to look for trouble. I am not looking for trouble with others, but I am specifically looking for trouble with you. I want to restore the glory of the ancient times and rebuild the glory of Strength Path. You little rascal who ruined the reputation of Strength Path, come and accept your death. Li Chang heard this and his solemn expression immediately eased up. Fang Yuan's intention of coming was only for Century Boy, this made his mind slightly relaxed. I didn't expect Little Beast to also know of my name. Wang De, Bao Tong stroked his beard with a complacent expression. Li Xian chuckled and looked at the centenarian boy. He made up his mind to sit on the sidelines and watch the fire burn. Chapter 373. Fang Yuan scolded again, causing Century Boy's anger to burn even more fiercely as he thought, Little Beast King might be strong, but the reason he killed Tai Ba Xiu was because he had the advantage of flying. He is so young, he has not eaten as much as I have eaten salt. As long as I focus on defending and do not be greedy, there will not be any danger to my life. In public, Century Boy could only force himself to maintain his dignity. If he avoided the battle, the reputation he had painstakingly built up over the years would be lost. If I really cannot hold on, I will escape back to the cave. There are so many people in this banquet, even Fangzheng would not dare to come in. But what is annoying is that these people were saying such nice words earlier, but at the crucial moment, none of them can be relied on. Century Boy fiercely stared at his godsons and goddaughters, feeling angry and disappointed. Speaking of which, among these children he recognized, Wuxia Xianxia had the highest cultivation and was the most promising, but unfortunately she was killed by Fang Yuan. Little Beast King, you are too arrogant and tyrannical. Today, I will let you know that the older, the wiser. Century Boy walked out of the cave and looked at Fang Yuan, shouting furiously. His appearance was like a child, but his tone was old and full of vicissitudes. It was extremely strange. Less nonsense, take my move. Fang Yuan saw Century Boy and sneered. He took a step forward, like a fierce tiger descending the mountain, creating a storm of blood as he pounced forward. All-out effort Gu. Instantly, Beast Phantoms soared as Fang Yuan's strength rose sharply. Bam bam bam, muffled sounds of punches and kicks colliding could be heard one after another. Outside the cave, the figures of two Strength Path Gu masters were entangled. Both were fighting in close combat, fiercely attacking and punching. After fighting for a while, the two were already 100 steps away. Wherever it went, rocks were sent flying, trees were toppled, and dust and leaves were sent flying all over the place. The Gu masters in the banquet had already rushed out of the cave, watching the battle from the side. Bitter strength Gu. Fang Yuan gave up on defense. The heavier his injuries, the stronger the strength he could display. Moo! Suddenly, there was a bull's cry. Above his head, a huge green ox phantom rose. This green ox was huge, twice the size of an elephant. Its back bulged high, thick and solid, and was covered in moss. This was the Kunlun ox. It was an existence that could rival the Biao, Dracophant, Thunder Boar, and Rock Crocodile. Fang Yuan struck out with the Kunlun ox strength. This strike was powerful and heavy. Even the air exploded, bringing with it the whistling of wind and thunder. The centenarian boy was caught off guard and was sent flying far away. His small body was like a ball as he crashed into a dozen tall trees. Only then did it stop. He spat out a mouthful of blood and glared fiercely at Fang Yuan. It was actually the Kunlun ox strength. The little beast king's strength had increased again. Century Boy, I killed your goddaughter, Shui Sansi. Haven't you always wanted revenge? Today, I will give you this chance. Fang Yuan laughed mockingly and charged forward again. Little beast king, you are too arrogant. Take this. Century Boy was so angry that his face turned red. His eyebrows were raised. He received Fang Yuan's attack and counterattacked. Century Boy was, after all, a demonic cultivator who had lived for close to 200 years. He had some skills and also had many hidden trump cards. When he truly erupted, Fang Yuan also felt the pressure and was on the verge of being suppressed by Century Boy. Strength Qi Gu. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's shoulders shook as he exerted Strength Qi. The Thunder Boar Phantom was attached to the Strength Qi and immediately turned into a solid body, charging toward Century Boy. Century Boy could only dodge for the time being. Fang Yuan followed behind the Thunder Boar and launched a fierce attack. Century Boy's counterattack dissipated like a puff of smoke. Fang Yuan's battle experience was increasing and he was becoming more adept at using this set of Gu worms. In the past, he could not use Strength Qi Gu while fighting in close combat. But now, after dozens of battles, he could already coordinate his battle tactics with the Beast Phantoms. Thunder Boar was simple and fierce. When it charged, rocks and mountains crumbled when it encountered them. Rock Crocodile was unyielding, its tail was like a steel whip and its mouth was like a saw, overflowing with a savage aura. Kunlun Bull was even more courageous, its horns pointed in all directions and its back was like a mountain rock. Once these three mutated beast phantoms were activated, Century Boy would be badly battered and flustered. The beast phantoms turning into solid form was a huge threat to Century Boy. But even if he destroyed the beast phantoms, he only destroyed a trace of Strength Qi. When Fang Yuan activated Strength Qi Gu again, the beast phantoms would reappear, full of vigor and vitality. Fortunately, Little Beast King's three mutated beast phantoms can only be summoned by luck. His all-out effort Gu is only rank 3 and cannot activate these mutated beast phantoms. Century Boy was firmly suppressed by Fang Yuan, but he rejoiced in his heart. Fang Yuan had raised the Boar, Crocodile and Green Bull Phantoms to Thunder Boar, Rock Crocodile and Kunlun Bull respectively. This caused his overall battle strength to rise. However, there was also a disadvantage. His all-out effort Gu was only rank 3 and could not activate these 3 rank 4 mutated beast phantoms as he wished. Unless Fang Yuan obtained undefeated 100 battles Gu from King Xian inheritance and raised all-out effort Gu to rank 4. Godfather's situation is getting worse. Should we make a move? Are you courting death? The battle between these two is so intense, before we even join in, we will be turned into minced meat. Strong, truly too strong. Among us, only Flying Sky Tiger has the qualifications to join the battle. Unfortunately, she was killed by Fangzheng long ago. Then are we just going to watch like this? What are you afraid of? Is Godfather so easy to deal with? He definitely has some other methods. Outside the cave, Century Boy's godsons and goddaughters looked at the intense battle in front of them, their hearts trembling and their limbs turning cold. Century Boy's body was small and his fighting style was crafty. He dodged all around and focused on attacking small areas, his fists and legs exploding out with explosive force. But Fang Yuan was bold and unrestrained, his legs were like spears, his arms were like huge rods and his legs were like huge rods. From time to time, there would even be explosive sounds, the momentum was fierce and powerful. Century Boy was at a disadvantage, his space to maneuver was getting smaller and smaller. These months, Fang Yuan's Gu worms had improved again. Not only did he raise the Green Bull Phantom to Kunlun Bull Phantom. At the same time, he also used Essence Iron Bone Gu, the hardness of his bones rose again, 2 to 3 times stronger than before. Besides these, he also used Golden Steel Tendon Gu, forging his tendons into the toughness of golden steel. Ancient Bronze Skin, Essence Iron Bones, Golden Steel Tendon, these 3 defenses linked together and reflected off each other, greatly increasing Fang Yuan's defense. Together with Golden Shield Gu, it was enough to deal with the full strength of a rank 4 peak stage Gu master. Century Boy became more shocked as he fought, this little beast king, how can he be so shrewd? I was suppressed by him from the start. How many times did I try? I can't even turn the situation around. Is he still a young man? How can such a person only be in his 20s? Century Boy recalled his appearance when he was in his 20s, and compared to Fang Yuan, he felt that he had wasted all these years. No, I have to retreat. This little beast king. I can't use common sense to estimate him. No wonder Tai Ba Xiu died in his hands. Up until now, he has not used Bone Wings Gu. Century Boy was suppressed by Fang Yuan to the point where he could barely breathe. After thinking for a while, he had the intention to retreat. His figure suddenly changed, and he ran towards the cave. Century Boy, are you afraid? Fang Yuan activated Charging Crash Gu. He chased relentlessly. Century Boy, with me here, where are you going? Bai Ningbing suddenly jumped into the battlefield, blocking in front of Century Boy. You! Century Boy's attention was placed on Fang Yuan. How could he have expected Bai Ningbing to suddenly appear beside him and make a move? Caught off guard, he was hit by Bai Ningbing's attack and lost his footing. How could Fang Yuan let go of such a good opportunity? A series of fierce attacks. His luck was good. Thunder Boar, Rock Crocodile, and Kunlun Bull, these 3 beast phantoms. They fiercely attacked together. The tremendous power surged like the sea, instantly knocking out the Century Boy. Century Boy did not even have time to scream before his leg was grabbed by Fang Yuan and torn into 2. Ah! Godfather, you died so tragically, Lord Century Boy. At once, under everyone's shocked cries, blood splattered, white bones could be seen, and organs fell to the ground one after another. Ha ha ha, what Century Boy, he is only a so-so. Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed arrogantly. Blood splattered all over his face, he stared at the people in front of him and shouted unhappily, "What are you shouting for?" Century Boy fled in the face of danger, he is as cowardly as a mouse, he is simply a disgrace to the strength path, he deserved to die. Suddenly, his expression relaxed and he laughed. Everyone here is a reasonable person, no one helped this shameless person. Come, let's go in and drink. Li Xian, are you interested in the information regarding the inheritance of the three kings? I still have a deal to make with you. Everyone was shocked and worried, but also curious. They were shocked because Fang Yuan was like a demon god descending to the world. He killed another famous person, his strength was even more terrifying. They were worried because Fang Yuan killed people like they were grass. He just killed a person, he laughed loudly and talked wittily, he did not care about human lives at all. Anyone would feel pressured when interacting with such a person. They were curious because Fang Yuan knew the secret of the inheritance of the three kings, and now wanted to make a deal with Li Xian. Would he be able to obtain some information regarding the three kings' legacy from him? Everyone's thoughts were complicated, they hesitated for a moment. Fang Yuan walked with his head held high, he walked side by side with Bai Ningbing, and directly entered the cave. The people who were originally blocking the entrance subconsciously made way for the two of them. Fang Yuan walked into the banquet and sat on the main seat with a flourish. This seat was originally occupied by Century Boy. Sit down, don't stand on ceremony. Whoever dares to leave is not giving me, Little Beast King, face. Fang Yuan's fierce eyes swept around, his mouth uttering undisguised threats. Rock Lizard Li Chang, Fiery Fire Star Bao Tong and the others were only rank 4 upper stage, they dared not say anything and could only sit down. In the ice-cold silence, everyone looked at each other, worried that Fang Yuan would suddenly kill people, they could only sit down. Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes and revealed a smile, since everyone is giving me face, I will sell it to everyone. Next, he casually mentioned a piece of information regarding the protection token of the three kings' inheritance. Chapter 374. So there's still such a chance of survival in the inheritance of the three kings. If I get the token, I'll definitely be able to do as I please and not have to retreat in advance. Bao Tong sighed. Li Chang took the initiative to raise his cup and toasted Fang Yuan. Little beast, Wang Da's words are really worth 1,000 gold. This cup of wine celebrates you for killing Century Boy, the scum of the strength path. Just now, Li Chang was still conversing with Century Boy. Now that it was Fang Yuan, he immediately changed his words and labeled Century Boy as a scum. Ha, you flatter me. Fang Yuan did not raise his cup. Instead, he looked at Century Boy's godchildren and waved his hand impatiently. Today, I've killed the culprit. I'm in a good mood, so I'll let you guys live. If you don't want to stay, get lost. Get lost, get lost. You're an eyesore. With Century Boy's death, these godchildren were already anxious. When they heard this, they could not help but look at each other. What? Stay, do you want me to kill you? Fang Yuan smiled coldly. Immediately, the crowd was in an uproar. Many people left pathetically, and the banquet was instantly half empty. However, a small portion of Centenary Boy's godchildren remained. Lord Fangzheng, you're my savior. One of the godsons suddenly knelt down and shouted with tears and snot mixed together, I was forced by that centenarian boy to acknowledge a thief as my father. Lord Little Beast King, you are mighty and domineering. You saved me from the water and fire. You are my savior. Little Beast, Wang Da, your valiance has completely conquered my heart. Please let me stay and accompany you and serve you. A beautiful goddaughter pleaded delicately. Little Beast, Wang Da, you saved me from disaster. I'll never forget your great kindness. Please let me call you Godfather. An old man in his 70s or 80s knelt on the ground and shouted emotionally. Whoosh! In an instant, everyone fell to their knees in front of Fang Yuan. With the death of Century Boy, the leader of this group of forces was gone, and they immediately fell apart. Most of them escaped, while others changed their ways and wanted to rely on Fang Yuan. Ha. Fang Yuan laughed out loud. What a pleasant speech. Not bad, not bad. Joy also appeared on the faces of the group of godchildren. But then, Fang Yuan stopped laughing and his face turned gloomy. He shouted in a low voice, "A bunch of flatterers. Killing was killing, and evil was evil. What was there to be grateful about? I have never disdained such hypocritical praise. I like to kill, I like to sin, listen, how direct. How pure. All of you get lost as well. If you want revenge, hurry up and accumulate your strength. I'll be waiting for you to challenge me." The godchildren were astonished. Terrified, they were all stunned. Fang Yuan snorted through his nose. With a thought, the beast shadow pounced forward. One person was killed on the spot. Everyone seemed to have woken up from a dream and screamed in unison. They fled out of the cave in a sorry state, pissing their pants in fear. The Gu masters who stayed behind had ugly expressions. Fang Yuan was temperamental and killed people at the slightest provocation, causing the people around him to feel pressured. Century Boy might be hateful, but compared to him, he was many times cuter. Only Bai Ningbing sat on the left side of Fang Yuan, her blue eyes half closed and her expression as calm as ice. Li Chang had been holding his wine cup without putting it down. At this moment, he forgot about the awkwardness and forced a smile. "Little beast Wang de people, we need to eliminate the roots when cutting weeds. If we let these people go, what if they become famous in the future? To be safe, it is better to kill them all. Little beast Wang de people, it doesn't matter if you can't remember all of them, I remember. Let me kill these people on your behalf as thanks for the information just now." It's fine, it's fine." Fang Yuan leaned back on the chair, smiling lightly. He naturally had his own plans for letting these people go, but he could not say it out loud. After thinking for a while, Fang Yuan said, "I walk the demonic path and have never been afraid of offending people. As long as I continue to get stronger, what is revenge? If 10 people take revenge, I will kill 10 people. If 100 people take revenge, I will kill 100 people. If the whole world takes revenge, I will kill the whole world. If my revenge is successful, it proves that I am not strong enough, did not work hard enough, and slacked off in my cultivation. I deserve to die." As Fang Yuan said this, his eyes flashed with a sharp light. He looked left and right like a ferocious tiger, no one dared to look him in the eye. Little Beast King is ruthless to others, but even more ruthless to himself. This Fangzheng's demonic nature is too strong. Not afraid of revenge, not afraid of death, putting life and death aside. Fangzheng has gone crazy, his mentality is not normal at all. Being enemies with such a person is definitely a nightmare. Everyone heard Fang Yuan's words and felt a chill in their hearts. Fang Yuan succeeded in intimidating everyone, so he stopped before going too far. He smiled and said, "Let's drink." Everyone raised their wine cups, trembling with fear, as if they were accompanied by a man-eating tiger. Thinking of their own safety, the wine became tasteless. But following that, Fang Yuan talked about the inheritance of the 3 kings and exposed many secrets. Everyone's attention was completely attracted as they secretly listened to the secrets one by one. Many people were so excited that their breathing became heavy. Only Li Xian was worried and bewildered. What is this little beast king planning? He actually took the initiative to expose this precious information. What is he trying to do? After an hour, the banquet ended. Fang Yuan killed Centenarian Boy, occupied his nest, and even hosted the banquet. And the others were still not satisfied, they all felt that this trip was worthwhile. When they walked out of the cave, they were even somewhat reluctant to leave, they wanted to hear more information from Fang Yuan's mouth. As for the original host of the banquet, that Centenarian Boy, his torn corpse was still on the ground. Blood had already seeped into the ground, and the deathly white bones emitted a cold light under the moonlight. Everyone talked and laughed as they walked past his corpse. No one cast a glance at this loser. This was the ending of a demonic path loser. Winner takes all, loser takes all. All demonic path Gu masters more or less had this kind of awareness. It was drizzling in the sky. Cold wind blew in the gloomy sky. The drizzle fell on the young girl's hair, shoulders, back, and even her whole body. Young Master Ruonan, the dead cannot come back to life, please restrain your grief. The leader of the Tai clan's 4 old-timers stood behind the young girl and consoled her with concern. But the young girl did not speak. Her eyes that were as bright as stars were now listless and empty, no longer having the resolute and sharp gaze of the past. Tai Ruonan dazedly looked at the tombstones in front of her. These tombstones were cut pieces of mountain rocks, carved with the names of the hibernators. Tai Mu, Tai Dao Ku, Tai Xianhua, Tai Ao Kai, Tai Ba Xiu, each of these names could draw out the deepest and most vivid memories in Tai Ruonan's heart. But the companions who had fought alongside her and moved forward together had already become the coldest corpses on the ground. Just like Tai Ruonan's heart, there was no longer any warmth. I harmed you all, I did not fulfill the responsibility of a leader. You all died, but I lived alone. I am a coward. All of this is like a nightmare, Father, I have lost face for you. Tai Ruonan fell into deep self-blame, and other than that, there was also regret and confusion. This proud child of heaven, after experiencing the pain of losing her father, worked hard to climb up, like a rising star of the righteous path, receiving the attention and blessings of countless people. But in a battle several months ago, Fang Yuan personally smashed this rising star to the bottom of the valley, turning her into a dark and gloomy corner, smashing on the ground and covered in cracks like a gray meteorite. Sigh. The head of Tai clan's 4 old-timers, Tai Xianxia, sighed deeply as he looked at the thin and frail back of the young girl in the dark rain. But at this time, an old voice softly resounded behind him, "It has already been several months, is this child Ruonan still like this?" Tai Xianxia was horrified. Who was it, to be so close to him, but he did not sense it. At that moment, his hair stood on end, he turned around at lightning speed, subconsciously wanting to attack. However, a skinny hand gently rested on his shoulder, and at the same time, a voice said, "Xuanji, don't be impatient." Tai Xianxi's body immediately stiffened, the boiling primeval sea in his aperture was enveloped by a powerful invisible force. It was as if a huge mountain that was thousands of feet tall had suddenly pressed down. The head of Tai clan's 4 old-timers, rank 4 upper stage Tai Xianxia, was unable to move at this moment, his whole body was restrained, like an insect trapped in amber. But when he saw the appearance of the person who came, Tai Xianxi's heart was filled with fear and despair, before turning into wild joy. "Ah, it's you, old clan leader." Tai Xianxia blurted out. At this moment, the bony old man standing in front of him was the previous clan leader of Tai clan, Tai Mu Bai. "I have already abdicated the position of clan leader. I am no longer an elder now, Xianxia, you can call me Mu Bai." The old man gently waved his hand, smiling as he said. "How can Junior dare to call old clan leader by his name?" Tai Xianxia bowed deeply, respectfully greeting the old man. Towards this old man, Tai Xianxi's heart was filled with reverence and admiration. A name is only a code, the name Tai Mu Bai was originally used to address someone, there is nothing wrong with it. The old man's tone was indifferent, his eyes were filled with vicissitudes of life, he had already seen through fame and fortune. Tai Xianxia wanted to speak, but the old man waved his hand, slowly walking up to Tai Ruonan. He stood in front of the tombstone, his back facing Tai Ruonan. Next, he stretched out his hand, caressing the surface of the tombstone, sighing softly, "Tai clansmen are buried where they die. This is a rule that has been set since Tai clan was founded. Do you know why?" Tai Ruonan was still half kneeling on the ground, as if she did not hear anything, indifferent. Chapter 375. Tai Ruonan's gaze moved as she slowly raised her head, looking at this old man who she did not know, but gave her an incomparably intimate feeling. "Our Tai clan," since its establishment, has always been resolute, and righteous, known throughout the world. For generations, Tai clan has defended justice and attacked criminals. Countless people have shed their blood and sacrificed themselves like this. The Tai clan men who died here today will not be the first batch, nor will they be the last. Do you understand? The old man continued. Tai Ruanan opened her mouth, wanting to speak, but did not say anything. I feel gratified, because these people did not die in vain. But I also feel disappointed, because you have lived in vain. Tai Ruanan, do you know the criminals are still roaming free, still causing harm to the world? As for that little beast King Fangzheng. When Tai Mubai said this, he paused for a moment. He turned around and faced Tai Ruanan, asking, do you want to uphold justice? Tai Ruanan looked at the old man in front of her, finally recognizing his identity. Tai Mubai, rank 5 peak stage. Tai clan's previous clan leader roamed southern border, dominating an area. During his time, he forged Tai clan like an iron bucket, suppressing Wu clan, Shang clan and other clans, becoming the leader of the righteous path, causing the demonic path to tremble in fear. Tai Ruanan's lifeless eyes shone with a spark. She squeezed out a word from her hoarse throat, yes. Very good. The old man nodded, his gaze was calm and his tone was still indifferent. From today onwards, I will teach you Metal Path, the Gu path that our Tai clan Gu masters used to surpass southern border. 8 days later, 3 kings' inheritance opened again. Red, yellow, and blue pillars of light shot out. They pierced through the clouds, visible for 1,000 li. But on Sancha Mountain, there was silence. There was no sound at all. Be it the righteous path or demonic path, countless people were looking at the peak. There, an ordinary-looking skinny old man with a face full of wrinkles and white hair was standing calmly with his hands behind his back. Not far from him, Yihua, Kong Ri Tian, Long Qing Tian, Chong, and Wushan Tong all had ashen expressions. Just now, this old man in front of them. He suppressed the 5 of them together. He had easily defeated them. Strong, he is too strong. Tai Mubai, the previous patriarch of the Tai clan. He's still alive. That's amazing. Was this the power of rank 5 peak stage? Yihua, Kong Ri Tian and the rest were simply not enough. If he wanted to kill us, it would be as easy as crushing an ant. I didn't expect the Tai family to send their old patriarch. Now, whatever Shang clan or Wu clan, none of them will be Tai clan's match. This is an older generation Gu master expert. Little Beast King isn't even fit to carry his shoes. Back then, he roamed the southern border unhindered. Under his leadership, the Tai family was in the limelight. It has even surpassed the Wu clan and is about to become the leader of the righteous path. He is one of the most powerful patriarchs in the history of the Tai clan. He was the glory of the Tai clan, the role model of the righteous path, and the symbol of justice. His battle achievements are dazzling, and even today, they do not fade. After a short period of silence, there was a burst of violent noise on Sancha Mountain. There were praises, cheers and cries of fear. Tai Mubai's appearance caused the situation of Sancha Mountain to completely change. Another 3 days later, there was news. It turned out that divine thief Lu Xuanfeng had caused a ruckus in the Tai clan, sneaking into the demon suppression tower several times and alerting Tai Mubai, who was in closed-door cultivation. Tai Mubai personally made a move, and even though Lu Xuanfeng was a famous divine thief and was also a rank 5 Gu master, he was heavily injured and barely managed to escape with his life. After Tai clan settled down, they focused their attention on Sancha Mountain. Tai Ba Xiu's death made all the higher-ups of Tai clan furious. Just as they were about to send their generals to reinforce the 4 old-timers of Tai clan, Tai Mubai took the initiative to suggest going out for a walk. He came to Sancha Mountain and used his peak strength to easily defeat both righteous and demonic experts. Even Yihua, Kong Ri Tian and the rest had no choice but to concede defeat. From today onwards, all demonic Gu masters are not allowed to enter Three Kings' inheritance. Tai Mu Bai stood on the mountain peak. After defeating 5 rank 4 peak stage Gu masters, he publicly announced. He wanted to use his own strength to sweep away all the demonic Gu masters on Sancha Mountain. The demonic Gu masters were all furious, but facing the rank 5 peak stage Tai Mu Bai, the strongest expert who stood at the peak of the mortal world, even if there were thousands of demonic Gu masters, they did not dare to resist. On that day, Kong Ri Tian and Long Qing Tian left the mountain with gloomy expressions. Behind them, Li Xian, Hu Mei Er and the rest also left dejectedly. The heavenly Tao is vast, justice is glorious. Even if Three Kings' inheritance is a demonic inheritance, it can still contribute strength to our righteous path. Everyone, as long as we work together and gather the sparks together, the light will blossom and cover the whole of Sancha Mountain. There will be no more darkness. Tai Mu Bai said sincerely and slowly took a step forward, entering Three Kings' inheritance. Intense cheers resounded on Sancha Mountain. The Righteous Path members were all joyful and celebrated, their voices were like endless waves. This time, the opening of Three Kings' inheritance lasted for more than half a month. Tai Mu Bai single-handedly changed the situation on Sancha Mountain, allying with the Righteous Path to expel the demonic path, causing the winds and clouds to change. His old body displayed the majestic and domineering aura of the former Tai clan leader. The demonic path members were all expelled, but they were unwilling to leave, so they could only surround Sancha Mountain and watch as the 3 light pillars became thinner. After the inheritance closed, Tai Mu Bai set up a banquet and invited close to 10,000 righteous Gu masters. The open-air banquet covered a large area of the mountain. Gu masters used mountain rocks as tables and chairs, and sat on the ground. Wine and food were fragrant, and laughter could be heard. Junior Yihua offers a toast to Senior. Yihua stood up, holding a wine cup with both hands and bowing deeply towards Tai Mu Bai, who was sitting on the main seat. Among the few great clans, Shang clan has always had many talented people. I heard Shang clan is now under Shang Yanfei's control. Shang Yanfei has been a genius since young. You are also not bad. Take a seat. Tai Mu Bai took a sip and said. With his seniority, Shang Yanfei was also a junior. With his rank 5 peak stage cultivation, even if Shang Yanfei was an astonishing genius, he was also inferior. Yihua could only nod and slowly sit down, heaving a long sigh in his heart. Tai Mu Bai's arrival. This already meant that his plan to dominate Sancha Mountain had failed. Facing this expert of the older generation, he, Yihua, could only look at his back and had no way of contending with him. Old clan leader Tai, I represent Yi clan to congratulate you for coming out of closed cultivation. Yi clan's elder Yi Chong had a fiery temper, but right now in front of Tai Mu Bai, he behaved like an obedient grandson. Gu immortals were always elusive and elusive. To most people, a rank 4 Gu master was a lord who ruled over a region. And a rank 5 Gu master was an emperor who stood at the peak of the mortal world. Tai Mu Bai coming out of closed cultivation was like an emperor coming out for an inspection. The lords could only bow their backs and come to see him. Old clan leader Tai, you are the glory of our southern border righteous path. You are as majestic as ever. With just one sentence, you made close to 10,000 demonic scoundrels retreat helplessly. This junior is full of admiration for you. Unfortunately, that scoundrel Fangjing escaped very quickly. A few days before you came, he had already escaped from Sancha Mountain. On the other side, Wu Shentong said in a sinister tone. You are talking about Little Beast King, right? Tai Mu Bai smiled lightly, not getting angry. This little guy is very outstanding. I have heard of his deeds. Very amazing. Working alone, starting from scratch. Rising like lightning, becoming a rising star of the demonic path. He seems reckless and unreasonable, but he planned before taking action, an expert in scheming. Tai clan's few youths died in his hands. It was not unjust. Tai Mubai continued to speak. His words were shocking. As the victim, the Tai clan leader who had his dignity offended, actually praised his enemy in front of everyone. Rumor has it that the Tai family's patriarch has a fiery temper and hates evil. Why is it that after meeting him, he is different from the rumors, instead gentle and refined, not affected by flattery or humiliation? Wu Shentong was inwardly shocked. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Tai Mubai's gaze. This gaze was filled with vicissitudes of life, deep and unfathomable, containing the wisdom of seeing through the mortal world. Wu Shentong felt his schemes being seen through by this gaze. Cold sweat broke out all over his body. He could not speak anymore. Do you find it strange? Tai Mubai looked around, smiling as he spoke. I am the glory of Tai clan. Why would I publicly praise an enemy of Tai clan? He, praising the enemy, this is called boosting the enemy's prestige and destroying your own morale. But how can the morale of a person with ambition be destroyed by a few words? Only by appreciating your enemy can you discover their strong points, be wary of your own weaknesses, and treat your enemy more seriously. Don't be blinded by hatred, your eyes are filled with wisdom. Tai Ruanan, who was standing behind Tai Mubai, shook when she heard this. She knew that most of Tai Mubai's words were directed at her. After Tai Mubai came out of the inheritance, he had been guiding her these days. He taught her metal path goo worms, taught her how to use them, and also taught her the philosophy of life. Don't be blinded by hatred, your eyes are filled with wisdom, go and admire your enemy. Tai Ruanan pondered over these words, pondering in her heart. Ruanan, what do you think of Fangzheng? Tai Mubai suddenly asked. Yes. Tai Ruanan took a step forward, reporting, although I am filled with hatred, I have to admit that Fangzheng is an outstanding person. He dares to take risks, but also plans carefully before taking action. Although he is a strength path goo master, he definitely has powerful and unusual investigative methods. This can be seen from him intercepting us. Tai Ba Xiu and I have chosen such a secretive route. Everyone else was kept in the dark, only Fang Yuan detected it and intercepted us. Lord Old Clan leader, you came to San Cha Mountain secretly, no one knows, only Fangzheng left in advance. Little Beast King, although he is in the limelight, he hides himself deeply, he cannot be underestimated. Very good, your analysis is good. Tai Mubai nodded, showing admiration in his eyes. He continued, in this world, there is one thing more precious than life. That is glory. Since time immemorial, there was a Renzu crown prince, verdant great son, who gave up his life in pursuit of glory. Ruanan, this Fangzheng is your mission. Arrest him or kill him, and your shame will be washed away, becoming a glory that belongs to you. Many people call me Tai clan's glory, but let me tell you, Tai clan's glory is not mine alone, it is all of you, generations after generations of defending it. Tai Mubai said this, turning his gaze towards everyone, his voice becoming sonorous. Similarly, the glory of the righteous path is also defended by all of us. Come, drink this cup, let the glory of justice shine on the world, like the radiance of the sun, let the darkness retreat, let the demonic path cease to exist. Let the darkness retreat. Let the demonic path cease to exist. Close to 10,000 righteous goo masters raised their cups, shouting in unison. Their voices were grand, spreading over 1,000 li, causing countless demonic cultivators' expressions to change. Damn it, this Tai Mubai, even time cannot wash away Tai clan's glory. Truly terrifying. Chapter 376. The Legends of Renzu, Chapter 2, Section 3, The sunlight of the immemorial era shone upon all living beings. Swish, the summer cicadas were noisy, the noise emitted the heat of life. And the dense green trees formed a large area of shade, swaying along with the wind. A large vat of wine was placed in front of verdant great sun, but he frowned, not having the desire to drink. Divine travel goo, O divine travel goo, you have caused me trouble. Even though I have wine now, I do not dare to drink. I am afraid that after I get drunk, you will bring me to another dangerous place." Verdant Great Sun sighed in distress. The previous 2 times, divine travel Gu had brought him to ordinary abyss, and the other time, he had been brought into the frying pan of the hairy men. Fortunately, his luck was good, and he narrowly escaped death both times. Divine travel Gu said, "Human Crown Prince, I did not intentionally harm you. Actually, every time, it was because you were drunk and used my strength. I am also innocent, moreover, I saved your life once, didn't I?" Divine Travel Gu had indeed saved Verdant Great Sun from the tiger-striped bee once. Verdant Great Sun's expression was dejected. "Sigh, let's not talk about the past. Now, because of you, I do not dare to drink wine. My life has become boring." Divine Travel Gu heard his words and felt ashamed. "Since it is like this, I will teach you a method. First, go to the sky. In the azure sky of the 9 heavens, there is a bamboo forest. In the bamboo forest, pluck a jade bamboo that grows in the jade sky. Then, go to the blue sky of the 9 heavens, and at night, collect the 8-pointed diamonds from the starlight fragments. Next, at dawn, fly to the sky and use the glory of the morning sun to turn me into fixed immortal travel Gu. After I become that Gu, I will no longer bring you around when you are drunk." Verdant Great Sun heard this and was overjoyed. But when he thought about it carefully, he felt the hope was slim. "Gu. I am born with my feet on the ground, I am not as light as the clouds, nor do I have the wings of a bird. How can I fly to the azure sky and pluck the jade bamboo? And how can I collect the 8-pointed diamonds from the starlight fragments? It is even more impossible to fly to the morning sun." Divine Travel Gu said, "That's right, humans cannot fly. But it doesn't matter, we can ask Wisdom Gu. Its intelligence is unfathomable, it will definitely have a way." Verdant Great Sun and Wisdom Gu had been friends for a long time. The reason why Verdant Great Sun drank wine was it was Wisdom Gu who taught him. But Wisdom Gu had taught him to drink so that he would not be bothered by it. Sensing that Verdant Great Sun was looking for it, it promptly hid. Verdant Great Sun did not find Wisdom Gu and was very depressed. But Divine Travel Gu continued, "If we can't find Wisdom Gu, we can go and find Cognition Gu. It is the mother of Wisdom Gu." Verdant Great Sun found Cognition Gu, looking for a way to fly. Cognition Gu said, "You were right to find me, because cognition has the wings of freedom. However, everyone's thinking is different. What kind of wings you can have will depend on you." Saying so, Cognition Gu let out a warm radiance, enlightening Verdant Great Sunday. In the radiance, on Verdant Great Sun's back, a pair of pure white and slender wings grew out. This pair of wings was extremely beautiful, as white as snow. There was not a single stain on it, just like the wings of a white pigeon. Cognition Gu took a glance and said, "This pair of wings of yours is called self. Everyone has their own thoughts. This pair of wings is very flexible and also very free. But you have to be careful. Don't be too exposed to sunlight, otherwise the self will either expand or shrink. Young man, you have to remember my warning. The higher you fly, the harder you will fall." Cognition Gu said in a meaningful and heartfelt tone at the end. Verdant Great Sun obtained the cognition wings called self and was extremely happy, immediately flying towards the sky. He flew and flew, higher and higher. Humans were born without the ability to fly. Flying freely like a bird gave Verdant Great Sun a new and interesting feeling. He played freely in the sky and was extremely happy. At the same time, he also remembered Cognition Gu's warning, never being exposed to sunlight excessively. Whenever it was sunny, he would fly into the clouds and hide. Just like this, Verdant Great Sun kept flying upwards, finally reaching the extreme heaven, the end of the azure sky. Over there, jade bamboos grew out of nowhere, spreading their dark green leaves and branches. These jade bamboos had their roots submerged in the void, and the tips of the bamboos also pierced into the void. From the outside, there was only a section of bamboo trunk at the center. Verdant Great Sun casually took one section. This dark green bamboo trunk looked like it was made of jade. It was the size of a palm, empty in the middle, and was cool and moist. Verdant Great Sun obtained this section of jade bamboo and was very happy. He continued to fly upwards. The sky of the immemorial era was divided into 9 layers: white heaven, red heaven, orange heaven, yellow heaven, green heaven, azure heaven, blue heaven, purple heaven, and black heaven. Verdant Great Sun plucked the jade bamboo in the azure sky. A few days later, he flew to an even higher layer of the blue sky. At night, the blue sky was filled with dazzling starlight. The stars were playing and moving, scattering down countless stardust. These stardust gathered into a sea. The silver starlight river flowed in the entire blue sky. Verdant Great Sun flapped the wings of cognition, diving into the starry river to roam. He searched painstakingly in the boundless stardust. He did not want those 7-edged and 16-edged stardust. He only wanted the 8-edged stardust. These stardust were like diamonds, sparkling and translucent, perfect and flawless. He searched for a long time, and finally found one. On the second day, when the sun had just risen from the east, he flew towards the rising sun. The rising sun was like a bright red lantern, emitting warm light. This sunlight was not ordinary, it was the light of glory, able to shine on all living beings and penetrate the river of time. Verdant Great Sun held the jade bamboo in his left hand, and the 8-edged diamond stardust in his right hand, flying towards the rising sun while summoning divine travel goo. Under the illumination of the light of glory, divine travel goo swallowed the stardust and entered the jade bamboo. Verdant Great Sun, I need time to spin my cocoon and transform into a butterfly, finally becoming fixed immortal travel goo. During this period of time, you have to keep flying towards the sun, don't break the radiance of glory. But you have to be even more careful, Cognition Goo had once said, pay attention to the pair of wings on your back. Once I transform into a butterfly, quickly fly to the clouds. Remember this, remember this. Divine Travel Goo reminded. Verdant Great Sun laughed heartily, oh Goo, don't worry. I even went through ordinary abyss, I was able to survive in the hairy men's territory, I obtained reputation Goo and even broke through vanity. Even the sunlight of glory cannot do anything to me. Then I can rest assured. Divine Travel Goo's voice gradually weakened, the bright sunlight gradually condensed into threads, forming a cocoon of light, wrapping Divine Travel Goo and the jade bamboo. Verdant Great Sun flapped his pure white wings, flying towards the sun. During this process, the cocoon of light also became heavier and thicker. After a while, the cocoon of light suddenly broke, and a fluttering green butterfly flew out. I finally succeeded. From today onwards, I am no longer Divine Travel Goo, but Fixed Immortal Travel Goo, haha. Fixed Immortal Travel Goo flew around Verdant Great Sun, happily dancing, when it suddenly cried out, ah, not good. Verdant Great Sun, look at your wings. Under the illumination of the sunlight, Verdant Great Sun's wings had already expanded to 3 times their original size. Don't make a fuss, I noticed it long ago, what does it matter? The bigger the wings, the stronger they are, I can fly higher and faster. Verdant Great Sun laughed heartily. Quickly hide in the clouds, don't fly anymore. Fixed Immortal Travel Goo worriedly said. No worries, no worries. Verdant Great Sun did not care. The wings on his back grew larger and larger, eventually becoming larger than his entire body. Verdant Great Sun's flying speed also became faster and faster. Fixed Immortal Travel Goo, what do you think is above the 9 heavens? He flew towards a higher altitude. Stop flying, stop flying. If you fall down, I can't help you. Fixed Immortal Travel Goo was very worried. What does it matter, how can I fall down? Look at my wings, they are so strong, so powerful. Verdant Great Sun had just retorted, when the wings on his back expanded to the limit, exploding. Losing his wings, verdant great sun immediately fell down. Eventually, he smashed on the ground, his body shattering into pieces. Renzu's eldest son died just like that. Southern border, Huatan Mountain. On a reddish-brown mountain rock, there was a jar of wine. Relying on the heat of Huatan Mountain, the wine was maintained at a certain temperature. Under the sunlight, Fang Yuan raised his wine cup and drank it in one gulp, sighing comfortably, "This cotton yeast wine is most suitable to be drunk warm." At the side, Bai Ningbing was also sitting, but she did not touch the wine in front of her, instead looking towards the direction of Sancha Mountain. There, a three-colored light pillar soared into the sky, piercing through the heavens. "You can actually drink wine?" Several months have already passed, Three Kings' inheritance has already opened twice. Tai Mu Bai controlled Sancha Mountain and chased away all the demonic Gu masters. These few months, we have been hiding on Huatan Mountain, are we just going to watch? Bai Ningbing said unhappily. She was not afraid of death, she only wanted to pursue the most exciting life. Maybe it was the stimulation from being trapped by Tai Clan's 4 old-timers, or maybe it was because Fang Yuan's strength had already surpassed her. These days, she had been bitterly cultivating, not caring that her aptitude was getting higher and higher. In my opinion, we can also enter Three Kings' inheritance. As long as we find the right opportunity, we can move when Tai Mu Bai and the rest enter the inheritance. With our strength, no one on Sancha Mountain can stop us. Bai Ningbing's words were very radical. But Fang Yuan was calm and unruffled, waving his hand leisurely, "No rush, no rush." Tai Mu Bai is known as Tai Clan's glory, he is the previous clan leader, with rank 5 peak stage cultivation, he is such a high and mighty person. Compared to him, we are just the rats under his feet. Let him fly higher, and higher. Finishing, he raised his wine cup and faced the direction of Sancha Mountain. He faintly smiled and muttered, "Come, Senior Tai Mu Bai, Junior offers you a cup of wine." Chapter 377. Central Continent, Hu Immortal Blessed Land. A tall crystal mountain stood in the center of the blessed land. It was called Dang Hun Mountain, it was pink in color, giving off a dreamy color. At this moment, the elite disciples of the 10 sects were like ants, trying their best to climb the mountain. Near the middle of the mountain, Fangzheng was sweating profusely, his face was pale, his fingers tightly gripped the cliff as he panted heavily. As long as any living being was near Dang Hun Mountain, their souls would suffer the pain of being shaken. The higher Fangzheng climbed, the more dizzy he felt, his soul felt like it was being blown by a strong wind, he felt like he was about to fall. "Ayaya, you can't hold on anymore? Then give up. Look at how far behind others you are, how can you win? Why don't you just give up, you have no hope anyway." Hu Immortal Land Spirit pouted, suddenly appearing beside Fangzheng. Hu Immortal Land Spirit was like a little girl, her skin was white as snow, but also had a pink tint. A pair of large, black, and shiny eyes exuded an innocent radiance. What was most eye-catching was behind her, but there was a snow-white fox tail, it was furry and very cute, making people want to play with it. At this moment, Hu Immortal Land Spirit was sitting in the void, looking at Fangzheng as she joked. Fangzheng was not surprised. He had climbed from the foot of the mountain to his current height, Hu Immortal Land Spirit had appeared a few times, every time she came to watch the show, she was very mischievous. Fangzheng had already found the secret to deal with her, that was to ignore her. As expected, Hu Immortal Land Spirit saw Fangzheng not speaking and felt bored, her mouth pouted even more, "You stupid kid, so boring. Don't become my master, otherwise my life will be too boring. Hee, other people are more fun." Saying so, she suddenly disappeared, going to find other elite disciples to play with. After Hu Immortal Land Spirit left, in Fangzheng's aperture, the spirit incubating flea trembled slightly, Master Tenchu's voice was heard. "Fangzheng, persevere. Now is not the time for me to show up. You have to reach at least halfway up the mountain for us to have a chance of winning. Persevere. Persevere. The power of the soul could be excavated. You still have a lot of untapped potential. He heard his master's encouragement. Fangzheng's slackened gaze regained its firmness. He replied in his heart, "Master, don't worry, I will persevere. I just want to rest and catch my breath." He paused for a moment. Fangzheng asked again, "Master, I've always had a question. What exactly is a land spirit? Just now that Immortal land spirit was beside me, do you think if I catch her, I won't have to climb the mountain anymore?" Master Tenchiru was startled and quickly reprimanded, "You're really ignorant and fearless, kid." He even dared to have designs on the land spirit. Do you know how a land spirit is formed? That is a spirit body formed from the remnant will and soul fragments of a Gu immortal after death, combined with the power of the blessed land. What, the land spirit was a Gu immortal when it was alive? Fangzheng was shocked. That's right. The Hu immortal land spirit you saw just now. She transformed from the previous Hu immortal after her death. But she no longer has any memories of her life, only her final obsession is left. Don't look at her harmless appearance. In this Hu immortal blessed land, she can freely manipulate the power of heaven and earth. She can directly contend against Gu immortals. She can casually imprison any Gu worm from rank 1 to rank 5. Only rank 6 immortal Gu. Only then can she move freely in the blessed land. Fangzheng, you are too daring. Climb the mountain obediently, don't have any unrealistic thoughts. Master Tenchiru lectured. Yes, Master. I won't dare to do it again. Fangzheng nodded, admitting his mistake in his heart. After lecturing Fangzheng, Master Tenchiru's tone softened as he consoled and encouraged him, "So do you understand now? As long as you can become the owner of the blessed land, you can obtain the loyalty of the land spirit. As long as it is in the blessed land, the land spirit is an existence comparable to a Gu immortal." Fangzheng was stupefied. What kind of powerful assistance was this? It was like obtaining the assistance of a Gu immortal. Master Tenchiru continued, "However, the land spirit cannot leave the blessed land in the end. The true essence of Hu immortal inheritance lies in this vast blessed land. Fangzheng, your level is still too low, there are too many things you don't know. Wait until you inherit this blessed land, you will slowly understand how much help a blessed land can provide to a Gu master. You are really lucky, finding a blessed land with a spirit and obtaining the help of the sect. If it is a blessed land without a spirit, the benefits would be greatly reduced." Fangzheng could not help but be curious, "Master, what will happen to a blessed land without a spirit?" Master Tenchiru replied, "A blessed land without a spirit is destined to perish. It is like a sleeping divine dragon, everyone can suck its blood and eat its flesh. Until it dies, it will not awaken. Fangzheng, when you become the owner of the blessed land, you will have to hand over all the resources in the blessed land to the sect. Crane Gate nurtured you, you will have to repay the sect. The stronger the sect, the more protection it will give you. Do you understand this logic?" "Yes, I understand. It was Crane Gate who took me in, without Crane Gate's help, would not have any hope of fighting for the inheritance. I would not even have the chance to take revenge on my brother. If possible, not only will I repay the sect, I will also help Master revive." Fangzheng nodded, his gaze clear. He had always been filled with reverence and gratitude towards Crane Gate. Master Tenchiru was stunned, before laughing dryly, "Stupid disciple, how can a dead person be revived so easily? It is good that you have this intention." The glory of the righteous path shrouded Sancha Mountain. Under Tai Mu Bai's influence, Three Kings' inheritance became a playground for righteous path people to explore. All demonic Gu masters were chased away, unable to take a step into Sancha Mountain. Tai Mu Bai is too overbearing, directly sealing off the area and not letting any of us enter. He is a grand senior expert, yet he is so greedy. After eating the meat, he did not even leave any soup for us. Most importantly, 3 Kings' inheritance is opening for a shorter time. The 3 light pillars are also getting weaker. It seems it is like Little Beast King said a month ago, this Gu immortal blessed land is declining, and will be destroyed soon. The demonic Gu masters were getting more and more anxious and furious. A once-in-100 years opportunity was right in front of them, but they were excluded. They could see it but could not eat it. The courageous will die from starvation. Brothers, let's charge up. No matter how powerful that Tai Mu Bai is, can he slaughter all of us? Someone shouted, standing up and encouraging everyone. We can take the chance when Tai Mu Bai enters the inheritance and charge up the mountain. That way, we will face much less resistance. Someone suggested. This method is flawed. When we come out of the inheritance, Tai Mu Bai might also come out. Moreover, who knows which corner of San Cha Mountain he will appear in, we will be surrounded and killed by the righteous path. Someone immediately retorted. So what? Riches come from danger. How can we get tiger cubs without entering the tiger's den? If we don't want to take risks, we can take advantage of the situation. How can there be such a good thing in this world? Just as the demonic path people were shouting and cursing, they suddenly heard the screams of 100 ghosts. The clear blue sky turned into rolling dark clouds. An ear-piercing voice came from the pitch-black clouds, Gagaga. Tai Mu Bai, since you came out of closed cultivation, why didn't you greet your old friend, The dark clouds moved, forming a huge human face with a hooked nose and deep eye sockets. Looking at San Cha Mountain. Such laughter, such might, it is our demonic path's Lord Wu Gui. I remember now. Lord Wu Gui is also rank 5 peak stage, an expert of the older generation. He is Tai Mu Bai's old enemy. What's so great about the righteous path, we demonic path also have experts. Go, Senior Wu Gui. At once, the demonic path people cheered. Everyone's eyes shined, some shouted. Some screamed. The dark clouds moved forward, quickly enveloping San Cha Mountain with a huge momentum, like a huge army. At once, even the sunlight was covered, and San Cha Mountain was shrouded in darkness. The righteous path Gu masters were all anxious. He actually has such might. This is old demon Wu Gui, to think he is still alive. Old demon Wu Gui, he is already hundreds of years old. Back then when he was breaking through to rank 6 realm, he was unintentionally disrupted by the inexperienced Lord Tai Mu Bai, thus he held a grudge and slaughtered Tai tribesmen many times to take revenge. Wu Gui, where have you been hiding all these years at the foot of the mountain? Today, you want to taste defeat again? At the peak of the mountain, golden light shone. Within the golden light, Tai Mu Bai stood proudly with his hands behind his back, looking at the rolling dark clouds in the sky, speaking with a plain tone. Over 10 years ago, I let you win by a stroke, but now you are really acting arrogant. Little scoundrel, today I will make you die without a grave. The dark clouds boiled like boiling water, suddenly forming a large hand that grabbed at Tai Mu Bai. This hand was extremely huge, even larger than a small mountain. Its aura was awe-inspiring, as if it could capture the stars and grab the moon. The dark cloud hand seemed slow but was actually fast, grabbing at Tai Mu Bai. Corrosive smoke quickly rose, and the giant hand covered the entire mountain, causing all the trees and rocks it touched to melt. Still the same old tricks. Tai Mu Bai snorted coldly, stomping his feet as he turned into a sharp golden light, directly breaking through the dark cloud hand and charging towards the sky. The golden light shone like a meteor, like lightning, as it crashed into the dark clouds in the sky. Almost at the next moment, thunderous explosions erupted one after another. The dark clouds rumbled, and golden lightning flickered from time to time. 2 rank 5 peak stage Gu masters fought inside the dark clouds, and although the situation could not be seen clearly, everyone could feel the strength of the two from the aftershocks of the battle. Wu Gui, when I just started my career, you were already a famous expert. At that time, if I met you, I would definitely take a detour. But 50 years later, I was able to escape from your hands with my life. 80 years later, you could not do anything to me. Over 100 years later, you were defeated by me. Now, more than 10 years have passed, and today, you will have to hand your life to me. Tai Mu Bai's loud voice came from the dark clouds. Huff huff huff. Tai Mu Bai. You are too arrogant. You are lucky to be born in Tai clan, relying on the clan, it is easy for you to talk. If I had your resources, I would have become a Gu immortal long ago. Wu Gui's voice was hoarse, his breathing unstable. Evidently, in the intense battle just now, Tai Mu Bai had the upper hand. But do you think I don't have a backup plan? Ha ha ha. Wu Gui panted for a while, before suddenly laughing wildly. Following his maniacal laughter, a third rank 5 peak stage aura suddenly rose. Tai Mu Bai, did you miss me after all these years? A sinister voice rang out for 1,000 miles. Chapter 378. On Sancha Mountain, the wind and clouds were constantly changing. After Tai Mu Bai suppressed Sancha Mountain for half a year, he finally attracted the archenemy of the demonic path. But Wu Gui, who was also rank 5 peak stage, was not Tai Mu Bai's match. What happened next exceeded everyone's expectations. Ku Mo, who was also at the peak of rank 5, suddenly appeared, changing the battle situation into 2 demonic path rank 5s attacking Tai Mu Bai. The righteous faction scolded the demonic faction for being despicable and shameless, while the demonic faction people all rushed to Sancha Mountain, all of them cheering. Tens of thousands of pairs of eyes stared fervently at the sky. Battles between rank 5 peak stage Gu masters were rarely seen, and what was even rarer now was that there were 3 rank 5 peak stage Gu masters competing. Tai Mu Bai had the ability to suppress Wu Gui, but to fight 1 against 2, it was beyond his abilities. But Wu Gui and Kumo were both demonic Gu masters, although they worked together, they still had to guard against each other. Thus, the 3 of them fell into a stalemate. Dark clouds covered the sky, and strong winds howled. The deafening explosion shook heaven and earth. Suddenly, golden light blossomed, and a 4-clawed golden dragon tore through the dark clouds, stirring up the wind and rain. The dragon's roar echoed for 500 kilometers. Humph, a mere rank 4 golden dragon Gu, and you dare to bring it out? Ku Mo let out a disdainful roar, watch me tear you apart with 1 claw. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud sound rang out. The golden dragon let out a miserable cry and fell from the sky. Just as the golden dragon was about to die, a golden whirlwind suddenly blew over. The 4-clawed golden dragon was enveloped by the whirlwind, and its heavy injuries were instantly healed. It raised its head and roared, rising into the air once again. This is the rank 4 metal wind Gu, its healing effect is extremely strong, comparable to a rank 5 Gu. Li Xian, who was watching the battle, narrowed his eyes. He recognized the golden whirlwind. Don't even think about it. Wu Gui suddenly gave a strange cry. This strange cry was extremely ear-piercing, like the cawing of a crow. When the righteous and devil Dao practitioners heard it, they felt dizzy and nauseous. Along with the strange cry, a jet-black halo shot down and struck the 4-clawed golden dragon's body. The 4-clawed golden dragon couldn't hold on any longer. There was an explosion. In an instant, a dazzling fiery light burst forth like a miniature sun. Everyone watching the battle had their eyes tightly shut. The sound was so loud that it seemed like it was going to burst people's eardrums. A strong wind pressure followed. It swept in all directions. Countless trees and rocks were blown down, many Gu masters were instantly buried alive. A violent gale rose against the sky, even dispersing the dark clouds that covered the sky. It took a while for the spectators to recover. They retreated in fear while looking up. In the sky, 3 figures confronted each other. Tai Mu Bai was wearing a golden chainmail. It was a rank 4 golden coat Gu with outstanding defense. His entire body was covered in a layer of golden light. It was the rank 4 golden aurora Gu. It could allow a Gu master to fly. Wu Gui was standing on a black cloud. The corners of its mouth protruded forward violently, forming a black beak. As for Ku Mo, he slowly shook the pair of bone wings on his back, and his entire body was covered in a layer of bone armor. At the same time, his elbows, knees, shoulders, and other parts of his body grew sharp bone spikes of different colors. At first glance, it was like a ferocious and colorful human-shaped hedgehog. The confrontation only lasted for a few short breaths. The three attacked at the same time, as fast as lightning. In the sky, a golden aurora pierced through the void, as sharp as a sword. A black light sword, moving and stopping at times, it was strange and crafty. A multicolored ribbon charged forward, it was the bravest and bravest. The naked eye could not clearly see the battle situation of these three people. Most people could only hear continuous explosions that continued to ravage their eardrums. Suddenly, a golden light like a blade sliced through a certain part of the mountain. Immediately, the mountain rocks shattered into powder, and a ravine that was 20 feet wide and over 100 feet long appeared. The Gu masters that were unlucky enough to be standing nearby were all chopped into minced meat. All of a sudden, the caw of a crow exploded like a thunderclap. Hundreds of unlucky Gu masters had their heads explode. From time to time, bone spikes rained down from the sky like rain. Many Gu masters could not dodge in time, and were pierced by the bone spikes, nailing them to the ground and losing their lives. The battle had reached its climax, and the three sides could no longer restrain themselves. A battle between rank 5 peak stage Gu masters, even if it is just the aftermath of the battle, we cannot endure it. Too terrifying, let's leave quickly. If we continue to watch, we might have to pay with our lives. Everyone was trembling in fear as they escaped from San Cha Mountain. Even Li Xian, Hu Mei Er and the others did not dare to stay here. On San Cha Mountain, only Yihua, Kong Ri Tian, Long Qing Tian, Chong and Wushan Tong, these rank 4 peak stage Gu masters were still here. Even so, their expressions were grave, their concentration was extremely concentrated, their nerves were like taut bowstrings, ready to escape at the slightest sign of trouble. Soon, these rank 4 peak stage Gu masters could not stay any longer. Because, the three rank 5 peak stage Gu masters started to use their rank 5 Gu worms. Tai Mu Bai's golden Gu shot everywhere. Be it rocks, plants, flowers, birds, fish or beasts, once they were hit, they turned into golden statues, their life force extinguished. Ku Mo's soft bone Gu, within a radius of 50 li, all bones turned soft, until they turned into bone paste. And Wu Gui's crow 7 Gu, black qi spread, once contaminated, all Gu worms below rank 6 would be sealed to varying degrees. In this world, the higher the rank of the Gu worm, the stronger it was, and the rarer it was. Rare rank 4 Gu were already hard to buy. Rank 5 Gu were almost never circulated in the market. As for rank 6 immortal Gu, each of them was unique. In his previous life, when Fang Yuan reached rank 6 Gu immortal realm, he could only refine a rank 6 spring autumn cicada. To most Gu masters, rank 5 Gu worms were extremely rare and in short supply. In a battle between rank 5 Gu masters, the most important thing was the strength of their rank 5 Gu. This is the power of a rank 5 Gu. So terrifying, rank 4 defensive Gu are unable to resist it, not to mention rank 3 Gu. At a corner far away, Bai Ningbing was concentrating her attention on the San Cha Mountain battlefield, her blue eyes shining with a solemn light. This was not the first time she had seen a battle between rank 5 Gu masters. Back on Qingmao Mountain, she had already seen it once. But this time, the three rank 5 Gu masters' battle strength was clearly higher than Master Tenchiru's. And the first generation Guyue was much stronger. This was because the first-generation Guyue and Master Tenshiro were old and had used all kinds of methods to prolong their lifespans, barely surviving as rank 5 Gu masters. The first-generation Guyue had been sleeping in the blood coffin all year round, turning himself into a zombie. He was already neither human nor ghost. And Master Tenshiro was not much better. He came from Central State, and in Southern Border, his battle strength would be suppressed to a certain extent. The 3 rank 5 Gu masters Bai Ningbing was witnessing now were all at their peak condition. However, they were all at their peak condition. The fierce battle between the 3 sides naturally brought a stronger impact to her soul. If I were to face such rank 5 Gu masters, would not even be able to last one round against them, I wouldn't even have the chance to escape. Bai Ningbing had been watching the battle for a long time, her hands subconsciously clenched, deeply aware of the difference in strength between her and Tai Mu Bai and the others. Rank 5 peak stage Gu masters were at the peak of the mortal world. They were like emperors among Gu masters. Especially after using rank 5 Gu masters, they could display their true battle strength. They could collapse mountains and break rivers. Their power was so great that people could not help but feel they were hard to resist. This is the show you were waiting for? Bai Ningbing retracted her gaze and looked at Fang Yuan, who was standing beside her, as she said with some realization. Tai Mu Bai is fighting 1 against 2, but he is too weak. It looked like after this battle, the situation on Sancha Mountain would undergo an earth-shattering change. The demonic path will suppress the righteous path. You have been waiting for this opportunity for months, right? Fang Yuan looked on quietly. He shook his head with an indifferent expression. Rank 5 Gu worms are already very rare. Many rank 5 Gu masters do not even have a single rank 5 Gu, and can only use rank 4 Gu. Thus, a rank 5 Gu master's battle strength depends on what rank 5 Gu they have, and how many they have. Demonic Gu masters have always lacked resources, and can only rely on luck and opportunities. Ku Mo and Wu Gui will only have 1 or 2 rank 5 Gu worms. But Tai Mu Bai is different. He has the backing of Tai Clan, and will have at least 3 rank 5 Gu worms. Bai Ningbing's expression changed. Then you mean, Tai Mu Bai can win this battle? Fang Yuan, however, shook his head. Gu worms are a Gu master's trump card. Once they are exposed, they will be countered. Tai Mu Bai will not easily expose all his trump cards. This battle, from the start, has no victor, and there is no loser. Bai Ningbing was an extremely intelligent person. Hearing Fang Yuan's words, she immediately understood. No matter how intense this battle was, it was only a probing battle. Why did Tai Mu Bai, Wu Gui, and Ku Mo come? Was it purely because of their grudges? This was impossible. To people like them, their biggest goal was to break away from the mortal world, and advance to rank 6 Gu immortal realm, thus achieving immortality. These 3 were at the peak, people who looked down on mortals. They had rich experiences, and were no longer impulsive towards grudges and grudges. Each of their actions had their own deep meaning. The 3 of them could have fought at any place, but they chose Sancha Mountain. Thus, Tai Mu Bai, Wu Gui, and Ku Mo's deep meaning is clear. That is the 3 kings' inheritance. Bai Ningbing's eyes shone with the light of contemplation. The 3 kings are all rank 5 Gu masters. The rank 5 Gu worms left behind in the inheritance, each of them has a huge boost to their strength. With the treasures in front of them, how could they risk their lives to fight? Unless the battle strength of both sides is extremely unbalanced, and the difference is huge. But now, it seems that is not the case. Thus, this battle can only be a draw. The originally confusing battle situation suddenly became incomparably clear. Bai Ningbing subconsciously glanced at Fang Yuan. When everyone's hearts and minds were shaken by the battle of the rank 5 Gu masters, he was still so calm, as if he was a bystander, as if this matter had nothing to do with him. But was it really nothing to do with him? Bai Ningbing shook her head inwardly. No one understood Fang Yuan's desire for the 3 kings' inheritance better than her. But even with this desire, he could restrain his impulse. Chapter 379. Half a month later. San Cha Mountain, on a certain mountain peak. A group of gray-white mountain apes, numbering close to 1,000, were chirping as they surrounded Tai Ruanan. Tai Ruanan breathed in deeply, and suddenly waved her hand, throwing out a large amount of golden needle goo. Golden needle goo was not a natural goo, it was a goo refined by Tai clan's goo masters. Every golden needle goo was a rank 2 goo, shaped like a golden needle as long as an index finger. The golden needle goo shot into the ape group. Some of these apes were unable to move, some died from the poison, and some went berserk, attacking their companions. Tai Ruanan threw out golden needles again and again. The mountain ape army was in chaos, suffering heavy losses. They screamed miserably as they ran for their lives. Soon, the noisy battlefield calmed down. A large number of mountain apes were lying on the ground, some were dead, while others were on their last breaths. Tai Ruanan slowly walked towards them, and threw out golden needle goo again. But this time, these golden needle goo had healing effects, shooting into the bodies of the mountain apes and turning into lumps of golden light, moving around their injuries, allowing many mountain apes to regain their mobility. Golden needle goo itself was not special. But when used with poison goo, it could form poisonous needles. When used with zombie goo, it could make enemies unable to move. When used with chaos divine goo, it could make enemies unable to differentiate between friend and foe, causing them to fall into chaos. If used with vitality goo, it could even have healing effects. Tai Ruanan only spent 7 to 8 days to familiarize herself with these 4 battle tactics. In actual combat, she single-handedly defeated a group of nearly 1,000 mountain apes. Ruanan, this child has outstanding aptitude. His comprehension is high, and more importantly, his personality is firm and resolute. He is indeed a pillar of the Tai family. Tai Mubai watched from not far away. Tai Mubai watched from not far away, without any expression on his face. To this old Tai clan leader, he had seen the rise of countless geniuses in his life, and also witnessed the fall of countless geniuses. He knew very well that a harsh living environment would always give birth to many people with extraordinary talents. But talent was only one aspect, what was rare was the nature of a genius. If a genius could endure hardships, he would be able to endure hardships. If they could endure loneliness, they could have great achievements in the future. A genius with a flawed nature could only be a shooting star. Dazzling for a moment. Why did Tai Mubai teach Tai Ruanan? Firstly, Tai Ruanan and Tai Shueleng's bloodline was related to him. Secondly, Tai Ruanan had been through many hardships, and her personality had been polished like a rock, without a trace of impulsiveness. Only steadiness and perseverance remained. Tai Ruanan was like an unpolished jade. With just a bit of polishing, it released a dazzling radiance. Old tribe leader. Tai Ruanan climbed up the mountain and came to Tai Mubai's side, cupping her fists in greeting. The young girl was full of admiration and respect for the old man in front of her. Half a month ago, this old man Tai Mubai had fought against 2 rank 5 demonic path experts. He first used the rank 5 touch gold goo. He easily dealt with the 2 demons. Next, he used the rank 5 golden soup goo. This caused the 2 powerful enemies to retreat in the face of difficulties. Their fighting spirits weakened, and in the end, they both gave up. Tai Mubai's strength was like a bucket of cold water, splashing the demonic goo masters' hearts. Their arrogance, which had just soared up, instantly weakened. The result of this battle was that the righteous and demonic paths would compete for the 3 kings' inheritance. But those with discerning eyes could see that Tai Mubai was at ease, and had not used his full strength. Not bad, to be able to grasp these battle tactics in such a short time, very good. Tai Mubai lightly praised, before waving his hand. Swoosh! A large number of golden needle goo flew out. But different from Tai Ruanan's golden needle goo, Tai Mubai's golden needle goo were extremely small, like raindrops being pulled into thin threads. When they flew in the air, they were like a lump of golden fog. The golden fog moved with the wind, blowing past a mountain rock. The entire boulder was emitting sparse sounds, as if thousands of silkworms were eating mulberry leaves. Tai Ruanan's pupils shrunk, immediately recognizing the power of this transformation. Wherever the golden fog passed, the mountain rock was penetrated and filled with countless tiny holes. The trees beside the mountain rock were also pierced, their vitality extinguished in an instant. If a person was hit by this goo, their entire body would be pierced by tens of thousands of tiny golden needles, and their organs would be destroyed. This was a terrifying killer move. Tai Mubai waved his hand again, and 3 golden needle goo flew out. However, these 3 golden needles changed again, becoming thicker and longer. A normal golden needle goo was only the length of a finger, but these 3 golden needles were the length of a palm. The 3 golden needle goo flew to a mountain ape's head, piercing down like lightning. One pierced straight into the mountain ape's head. The other 2 pierced into the mountain ape's left and right temples, most of them entering the mountain ape's brain, leaving only a small portion outside. This mountain ape was healed by Tai Ruanan, and just as it was about to escape, it was struck by the golden needle. The mountain ape let out a miserable howl, and suddenly jumped a few times, kneeling at Tai Mubai's feet. His ape eyes were wide open, and his face was filled with incomparable panic, fear, and anger. However, the strange thing was that its body was not under its control. It knelt respectfully and did not move at all. It was quiet, not a single sound could be heard from it. Tai Ruanan had never expected such a strange scene, and was dumbfounded. Tai Mubai laughed, looking at the mountain ape under his feet, lightly saying, "Golden needle goo combined with fog goo can form a golden fog. This golden fog looks weak and ethereal, but its attack is extremely strong, especially good at breaking a goo master's defense. When I was 28, I roamed the southern border, and used this move to dominate the Luchuan River region." Tai Mubai paused, before continuing, "Golden needle goo combined with puppet control goo can control a living being's body. When I was 42, I cultivated to rank 4 peak stage, and ended my closed cultivation, starting to test the world. When I arrived at Taimu Mountain, I was attacked by over 50 goo masters from the demonic path. Using this move, I caused 38 of them to betray me, and finally killed them all, getting rid of a scourge for the people." Tai Ruanan was fascinated as she listened. When she was young, she had followed her father, traveling all over the world. But she had also heard of this old clan leader's heroic deeds. The old clan leader had a great aptitude, and when he first started cultivating, he became the #1 rising star of Tai clan. And he did not disappoint, reaching rank 4 peak stage before he was 50. He ended his closed cultivation, and tested the sword in the southern border, crossing mountains and rivers, rampaging all the way, making a name for himself. After returning to Tai clan, he became the clan leader, leading Tai clan and painstakingly developing. At once, Tai clan's fame was strong, causing Wu clan and Shang clan to lose their luster. His life was filled with glory and radiance. He had countless battle achievements, whether it was fighting alone, rampaging in the southern border, or leading a group of heroes to eradicate evil. He won more than he lost. Especially his unyielding style, he dared to fight and was extremely domineering, causing many enemies to tremble in fear when he was in power. Even righteous path members would feel stifled when they heard Tai Mubai's name. Now, as Tai Ruanan listened to the old clan leader's calm recollection, she could not help but feel emotional. She couldn't help but recall the scenes in her mind. In the past, a young hero, handsome and elegant, wearing a green robe, rampaging in the mountains and rivers. Killing strong enemies with one hand, no one could stop him, becoming the center of attention. However, time was merciless, eventually turning that youth into an old man. But Tai Mubai was still Tai Mubai. No matter how old he was, it could not cover up his glorious deeds. These battle achievements were the dazzling halo that shrouded him, even the dust of history could not cover up his brilliance. Lord Old Clan Leader, I will not let you down. Golden Needle Gu is in my hands, it will not tarnish your reputation. Tai Ruanan said firmly. But the old man nodded in relief, patting Tai Ruanan's shoulder. Child, you have a firm and unyielding character, our Tai clan's blood flows in you, you have the responsibilities of a Tai clan daughter. This is good. I imparted my life's knowledge to you, hoping that you will be able to carry Tai clan's banner in the future. That little beast King Fangzheng is a test for you, do you have confidence? I have confidence, and I have a plan. Don't worry Old Clan Leader, Fangzheng has already fallen to the demonic path, I will definitely take his head. Tai Ruanan's gaze was firm. Very good, you are not arrogant in victory, and do not give up in defeat. You can walk out from the setback, and gain strength from the tribulation, this is something many youngsters cannot do. As long as you maintain it, you will definitely be Tai clan's glory in the future. Next, I will impart the principles of these two transformations, my insights, experiences, and the other transformations that are derived from them to you. Like this, one taught diligently, while the other learned with all her might. Over an hour later, Tai Mubai finished imparting, all right, if there is anything you don't understand, you can ask me. Tai Ruanan had excellent comprehension, and had already memorized everything that was imparted. But after thinking about it, she still asked, these days, I found that the opening time of 3 kings' inheritance is getting shorter and shorter, and the number of Gu masters entering each time is also decreasing. The 3 light pillars are no longer as thick and bright as they used to be. Right now, many people are saying that the blessed land is on the brink of destruction. Is this true? Tai Mubai nodded, it is true. There are some things that you cannot come into contact with now. Everything is balanced, there is yang if there is yin, there is fire if there is water, there is calamity if there is fortune. He turned his gaze towards the peak of San Cha Mountain, and sighed, every blessed land will have an earthly calamity every 10 years. Every 100 years, there will be a heavenly tribulation. This blessed land originated from a mysterious ancient Gu immortal, and was later inherited by the 3 kings, and transformed into an inheritance ground. This blessed land is already old, and its end is near. If there was a land spirit, it could last for some time, but unfortunately, there is not even a land spirit. Chapter 380. To think that even a blessed land would be destroyed. Hearing this secret, Tai Ruanan sighed softly. How can there be an indestructible existence in this world? The heavenly Tao circulates, and everything in the world competes. In the vast universe, we mortals are like a handful of sand and stones at the bottom of the ocean, tiny to the extreme. Only by advancing to a Gu immortal can one be considered to have transcended mortality and have a foundation, turning into sand and stone into an island, able to resist the waves of the sea. Tai Mubai's tone was filled with emotions. The blessed land is about to be destroyed. Wouldn't the people in the blessed land be in danger? Tai Ruanan asked. Not bad. Tai Mubai nodded his head, the moment the blessed land disappears, the winds of assimilation will blow, merging with the heavens and earth. Everything in the blessed land will return to the most basic yuan qi of the world. This wind has great power, it can sweep away all dust, even Gu immortals are wary of it, even immortal Gu can be destroyed. There's such a strong wind? Tai Ruanan exclaimed, her eyes filled with worry. Tai Mubai waved his hand, it's fine, I have already entered the blessed land many times, and my understanding of it has deepened, I have always been observing and comprehending it. The blessed land was indeed weakening, but there was still some time before it was destroyed. During this period of time, the heavenly power in the blessed land will become weaker, and the restrictions on us Gu masters will also gradually decrease. Slowly, we can use 1 or 2 Gu worms, then 3 or 4, 5 or 6. At the final stage, the blessed land will be full of loopholes, forming a tunnel that we can enter and exit at will. Tai Mubai gazed into the distance, his eyes deep and filled with wisdom, as if he could already see the future. The final stage will be the final battle of the Three Kings' inheritance. The suppression from the Blessed Land was almost gone. Everyone could display their full strength, plundering and fighting to their heart's content. At that time, Sen Cha Mountain would not only have 3 rank 5 Gu masters. That is the true gathering of wind and clouds, the rise of dragons and snakes. Tai Ruanan had an epiphany and was enlightened. She finally understood why Tai Mu Bai did not fight to the death with those 2 demonic Gu masters. This was because their future enemies would be far more than just these 2. If he used his full strength too early, others would take advantage of him instead. The closer to the end of the Three Kings' inheritance, the more generous the rewards the Gu master would obtain. The experts who truly understood the Blessed Land were already preparing for the final battle. Zhongzhou State. Tian Ti Mountain. Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Finally, we're halfway up the mountain. Fangzheng panted heavily, sweat dripping down his forehead. His limbs were sore and numb. He was almost completely exhausted. Climbing to such a height with his own strength had already squeezed out all the potential of his soul. As the mountain breeze blew, he felt a strong sense of dizziness. It made Fangzheng feel like he was about to fall. His vision was spinning, and his soul was squeezed to the limit. He even lost the ability to think. In a daze, he heard the voice of the spirit incubating flea, "Good, very good. My good disciple, it really wasn't easy for you to persevere to this step. You've succeeded. The rest is up to me." After saying this, Fangzheng felt an invisible strength pass into the deepest part of his soul. That feeling of falling to the ground immediately disappeared. It was like a child who had just learned how to walk. Suddenly, she was supported by the adults. Everything in his field of vision became clear. The dizziness that had been troubling Fangzheng for a long time was gone. It was also disappearing at an extremely fast speed. Fangzheng took a few deep breaths. He felt great. It was like a traveler in the desert who was about to die of thirst, and suddenly drank sweet spring water. It was like a person who worked all year round without rest, and slept for 7 days and 7 nights. Everything was good, and he felt refreshed. "Good disciple, hurry up and climb up," Master Tenshuru urged. "Yes, Master." Fangzheng's tiger eyes shone with dazzling light. He looked up. Feng Kim Hong and the rest were still far ahead, but their speed was getting slower. Fangzheng had an unprecedented sense of confidence. "I can do it. With Master's support, I can definitely defeat these prodigies, and become the sole inheritor of Hu Immortal inheritance. Fangzheng, you need to do your best." After encouraging himself, Fangzheng started to climb. His movements were fast and steady, and his speed of ascension was very fast. It was simply an explosive move. This performance immediately attracted the attention of many people. When Hu Immortal Blessed Land opened, it had always been connected to the outside world. Thus, the 10 Gu immortals hiding outside the Blessed Land immediately discovered Fangzheng's abnormality. This child had already reached his limit and was about to be eliminated. How did he suddenly become so vigorous? Strange, this speed is even faster than Feng Kim Hong and the rest. This junior is from Crane Gate. So that's it. The 10 Gu immortals communicated with their wills, and soon, someone discovered Fangzheng's trump card. "He Fengyang, you are really willing to spend so much. Spirit incubating fleas are not rare, but to protect the fleas, you used one's own Wei Gu, right?" He Fengyang was one of Crane Gate's supreme elders, and possessed a rank 6 one's own Wei Gu. It was already widely known. One's own Wei Gu could allow other Gu worms to be used normally in the Blessed Land. It was an expendable Gu, and could only be used 3 times. After 3 times, it would vanish into thin air. He Fengyang, you really have a good method, to think you had such a hidden move. You flatter me. Among this generation's newcomers, Myriad Dragon Dock has Xingji, Spirit Affinity House has Feng Kim Hong, and Spirit Butterfly Valley has Shaoqi Xing. Our Crane Gate cannot compete with them, so we had to use this method. He Fengyang's words were humble and low-key. The other Gu immortals could only chuckle. They naturally had rank 6 Gu worms, but they did not have one's own way Gu, and could not provide such an effective and huge help. Rank 6 Gu worms were immortal Gu, they were unique. At the same time, in the vast world, there would only be one immortal Gu. Immortal Gu were rarer than rank 5 Gu, many rank 6 Gu immortals did not even have one immortal Gu. In Feng Yuan's previous life, he became a Gu immortal in 500 years. To refine the first rank 6 spring-autumn cicada, he spent a lot of time and effort. The moment he succeeded, he was besieged by the righteous path. Their main goal was to snatch this immortal Gu. The 10 Gu immortals at the scene. Because of their sects, they had some savings. But they only had 1 or 2 immortal Gu on hand. He Fengyang had one's own way Gu, that meant other Gu immortals definitely did not have it. The subtle thing was, He Fengyang's actions did not cross the bottom line, and did not break the rules of the game that the 10 sects had agreed on. Thus, the other Gu immortals could only watch, and could not forcefully interfere. Unfortunately, my immortal Gu specialize in offense. If I use it, it would be attacking Hu immortal inheritance, that would not be good. Although I have a defensive immortal Gu that can protect the soul, the disciples do not have immortal essence to use. Otherwise, Hu immortal inheritance would belong to the sect. The situation has not been decided yet. This disciple of Crane Gate. With the help of the spirit incubating flea, he has a huge advantage. But he has fallen behind by a lot, we will have to wait and see what the result will be. He Fengyang used one's own way Gu 80 years ago, this is the second time. That is to say, the one's own way Gu in his hands. I can only use it one last time. He paid such a huge price just to gain an advantage in the competition for the inheritance. The other Gu immortals pondered for a while, before choosing to restrain themselves and continue to observe. On San Cha Mountain. 3 pillars of light shot into the sky. The opening of 3 kings' inheritance once again attracted all the Gu masters in southern border. Just like Tai Mu Bai had guessed. On San Cha Mountain. Dragons and snakes began to gather, and the wind and clouds surged. Did you hear? Just yesterday. Li Fail came to San Cha Mountain. Ah, you mean stable as a mountain Li Fail? Soon, another famous expert arrived on San Cha Mountain. Li Fail's cultivation was rank 4 upper stage, an earth path Gu master, known as stable as a mountain, and specialized in defense. He was originally Li clan's rising star, receiving the clan's great nurturing. But this person had an intense obsession towards the pursuit of strength. Obsession was obsession. To pursue the greatest strength, he killed people to refine Gu, and was not accepted by the righteous path, thus he turned to the demonic path. Li Fail was only a catalyst. In the following month, many famous Gu masters arrived on San Cha Mountain. There was the enslavement path Gu master Zhang San San, who killed a rank 4 Gu master at rank 3 peak stage, and was now rank 4 middle stage, known as a beast enslavement master. There was the righteous path expert Tao Zi, who had the famous rank 5 healing Gu of southern border, Spirit Peach Gu. There was also Yun Luo Tian, Yun clan's young clan leader, a wind path Gu master. He reached rank 3 peak stage at 23 years old, and was only a step away from rank 4 peak stage at 35 years old. More and more famous Gu masters, like sharks smelling blood, stepped onto San Cha Mountain to compete for the 3 kings' inheritance, wanting a share of the loot. These Gu masters had at least rank 3 upper stage cultivation, and some had even reached rank 4 realm. A month later, the 4th rank 5 Gu master arrived on San Cha Mountain. Wang Xiao. He was the lord of Wu Mountain, a demonic path Gu master, a rank 5 poison cultivator, a true overlord of an area. 2 months later, Wu clan's Wulan Shan arrived. As the number 1 clan of the righteous path, Wu clan had always dominated southern border. The Wulan Shan who was sent here was the cousin of the current Wu clan leader. The moment she ascended the mountain, she fought with Wang Xiao. Although this battle had also ended in a draw, the battle strength she had displayed had already surpassed Kumo and Wu Gui. Another 8 days later, the famous demonic path Chou Jiu appeared at the foot of San Cha Mountain, causing a commotion as well. Chou Jiu also had rank 5 cultivation, but his battle strength was weak. He was proficient in healing, and was the famous killer ghost doctor. Together with Dr. Su Shou, Nine-Fingered Wandering Doctor and Divine Dr. Sheng Shou, they were known as the 4 great doctors of southern border. He had an eccentric personality, and had a rule: anyone who wanted him to heal had to kill someone for him. If he saved a life, he had to kill a life. Thus, he was called Killer Ghost Doctor. Walking by the river for a long time, one's shoes would get wet sooner or later. Gu masters lived in this cruel world, injuries and illnesses were unavoidable, and they had to seek help from doctors. The 4 great doctors were both in the righteous and demonic paths. The moment Killer Ghost Doctor ascended San Cha Mountain, he received a cordial invitation from Tai Mu Bai, and the two chatted happily during the banquet. Time passed quickly, the 3 kings' inheritance opened and closed and opened again. On this day, the 3 kings' inheritance opened again. At the foot of San Cha Mountain, 2 figures walked over. Soon, someone recognized the 2 and shouted in shock, "It's the black and white twin demons, they are here again." Chapter 381. At the peak of San Cha Mountain, red, blue and yellow pillars of light stood in front of everyone. Compared to before, anyone with a discerning eye could see that these 3 pillars of light had become many times dimmer. At the same time, their size had shrunk to less than half of their original size. This Gu immortal blessed land that had existed since the olden antiquity era was already nearing its end. After being remodeled by the 3 kings, it was slowly becoming unbearable as countless Gu masters explored and plundered it. It was like a sinking ship. Half of it had already been submerged by the seawater, only the flagpole and some of the upper deck were still exposed to the air. Old tribe leader Tai, please go ahead. After seriously observing for a while, Wulan Shan respectfully cupped her fists towards Tai Mu Bai. Although there were many rank 5 Gu masters here, in terms of battle strength, Tai Mu Bai was still the strongest. In this San Cha Mountain, he was undoubtedly the number 1 rank 5 Gu master. Even in the entire southern border, he was a top-tier existence among rank 5 Gu masters. Tai Mu Bai's status was publicly acknowledged by everyone. Even opponents like Kumo and Wu Gui had to admit this point. Tai Mu Bai looked at the 3 pillars of light and nodded, "Then I will go first." His every movement attracted everyone's gazes. The thousands of Gu masters near the inheritance entrance were all focused on him. Tai Mu Bai slowly walked forward, entering King Xian inheritance. Wu Gui and Kumo looked at each other. Since Tai Mu Bai had chosen King Xian's legacy, then the 2 of them had to avoid encountering him. Rank 5 Gu masters would try their best to avoid unnecessary competition. The final battle was the stage where they could display their true strength. After Tai Mu Bai, Wulan Shan, Wang Xiao and the rest also made their choices and entered the inheritance. Next was the rank 4 peak stage Gu masters led by Yi Hua. One by one, they entered. On San Cha Mountain, righteous and demonic Gu masters gathered. The enemies who used to fight each other behaved in an orderly manner in front of huge benefits. However, right at this moment, the originally quiet peak suddenly became restless. First, it was the Gu masters in the outer circle who were discussing. Next, the Gu masters in the inner circle also looked over. "It's the black and white twin demons, they are finally back." Someone saw the cause of the commotion. Someone said in surprise, "They are the black and white twin demons? The 2 rising stars of the demonic path?" This was the first time many people saw Fong and Bai, and they couldn't help but size them up. These 2 youngsters are not simple at all. One was besieged by the 4 elders of the Tai clan and managed to persevere for several months without being defeated. The other one is even more powerful. He fought 1 against 7 and even killed Tai Ba Xiu, someone introduced. Fang and Bai had wreaked havoc on Sancha Mountain. It left a deep impression on everyone. Now that many people thought about it, it was still vivid in their minds. Tai Ba Xiu. I have fought with him before. Fang Zheng was actually able to kill him, and at such a young age, he is indeed not simple. Someone nodded, his expression becoming serious. In my opinion, the so-called overlord of the age is just a facade. Making a junior famous. Truly a disgrace to our generation. Some Gu masters scoffed. So what if the black-white double ghosts are here? Times were different now. On San Cha Mountain, there were 6 rank 5 Gu masters. The 2 of them were merely rank 4 Gu masters. They won't be able to cause any big waves. That's right, especially since Fang Zheng killed a Tai clansman, Tai Mu Bai will not let him off. But he has guts, to actually dare to come here. Isn't this taking advantage of the fact that Tai Mu Bai has already entered the inheritance? That's why he dares to come here. Everyone discussed softly, looking at Fang and Bai with all kinds of gazes. Some were curious, some were judging, some were solemn, some were frivolous. There were also many people who did not look at them, but looked at another person. This person was standing among the rank 4 Gu masters. Dressed in tight clothes, her beautiful eyes were like stars, and her brows were tightly furrowed. It was Tai Ruanan. Tai Ruanan was a rank 4 Gu master. She naturally had to follow this wave of rank 4 Gu masters and enter the inheritance. Although Tai Mu Bai was the number 1 person on San Cha Mountain, he still had to follow the rules and set an example. Otherwise, it would be difficult to command the Gu masters on San Cha Mountain. This was the code of conduct of a righteous path leader. Fang Zheng, it's you. Tai Ruanan walked out of the crowd, closely staring at Fang Yuan with an agitated expression. Seeing Fang Yuan, this great enemy whose hands were stained with the blood of Tai clansmen, the young girl's heart was filled with hatred and anger, wishing she could immediately kill him. Her fists fiercely clenched, then slowly loosened. Loosened and tightened, tightened and loosened again. Such repeated small movements showed the struggle in her heart. Finally, Tai Ruanan loosened her fists and fiercely breathed out a mouthful of turbid air, her eyes regaining clarity. Little Beast King, don't worry, old clan leader will attack you. Your life is mine. Sooner or later, I will kill you as a sacrifice to the souls of my Tai clansmen. Just you wait. Saying so, the young girl turned around and left, stepping into the light pillar and disappearing. Is Tai Ruanan afraid? She actually left without fighting. It seems Little Beast King's might is still there, causing this Tai clan young master to not dare to fight. I feel this girl is very smart. The 3 kings' inheritance is right in front of us. This is a rare opportunity, she should quickly grab it. What is the benefit of fighting and killing? Fang Yuan, however, frowned slightly. Tai Ruanan's performance had surprised him. Being able to control her anger, it was truly rare. Many famous people might not be able to do this. Tai Ruanan. I cannot let you grow any further. It was rare for Fang Yuan to feel threatened by someone of the same generation. Tai Mu Bai did not purposely conceal the fact that he was teaching Tai Ruanan, it was already widely known. Fang Yuan was naturally aware of this. Tai Ruanan had talent, she had talent, and her temperament was even more firm. Adding on the clan's nurturing, she was simply a swallow that soared to the sky. One day she would fly to the clouds, becoming a phoenix or a green bird. Restraining the killing intent in his heart, Fang Yuan walked towards the inheritance. Most of the rank 4 Gu masters consciously gave way. Wait. Suddenly, a righteous Gu master walked forward and blocked Fang and Bai. This righteous Gu master wore a snow-white robe, his sleeves were wide and fluttering in the wind, his face was also very handsome. It was no one else. It was the young patriarch of the Yun family, Yun Luotian. Little Beast King, I heard that you killed Taiba Xiu. Yun Luotian stood in front of Fang Yuan and swept a glance at Fang Yuan before sizing up by Ning Bing. Do you know? He pointed at Fang Yuan, saying arrogantly, you won with an unfair advantage, using a flying gu to kill a righteous path member, but you found a loophole. The atmosphere at the scene became very heavy. Yun Luotian's words were very blunt. Furthermore, Fang Yuan was an arrogant person. If things continued like this, it was obvious that a war would break out. Many gu masters retreated slightly, distancing themselves from these two people. Under everyone's gazes, Fang Yuan's gaze was eerie. Looking at Yun Luotian, he nodded and suddenly smiled. I indeed found a loophole and killed Taiba Xiu, sorry about that. Yun Luotian was stunned, he did not expect this little beast king to answer like this. Why was his behavior different from the information? These years of closed cultivation. He had been cultivating flying techniques. His flying ability was not inferior to the famous flying experts of Southern Border. Right now, he wanted to fight with Fang Yuan to increase his reputation. But Fang Yuan was so polite, he could not continue to make things difficult for him. Demonic path members could be extremely vicious. He was a righteous path member, and was also the young patriarch of Yun clan. His every action had to be paid attention to. After all, he represented the image of Yun clan. Yun Luotian was slightly dazed. But soon after, he calmed his mind. We let young Master Tai Ruanan leave first because we admire old patriarch Tai Mubai's reputation. Since you know you found a loophole, why don't you leave first? There are still many heroes here, it's not your turn yet. Yun Luotian waved his sleeves at Fang Yuan, speaking in a plain tone. Although he was secretly flattering the people around him, the atmosphere became even more tense. Everyone had a feeling that a storm was brewing. Just as everyone was on guard, Fang Yuan took a step back with a smile. Sir is right, I was rude. You guys go first. Yun Luotian laughed, waving his sleeves and turning around with a leisurely attitude. After dozens of steps, he stepped into the light pillar. Although he did not fight with Fang Yuan, he felt his gains were greater. Not long later, there would be rumors of him challenging Little Beast King, scaring this rising star of the demonic path into retreating. At that time, his reputation would soar, and Yun clan's reputation in the righteous path would also rise. After Yun Luotian entered the inheritance, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing chose King Bao's inheritance. Seeing the two disappear, the remaining rank 4 gu masters started to whisper to each other. Is this still Little Beast King? He has become so gentle and refined. Did he take the wrong medicine, or did I see wrongly? This world is changing too quickly. Hee, Little Beast King is terrified, what a coward. If it were me, I would have already rolled up my sleeves and fought. Sigh, the opponent is Yun Luotian after all. Although Yun clan cannot compare to super clans, it is still a first-rate clan. After a moment of dizziness, after calming down, Fang Yuan sized up his surroundings. A gray-white sky and light red land stretched to the limits of his vision. On the land, there were pieces of volcanic rocks, emitting steam or gray smoke. Another heavenly demon has descended. Comrades, quickly gather together, as long as we are united, we can defeat the Demon King. Quick, our Red Egg village can only rely on ourselves to protect it. Suddenly, the lids of the volcanic rocks were opened, and small people walked out of them. These small people were only the size of babies, they were pink and tender, looking very cute. The most eye-catching thing was, in the center of each of their chests, there was a red cute round egg. These were eggmen. Like hairy men, they were variant humans. Fang Yuan took one look and knew that these were red egg men among eggmen. The eggs on the bodies of red egg men were all red. They built houses out of large volcanic rocks and lived in them. Right now, Fang Yuan could only use one exploding egg goo. And King Bao Inheritance's intention was to let Fang Yuan use exploding egg goo to eliminate these red egg men. That way, he would be able to enter the next round. But facing the attacking red egg men, Fang Yuan did not move. He allowed the attacks to land on him. These attacks accumulated and soon, Fang Yuan was heavily injured. Fang Yuan could not breathe properly, his body was bathed in blood, the intense aura of death had already enveloped him. At this moment, even if he used exploding egg goo, it would not change the situation. Putting himself in a desperate situation, Fang Yuan's lips curled into a smile. This moment has finally arrived. Chapter 382. A group of short red eggmen surrounded Fang Yuan and kept attacking. Huh? Is this heavenly demon an idiot? Why isn't he moving? If only heavenly demons were this stupid. Don't let your guard down, heavenly demons are extremely cunning, quickly kill him. Seeing that Fang Yuan was about to be killed, the red eggmen cheered in victory. But at this moment, an invisible force suddenly descended and engulfed Fang Yuan. Surrounded, Fang Yuan, who was on the verge of death, suddenly disappeared, leaving behind a group of extremely shocked red eggmen. When Fang Yuan woke up from the hazy darkness, the scene in front of him had changed greatly. It was a dark blue hall. The main hall was extremely simple and unadorned, and it was built with huge square copper bricks. Many of the bricks were covered with moss, showing the signs of time. Fang Yuan was lying in the middle of the hall, the copper brick floor on his back was cold. I've healed your injuries. A giant tortoise slowly opened its wrinkled eyelids and stared at Fang Yuan, who was at its feet. Fang Yuan slowly crawled up from the ground, first touched his body, sure enough, his injuries were all healed. Then he looked around the hall, his expression calm. Finally, his gaze fell on the giant turtle in front of him. This giant turtle was as big as a house, its dark green shell was thick and hard. Its 4 limbs were like elephant legs, and there were 2 dragon whiskers hanging down from its head. Fang Yuan looked at this giant turtle, the corners of his mouth slowly curled up, his smile became wider, and finally turned into laughter. Ha ha ha. His laughter reverberated in the hall. He had taken the initiative to seek death, which was equivalent to abandoning the spring-autumn cicada. Relying only on his guesses and the information from his previous life, the risk was naturally great. It could be said that a single misstep would cause eternal regret. But the people of the demonic path had always been courageous, and were best at staking everything on one throw. Now that Fang Yuan had successfully reached the main hall, all the risks were worth it. After laughing heartily for a while, Fang Yuan stopped and said to the giant tortoise, "Earth Spirit Ba Gui, you have finally awakened from your slumber. You know me?" The giant tortoise's balanced voice wavered. There was a trace of doubt in his old eyes. "That's right. I know you, and I also know the secret of this paradise." Fang Yuan nodded and paced back and forth with his hands behind his back. This blessed land originated from an ancient strength path Gu Immortal. Gu Immortals protect the blessed land. He fought against the earthly calamity and heavenly tribulation, but in the end, he perished in a calamity. After his death, his will combined with the heavenly power of the blessed land and formed the earth spirit. It's you, Ba Gui. As long as I complete his dying wish, I will become the new master of this blessed land. Am I right? Fang Yuan went straight to the point and was very frank and direct. Land spirit. Even though it was a Gu Immortal, it was no longer a human, it was a pure obsession. Using a term from Earth, it was an intelligent program. As long as he reached the land spirit standard, he would be able to obtain its recognition and become the master of the blessed land. Therefore, Fang Yuan had directly said it. There would be no conspiracy between them. The giant tortoise nodded slowly. Yes. This obsession before death was the test of the blessed land. As long as you can complete it, you can become my master. And the specific content of this test is to refine the second aperture Gu, right? Fang Yuan asked. In ancient times, strength path flourished. 8 out of 10 Gu masters cultivated the strength path. This blessed land's original owner was also a strength path Gu immortal. He had developed the recipe of second aperture Gu. But at the last moment, he lost his life in the heavenly tribulation. After he died, this obsession turned into a land spirit. In other words, the giant tortoise in front of Fang Yuan. In order to fulfill this obsession, the giant tortoise had been painstakingly waiting. Unfortunately, as time passed, there was still no fated person who met the criteria. This fated person had to be a strength path Gu master, possess beast phantoms, and be strong to a certain extent. Secondly, this strength path Gu master had to be on the verge of death to obtain this opportunity. This was because the blessed land's original owner had a lot of unwillingness and resentment before his death. He did not want others to obtain his wealth so easily. But he also wanted to refine the second aperture Gu. Thus, he requested that this fated person be like him and experience death. Only those who were in the same predicament as him had the qualifications to obtain everything he had. However, as time passed, the earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations continued. The land spirit giant tortoise could not wait for a strength path Gu that met the criteria. To save immortal essence, it could only helplessly choose to hibernate. The originally vast and boundless blessed land was worn down by the earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations. The entire space was already less than 1% of its original size. One heavenly tribulation caused the blessed land to be riddled with holes. Thus, a loophole was created, and the blessed land formed a secret passage to the outside world. 3 wandering children came here, and relied on the blessed land's resources to cultivate. These were the famous 3 kings of the demonic path. After the 3 kings took their revenge, they returned to the blessed land to live in seclusion. As time passed, they became more familiar with the blessed land, and were only a step away from rank 6. But in the end, the 3 did not break through. Before dying, they modified this place and turned it into the 3 kings' inheritance. The 3 kings were refinement path, fire path and enslavement path. None of them walked the strength path. The moment the modification started, the land spirit was awakened. It watched quietly and did not stop them. It wanted to use this inheritance to attract a strength path Gu master that met the requirements. When the 3 kings' inheritance opened, countless Gu masters entered the blessed land, greatly increasing the immortal essence expenditure. When the blessed land faced the crisis of destruction, the giant tortoise also woke up from its slumber. After waking up, the first thing the land spirit did was to find the fated person. There were many strength path Gu masters in the entire blessed land. But none could reach the land spirit standard. In the olden antiquity era, strength path was the mainstream. But now, with the changes of the times, strength path was already on the verge of being eliminated. Gu masters who had true achievements in the strength path were even rarer. Hearing Fang Yuan mention the second aperture Gu, land spirit Ba Gui was stunned. You know a lot. Although it was curious, it did not pursue the matter. To it had already found the fated person. Its next goal was to refine the second aperture Gu. However, it was extremely difficult to refine the second aperture Gu. Because the second aperture Gu was not a mortal Gu, but a rank 6 immortal Gu. But Fang Yuan was mentally prepared and asked, second aperture Gu, rank 6. Rank 5 mortal, rank 6 immortal. To refine an immortal Gu, there is a basic requirement, that is immortal essence. The immortal essence in the blessed land. How much is left? The tortoise turned its body and looked towards the depths of the hall. The floor tiles suddenly split open, and a large bronze cauldron slowly rose up. Finally, the floor tiles closed, and the bronze cauldron was left in the hall. This cauldron. It had 3 legs and 2 handles, and contained immortal essence. This immortal essence was like green water, sparkling and translucent, emitting a rusty smell. There was very little immortal essence, only a shallow layer was left at the bottom of the cauldron. And as time passed, it was still slowly decreasing bit by bit. This was because the blessed land opened, and countless Gu masters were exploring it, entering and exiting, expending immortal essence. However, this is already much better than the situation in my previous life. As long as I planned carefully. Fang Yuan looked at this layer of immortal essence, his thoughts flashed like lightning. Previous life. 3 kings' inheritance opened, and the land spirit waited bitterly. But there was no fated person. At the middle to late stage, the land spirit finally found a qualified strength path Gu master who was on the verge of death. This lucky person came from the demonic path, and survived a great calamity, gaining a blessing in disguise. However, he had no understanding of Gu refinement, and died in the process of Gu refinement. At the later stage, Gu masters had a deep understanding of 3 kings' inheritance, and knew how to advance and retreat. They had more or less life-saving tokens that could allow them to escape at any time. At the final moment, the blessed land was extremely weak, and Gu masters could use their own Gu worms to fight and engage in a bloody battle. With a bloody battle, there would naturally be casualties. The land spirit finally found a chance, and selected several strength path Gu masters. But by then, it was already too late. Immortal essence was severely insufficient, and the land spirit itself was extremely weak, it could not accomplish anything. Eventually, the blessed land continued to collapse, and the Gu masters found this hull. They came here, fought with the land spirit, and crashed into the strength path Gu master who was refining Gu. Only then did everyone know that San Cha Mountain's blessed land had such a huge secret. But by then, the immortal essence was expended, and the land spirit was already dead, the Gu refinement naturally ended in failure. And the legendary second aperture Gu had not even appeared in the world, and regretfully became extinct. Second aperture Gu, it can allow a Gu master to have a second aperture. Even an idiot knows the value of this Gu. I have a great aptitude now, and one aperture has 90% primeval essence. If I can have a second aperture, I will have 180% primeval essence. At the same time, I will have double the recovery speed, and can even nurture a second set of Gu worms. My battle strength will definitely soar, and it can be said to be an unprecedented record. Once I succeed, I will definitely be the #1 person among the same rank. Fang Yuan was inwardly excited. But refining this immortal Gu was extremely difficult, it was not an easy task. Even Tai Mubai was dumbfounded by this. But to Fang Yuan, it was a different situation. Firstly, he was a rank 6 Gu immortal in his previous life, using Spring-Autumn Cicada to rebirth. He also successfully refined Spring-Autumn Cicada, and had precious experience in refining immortal Gu. Secondly, ever since 3 kings' inheritance opened, he had been making arrangements. He challenged strength path Gu masters everywhere, and eliminated competitors. Shui Sanxi, Century Boy and others were all chosen by the land spirit in his previous life. But now, they all died in Fang Yuan's hands. Finally, he had the land spirit's help. In his previous life, when the land spirit met the first lucky child, it was already very weak. Towards the end, it was extremely weak, and was actually killed by a group of mortals. But now was different. Fang Yuan sought death, and came early. He definitely received great help from the land spirit. Back then, that Gu immortal had already made ample preparations to refine the Gu. With this foundation, I have at least 50% confidence in refining the Gu. You're tuning in to the Unparalleled SwordWill YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.